Chapter 351 Another World. A young and powerful emperor took the initiative to suppress himself, let go of the seal of heaven's heart, and gave future generations the opportunity to become emperor. Not only was this the first incident in history, there is no such record at all in history. But fortunately, after breaking away from the Tianqin seal, Taizong, the emperor of the world, seems to be even more powerful. His figure stands above all the ways, and he is actually performing some kind of unparalleled magic, making the laws of the entire universe come alive. Many people were shocked and inexplicable, and many people deduced silently, and finally got a terrible result. For at least tens of thousands of years in the future, the activity of 10,000 Tao rules will be far greater than before, comparable to that ancient era of incomparable prosperity. Great Emperor Tian'an. When this conclusion spread throughout the universe, countless people worshipped Taizong. They understood that they might be about to usher in an extremely glorious era. Taizong, Great Emperor, Deshang, Holy Body, and a brand new emperor. The situation of the three great extreme combat powers in this world is definitely possible. Therefore, starting from the day when the Tianqin seal was released, the entire universe once again fell into unprecedented enthusiasm. I don't know how many young people who chose to proclaim themselves because there is an emperor in the world have broken out of the divine source and are gearing up to show off their talents in this new era and strive for the only supreme status in the world. Are you really not going to try to transcend the emperor's tribulation? I have said many times that the Tianqin seal is a very fundamental thing. If you can really imprint Tianqin, you will become the #1 holy body in history, and the foundation of the entire holy body bloodline may be obtained through you. Great nirvana and transformation. At the same time, Feng Lai and Mu Wudao were sitting opposite each other on Yiming days. Ancient star. He poured a cup of divine tea for his old friend not far away, and together they looked at the vast swamp of Ancient Star. Asked softly. This year, Mu Wudao was already over 13,000 years old. His red blood was no longer as strong as when he was in his prime. His hair was white, and even his straight waist was a little rickety, like an ordinary old man. More than 13,000 years old, which is an unimaginable old age even for the Deshang holy body. If Mu Wudao had not been perfect and had already been praised by others, it would have been absolutely impossible for him to live to this level in his first life. Not enough. Far from enough. But Feng Lai's persuasion made Mu Wudao's wrinkled face reveal a bit of helplessness and regret. He took a sip of the divine tea in front of him, shook his head slightly and said, "As a Deshang holy body, I only understood certain principles when I was more than 10,000 years old. For me, the most important thing is to break through myself. If I can take this crucial step, no matter whether Tianqin has a master or not, none of it matters." The years have not only given him old age, but also a state of mind as deep and plain as the abyss. The perfect path has also made his research on the holy body far surpass that of the great holy body of the previous generation. Really? Is there such a thing? Feng Lai rubbed his chin, and suddenly felt that what Mu Wudao said made sense. After all, in his memory, Master Ye's holy body's enlightenment did not seem to rely much on the Tianqin seal, and the breakthrough between the physical body and the Tao was more important. I still have a whole lifetime left, and I still have a long time to pursue and understand. If I can take that crucial step, this universe will no longer be able to restrict me. Mu Wudao nodded. As a Deshang holy body with an alternative level of praise, he naturally has elixirs following him around. After such a long period of time, he will naturally not lack the fruits of the magical elixir in his hands, and he can easily get them in his second life. Then work hard, old friend. Feng Lai nodded. In the impression, Yi Fan spent nearly 4,000 years to complete the key step mentioned by Mu Wudao, to prove the Tao in the body of the holy body, and to win the reputation of the Emperor of Heaven. Mu Wudao obviously does not have such qualifications, but Feng Lai is confident that his old friend has the possibility to follow this path, because he is the reincarnation of Wudao from ancient times, and he can become an immortal in such an era. There is never any doubt about talent. Before that, you and I can still protect this world and watch the rise of a new emperor. This is really something worth looking forward to, Mu Wudao said with a smile. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and he is no longer the overlord whose mind was filled with fighting against heaven and earth. Family, ethnicity, descendants, these concerns have turned him from a volcano that is always boiling to a calm Tianqi, deep and boundless. I heard that your youngest heir will participate in the imperial struggle for hegemony in this life. It is incredible that that child is only over 100 years old, and you would actually gain a child at this age. staring at the smile on the corner of Mu Wudao's mouth. Feng Lai also sighed with emotion. The physical strength of his old friend, the Dishang holy body, is indeed powerful. Mu Wudao has given birth to 7 children in more than 10,000 years. This is still difficult for the holy body to continue the life seeds caused by. Yes, he is a very qualified child. He has had a heart for the Tao since he was a child. Even regardless of the holy blood in his body, his qualifications are comparable to those of the ancient emperors. Mu Wudao nodded. Of course, he hoped to use his own body to pass on the purest blood of the holy body. But his father's path was too strong. Even after trying hard for many years, he could not give birth to a child with pure golden blood. I'm looking forward to that child. Feng Lai nodded. The bloodline inheritance of the Dishang holy body is indeed difficult. If every Dishang holy body can pass on the bloodline perfectly, then there will be no need to play with other bloodlines in the world. Old friend, you are over 10,000 years old. You should consider passing on your bloodline. Suddenly, the expression on Mu Wudao's face suddenly became serious. He patted Feng Lai heavily on the shoulder and persuaded him like this. This question immediately froze the leisurely expression on Feng Lai's face. He looked at Mu Wudao and saw that the old man's holy body had the earnest expression of an older person on his face. Just like our holy body lineage. Only if the bloodline is passed down will there be a greater chance of children returning to their ancestors in the future generations and regaining the glory of the Dishang holy body. The same is true for the imperial clan. Bloodline is what stabilizes the imperial clan. Fundamentally, Mu Wudao said. The great saint gave his own example. When he was more than 9,000 years old, he went to cultivate his mind in the world of mortals. As a result, he fell in love at first sight with a little saint from a certain orthodox tradition in Beidou, and brought the 20-year-old goddess back to the saint. Body ancient star. Is your youngest heir the child of that saint? Feng Lai asked in surprise. So, never say that you are too old. Mu Wudao nodded. His lifespan is too long. But he has only had 5 wives so far. For a practitioner at this level, it can be said that he is quite old. Infatuation. I will follow the Tao in this life. Let's see again. Feng Lai sighed and shook his head. Since his rebirth in ancient times, no woman has been able to stay with him for a long time. Even in this era, he has gradually lost interest in finding a partner. At least we should consider the inheritance of the bloodline. Mu Wudao shook his head. Chapter 352. This era is called Void. The Taizong emperor of the human race took the initiative to suppress his own body. The avenue was prosperous. The rules were active. And the entire universe finally ushered in a grand and glorious era of cultivation again. Beidou, Ziwei, Gaochen, Eternity, Tianbing. Too many ancient stars have entered an era of vigorous development. Whether it is the great emperor's family, or the Taoist lineage, or the many quasi-emperors, and the great sage Taoist lineage, who are in the limelight, they are all here. Spare no effort to cultivate talented people. Intense preparations have also begun for the ancient Starry Sky Road. Starry Sky passes for humans and monsters have been opened. And powerful guardians have been born one after another. Some guard the giant passes, while others are crossing the starry sky in search of talents. A powerful enough genius. There is no doubt that this is another great age. In just 200 to 300 years, the first batch of powerful practitioners set foot on the ancient road in the starry sky, traveled in the universe, and began their own road to hegemony. However, compared to the fierce competition in Feng Lai's era, the pace of this world is undoubtedly much slower. Even if it arrives with great vigor, the first quasi-emperor on the ancient road of the starry sky will be in the Tai Tsong calendar for 14,000 years. It appeared for many years. Fully 2,000 years after the beginning of the great world. Those years were the time when the Dishang holy body Mu Wudao lived his second life. This Dishang holy body's first life lived for nearly 14,000 years. There are many extraordinary things about the Dishang holy body, who became an alternative to enlightenment. It's not surprising to be this age. It seems that it is not as brilliant as I expected. The young man's qualifications are not weak. But compared to you and me, they are still far behind. This is Mu Wudao's evaluation of this era. In his second life, he was less than 1,000 years old, and his chi and blood were once again strong to the extreme. When he looked down at the entire world and discovered that the best practitioner of this era was actually a quasi-emperor who was close to 2,000 years old, it's inevitable to be a little disappointed. So, competitors are important. Feng Lai smiled. His fairy mirror had made statistics when he was extremely idle. The average age of enlightenment for ancient enlightened people was between 1,000 and 2,500 years old. Some were above this average, and some were below the average. There are some. And there was even an ancient emperor who didn't become enlightened until he was more than 6,000 years old. The quality of his era can be imagined. I understand this. So I always think that some ancient supreme beings, emperors and emperors, are equally talented. It's a pity that the emperors and emperors don't meet each other. Otherwise, at least they can be distinguished, Mu Wudao said with narrowed eyes. At his level, his status is no different from that of a real emperor. And because of the existence of the Forbidden Zone Supreme, his awe of the ancient extremes is gradually disappearing. And he actually has the aura to comment on the world's heroes. You have to be determined and can be self-proclaimed. Once in an era, it is not impossible to challenge the emperors. Feng Lai teased. It is indeed a good idea. After hearing this, Mu Wudao showed a thoughtful look on his face. And he actually seriously considered Feng Lai's suggestion. In this life, the long battle on the ancient road of the starry sky has never ended. Generations of geniuses have embarked on the journey, fighting and progressing on the ancient road of the starry sky. Some have achieved great glory. Some have died on the ancient road. And some have suffered great defeats. Left sadly. Some even grew old on the ancient road and buried their bones in a foreign land. In this way, 6,000 years have passed. And the 3 emperors expected by the world have not appeared, because the 3rd emperor has not yet been born. How so? Many older practitioners lament that in the face of the great world, there are not even a few decent people who will become Taoists. In 6,000 years, no emperor has been born. This is simply a kind of sadness. This embarrassing situation did not improve until more than 18,000 years ago in the Tai Tsong calendar. In the 18,000th year of Tai Tsong calendar, on the ancient star of the Big Dipper, a powerful practitioner named Yoguang walked out of Yoguang Holy Land, one of the 7 ancient holy lands of the Big Dipper, carrying 1,008 sacred halos. He embarked on the journey, the avenue that crosses the starry sky ancient road. This person is extremely powerful and follows the path of divine light. When he was a semi-saint, he achieved the achievement of escaping from the siege of many saints at the first level of the ancient human race. He faced the saints alone, calmly and powerfully. After that, he strode forward on the ancient road of the human race, fighting wherever he went. He even found the treasure of an ancient emperor, practiced the emperor's scripture, and transformed into the 1,008 divine rings behind him. Among them, its bright road becomes more powerful. The birth of the young man named Yoguang was like a powerful shot in the arm on the starry sky ancient road, setting off a fight on the entire ancient road. Even when this young man's name reached Feng Lai's ears, even Feng Lai was attracted by the name Yoguang and looked at the ancient road in the starry sky. But he soon determined that the young man was completely different from the Yaoguang of Master Ye's era whom he knew. What he practiced was the ancient scriptures of the great sage passed down from the Yoguang Holy Land. And he swayed 1,008 divine rings. There is no trace of magic power. In fact, the holy land of shaking light in this era is still very pure and healthy. Although it is only a great sage-level Taoism, this Taoism enjoys a good reputation in Beidou. It is as famous as the 6 holy places such as Yushu and Tianquan, and protects the Tianxian Holy Land. Hundreds of years later, this young man named Yoguang became the Saint King at the 81st level of the ancient road of the human race. From then on, he ran away, borrowed the ancient road of the monster race, and began to challenge the strongest men of the ancient road's path. That is to say, within those 100 years, a powerful cultivator appeared on the ancient road of the human race. Just like the fluctuating light back then, he pushed all the way to the ancient road of the starry sky. This is a unique and powerful man who comes from the eternal ancient star field. He is wearing a metal battle suit full of technology. His purple-black blood is like a demon flame soaring into the sky. And he possesses extremely violent physical strength. Original demonic body. Although not famous, he has a tyrannical physique that has not been seen in the entire universe for hundreds of thousands of years. He is known as the strongest under the holy body and the overlord body. Even if he relies only on the power of his physique, he can reach the level of a high-level quasi-emperor. This pure-blooded primitive demonic body is very special. He has mastered the secret method of refining medicine inherited from the eternal ancient star Daoyin. After his debut, he swept through the ancient roads, looted many powerful forces, and refined the evolutionary treasure liquid in the starry sky. The strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. Just 100 years later, Yugwang and the original demon body met at the same level. These two human race geniuses fought from the realm of Saint Kings to the quasi-emperor stage. They have many powerful methods and endlessly, and attracted the attention of the entire starry sky ancient road. At the same time, no strong person of the same generation can hold on to hundreds of moves from them. However, when almost everyone thought that the emperor of this era would be decided between these two geniuses, for more than 19,000 years in the Tai-Song calendar, a certain ordinary man unexpectedly appeared in front of everyone. Under such circumstances, he stepped onto the ancient road in the starry sky and advanced at an even faster speed, crushing all the geniuses of his generation. For more than 23,000 years in the Tai-Song calendar, this unspectacular man survived the quasi-emperor catastrophe under everyone's incredible gaze. The Void Avenue was earth-shattering and attracted the attention of the entire universe. During the 21,000 years of Tai-Song's calendar, this ordinary man stepped into the seventh heaven of the quasi-emperor, and then continuously fought against the primitive demonic bodies of Yugwang and Eternal Ancient Star. He won 2 battles, and the 2 great geniuses were beaten to dust, lost the state of mind to aspire to be the emperor. It was only then that the name of this seemingly ordinary man spread throughout the universe. Ji Wukong. Chapter 353 The Emperor's Long-Cherished Wish. If you have to find a word to describe Ji Wukong, then the powerful people who know Ji Wukong will choose words with no characteristics such as ordinary and unremarkable. He is indeed such a man. He is not tall. His shoulders are not broad. His face is ordinary. And he does not have the legendary sword eyebrows and starry eyes. If he is thrown into the crowd, he can quickly blend into the sea of people. Someone investigated Ji Wukong's origins and found that he was just a nameless casual cultivator. He had no supreme ancient scriptures, no inherited imperial weapons, and no strongest protector. In this world, the strongest member of the Ji family is just a slayer. He's just a Taoist king. He's really inconspicuous. But it was such a man who rose up in this era. The Void Avenue flooded the starry sky. When he was in the seventh heaven of the quasi-emperor, he fought against the original demonic body and the fluctuating light one after another, and he won them all in one battle. That is, after that battle, Yugwang and the original demonic body seemed to have completely lost their will to fight, and sadly left the ancient road in the starry sky and returned to their homeland. After that, Ji Wukong continued to practice on the ancient road, making great strides, accepting challenges again and again, defeating powerful enemies again and again, and became famous in the universe, making countless strong people tremble when they heard his name. And Ji Wukong did not disappoint. When he was more than 1,300 years old, he stepped through the sky, survived the tribulation of the great emperor on the ancient battlefield of the ancient times, and engraved his great path on the mark of Tianqin. Brilliant imperial career. The human void emperor. Since then, this extremely brilliant name has shocked the universe. I don't know how many living beings have recorded this name in ancient books, worshipped it from generation to generation, and dare not forget it. History will always remember this name, which is the greatest respect for the emperor. The latecomer. Void. Please see the ancient emperor Tai-Song. After achieving the supreme emperor position, the first thing the emperor of the void did was to descend on the ancient star of the ancient world, cross Hanga Pass, and arrive in front of the Pure Land where the Wind Clan is located, to pay homage to the human emperor of the previous generation. Meeting the emperors of previous generations and understanding their great ways and power is not only out of respect for the emperors of previous generations, but also the long-cherished wish of every emperor. Throughout the ages, emperors have never met each other. The interval between the former emperor's incarnation and the later emperor's appearance must be at least 10,000 years. This time is too long. So long that the years are enough to cut off the power of the previous emperor. Part of the breath. Although the emperor of the void had just become enlightened, he still couldn't wait to meet Tai-Song and realize for himself the gap between himself and the ancient emperor. The current emperor? Unfortunately, you are still a step too late. But after Emperor Void stood in front of the Wind Clan for a long time, Feng Lai still did not appear. Only a vicissitudes of life middle-aged man with black hair appeared and smiled at Ji Wukong. Your Excellency is Senior de Shang Holy Body Mu Wudao? The Emperor of the Void looked at the man with deep eyes. He felt an unfathomable blood energy in the other person. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable. But when he realized it carefully, he felt a power as deep as the ocean abyss. This power is even more terrifying than the current emperor himself. It's me. Living beings at the same level don't call me senior. Little brother Ji doesn't mind. Just call me fellow Taoist. Mu Wudao was naturally looking at Ji Wukong. The way of this young emperor seemed very interesting to Mu Wudao. The Void Avenue was formless. Formless and impermanent. The young man in front of him seemed to be integrated into the void. Just like him. Human beings, seemingly ordinary, actually contain supreme power. Fellow Taoist seeker. Where is Taoist taking thing? Ji Wukong nodded and asked. He went to study immortal. Unexpectedly, Mu Wudao's answer made the Void Emperor freeze on the spot. He was lost for a moment, and didn't know how to answer. Fellow Taoist, are you saying that Emperor Taizong has passed away? After a long time, Emperor Void took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. He did not believe that Feng Lai had already passed away. As an emperor who had fought his way up from the ordinary world, he knew that Emperor Taizong was more powerful than the Deshang holy body, and was an emperor who wielded immortal weapons. Now that the Deshang holy body is still there, according to his age, come to think of it, Taizong must still be alive. No. Literally. He used the immortal mirror to suppress his body, went into seclusion, and studied the path to becoming an immortal. Mu Wudao shook his head. Will the road to becoming an immortal will be opened in this era? Emperor Void frowned. He had just entered the realm of the extreme realm. Now he is a young man who knows nothing about everything. When he heard about the road to becoming an immortal, his first impression was that it was passed down by old people. The road to immortality distributed in the starry sky of the universe. Contrary to what you understand, the so-called road to immortality is the road for people to become immortals. It does not refer to a certain path that actually exists. Mu Wudao shook his head. After he finished speaking, an ancient scroll with brilliant divine light appeared in his hand, and was handed to the Emperor of the Void. This is what Taizong left for you. He asked me to encourage you to practice well, and see you someday in the future. The Emperor of the Void took the ancient scroll, and unfolded it without hesitation. He saw 3 heavy and complicated ancient seals shining brightly on the paper made of jade and silk. See you in the third life? It was only 4 words. But Ji Wukong, who had just become enlightened, was stunned on the spot. After a long time, he read out these 4 words one by one, with the Void Emperor's light shining in his eyes, as if he wanted to understand all the secrets in it. Generally, there is no doubt that there is a lot of information contained in these 4 words. Just the concept of the third life is enough to shock many supreme beings. Thank you. Once my cultivation is consolidated, I will personally come to my fellow seekers to ask for advice on combat strength. Ji Wukong quickly calmed down and put the ancient scroll into his sleeve, then nodded slightly to Mu Wudao, turned around, and left the ancient star. I look forward to it. Mu Wudao watched Ji Wukong go away. After a long time, a smile appeared on his face. He turned to look at the Wind clan's ancestral court behind him and whispered, pretending to be in seclusion and deceiving a young man who has just become enlightened like this. What is your purpose? After a long time, in the ancestral court of the Hao Feng clan, Feng Lai's slightly smiling voice sounded in Mu Wudao's ears. Naturally, let him and the life-restricted area of the entire universe know that I am not in good condition. Otherwise, how could the 3 emperors have the courage to start chaos? Then what? The restricted area is caused to initiate unrest, and we take the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 life-restricted areas to add to the fun. Hearing this, Mu Wudao also geared up and showed a smile. His fighting body has been idle for too long, and he needs a hearty battle. 20,000 years of quiet practice relieve boredom. It's almost the same principle, but the main purpose is to sharpen this young man named Void in the turmoil, so that he can become a true pillar of the world. Feng Lai sighed. Are you very optimistic about him? Mu Wudao asked in surprise. Of course. Feng Lai took a deep breath, thinking of the difficult life of the Void Emperor in the original world, and said, Chapter 354, Movement in the Restricted Area. According to the course of history, the era of the Void Emperor was far more chaotic and turbulent than the eras of other emperors. The forbidden area of life was unstable, and the Supremes were waiting for opportunities almost all the time. You must know that the power of the Extreme Masters is far beyond imagination. Even if the soul kills itself, the immortal source still cannot completely seal them, and their vitality will continue to drain over time, without a set of powerful enough immortality methods. It is really difficult to long-term survival. What's more, the supreme beings in the forbidden area of life still have to pay attention to the road to immortality, and they have to wake up from long slumber from time to time. At their living level, even if they only activate their magic power for a short period of time, the life energy they need to consume is massive. For the supreme beings, initiating turmoil does not necessarily have to be in the great world. When someone is exhausted and unwilling to die, turmoil will arise because of a thought. Immortality is an indelible obsession in the hearts of all practitioners in the entire universe. Life energy is almost exhausted again. It has been more than 25,000 years in the Tide Song calendar, and it has been more than 3,300 years since the great Emperor of the Void became a Taoist. The Baidu ancient star, the deep sea of samsara in the restricted area of life, suddenly rang out such a deep sigh, which shocked a large area of the starry sky. It was like a dragon sleeping deep in the ocean opening its eyes. Even if it didn't exude any malice, its power was enough to make the entire ocean tremble. The Supreme is such a creature. It is so powerful that every word in their mouths is extremely heavy. It can become the guide for the development of history. In the same year, a quasi-emperor from the Baidu Feng clan went out, using the imperial weapon Nua Dao stone to protect himself, and looked at this ancient restricted area at the edge of the Sea of Reincarnation, and brought back a terrible result. The Sea of Samsara, which was originally cold and desolate and had been dry for countless years, actually turned into an endless silver ocean on this day. The light of Samsara boiled and huge waves surged into the sky, like an extremely terrifying ancient universe. The Supreme is about to move. The Quasi-Emperor had some lingering fears when he returned to the Wind Clan. He only issued such a sigh in warning to the outside world, and then sat cross-legged in the Wind Clan's ancestral land, holding the Nua Dao stone, never leaving, as if waiting for something. The coming of the supreme catastrophe. The life energy of a certain powerful man in the Sea of Reincarnation is about to be exhausted. As a quasi-emperor of the imperial clan, this ancient quasi-emperor certainly knows what this means. It represents a powerful man who was once comparable to the Void Emperor, about to be overwhelmed by endless death. Of course, such a powerful person may not be willing to die. He may have to struggle, save himself, and fight for immortality before the end of his life approaches. For the Supreme, the best way to save himself is to harvest the creatures of an era, gather all life energy, and continue the path for his own immortality. Obviously, the sighing Supreme Being of the Sea of Samsara is very likely to start such a cruel process. Boom! But not long after, a golden bridge that was vaster and more brilliant than the Milky Way was built in the depths of the universe. A man standing in the Emperor's light of the void stood on the bridge with his hands behind his back. He just took one step and came to the Big Dipper. Above, he was not a tall and mighty man. He was short in stature and average in appearance. On top of his head was an unpretentious stone mirror, standing in front of the Sea of Reincarnation. Somehow, when people saw the man, they all felt a strong and deep sense of security deep in their hearts, as if the most towering mountain in the world was protecting the whole world behind them. Greetings to the Emperor, Emperor of the Void. At this moment, all the powerful men on the entire Big Dipper star looked surprised. Many people bowed deeply to the man under the stone mirror, worshipping this powerful emperor from the human race. Fellow Taoist seems to have some thoughts that he shouldn't have. The great Emperor of the Void ignored those voices of worship, just put his hands behind his back, gazed calmly at the restricted area of life where the silver light was flowing, and said, his words were not loud, but they actually aroused the power of Tianqin Seal. That overwhelming majesty enveloped the entire Samsara lake, causing the huge silver sea to calm down in an instant. And there was no more waves. However, this power only lasted for a moment. Soon, a green gold armor appeared above the silver ocean, causing the waves of the Sea of Samsara to surge again. It's just the size and struggles of a dying man. Young man, do you want to care? The green gold armor was empty, with no living being wearing it, but it was suspended in the void, as if a majestic living being was standing above the silver ocean, confronting the Void Emperor. That is the Lord of Reincarnation. According to legend, he is one of the first supreme beings in this Sea of Reincarnation. He has lived from the era of the two first emperors of the human race to the present. He is ancient and terrifying. As the Lord of Samsara's will was transmitted through the vibrations of the feathered green gold armor, two more powerful weapons appeared in the vast Sea of Samsara, both exuding the majesty of the ultimate Tao, pressing against the Void Emperor. I can't guess what a dying person is thinking. Facing the power of the three supreme beings, the Void Emperor was unafraid. The imperial stone mirror above his head glowed, and the Huanghuang Emperor's power poured down like a waterfall, flooding the sky. I have lived for too long. How could Tianqin and Diwei want to scare me away? Young man, stop minding other people's business. You have a long way to go, and you too will grow old one day. The human emperor's eyes are full of ridiculous dignity, and he has no intention of immortality. However, the supreme power of the Void Emperor and the three supreme beings of the Sea of Samsara did not take it seriously. Their weapons also burst out with great majesty and pressed against the Void Mirror. They are obviously not afraid of the great Emperor of the Void. He is only an emperor who has been emperor for less than 4,000 years. He may not even be able to understand the Tianqin seal thoroughly. In their opinion, he is a complete brat. Crack. What? 3 old guys who are about to die also want to start turmoil in this era? At this moment, 6 majestic ancient universes suddenly appeared in the sky above Beidou. A man with a straight spine stood among the ancient universes, and his voice also shook the sky. The man's entire body was shrouded in brilliant red blood, and his eyes were like 2 balls of heavenly fire, side by side with the Void Emperor's light. The 3 supreme weapons were trembling slightly. Master Deshang Holy Body, Beidou Ancient Star. The practitioners all cheered like this. The light of blood on the Deshang Holy Body was not dazzling, just like the rising sun in the morning, shining on the earth, making the whole star full of hope. In the era of the Western Emperor, you were guarded by the Western Emperor and my ancestors, so you didn't dare to take action. Now that the 3 emperors are in the sky, you dare to launch a dark turmoil? The Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao looked down at the sea of reincarnation, and there was no fear in his eyes as he faced this restricted area of life. He had already attained Taoism in a different way, and the path was perfect. Coupled with the powerful blood of the Deshang Holy Body, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with any great emperor in his prime. 3 emperors Hong Kong? A Deshang Holy Body who is aging, a young boy who has not yet grown up, and an ancient emperor who has been missing for more than 10,000 years. What can you do? At this moment, in the other direction of Beidou, in a deep and terrifying mountain, a deep and terrifying voice suddenly sounded, and a halberd made of black gold appeared, lying behind the Void Emperor. The creatures of the Immortal Mountain? After seeing the appearance of the halberd clearly, Mu Wudao also showed a somewhat cold expression on his face, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as he locked onto all the powerful men present. Chapter 355, The Great Emperor. Heaven wants me to die, and I want immortality. If fellow Taoists from the Sea of Reincarnation want to harvest this era, the Immortal Mountain will also have a hand. The dark and deep Immortal Mountain is a forbidden area of supreme life that only appeared in the early days of ancient times. It is a treasure land that once gave birth to the most powerful creatures. The black land and black cliffs are unimaginably cold even when the sun shines here. This place is simply more terrifying than the most ominous and terrifying dark zone in the universe. Many Yakuza have slept here since ancient times. Densely dense Yakuza formations are imprinted on every corner of the mountain. If you activate a corner slightly, you will have the power to wipe out the great sage in an instant of power. But today, in the depths of the terrifying and unfathomable mountains, there was an indifferent voice. Forest and cold, overlooking the void stone mirror and the 6 Dinghide Z beads. The will contained in that voice is to join forces with the Sea of Reincarnation to harvest an era together. Rumble. As soon as the words fell, the heavy halberd made of black fairy gold burst out with a biting cold light. The heavy majesty flowed on the halberd, and it could cut into countless galaxies even if it was hundreds of millions of miles away. At the same time, there were 2 other weapons manifested on top of the Immortal Mountain. One was the Jutian Emperor's hammer made of white fairy gold, and the other was the Imperial Scissors made of eternal blue gold. They were sharp and shimmering with a strange aura. Light. 3 human figures appeared below the 3 treasures. They were not phantoms transformed by will, but real bodies. Every move shook the world and crushed all things. Fellow Taoists in the Sea of Reincarnation are still not taking action. There are many quasi-emperors in this era, and there are even true ultimate practitioners and great saints. That is a huge amount of life energy. The creature holding the black gold halberd was the most ferocious. He stood on top of the Immortal Mountain, looking down at the universe with blazing eyes. Even the Emperor of the Void and Mu Wudao were treated as prey by him, showing no trace of coldness and domineering. Taisang holds the immortal weapon, and his life and death are unknown to this day. Fellow Taoist, you are so brave. The Supreme Lord of the Immortal Mountain's attack was so swift and violent that even the Supreme Lords of the Sea of Samsara were a little shocked. Emperor Taisang's condition was unclear, and even they were just testing at first. Unexpectedly, the Supreme Lords of the Immortal Mountain came out and killed them. I haven't seen him for more than 10,000 years. Either he has become self-styled, or there is something wrong with his practice. Excessive forbearance will only lead to death faster. The ancient Supreme Master who was in charge of the blue and gold royal scissors spoke out. The scissors made of eternal blue gold were strange. When combined into the royal scissors, they were divided into 2 Chiman-long knives as tall as a man. They were held in his hands with murderous intent. It is difficult to live forever. But if the 6 supreme beings take action, what will happen if Tai Tsung comes? Without the immortal weapon in hand, he is nothing. Under the Ju Tian Emperor hammer made of platinum, another man who looked like a god and demon spoke. He first looked at the Wind Clan in Beidou, and then glanced at the ancestral land of the Wind Clan in the ancient star. The coldness in his eyes did not change. Cover up. All the ultimate practitioners present could see that the 3 supreme beings contained extremely profound karma, which could only be nurtured after killing countless creatures. It was too obvious. There is no doubt that the 3 supreme beings of the Immortal Mountain are all dark figures who have launched more than one turmoil. And they are existences that harvest all spirits as herbs. The Immortal Mountain, the mad dogs of the Immortal Taoist faction. The leading dog is dead. You must be in a very miserable state. Mu Wudao squinted at the 3 ancient supreme beings. He was a creature of the Deshang holy body lineage and knew the origin of the ancient restricted area of the Immortal Mountain. It was deeply involved with the Immortal Taoist, and the cause and effect was quite profound. The great holy body, the great medicine in human form, the red treasure pill. When did you dare to talk to me like this? After the words fell, the creature holding the black gold halberd spoke up and looked at Mu Wudao with disdain in his eyes. He was the Stone Emperor and was naturally arrogant. Even though the Deshang Saint body was known as the rival to the Great Emperor, he was still not in his eyes. It's useless to talk more. Friends from the Sea of Samsara, do you want to take action together? After the success? For people will be divided into emperors, and 2 will be divided into holy bodies. Under the Ju Tian Emperor hammer, the godlike man once again extended an invitation to the Sea of Reincarnation. The expression and tone on his face did not put the Emperor of the Void and the Deshang holy body in his eyes at all. In fact, the state of these Supremes of the Immortal Mountain is more urgent than the Supremes of the Sea of Samsara to initiate unrest. As early as tens of thousands of years ago, they should have taken action together with the Immortal Taoists to confuse the universe and take the opportunity to launch several large-scale riots. But the Heaven's Forbidden Zone and the 3,000 Tao mirrors back then were really variables among variables. The Immortal Taoist died, and the Kunlun Immortal Belt was sealed, which made the entire Immortal Mountain calm down in an instant. Take action. After a long time, the Lord of Samsara seemed to have made a decision with the other 2 supreme beings. They shouted together, and the boundless sea of Samsara exploded. 3 figures broke out from the fairy source, took charge of their respective weapons, and rushed forward. Xiankung Emperor and Mu Wudao. Kill! Seeing this, the strong men of the Immortal Mountain also roared at the same time. The Stone Emperor and the other 2 supreme beings had a tacit understanding. They moved forward at the same time, and together with the 3 supreme beings of the Sea of Samsara, they surrounded the great Emperor of the Void and Mu Wudao. They who have been in charge of Tianqi know better than anyone else that no matter the current Emperor or the great holy body, they are supreme treasures. Their origins are too vast. If they can swallow them, it will provide great help to their immortality. Kill! Seeing this, Emperor Void and Mu Wudao let out war roars at the same time. Shi Jing and Ding Haiju roared in unison and rushed towards their opponents. At the same time, fairy light flashed in the eyes of the Void Emperor, and the Emperor's formation spread across the sky, instantly teleporting the 8 supreme beings present to the infinitely distant edges of the universe. The Imperial War was too cruel compared to the stars. Even an ancient star like Beta couldn't withstand Setsuna when the 8 most powerful men took action. Bah! Just when the 2 most powerful men were about to fight, there was an explosion in the void, and a loud cry suddenly sounded outside the infinite time and space. There was a golden light flashing outside the sky, and a rock bird thousands of miles away covered the sky and blocked the sun. With hundreds of thousands of wings, it turned into 108,000 swords and illuminated the sky. The golden-winged rock came and instantly transformed into a tall man with blonde hair and golden eyes, with cold and sharp eyes. His arrival instantly broke the balance of the Imperial War, causing many of the strongest to scatter. Friends of God? Do you also want to take a share of the pie? Seeing the image of the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor clearly, the supreme beings present instantly recognized his identity, and each of them looked serious and spoke out. A share of the pie? Do you deserve it too? The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor had a cold and extraordinary face. Hearing this, A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said disdainfully, I was entrusted by my Taoist master to help the great emperor of the human race. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, there is also boundless red blood flowing. A man with red hair and black eyes also comes on the 10,000 paths, side by side with the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor, the Void Emperor, and the Deshang Holy Body. They face the distance. The 6 supreme beings. This is the ancient Brahma War Emperor, the king of the Brahma War Body, one of the top bloodlines of the human race. Now he is here to fight alongside the Void Emperor. For verses 6. This is fair. In the restricted area, Feng Lai stared at the lineup on the battlefield in the distance with a smile on his face. It is true that he wants to temper the great Emperor of the Void, but he will not let the great Emperor of the Void fall into a deadlock. Now for verses 6. The gap between the two sides has been evened. Chapter 356 Imperial War. Boom! In the wilderness of the universe, there is a supreme battlefield that once belonged to the mythical era. It is an endless starry sky. In the empty and dead nothingness, one broken ancient star after another slowly rotates, and each planet is engraved with the immortal formations shown with a withering light. Among these broken stars, there are many corpses that are larger than the stars, such as the heads of emperor-level beasts, the remains of ancient supreme beings, and the half-body of the great holy body, etc. Some are floating alone, while others are deeply embedded in the stars. Immortal. Throughout the ages, this place has been the preferred battlefield for battles between supreme beings. More than one deity from the mythical age has planted formations here, making the void here far more solid than imagined. It can withstand the full strength of the most powerful warriors without any damage. Broken. Those corpses suspended in the starry sky are the losers of successive battles. The essence, blood and origin of their bodies have been completely drained by their opponents, leaving only empty LS, which have not decayed due to their powerful essence. Today, this ancient forbidden battlefield was opened again. One after another, extremely tyrannical creatures were divided into two parties, facing each other across the vast starry sky of the ancient battlefield. As the immeasurable imperial power was swayed, all the ways were trembling. I see. It is said that Emperor Taitsong controls the immortal weapon. It seems that what he controls is the fairy mirror in your forbidden area. It is unbelievable that the immortal weapon that dominates the restricted area would be so interested in a human emperor. On the side of the supreme chaos, the Lord of Samsara was shrouded in heavy green gold armor. His whole body was as heavy and majestic as a mountain. At this moment, he stared at the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor and the Brahma Ancient War Emperor respectively. His voice was full of bone-deep coldness. He naturally recognizes these two emperors in the restricted area of the heaven. In the past, the immortal Taoists went to war with the gods. The Peng Emperor and the War Emperor once worked together to fight against the immortal Taoist. Their fighting power was unparalleled, and they were definitely at the forefront among the self-destruction supremes. Why are you all suffering? You are all poor people who committed suicide. All you want is immortality. Do you have to fight against me to block my path to immortality? On the side of the immortal mountain, the man who looked like a god also spoke up. They were both supreme. The emperors in the restricted area of the heaven were obviously much better than the supremes in other restricted areas. After all, it was a place suppressed by immortal weapons, and there were many secrets. The Tao is different. I have been entrusted by others to resist the chaos of this life. There is nothing to say. The eyes of the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor were still indifferent. In his hand, the 28th-section golden whip of Tao Tribulation glowed. When swung, it can easily cause the stars to shake, as if it can break the heavens. The road to immortality is indeed difficult. But those who initiate the turmoil and point their butcher knives at the weak can only be said to be immortal monsters who have lost their dignity. Fanga War Emperor also spoke out. His weapons were a pair of black gold war hammers with dragon patterns and red blood. It was so powerful that it shook the entire mythical battlefield. These two supreme beings are the most famous emperors in history for fighting. Although they are not as powerful and glorious as the fighting holy emperors at the end of ancient times, they have shaken the world and ruled for tens of thousands of years. Kill! Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao made eye contact with Void, Peng Huang and War Emperor, and then no longer hesitated. The red cloud-like blood spurted out and instantly enveloped the three restricted areas of the Sea of Reincarnation. The 6 reincarnation fist seals roared, and instantly the two were dragged into the universe of reincarnation. The legendary fifth seal from the road to immortality? The name of the 6 paths of reincarnation just confirms my way. The Lord of Reincarnation was enveloped in the feathered lapis lazuli armor, with blazing blue-white flames dancing around him like fairy feathers. He is also taking the road of reincarnation, and is obviously very interested in Muwudo. Then give it a try. I will definitely break the history of the Dashang holy body and create my glory. The Lord of Samsara, a supreme being with extremely strong cultivation, took action. The Dashang holy body did not retreat but advanced. The 6 Dehide Z beads rumbled in the ears, as Muwudo's fifth seal shook in the void. They truly transformed into 6. The universe is vast and powerful. Of course, he also saw the remains of the holy body that fell on the battlefield of mythology. It was the ancestor of the Dashang holy body, who died fighting in the wilderness, and was buried by history. There's absolutely no way that's going to be my future. Muwudo is more than 26,000 years old this year. He has already reached the later stage of his second life. His blood energy has already begun to decline, but it has not reached the point of exhaustion. He is much more powerful than the Forbidden City Supreme, with the blessing of his increasingly profound avenue. Next, he fought with the Lord of Reincarnation, shaking the mythical battlefield. At the same time, the Fangawar Emperor and the Golden-Winged Dapeng Emperor also found their opponents respectively. The Taoist Golden Whip and the dragon-patterned Black Gold Hammer swept across the sky, blocking the 4 supreme beings from the Sea of Reincarnation and the Mountain of Immortality. 2 against 4. A total of 6. The Great Supreme was fighting in one place, and it was equally fierce. The 6 supreme beings have a tacit understanding. None of them have reached the ultimate level of sublimation. They are just restraining each other and competing for the best. But even so, that battle was still terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, the entire battlefield of the mythical age was flooded by the light of the Imperial Way, and all kinds of mysterious techniques flew across the sky, illuminating the sky. For creatures at this level, there are almost no secrets in human cultivation. The so-called invincible state of the divine Forbidden City is just the most basic quality for the Supreme. The various imperial methods that are said to be invincible are only their methods when facing the enemy. In fact, even the 9 secrets passed down from the age of mythology to this day are only a slightly tricky method for the Supremes. With just a little thought, they can come up with a solution. For strongmen at this level, those fancy tricks are just trivial. When fighting at the same level, they rarely suppress the opponent. What they compete for is more essential things, such as whose blood is more powerful, whose origin is deeper, whose the physical body is more powerful. Chang! Seeing this, the last Supreme Lord of the Immortal Mountain also took a step forward. The black gold halberd was dragged behind him, and the shocking edge streaked across the universe, causing big stars in the distance to collapse one after another. He could not withstand the pressure. It seems that those few people have a tacit understanding. But they left me to you. They must want to sharpen you. The young human emperor, as the most arrogant ancient supreme being in the Immortal Mountain, Stone Emperor obviously realized that he was singled out to train the Void Emperor. This feeling of being despised and targeted made the expression on his face extremely grim, with overwhelming murderous intent. And he was aiming at the Void Emperor. He looked at the ordinary-looking man in front of him. In order not to disappoint these fellow Taoists, I will do my best to kill you. The great Emperor of the Void waved his hand. An endless light suddenly dropped from the stone mirror above his head, making his body more profound and illusory. And his majesty completely exploded, breaking through the sky. My name is Wukong. Ji Wukong of the human race. I protect this era, and will never tolerate troublemakers like you causing harm to the universe. This is the declaration of the Emperor of the Void. His body may seem ordinary, but he has great ambitions, and makes great aspirations to defend the universe. My name is Stone Emperor. All living beings are ants. But I am the only one who controls the destiny of heaven. Facing the Emperor of the Void, the Stone Emperor said in a low voice, with an expression full of disdain and ridicule. Chapter 357 Void Verses. Stone Emperor. The Stone Emperor is a very tall and majestic young man. He wears black stone armor made from unknown immortal rock. His face is shrouded in rich chaos. The black gold halberd in his hand is thick and heavy. Its edge is cold and biting, shining dazzlingly. Aglow. Looking from a distance, the most intuitive feeling of Stone Emperor is a dark and desperate indifference and coldness. He is like a living immortal mountain. Even the warmest and blazing sun will have its light swallowed up by deep despair. The same is true in fact. The Stone Emperor was born from the Dashang Holy Spirit. He was conceived and raised by heaven and earth. He often thought that he was the absolute darling of destiny and 10,000 ways. He looked down on all living things in the world and regarded them as ants and insects. Historically, even in the era of enlightenment, the Stone Emperor had an indifferent attitude towards everything. Although he did not kill all living beings, he still caused all living beings to live in the shadow. There are ancient legends circulated in ancient books, saying that the Holy Spirit Emperor fell into madness in the later years of his second life. After killing himself, he slaughtered most of the living creatures in an era before escaping into the Immortal Mountain. This time, his targeted prey was the Void Emperor. The black gold halberd's blade was aimed at that ordinary man, intending to chop off his body and spirit, and eat his flesh and blood. A monster who only wants immortality. You are not worthy of being the Emperor. Obviously, the Emperor of the Void could also see the deep resentment and karma on the Stone Emperor. It was the resentment that could only be accumulated after killing countless ancient stars. Just looking at it from a distance made the Emperor of the Void feel angry in his heart, and his voice became cold and cold. Lo! Throughout the ages, the Stone Emperor has participated in many dark turmoils, and more than 1 trillion lives have died at his hands. It often only takes one breath to drain the life energy of all living creatures on an ancient star. Not worthy of being an emperor? It's ridiculous. I was born to be an emperor, and it was my destiny. Why should I be defended by all living beings? The Stone Emperor laughed. He could naturally feel the ocean of resentment transformed from countless killings. But he didn't care at all. All living beings were ants. This was the indifference deep in his soul. It's useless to talk more. If you want to cause chaos, you must step on my blood and bones. Behead you, and I will crush every bone of yours. The two emperors faced each other tit for tat, striding forward on the mythical battlefield. One swung his halberd, and the blade seemed to cut through infinite time and space. The other waved his flesh palm under the treasure mirror, and the big handprint of the Void appeared. Seal the sky. Boom! In just one moment, the two most powerful creatures fought hundreds of times, and a large area of the galaxy was completely emptied. Even the ancient stars in it were covered with the supreme formation. But they still collapsed under the power. When the power fell, the Void Emperor was seen holding the extremely heavy halberd in the Stone Emperor's hand with both hands. The Emperor's blood in his body was boiling, and the Void Avenue roared in his hands. The power of Tianqin was full of domineering power, overwhelming thousands of people. Rode. For a moment, even if it was as powerful as the Stone Emperor, its halberd, which could destroy billions of galaxies, was blocked by those big hands, making it difficult to move in. The people in the world who respect the Emperor do not respect lunatics like you. The Void Emperor's eyes were more determined than the most gorgeous fairy gold in the world, dignified and calm, locking on the weaknesses of the Stone Emperor's body. Facing such a dark supreme, there was a ball of anger burning in his heart. Throughout the ages, the Stone Emperor's men had committed countless crimes. This was contrary to the belief he had always adhered to, and he was destined to be an enemy. Why do we need respect from others? My path is the only one, and all living beings are just burdens and foreign objects. Obviously, the Stone Emperor also disapproved of the will of the Void Emperor. He believed from the bottom of his heart that he was a completely different creature from all sentient beings, and that he could take life and death with just a thought. Boom! The next moment, vast power burst out from the Stone Emperor, and an original power that pushed across the world exploded. The halberd swept across, causing the Void Emperor to stagger and almost lose his balance. Extremely sublimated. That's it. He carefully understood the state of the Stone Emperor at this time, and nodded after a long time. The Supreme of Sendai, who was missing, forcibly filled the gap and restored himself to the strongest state. Even he was a little unprepared for this power. My way has been invincible in the world for a long time. Even if the immortal weapon takes action today, I will take off your head. The Stone Emperor silently felt the supreme power he once possessed, and after a long time, he spoke out like this. With a swing of his halberd, he swept the Void Emperor hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. The ancient emperor has already passed 100 years, and that young Holy Spirit is only in the middle of the pack. Where does he get this confidence? In the ancient restricted area of the Song dynasty, 3,000 Taoist mirrors were looking into the void, staring at the battle on the mythical battlefield. After a while, they snorted softly. But due to the identity of the Holy Spirit of the Stone Emperor, they still restrained themselves slightly and whispered softly. Beside him, Kun Zun, Ling Wang and several other supreme beings were also looking at the battlefield from a distance, all looking like they were watching a show. The Holy Spirit just doesn't know it. He happened to be born in a weak era. He killed all the weak people who would become enlightened in the contemporary era, so that he can conform to the heart of heaven. He thinks that he is the destiny. He is too ignorant and too arrogant. As the only Holy Spirit Emperor present, the Spirit Emperor shook his head slightly. The Stone Emperor's self-confidence was indeed too explosive. Most Deshang Holy Spirit Emperors have this problem. They lack the process of becoming stronger. And most of them have big problems with their character. But the opponent the Emperor found for the human Emperor was a bit too much. Even if the Stone Emperor is not in the middle, it is still not something that a young man who has not practiced for 10,000 years can easily defeat. Kuan-Zum was paying attention to the battlefield between the Stone Emperor and the Void Emperor. After activating the ultimate sublimation, the Stone Emperor completely suppressed the Void Emperor in the battle. Every time he waved his halberd, he could drive a large amount of blood. That was Void. The Emperor's blood is flowing. If the Emperor in his second life was at the peak of his life, then the Emperor of the Void is now like a small tree that is growing vigorously. Although its growth speed and efficiency are unparalleled, it is still far away, not yet at its peak. Whether it is the years of accumulation and enlightenment in the first life, or the rebirth from nirvana in the first life to the second life, this is a process worth understanding. Now the theoretical life of the Void Emperor is only a quarter. Where is the comparison? Can you beat the Stone Emperor? Such a battlefield is not something that an emperor can defeat just by relying on his strong blood and solid origins. Anyone who is an emperor has powerful explosive methods. If you are careless, there are many examples of emperors being beheaded in ancient times. But I still want to believe in that extraordinary young man. Unexpectedly, Feng Lai sat cross-legged in front of the fairy mirror, with a vague smile on his face. He looked at the battlefield in the distance. Although the void had been suppressed, it was far from being unable to resist. Even under the pressure of the Stone Emperor, the Void Emperor was making progress at a speed visible to the naked eye. Historically, the opponents faced by the Void Emperor were much more severe than they are now. But he still survived. This means that the Void Emperor's talent is far beyond imagination. There have been so many great emperors and ancient emperors in ancient times. If you ask Feng Lai who he would like to train the most, then the great Emperor of the Void will definitely be at the forefront of Feng Lai's choice, alongside the Taiyan Human Emperor, Ling Bao Tianzuan and others. Chapter 358 The Great Emperor. Boom! The battle between the Void Emperor and the Stone Emperor shook the sky. The extremely sublimated Supreme Master collided with the current Emperor. Every blow had the power to overthrow the world. The Emperor's body and the halberd were constantly clashing. Every trace of imperial blood on the battlefield was enough. Kill a quasi-emperor in an instant. Under the extremely violent and overbearing offensive of the Stone Emperor, the Void Emperor was still too young. Even if he exerted all the power of the Void Avenue, he could only barely parry. The Emperor's body was constantly wounded, and the sky was dyed red with blood. But in such a battle, he simultaneously exerted his ultimate potential. Although slowly, he also firmly became familiar with the rhythm of this attack. In front of the great Emperor of the Void, who can be said to be the most powerful man born for fighting, the battle with the Stone Emperor was like feeding the enemy. Visible to the naked eye, the great Emperor of the Void became more and more skillful in resisting the Stone Emperor's offensive. The understanding of the avenue is improving at an extremely fast speed, and occasionally he can counterattack and send the Stone Emperor flying away. At the same time, the battle between the Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao and the Lord of Reincarnation was also frighteningly huge. Two completely different avenues of reincarnation intertwined with each other, obliterating each other and drowning the starry sky. In the center of the battlefield, Mu Wudao and the Lord of Samsara were dueling in a mysterious way. They were fighting in close quarters. Every move was very slow, as if they were burdened with endless reincarnation, overwhelming the supreme level. The physical body can't breathe. This kind of battle may seem slow, but in fact, every move contains a lot of murderous intent. It is the collision of the essence of the avenue. If you make a mistake, you will be seriously injured by the opponent's supreme avenue. The Lord of Samsara wears a green gold battle armor and looks like an immortal king sitting high above the 9 heavens. Every small movement interprets the most perfect Taoist essence of Samsara. He seems to be the incarnation of Samsara in the universe, full of Samsara and afterlife. The true meaning of, under such an offensive, Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao was able to parry with ease. His Dinghai pearls were all made of the purest dragon-patterned black gold. After more than 20,000 years of tempering, they were no weaker than the Jidao Emperor's soldiers. At this time, combined with Mu Wudao, even the Lord of Reincarnation would find it difficult to find a flaw. After a long time, the Lord of Samsara slapped Mu Wudao on the chest. And Mu Wudao's holy fist also landed on the Lord of Samsara's shoulder. The two flew out at the same time, breathing heavily in the void, but staring at each other closely. Dare not be careless in the slightest. It's unimaginable that a Deshang holy body can have such a powerful path. Your reincarnation path can be called perfect, far surpassing that of your predecessors who have Deshang holy body. The Lord of Samsara was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. As a veteran Supreme Master, he obviously didn't expect that a mere great saint could fight on par with him. In his impression, although the ancient holy bodies were physically invincible, most of them were not good at fighting with the great avenues. Their souls and great avenues were only quasi-emperor 9th level. In the eyes of the emperor, this weakness was too much obvious. Mu Wudao is obviously different from those traditional Deshang saints. His great path has been completely perfected. After more than 20,000 years of practice, the height and depth of his reincarnation path are beyond imagination. He. In response to the praise of an ancient supreme being, Mu Wudao put his hands behind his back. But there was no trace of sadness or joy on his face. The gray hair on his temple showed that he was no longer young, and his second life was already over 10,000 years old. His vitality has long since ceased to be at its peak. Competing with the Lord of Reincarnation will definitely consume a lot of energy. The road is far, and the road is long. After a moment, the great saint sighed softly. In the collision just now, his tiger's mouth had broken apart, and the red holy blood accompanied by the fairy glow illuminated a large area of the starry sky. At this moment, he finally put away the contempt for the ancient emperors in his heart. Those who can become emperors are the only unparalleled creatures in an era, like the Lord of Reincarnation in front of him. Although he is unknown in history, but when it comes to actually taking action, his strength is actually stronger than that of Mu Wudao, who was in his later years in the second life and was often encouraged by Feng Lai. The road of reincarnation is vast and boundless. If there were no immortality weighing on our heads, you and I might become friends who confirm each other's road. The Lord of Reincarnation is also sighing. Mu Wudao has never experienced the baptism and blessing of the Tianqin seal. To be able to reach this point in the later years of his second life, this talent is really amazing. It is a pity that this Deshang holy body cannot compete with the young I was born in the same era. Although we are colleagues, you are no longer the same person you were when you were young. It is my duty to become the holy body of this generation and suppress the dark turmoil. Mu Wudao shook his head. It was not easy to meet a strong man who walked the same path. But the Lord of Samsara had launched turmoil, and the emperor's heart was cut off. He was a natural enemy with him. Yes, you are a fellow Taoist. But in my eyes, you are the great medicine in this world that can help me live forever. As the Lord of Samsara spoke, his voice became low and cruel. A brilliant light surged from the depths of his soul, as if a gate that had been limiting his strength had been destroyed. In an instant, his aura surged to its peak. That is the ultimate sublimation of great power. Roar! Seeing this, Mu Wudao no longer concealed the surging blood in his body. The crimson glow exploded without reservation, which also increased his power to an unimaginable level. Reincarnation! Reincarnation! The two roared at the same time, and brilliant light burst out from the feathered green gold battle armor and the dragon's mighty black gold Dinghai pearl, making the majesty of the two supreme creatures far beyond the gods, exerting their most powerful power again and again. Strength. I used the past emperor to hone the current emperor. If I had had such an opportunity when I was young, I might not have fallen into the situation of committing suicide. In the Taitsong Forbidden Zone, the Supremes were staring at the two pinnacle duels. They understood that Mu Wudao and Emperor Void were accepting rare hardships and opportunities in ancient times. As long as they survived, they would gain huge benefits. Ha ha ha. When you were young, you didn't have the two brothers Peng Huang and War Emperor to resist the Supreme. In response to Kunzan's emotion, the Spirit Emperor could only shake his head and chuckle. It was very difficult to have a one-on-one duel with the Supremes in the restricted area. If you rashly provoke a certain restricted area, there is a high probability that the Supremes would join forces. Cutting down is extremely dangerous. The Void Emperor and Mu Wudao had such an opportunity entirely because 3,000 Dao mirrors asked the Brahma Ancient War Emperor and the Golden Winged Daping Emperor to take action. Such a lineup is simply impossible to copy. Next time, if the Emperor and Taoists want to train any young people, remember to let me go. Fighting with creatures of the same level is really the best way to prove the Tao. Another supreme person expressed such emotion. He could see that although the War Emperor and the Peng Emperor were 2 against 4, They still seemed to be able to do it with ease. Every time they swung the Daojia golden whip and the dragon-marked black gold hammer, they carried the two emperors with them. With a high will, the blood all over his body is cheering and boiling. After spending 1,000,000 years meditating in the forbidden area of the heaven, they really wanted to find a few opponents of the same level to fight. The hardy battle was a rare adjustment in the long life of the Supremes. Chapter 359, The Strongest Void. On the other side of the battle between the Stone Emperor and the Void Emperor, Mu Wudao and the Lord of Samsara, the other 6 self-destruction supreme battles were equally thrilling and thrilling. The 6 extreme weapons all had extraordinary origins, and were all the most powerful extreme immortal gold. It was cast, and the power of heaven was blessed by the 6 supreme beings. And its power was astonishing. In order to save their origins, although none of the 6 once powerful creatures had activated their ultimate sublimation, even so, the power they could unleash at will was still terrifying enough. From a certain point of view, they are a group of infinitely strengthened quasi-9 strong men in this state. Although their souls are deficient due to self-destruction, and their blood has dried up due to old age, and they have lost the thickness of their lives, they are still at the ultimate level. The main road is still there, and many methods are emerging one after another. The danger contained in such a battle between the 6 powerful beings is even more dangerous than the battlefield of the Void Emperor and others. Any emperor who joins such a battle may be seriously injured in the chaos of the 6 supreme beings. In particular, the battle between the 6 supreme beings was not a complete chaos. Instead, the 4 supreme beings joined forces to besiege the other 2. The demonic emperor scissors made of eternal blue gold, the red gourd made of phoenix blood red gold, and the Ju Tian made of platinum. The war hammers worked together to besiege the ancient war emperor Fangu, and the golden-winged rock emperor in the forbidden area of the sky. Human Void is indeed a young man with extraordinary talent. In just a short time of fighting, he has already become familiar with the fighting rhythm of the veteran Holy Spirit Supreme. How can the young man that the town master likes be simple? The Deshang holy body of the alternative enlightenment is already amazing, and the emperor of the human race is not weaker than him. But if you carefully analyze the battle situation, you will find that even if they are 2 against 4, the Brahma War Emperor and the Golden-Winged Daping Emperor are still able to handle it with ease. The surging Brahma War blood and Tianpeng divine power burst out, often overwhelming the 4 supreme beings. Join forces to resist. In fact, the 2 supreme beings still had time to pay attention to the battlefield between the Void Emperor and Mu Wudao in the distance, and from time to time commented on the battle between the 2 most powerful men in the world. Obviously, as strong men who have never fallen asleep and have practiced in the depths of the forbidden area of God for 1,000,000 years, or even longer. The War Emperor and the Peng Emperor have become powerful to a level that is unimaginable for ordinary emperors. As Feng Lai said, it is said that if their immortal platform had not been lacking or their realm had fallen, there would be no difficulty in adding the word Tian in front of the emperor's title. As their opponents, the 4 supreme beings of the Immortal Mountain and the Sea of Reincarnation are certainly aware of this. The Golden-Winged Daping Emperor and the Fangu War Emperor were not unknown weaklings in the ancient times. Many supreme beings knew something about them, and knew that although they were powerful, they were just ancient emperors who killed themselves after living for 20,000 to 30,000 years. Absolutely unable to crush the supreme at the same level. The only possibility is that they gained immortality and continued to practice in the years after committing suicide, which led them to this point. You really gained immortality on that burial island. On one side of the Sea of Reincarnation, a supreme being suddenly let out such an unwilling roar. Above his head hung the Tongtian divine bridge made of purple gold with divine marks. His eyes looking at the War Emperor and Peng Emperor were filled with uncontrollable jealousy. The word immortality has been the obsession of many powerful people since ancient times. For these 2 words, they have paid too much price. Now that they have seen 2 real immortals, this strong sense of gap makes these forbidden supremes almost crazy. Hearing this, the 28-knot golden divine whip in the hands of the Golden-Winged Daping Emperor paused in the air. He looked at the eyes of several supreme beings with some emotion. They were indeed the same poor people. Just for immortality. Choose a different path. People seek destiny, and those who are destined will live forever. This is destiny. But beside him, there was no fluctuation in the eyes of Fangu War Emperor. He had lived much longer than the Golden-Winged Daping Emperor, and he could see many things more clearly. Bullshit fate. I only want myself. With such words, even though the mentality of the 4 supreme beings has long been numb in the long years, their expressions are still distorted. One of the supremes even roared. The supreme power spreads across the universe, directly locking the eternal ancient star in the distance. and wants to drain away everything there. The life energy of living beings. Boom! But what greeted him was indeed a burst of shockingly vast crimson blood. The Brahma blood in the War Emperor's body boiled, and a heavy punch struck the Supreme's chest, causing him to fly away, and his body split open and shattered. There are several big stars on the mythical battlefield. You have lost your dignity for the sake of immortality. Even if my emperor wants to reshape the restricted area in the future, you will definitely be liquidated. Thangu War Emperor snorted coldly. He had no good impression of those supreme beings who launched dark turmoil. At this time, his eyes flashed even colder. He spoke in a low voice. Reshape the restricted area pattern. When these words came out, the eyes of the supreme beings flashed with divine light. Just these 6 words allowed them to see a corner of the ambition in the ancient forbidden area of the song. Dead people don't need to know so much. In the future era, there will be no way to survive by disturbing the supreme. The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor spoke. His golden eyes became firm again. The Daoji golden whip was placed in front of him, and he rushed towards the 4 supreme beings again. Behind him, the golden-winged Dapeng Dharma phase had a wingspan of countless thousands of miles. The power of heaven surged across the sky, covering all the supreme beings within the attack range. On the 3-party battlefield, the battle between the 10 most powerful human beings touched everyone's heart. Even though the 2 emperors in the forbidden area were 2 against 4, they still did not use their full strength. The reason why they took action this time was to give the Void Emperor establish a grinding battlefield with Mu Wudao as sparring tools. The Stone Emperor and the Lord of Samsara were naturally aware of this. They wanted to deal with the Emperor of the Void and Mu Wudao as quickly as possible. But even with all their strength, they still could not achieve quick results. Needless to say, the Emperor of the Void, a human emperor in the prime of his first life, has too much blood and too much origin to squander. Even if he is suppressed or seriously injured, he can recover to his peak in a short time. The same is true for Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao. Although he has aged a long time, Holy Body is the most full-blooded creature in the world. He can also challenge the Lord of Reincarnation without any scruples and prove his own way. Gradually, as such a high-intensity war progressed, Mu Wudao and the Emperor of the Void gradually gained the upper hand in the war. The thickness of life gave them too much room for error. They were injured again and again, learned experience again and again, and made progress again and again. They gradually overpowered their respective opponents. Rumble. At the 8th hour of the battle between the Void Emperor and the Stone Emperor, the battle situation between the Emperor and the Holy Spirit Ancient Emperor finally changed greatly. The Void Avenue roared, and the human Emperor's physical body and the natal mirror merged into one, turning into a bunch of the dazzling light collided with the Stone Emperor's black gold halberd. Crack! At this moment, all the years and time seemed to be suspended, and there was only that gorgeous fairy light in the void left between heaven and earth. It was colder than any sharp blade and more dazzling than all avenues. It actually broke the black gold halberd, and the sharp edge of the halberd it tore apart the sky and was sealed into the endless turbulence of time and space by the void method. The Stone Emperor shall be punished. Seeing this, the light in the Void Emperor's eyes became more intense, and the fairy light that united the human and the mirror was activated again, fiercely imprinting on the Stone Emperor's eyebrows. Chapter 360 Destruction of the Supreme. Puff! The Void Emperor and the Emperor's mirror merged into one, and shot out a brilliant fairy light. This power was too powerful. The first move shattered the sharp black gold halberd of the Stone Emperor, and the second move directly hit the Stone Emperor's ajna. In an instant, the Stone Emperor's head exploded, and the Imperial blood surged, turning into a rain of red blood that filled the sky, dyeing the entire mythical battlefield red. Roar! This magical method cut off too many of the Holy Spirit origins of the Stone Emperor. It took a long time for his soul to make the blood rain and bone residue flow back, reassemble his head, and hold the black gold halberd that lost its edge to the Void Emperor. Relatively, I actually lost. The belief in invincibility collapsed, and the arrogant Holy Spirit Ancient Emperor seemed to have lost everything. He murmured such words, and his whole body exploded directly, turning into a rain of blood all over the sky. The power of the extreme power burst out and enveloped the world. The universe is deserted. The Stone Emperor, a Holy Spirit Emperor who was born to be unparalleled in power, had such a strong obsession with invincibility that he was almost pathological. Once he was defeated, he lost all hope of life. Town! Seeing this, the Void Emperor took action again. The brilliant stone mirror activated the mighty power of the Tianqin seal, suppressing the extremely bloody bones of the Stone Emperor in the sky, removing the sea-boiling murderous intent in them, and forcing it to transform into a Tau and disappear into the sky. Emperor. The invincible Emperor. Such a result caused cheers to erupt from many ancient stars in the entire universe. I don't know how many creatures saw the result of Void defeating the Stone Emperor. A Dark Supreme fell, which meant that the entire universe had lost a major bane. At this moment, a massive amount of belief power rose up on many ancient living stars, turning into a milky white pure ocean, rushing towards the Void Emperor in the center of the mythical battlefield. This is the belief of countless trillions of practitioners from the entire universe. And towards the Void the Emperor is grateful. The Emperor of the Void, who had just experienced an ancient battle, did not absorb this massive amount of telekinesis. Naturally, he practiced only in the way of his own body. He slashed with one hand like a knife, cutting off the foundation of those beliefs in telekinesis, turning them into as rootless duckweed. It gradually dissipates among the stars. Congratulations. You didn't live more than 4,000 years ago, but you fought to death a powerful Dark Supreme. Part of the cause of the turmoil has been eliminated, and all living beings will remember your kindness. Suddenly, a gentle voice of congratulation sounded in the Void Emperor's ears. Opposite him, an illusory figure gradually solidified on the battlefield, turning into a young man who looked to be in his 30s, and said with a smile, "Are you Emperor Taitsong?" The appearance of this strange young man first shocked the Void Emperor, and then he felt a familiar bloodline fluctuation from the man. Such fluctuations could be smelled by the Void Emperor on the Wind Clan people. "It's me, fighting to the death with a Yakuza for the first time in my life. Are you satisfied with the opponent I arranged for you?" Phonelai patted the Void Emperor on the shoulder, and a trace of pure original mana poured into the Void Emperor's body, causing the nearly exhausted mana in his body to quickly recover. In just a short moment, his complexion became slightly rosy. The Stone Emperor is not one of those mediocre supremes, because he often causes turmoil. His health and condition are definitely among the best among the supremes in the Forbidden Zone. He definitely has the power to kill the current Emperor, and should not be underestimated. It feels good. The opponent is very strong and is an excellent whetstone. Seeing this, the Void Emperor also showed a smile on his face, and nodded. His face was still a little pale, but his eyes were shining brighter than the stars, and an aura that swallowed up mountains and rivers was brewing in him. This was the invincible Taoist heart that belonged to the great Emperor. He had never been defeated since his birth. This Taoist heart was extremely pure. In fact, not only Dao Xian, but after defeating the Stone Queen, Void's energy and spirit have also reached an unprecedented peak, defeating a veteran Yakuza who is stronger than himself. This is not only a simple victory, but also there is a lot of combat experience, Tao insights, etc. Enough for him to digest for many years. That's good. I've been in the game for so many years. As long as I can successfully hone myself as an emperor, it will be a big gain. Phonelai turned around, and the situation of the battle between Mu Wudao and the Lord of Samsara gradually became clear. The Lord of Samsara was suppressed more and more by Mu Wudao. Fine cracks had appeared on the green gold armor on his body, and he was already close to defeat. Not far off. I heard from fellow seekers that Senior Taitsong used the immortal mirror to suppress his body in order to live out his third life. Now that we meet each other, we must have succeeded. The Emperor of the Void silently realized the aura of the human emperor in front of him. He felt that Phonelai's temperament was completely different from his own. That temperament was plain, but in fact it was more profound and unpredictable than Tian Yuan. Even though the Emperor of the Void was the one who controlled the Tianqin seal, but there is still a sense of suppressed discomfort. Thinking of this, the great Emperor of the Void couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. He slightly aroused Tianqin's 10,000 rules and pressed towards Phonelai, wanting to test Phonelai's power through such small actions. I have lived it. My path is different from yours. The theory of the 9 worlds is not suitable for me. With the Tianqin seal suppressed, the expression on Phonelai's face was still so calm and light. The powerful force that could suppress any enlightened person to stand upright did not pose any threat to the breeze that seemed to be blowing on his face. He found a relatively complete star on the ancient battlefield in the mythical era, and sat on it opposite the Emperor of the Void. While discussing the heart of heaven and cultivation with the young human emperor, he also paid attention to the battlefields of his own supreme beings, waiting for the end of the war. After a long time, the blood of the holy body exploded like red clouds on the battlefield. Mu Wudao showed off his power and directly destroyed the Lord of Samsara's feathered lapis lazuli armor and the imperial body, and then directly crushed his soul causing that the ancient supreme being who has dominated the sea of reincarnation for countless eras has been completely removed from the history books. Roar! At the end of this battle, even Mu Wudao, who had lived the second life of an alternative enlightenment level, was shaken. His blood was as dim as red clouds, and he almost fell directly on the battlefield. He could obviously end the battle earlier than the Void Emperor, but it was hard to find someone with the same path. In order to prove his own way of reincarnation, he extended the war for a long time, and learned the ways and methods of the Lord of Reincarnation amid serious injuries. Until completely satisfied, I sent the fellow traveler on his last journey. Old friend, you have good intentions. After the war, Mu Wudao's blood was almost dry, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. The Lord of Samsara's great way of samsara was very mysterious. It was a completely different idea from the 6 paths of samsara fist. As long as he understood it, he thought he would obtain it. Huge progress. Compared to me, you should be more grateful to those 2 friends. If it weren't for them, if you 2 faced the 6 supreme beings, it would be a dead end battle. Feng Lai nodded. Feng Lai stared at the battlefield between the War Emperor, Peng Emperor, and the 4 Supremes. His eyes instantly met the Fengu War Emperor. The 2 of them nodded slightly, as if they were in sync with each other. Then, the War Emperor and Peng Emperor burst out. The ultimate aura that reaches heaven and earth. The ultimate sublimation is when the Supreme One forcibly erases the wounds on his immortal stage at the cost of burning his origin, bringing his state to the same peak as the Wuk Emperor, and the War Emperor and Peng Emperor, who have activated their ultimate sublimation, are absolutely powerful to an extent beyond imagination. Chapter 361 This Life. People often have this idea. If the ultimate beings in the Zhetian era can truly achieve immortality, how far can they practice at the extreme level for millions of years? Those emperors are all terrible worms raised in an extremely involuted cosmic environment. They are all top-notch in terms of qualifications, temperament, understanding, etc. If they are singled out, each of them is enough to shock the humane practitioners in the fairyland. A powerful presence. Now, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor and the Brahmagu War Emperor have reached their highest level, and their souls and physical bodies have briefly returned to their perfect state. The power they erupted simply makes the entire universe tremble. It's such a powerful feeling. This is not the first time that the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor has been sublimated to the extreme. But every time he sublimates, this powerful power beyond his own imagination still makes this ancient demon emperor intoxicated. After practicing for millions of years, this power is much stronger than when I was in my second life. It seems that I can break the barriers of the universe and enter the fairyland with a wave of my hand. It's a pity that our immortal platform has flaws after all. The ultimate sublimation does not heal the wounds fundamentally, but only temporarily plugs the cracks in the immortal platform. If we face a real immortal calamity, we will die 100 times but not a lifetime. Beside him, the Brahma War Emperor also clenched his fist fiercely, and the Brahma War blood at the extreme level boiled in his body. At this moment, he also had the belief that he was the only one invincible in the world. But he still opened his mouth and poured it on himself. A basin of cold water. Damn it. Why are you? I'm not willing to give in. Such unimaginable power also chilled the hearts of the other 4 supreme beings. But what followed was almost crazy unwillingness. They both killed themselves as supremes, but they embarked on completely different paths due to fate. Road. This gap makes them extremely angry. Boom. The next moment, the 4 supreme beings went crazy, and all entered the state of ultimate sublimation. They understood that the Peng Emperor and the War Emperor were too powerful, but they were still unwilling to sit back and wait for death. They wanted to fight. Even if they couldn't survive, they would still be extremely powerful. Died in? Destroy? In response, both the Peng Emperor and the War Emperor unleashed their strongest strength. They struck without mercy. The avenue shattered the starry sky, and the Divine Whip and the Brahma War Hammer smashed against the 4 supreme beings on the opposite side. It's so powerful. Being in the mythical battlefield, Mu Wudao could clearly feel the unimaginable majestic power of the Peng Emperor and the War Emperor. In just a few breaths, he had already simulated dozens of fights with the Peng Emperor or the War Emperor in his mind. Seen. But in the end, I could only sigh softly and mutter to myself, the realm of humanity, can this exert such power? The Void Emperor was also trying his best to observe the scene of the 2 heavenly forbidden areas taking action. Although he did not want to admit it, the power of the 2 ancient supreme beings was too strong, and it was much stronger than his. All emperors in this world must be deeply frightened. You have been accumulated in the years, for millions of years. And your combat power is no weaker than those two people. At this time, 3,000 different kinds of precious light flashed around Fenglai, and the sound of 3,000 mirrors rang in the ears of the two supreme beings. It was also watching the battle between the two supreme beings in the distance. The Tao is inscribed in it. 3,000 Tao mirrors can clearly see that the talents of the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor and the Brahma Ancient War Emperor can only be said to be above average among the emperors of the past and present. However, in their extremely sublimated state, they are now better than Tien, who was at his peak back then. The Human Emperor, Demon Emperor and others are much stronger. This is the foundation accumulated over time. The normal lifespan of a king or emperor is only 30,000 years. It is too short. It is so short that many people's lifespan has come to an end before their potential is fully realized. Fenglai nodded gently, with a deep sigh in his tone. For the creatures in this universe, longevity is even more important than combat power. As long as you live long enough, many paths can be found through evolution and trial and error. The most correct answer. Excuse me, Immortal Mirror. How far are those two Taoist friends from the immortal way? Mu Wudao said. The 2-on-4 duel on the distant battlefield was completely one-sided. The Peng Emperor and the War Emperor were too powerful. Even facing the Supreme, he was completely crushed. If you practice for another 1,000,000 years, you will surely be able to fight the immortal, the weakest true immortal in the immortal realm. Sanqian Dao Mirror said after pondering for a moment. This is already a very high evaluation. You must know that the gap between human and immortal practitioners is absolutely abnormally large. Even the weakest true immortal is not something that ordinary human beings can face. It's a pity that their immortal platform is lacking. Otherwise, if they practice for a few million more years, they might be able to attack the immortal way in this universe. It can be seen that Sanqian Dao Mirror feels sorry for the state of Peng Huang and the two of them. The immortal platform is lacking. It is a serious Dao injury, and it is impossible for a living being to enter the immortal Dao in such a state. Is it the immortal way? Mu Wudao and Emperor Void looked at the Taoist mirror, and were slightly lost in thought. They had never heard about the secrets of the immortal way. Now that they knew so much news, they felt a little unreal in their hearts. You too? Suddenly, the precious mirror flowing with 3,000 colors turned towards Emperor Void and Mu Wudao. The sound of Dao was faint and rhythmic in the void. When the second life of my little seeker comes to an end, you can try your best to live the third life. If not, you can go to the restricted area of my life to practice. The same goes for little friend Void. But I hope you can practice as much as possible, no matter who you two are. If you can live out the third life in the years when the Emperor's destiny is intact, I will make the decision and lend you the immortal weapon to comprehend 20,000 load. When? After saying that, the mirror surface of the Taoist mirror moved like water waves. The bell rang, and a mysterious golden bell appeared in the depths of the mirror. The shimmering fairy light was reflected in the depths of Mu Wudao and the Void Emperor's eyes, making them both stunned. In place. This is the immortal Taoist immortal bell? After seeing the small bell clearly, Mu Wudao's eyes flickered. He was very familiar with this small bell. It was recorded in the classics of the holy body lineage that it was from ancient times. The origin of the God War was once controlled by the immortal Taoist. To be precise, it is the fairy bell of the Kunlun tribe in the mythical era. Unfortunately, the descendants of Kunlun failed to live up to expectations. So the fairy bell was passed down and passed into my hands. Fairy Mirror whispered. Fenglai sat cross-legged next to Xian Jing and didn't say much. But in fact, what Xian Jing said was his will. Those who have the ability to practice to the third life, or reach heaven if the Emperor's destiny is intact. Those who are at the level of combat strength are rare geniuses and are qualified to receive special treatment. This rule will also become a trend in the future. Whether it is Hingyu, Tai Huang, Li Huang, etc., Fenglai will step in to guide them, hoping that they can be stronger than their original self and gain more tyrannical power. Boom! While a few people were chatting, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor and the Fanggu War Emperor made great achievements on that mythical battlefield. The Blue Gold Emperor Scissors and Ju Tian Emperor Hammer were smashed one by one, and their owners were also crushed, after being seriously injured again and again. Disappeared on the battlefield. Chapter 362 Restricted Area. Boom! Two Heavenly Emperor-level ancient Supreme Beings from the Forbidden Zone of Heaven took action. The Supreme Beings from the Mountain of Immortality and the Sea of Samsara were unable to fight back. Even with 4 against 2, they were still completely suppressed, leaving no room for counterattack. In the end, the 4 supreme beings could only perish in unwillingness and weakness. Their bodies were destroyed. Their spirits turned to ashes. And even their weapons were broken, losing their divinity under the majesty of the heavenly emperor. Alas! The causes he sowed in other days will bear fruit today. Those who cause trouble will one day be reckoned with. At this moment, deep in Baidu's immortal mountain, a sigh full of sadness and regret suddenly sounded. A stooped old man appeared on the dark cliff, leaning on the power carved from sacred wood. The staff appeared on the edge of the mythical battlefield, staring at the broken weapons floating in the void, eyes full of sadness. Interesting. Are there any remaining supreme beings in the immortal mountain? Let's go together. The immortal mountain and the sea of reincarnation will definitely be eliminated from the restricted area of life, and no one can stop them. The golden-winged Dapeng Emperor looked at the old man and naturally recognized that the other man was also an enlightened person who had committed suicide. However, both of them were at the peak of their ascension and had extraordinary fighting power. Neither of them was too afraid and just said indifferently. In the distance, Mu Wudao and the Emperor of the Void also stood up. Of course, they also hoped to remove one of the restricted areas of life. Their energy locked on the ancient supreme, with a deep murderous intention in their eyes. Everyone is overthinking this. The old man is just a passerby living in the immortal mountain temporarily. He just wants to find a grave for himself to rest in peace. He has never initiated any turmoil. And naturally, he will not participate in the struggle. Faced with the focus of a group of extremely powerful figures, the rickety old supreme had no unnecessary expression on his face. He just nodded to the powerful ones present and spoke quietly. As he spoke, in front of several of the most powerful human beings, the old supreme man actually let go of his energy. He did not have any dark and turbulent karma on his body. Although he was in the immortal mountain, the old supreme man was indeed relying on the longevity method has survived until now. You're not here for a big war. What do you think, old fellow Taoist? Upon seeing this, the ancient war emperor carefully observed the aura of this ancient supreme for the first time. After a moment, he restrained his tyrannical aura and spoke slowly. I came here to say goodbye. The 2 emperors are so powerful that they cannot be matched by old age. But for those who are about to die, I just want to find a secluded place to spend the rest of my life. The immortal mountain will be wiped out. I don't want to suffer because of the name of the immortal mountain. Reckoning for posterity. The last old supreme of the immortal mountain was very frank and asked to leave. Not wanting to be targeted because of the immortal mountain. Then leave. If you don't initiate turmoil, your name will not be included in the reckoning. No one will provoke a dying supreme. At this time, Feng Lai, who had been silent, spoke up and decided on the last person in the immortal mountain, the fate of the ancient emperor. He knew that the supreme in front of him should be the old supreme of the immortal mountain in Yifan's era. He could be regarded as the only Qing Lu in the immortal mountain who had participated in the turmoil. As for the reason why he is willing to let the other party go, this is because in Feng Lai's memory, the old supreme once protected the immortal tier's green gold holy spirit in the immortal mountain after its destruction. This was a person who had good intentions towards the holy spirit. For the most powerful person, Feng Lai doesn't mind letting him survive. Thank you. The old supreme glanced at Feng Lai, and then scanned the many powerful people present. After seeing that none of the powerful people, including Xian Jing, raised any objections, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to Feng Lai. In addition, you can collect some relics and build a tomb for these supreme beings. They are the source of darkness and turmoil. But they were also the emperors who protected the era. At least, they should not be exposed on the battlefield. Feng Lai put his hands behind his back, glanced at the mythical battlefield that was in ruins due to the battle between the 10 most powerful men, and spoke again. Such words made the ancient supreme stun for a moment. And then he agreed without hesitation, I know. A moment later, the old supreme collected the broken fragments of the stone emperor halberd, the samsara armor, the Juntian emperor hammer, and other extreme weapons. He wanted to say something more, but failed to say anything. He just returned to the immortal mountain, carrying the blood of the ancient emperor in the mountain, leading this dark mountain. At this point, there are no more supreme-level creatures in the immortal mountain and the sea of reincarnation. The battle is over, and 2 of the 7 restricted areas of life have been eliminated. This is definitely a godless battle that can be recorded in history. Thank you, Immortal Mirror. I also want to thank you 2 emperors for your righteous actions. The turmoil is cruel. Without you, my fellow seekers, and I would have been in trouble. After the war, Emperor Void and Mu Wudo finally had the opportunity to personally thank the two supreme beings in the restricted area of God. They saluted the Golden Winged Doping Emperor and Fangwu War Emperor seriously. This was not only a tribute to the righteous people, but also to the Emperor, the respect of the pioneers of the road. No matter what era, the strength of the two emperors is worthy of respect. Taizong and Xianjing invited me to find some accommodation in their long years of practice. No need to say thank you. Facing the sincere thanks from the two later emperors, the Golden Winged Doping Emperor just nodded. He is from Taiku. The Emperor of the demon race has no ill intentions toward the human race, but he can't be said to have a good impression of him. If you are willing, just take care of the Golden Winged Doping clan and the Brahma battle body bloodline for the two of us. I hope we can see you again when we come to the world of mortals again. The Brahma War Emperor looked at the two newcomers with a smile. The Brahma War body came entirely from the human race. He was the ancient human emperor. When he was young, he grew up listening to the stories of the two original human emperors, Tainan's son. Now the human race is prosperous. He was naturally very happy. The Brahma battle body. The old emperor is indeed the ancestor of that bloodline. Mu Wudo nodded. Of course, he had heard of the Brahma battle body. The red battle blood of that body was very special and impressive. Naturally, it is not as good as your holy body lineage. The Brahma war body has been through the ages, and I am the only emperor. My descendants are not up to par. 1 or 2 million years have passed, and my Brahma ancient inheritance is no longer in the world. The Brahma War Emperor sighed lightly. The Brahma War body, side by side with the original demon body and the supreme immortal body, is certainly not powerful enough to naturally become an emperor. After Deshang, it is far from being able to fight the emperor alone like the Deshang holy body and the overlord body. However, it is too difficult to create a second emperor that depends entirely on talent. At his level, he could explore the entire universe by following his bloodline. And he felt a little sad and helpless when he realized that his inheritance had been cut off long ago. I will pay attention and give glory to your kin and descendants. Emperor Void promised seriously. Compared with that, we hope that you can become stronger and that your descendants will be reincarnated life after life. After 100 lives, the bond of blood is just a name. Only your own immortality is the foundation of everything. The Golden Winged Doping Emperor shook his head. He was not overly optimistic about the strong men who inherited their bloodline. He firmly believed in the hard truth that all great power should be attributed to oneself. This was just a warning to Emperor Void and Mu Wudo. Understood. Thank you, Emperor Peng. Emperor Void and Mu Wudo looked solemn and nodded seriously. Chapter 363, the third generation of heroes. The Golden Winged Doping Emperor and the Fangwu War Emperor had a simple exchange and discussion with the Void Emperor and Mu Wudo respectively, and then left. The two came and went without a trace, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. Even if the great Emperor of the Void is in charge of Tianqin, it will be difficult to find out where they are. It's a pity. It would be nice to talk to them more. Mu Wudo sighed that the long years of practice had made the two supreme gods have a very broad scope of practice. It can be said that it was a great experience to discuss Tao with them. Unfortunately, he came and went in a hurry, and he still had some unfinished ideas. There is always a price for immortality. If you leave God for too long, even their origins will be gradually cut off. 3,000 Tao mirrors shook their heads. The consumption of extreme sublimation is not small. Although the two supreme beings are strong, they cannot survive in this end of the world. Time survives for a long time. They took steps in the void and arrived at the Big Dipper star in 2 steps. After a brutal battle, the mountain of the immortal and the sea of reincarnation were empty. There were no more living creatures in the restricted area for thousands of miles, leaving only the silver ocean and the pitch-black ocean. Countless mountains are suppressed alone in Beidou, making no sound. The 3 supreme life restricted areas of Xianling, Shinshu and Taichu ancient mine also fell into deep silence. The powerful men of this era are very worthy of fear, especially Taizong, the emperor in charge of the immortal weapon and the life restricted area. There is a huge connection with the strongest god in the world, and no one can figure out the details. The Sea of Reincarnation is the legendary fairy land closest to the essence of reincarnation. According to legend, the ruins of the ancient heaven fell on it. Now it seems that it is indeed extraordinary. Everyone took a step forward and arrived at the outskirts of the Sea of Reincarnation. There, the silver ocean was carrying a massive amount of the Tao of Reincarnation, and the entire sea seemed to be one. Even the Supreme Being could not comprehend it. There are 3 ancient wonders in the legend, namely Shenhun Lake, Feixian Waterfall and Samsara Lake. I wonder what the relationship between Samsara Sea and Samsara Lake is. Mu Wudao outside. The accumulation of years has made him very knowledgeable. There are many past events that are difficult for ordinary people to access. That doesn't matter anymore. All you need to know is that the restricted area of the Sea of Reincarnation is about to be destroyed. A small amount of the substances that can help people live forever are dissipating. It will probably dry up in the next 3 to 5 million years. Feng Lai shook his head. Among so many restricted areas of life and forbidden ancient places, the Sea of Reincarnation and the Mountain of Immortality have nothing to do with immortals. They are considered the restricted areas of life with the weakest foundation. And their foundation is even inferior to that of Kunlun. By Yifan's time, there were only 1 or 2 supreme beings left in these 2 restricted areas, and there were no rare treasures such as destiny rocks, fairy gold, and magical medicines. This can explain a lot of things. He personally took action and evolved a great treasure bottle in the void. He collected all the vast silver ocean in the Sea of Samsara into the bottle and threw it into Mu Wudao's arms. Just keep it. There are not many people who practice the path of reincarnation. If it can help you practice to the 3rd life, it will be of greatest use. Then, Feng Lai used his great magic power to move a large mountain from the sky and suppress it above the Sea of Samsara, combining the remaining Daoyun with the mountain, hoping that many years later, a new dragon vein would be born here. Immediately afterwards, they turned around and came to the Immortal Mountain. This dark magic mountain was now filled with deathly silence. All the creatures in it were taken away by the ancient supreme being. Only the majestic mountain covered with the imperial Tao formations was left, telling the story, the supreme majesty of the past. This is a very young forbidden area of life. It was established in the early ancient times. There are avenues in the mountains that are rhythmic. It is more powerful than the Qinling Mountains and the Tianwan Mountains. In comparison, the Immortal Mountain is much younger, and the vitality of the dragon veins is quite sufficient. After you 2 exit the era, you can completely cultivate in the Immortal Mountain. Just after arriving outside the Immortal Mountain, billions of rays of fairy light burst out from the 3,000 mirrors, directly shattering all the ancient emperor formation patterns on the Immortal Mountain. This fairy mirror was obviously very satisfied with this giant mountain and turned to the Void Emperor and Mu. If there is no way, speak out. It thinks very clearly that although there is a huge amount of immortality matter in the forbidden area of the heaven, the immortality matter also has advantages and disadvantages. For example, for those strong people who are determined to take the road of becoming immortals in 9 generations, the immortality matter will greatly extend the length of each life. And the length of each life will be greatly extended. Time will be very long. Yes, this immortal ridge is indeed extraordinary. If you live here, you can at least drink enlightenment tea every day. Mu Wudao nodded. He glanced at the Immortal Mountain and saw a small tree on the cliff looking at them. Salute deeply. That is the tea tree of enlightenment. Among the 36 elixirs, this small tree is the most popular. Almost every ancient emperor and emperor likes to sit quietly and drink tea. This also leads to the enlightenment tea tree being plowed out several times every year, with almost no when the leaves are full. This little tree. I haven't seen it for a long time. Feng Lai raised his eyebrows. Of course, he had an impression of this tea tree. This thing was the treasure of the foreign land. When Shihao killed Kundi and others in the foreign land, this tea tree fell to the side of Jiuqian and shaped the sky-covering universe. The tea tree was chopped off by Shihao's sword and took root in Jitian universe. He went to a black cliff in the deepest part of the Immortal Mountain. In this life, the ancient Supreme Emperor did not take away the unborn Immortal Tears Green Gold Holy Spirit Emperor. The future powerful Emperor did not even have spiritual intelligence at this time. Qiming only flickered a few times affectionately when the wind came. If a powerful man from the Holy Spirit clan, who was channeled through Immortal Tears and Green Gold, was really conceived, he would probably be able to defeat the current Emperor before he attained enlightenment. The great Emperor of the Void and others naturally also saw this land where the Holy Spirit was nurtured. Even if they only looked at the Tao marks on his Tao body that had not yet been fully nurtured, they could still glimpse the tip of the iceberg of the future powerful Holy Spirit Emperor. The most powerful Holy Spirit bred in the Immortal Mountain should stay in the Immortal Mountain. The earth here is the best breeding ground. Feng Lai smiled. The Immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor was very strong. If it was successfully conceived, although it would be difficult to become an immortal instantly like his good friend Qingdao, the colorful immortal golden man from the chaotic ancient times, he would be close to it. What's more, the Immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor is still at least 1,000,000 years away from being completely conceived. In the future, The Void Emperor and others will be stationed in the Immortal Mountain, and they can often comprehend such a powerful God-given Dao Yuan. There are many guardians. At this point, all arrangements related to the restricted area of life were completed, and the Emperor of the Void suppressed the sky and continued to walk in the world of mortals, collecting all the spirits in the universe to worship him. In contrast, the figure of the seventh great saint, Mu Wudao, gradually faded out of the sight of all living beings. His age is indeed old enough, 21,200 years old, which is already the limit age of many great saints. Many people speculate that the great holy body in this life will also face death. The fact is that Mu Wudao is not dead, but has completely stayed in the Immortal Mountain. He has become the master of this restricted area of life, retreating in an immortal vein, striving to break through the existing limits. 5,000 years later, when the first life of the Void Emperor was 9,500 years old and Mu Wudao was 26,000 years old, earth-shaking terrifying fluctuations came from the Immortal Mountain, and thousands of powerful visions appeared in the sky. It sets off a man shrouded in red clouds and achieves the ultimate. Mu Wudao lived out the third life. Chapter 360 for the Emperor's Curtain Call. Boom! The mighty crimson blood energy like a ray of light surges in the depths of the starry sky, and the tyrannical aura that overlooks the entire universe spreads to every corner of the universe, causing the stars of life to fight, shaking many restricted areas, and even the most lonely and profound ancient times. Everyone in the restricted area had their eyes flickering, looking in the direction of the Immortal Mountain. But when people want to explore the source of the aura, the figure shrouded in red glow disappears without a trace in an instant. Even if the supreme power reaches the sky and the earth, it is really difficult to see through the numerous imperial formations of the Immortal Mountain. It is not clear what level the Deshang holy body is reached. It's unimaginable that you are so powerful after entering the third life. In this era, the Void Emperor was the only one who could walk on flat ground on the Immortal Mountain. He silently stared at the most powerful holy body that seemed to have been reborn, feeling its vitality and majesty. After a long time, he sighed softly and spoke out. 5,000 years have passed by in a hurry, and more than 9,600 years have passed since the first life of the Void Emperor. Although his imperial body is still upright, his graying temples and declining vitality tell that he is no longer young. After all, surviving the second life relies on the power of the elixir. Starting from the third life, we begin to rely on our own abilities and avenues to seek breakthroughs. Every breakthrough is the supreme nirvana. Mu Wudao was also silently appreciating the endless great power in his body and soul. This power even gave him the feeling of surpassing the limits of the holy body. Even the Emperor of the Void in front of him, who was unified with the way of heaven, seemed a little weak. His third life was formed by analyzing the essence of reincarnation in the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. He realized reincarnation while aging, and finally achieved nirvana and rebirth. This is a very powerful method of immortality. I have become an immortal in my 9th life. I have such great power in my 3rd life. It is really unimaginable to what extent my 4th and 5th lives can grow. The great Emperor of the Void clenched his fist, with a strong sense of expectation in his heart. The road to becoming stronger never ends. This is the instinct of the strong. The correct path to immortality is indeed fascinating. Mu Wudao nodded, feeling something in his heart. He raised his hand slightly, and a small bell flowing with golden fairy light came from the sky and fell into his hand. As the 3,000 Dao mirror said, those who have cultivated the third world are qualified. It has taken tens of thousands of years to comprehend the immortal weapon. Since that year, all the souls in the world have acquiesced that the Immortal Mountain has once again turned into a restricted area of life. But this time, the one in the restricted area is no longer the terrifying Dark Supreme, but the great holy body worshipped by all souls. 3,000 years later, the Void Emperor was more than 12,000 years old. His first life finally came to an end. This human emperor did not repeat the original tragedy. Like most emperors in ancient times, he lived out his second life. At this time, the great Emperor of the Void had a thorough understanding of the Tianqin seal. He simply borrowed the Kunlun immortal bell to suppress himself, actively cut off the connection with the Tianqin seal, and separated it. Crack! At the moment when he was separated from the essence of the Tianqin mark, the Emperor of the Void felt that the 10,000 rules that surrounded him all the time were quickly dissipating. It was a feeling of emptiness and weakness coming from the depths of his soul. Just like wearing the clothes all year round, a fighter in armor suddenly takes off his armor. This insecurity is really helpless. It wasn't until a moment later that the Emperor of the Void recovered from the feeling of emptiness. He began to truly mobilize his own power. Evolve the Tao. Evolve the method. And become familiar with everything. I have gradually come to understand the nature of the Tianqin seal. This mark is not the reason for being strong. The truly powerful emperor and emperor do not need to rely on the Tianqin seal at all. It turns out that this is the truth. In this way, after 80 years of sitting in the immortal mountain, the great emperor of the void slowly woke up. His whole aura had undergone a huge change. Congratulations. I am separated from the Tianqin seal. And now only my body is left. The emperor took the initiative to leave Tianqin. Even Feng Lai was alarmed and came in person. After carefully understanding the state of the void emperor at this time, he smiled and said, strictly speaking, all creatures in the Zhetian universe have the seeds of the great Tao planted in their bodies. This is a treasure that countless creatures from the outside world cannot cultivate in a lifetime of hard work. Of course, Feng Lai is willing to see these inheritors embark on that unforgettable path. The road to dependence on everything. Next. It's my turn. Mu Wudao nodded as he moved his muscles among the dark mountains of the immortal mountain, feeling the pressure of heaven's law that was slowly dissipating. In the days that followed, the great emperor of the void, who had cut off the mark of Tianqin, gradually rarely appeared in the eyes of the world. He actively downplayed his sense of existence, practiced alone in the depths of the immortal mountain, and realized the power that was unique to him. Time flies. Tens of thousands of years later, the influence of the Void Avenue has completely dissipated in the Tianqin seal. The suppression of the 10,000 ways is no longer. The Tianqin seal of the universe is once again released, and an era is allowed to become an emperor. Emperor Ancestor. This year, on the Beidou Ancient Star, by the Jishui River in the Southern Territory, tens of thousands of Ji people knelt by the river, crying out for the emperor of their tribe. The suppression of the Tianqin seal completely dissipated, and the Void Mirror also disappeared without warning, appearing in the Ji clan's ancestral court. This undoubtedly represents the disappearance of the Void Emperor. But in contrast, there are countless creatures in the entire universe cheering, one after another. Powerful geniuses break out of the divine source or the immortal source, gearing up and preparing to fight in this upcoming great world. Fight for the supreme throne. Boom! But this sense of excitement and anticipation lasted for less than 2 months. Deep in the starry sky, a majestic man shrouded in red clouds was walking and causing disaster. The rhyme of reincarnation burst out, overwhelming all living creatures in the entire universe. I can't even breathe. This year, the third life of Mu Wudao was more than 10,000 years old. He finally survived the Windy Era and the era of the Void Emperor, and faced the Emperor's tribulation with his unimaginably powerful body, soul, and avenue. Force enlightenment. He didn't even use his famous black gold Dinghai Pearl. He only had a pair of imperial fists to evolve the path of reincarnation in the great Emperor's calamity, smashing one calamity after another. And his aura was constantly nirvana and rising. The body of the holy body becomes an emperor. This disaster, the great holy body of the ordinary quasi-emperor 9th level comes. Absolutely no life or death. In the forbidden area of the sky, the golden-winged Dapeng Emperor, Thangdu War Emperor and several other emperors were watching Mu Wudao's enlightenment catastrophe, while secretly evolving the catastrophic power and commenting on it. They were all a little surprised by Mu Wudao's tyranny, otherworldly praise, and the great holy body that lived out the third life. At this stage, he is definitely the most powerful holy body in history. No one since will dare to say so. But it is absolutely unprecedented. After all, he is a guest of reincarnation among the vast number of sentient beings. His fate has already been decided. As long as he embarks on the path of spiritual practice, he will have the strength to make a name for himself. Beside them, Sanqian Daojing was in a rare good mood. He smiled as he watched Mu Wudao swinging his fist under the starry sky, breaking one catastrophe after another. After all, he was very talented in the past, and I'm looking forward to putting this talent into play. Feng Lai nodded, not minding the looks of the supreme beings at all, and spoke slowly. Chapter 365, Harem People. Move out. The catastrophe of Deshang Holy Body becoming an emperor is absolutely terrifying beyond imagination. Far more than most imperial catastrophes in ancient times. Every trace of chaotic thunder is obliterating the avenue, and every ray of void fairy fire is burning for eternity. The horror is boundless. But for Mu Wudao, who is highly praised by others and has practiced in the third life for more than 10,000 years, this kind of catastrophe only makes his blood boil. It is really impossible to endanger his life. In fact, his catastrophe was not as defiant as Yi Fan's catastrophe of becoming an emperor. Back then, when there was an emperor in the world, Master Yi overpowered all the ways and became the emperor of heaven. This was essentially going against the will of heaven. But Mu Wudao complied with the rules and achieved enlightenment in an era when he was allowed to become emperor. Even so, he sat cross-legged for 9 days and 9 nights during the Great Calamity, comprehended the destiny in the Sea of Calamity, engraved his own great path on the mark of Tianqin, and then completely attained enlightenment and reached the height of an emperor. Emperor, Supreme Emperor. At this moment, the whole universe once again resounded with the worship of hundreds of millions of living beings, just like the era when Taizong and Shukong became emperors. But I was a witness back then. But now I have become the protagonist. Although the years have reincarnated, the creatures in this universe have changed batch after batch. But that piety brought a smile to Mu Wudao's face. Facing these creatures, Mu Wudao did not say his name. He just nodded slightly toward the universe. Without saying a word, he turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the starry sky. Who is the one who becomes the emperor? After a long time, many tyrannical practitioners in the universe came to their senses. They looked at the direction where the Ji Dao Qi machine disappeared, and felt that their brains went blank. The great emperor of this era disappeared on the spot. Those who have become emperors have disappeared. And you have been the first in all ages. Not long after, in the Immortal Mountain, even the second incarnation of the Void Emperor had reached old age. But he still couldn't hide the teasing smile on his face. Mu Wudao's move was beyond his expectation. After all, I'm just asking for a heavenly hard seal to gain enlightenment for thousands of years. I have savored the splendor of the world and the splendor of the mortal world for tens of thousands of years, and I have no interest in ruling the universe again. Opposite him, Mu Wudao had an expression of indifference. He just stood in the middle of the dark mountains of the Immortal Mountain, comprehending the Taoist charm of the body. This experience was really novel to him, and it was different from the Taoism of the holy body. Very different. Then how do you feel? Is it good for your practice? Emperor Void whispered with a snap of his fingers, gently ringing the Kunlun fairy bell in his hand, causing the little bell to make a crisp ding sound. It is indeed difficult to find another example like Mu Wudao, because there is no strong man who has lived 40 or 50,000 years, and whose combat power exceeds that of ordinary emperors, but still has not integrated the Tianqin seal. Even if you look through ancient history, you can't find it. Of course. Hearing this, Mu Wudao suddenly raised his head. He stood among the dark mountains, and evolved the 6 paths of Samsara fist in front of the Emperor of the Void. There was no trace of Taoism in it. It was just the simplest and most basic Samsara boxing technique. But it attracted thousands of people. The avenue caused the entire Immortal Mountain to shake. It was the Emperor's instinctive control over the mark of Tianqin, and the myriad ways of the universe. Mu Wudao was so powerful that he almost completely controlled the power of Tianqin, just after he became Emperor. This kind of help is by no means limited to the blessing of combat power. From a high position, the Tianqin seal to me is more about explaining the origin of the universe in another way. This way is completely different from what I have always known. But it definitely helps a lot. Mu Wudao discussed Taoism with Emperor Void, and said many Taoist maxims that even Emperor Void could not understand, which made Emperor Void gain a lot. Then, this powerful great holy body retreated in a valley deep in the Immortal Mountain. He was the great holy body who had once conquered the universe. He never lacked experience in crawling around in the world of mortals, even if he was just sitting there, making huge progress every day. When, 5,000 years later, a mighty bell ringing suddenly came from the depths of the Immortal Mountain. The bell wave triggered the most original and powerful 10,000 rules of the universe, causing many ancient stars of life in the entire universe to tremble slightly. This year, the second life of the great Emperor of the Void was 15,000 years old and came to an end. Mu Wudao, a forerunner with extraordinary experience, was there to discuss the Tao. There was the Kunlun immortal bell that could be understood at any time, and Feng Lai who often came to speak. Dao, this human emperor also achieved nirvana and lived out his third life. After that, another 1,000 years passed, and Mu Wudao also ended his more than 6,000-year career as emperor. He took the Kunlun immortal bell, followed the example of the Void Emperor, suppressed his body, and cut off the connection with the Tianqin seal. This year, his third life was close to 20,000 years old, but he still showed no sign of aging. The third life was a major nirvana for the emperor. The method of immortality had already entered the palace, and it was much more powerful than this second life. At this point, the last obsession is over. And I can calm down. After 6,000 years of being an emperor, Mu Wudao's appearance has not changed at all. But his eyes have become too profound. The avenue of reincarnation surrounds him, vast and majestic. From today on, the era that belongs to the great emperor of the void, and to the Dishang holy body, and Mu Wudao, has completely ended. From now on, you can calm down, seek immortality, and seek the great road? The void emperor nodded slightly. Although he still cared about the Ji clan and the universe outside, he also understood that he should indeed withdraw completely and leave the era to the young people, so that the latecomers could shine with a stronger light. On this day, many people in Beidou Ancient Star noticed that densely packed emperor formations spread out from the depths of the immortal mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. They belonged to two completely different avenues. They were vast and majestic beyond what many people could imagine. Imagine? At this point, the name of the immortal mountain's life-restricted area has been completely confirmed. But between the two most powerful formations, there is a dark stone tablet suppressing the outside of the mountain, with obscure and incomprehensible words manifested on it. And its majesty is boundless. The content of the Emperor's immortal text can only be understood by beings at the extreme level. And the content is quite simple. Those who achieve the third life can enter this mountain. About 9,000 years after Mu Wudao cut off the mark of Tianqin, as the suppression of Wandao rules became lighter and lighter, the entire universe became restless again. And the vitality of young people permeated every ancient star of the cultivator. One genius after another is being born and competing. Many people understand that the mark of Tianqin has returned to its owner. And another era of great strife is about to come. Powerful physiques, ancient inheritances, supreme ancient scriptures, weapons that suppress the era, countless dazzling things are intertwined, entangled, and colliding, making this era extremely brilliant and dazzling. And Feng Lai sat cross-legged in the sky above the ancient forbidden area of the sky, watching the competition between the top geniuses of each era and assessing the strength of these strong men. It's a pity that after quietly watching this world for 2,000 or 3,000 years, no living being can enter Feng Lai's Dharma eyes. It was not until many years later that Feng Lai discovered a good seedling in the ancient star Ziwei among the many stars of life. That's an out-and-out harem lover. Chapter 366, He is slandering me. My name is Jiang Hengyu, a native of Ziwei Ancient Star, China. I am 330 years old this year. I am a casual cultivator. I am free and have no orthodoxy. More than 9,000 years after Mu Wudao took the initiative to strip off the Tianqin mark, the great road mark belonging to the previous emperor was about to dissipate. The entire universe has fallen into an extremely grand cultivation craze. The ancient starry sky road belonging to hundreds of tribes is opened. And another genius is competing for the only position of the most powerful person in the world. On this day, in the depths of the ancient city at the 36th level of the human race's ancient road to the starry sky, bustling practitioners were strolling in this big city. Thousands of powerful practitioners were filled with blood, making this ancient city even more powerful than before. The stars are even more dazzling. This is a big world, where the conversation and laughter are ordinary. The passers-by who come and go are at least as good as the Duxian Sanjian Dao. And there are many saints and saint kings. Deep in the Tianguan, there are even great saint-level human protectors. The Taoists were in charge to protect the trespassers on the imperial road from being disturbed by foreigners. But deep in such a prosperous ancient city, a young man wearing a red gold Tianyang fire god robe was sitting cross-legged in the majestic city lord's palace, sitting opposite two figures with powerful auras, explaining his identity. He was a very tall and handsome man, with scorching and vast holy fires tumbling on his Tianyang fire god robe. His eyebrows were like heavenly swords. His eyes were like stars, and his face was angular, with a masculine look, deep and powerful charm. Two seniors, Jiang has received the orthodoxy of humanity in his life, learned benevolence, justice, etiquette, wisdom and trust, and he can walk and sit upright. Who in Ziwei Guxing doesn't know Jiang's reputation for righteousness? You two couldn't help but force me to come to your house as a guest. It's really weird. Lost the style of the imperial clan. This young man named Jiang Hengyu was seriously admonishing the two powerful men across from him. He has profound cultivation. Although he has only been at the saint level for a few decades, his combat power is very extraordinary. He can fight many saints at the peak level alone. Tianji, the unique Sun Avenue has attracted many people's attention. At this time, Jiang Hengyu was standing in front of Jiang Hengyu with a cup of tea made of jade from the 9 heavens. The divine spring water was boiling in the cup. A tea leaf that looked like a divine furnace of creation was tumbling in the spring water, emitting the faint fragrance of tea. It's just that I heard too many legends about little friend Jian on the ancient road. When I passed the 36th level, I got inspired and came to invite little friend Hingyu to have a chat. It's just that I, a descendant of Emperor Wa's lineage, don't seem to have a good impression of you. One of the people opposite Jian Hingyu was naturally Feng Lai. He had been sitting in the forbidden area for too long, and now he finally met a famous emperor in history. So he was naturally very interested in him. Ancestor, please don't listen to the nonsense of this boy named Jiang. He is not as innocent as he seems. Although he is the emperor's star genius and the descendant of the sun, he has played with the feelings of many female geniuses for hundreds of years since his debut. Next to Feng Lai, there was a graceful woman wearing luxurious brocade clothes, with slender hands and slightly drooped almond eyes. She was looking at Jiang Hingyu with frowning eyebrows, obviously very dissatisfied with this Ziwei Tianjiao. This is the gatekeeper of the 36th level of the human race in this era. He is a descendant of the Beidua Huangfeng clan. He is less than 4,000 years old and has already reached the level of a great saint. He is a strong man who can suppress a star field. She calls Feng Lai the ancestor of her clan because the aura of the imperial bloodline belonging to the Fuxi lineage of the Feng clan in Feng Lai is really strong. In this era, the Wawang Feng clan and the Fuxi Feng clan are as close as one family. So she will naturally treat them. Feng Lai respected him very much. Master Feng City, please be more careful when you speak. What does it mean to play with the feelings of a female genius? In his life, Mr. Jiang cherishes the relationship between men and women the most. He has been with the Tian goddess, the human king, the Yaoqi saint, the Qiling goddess, the heavenly demon fairy, and you, the wind clan. All the fairies of Xinghua are consensual, and there is no impurity in their feelings. After the female city lord surnamed Feng finished speaking, Jiang Hingyu glanced at her with some dissatisfaction, as if the pure love he had been practicing so far had been violated, and said in a deep voice, "Is this how you understand consensual behavior?" Jiang Hingyu's attitude made Feng Lai speechless for a while, but he didn't say anything more. He just took a sip of the enlightenment divine tea, suppressed the urge to complain in his heart, and looked directly at Jiang Hingyu. Absurd. One person forms a Taoist couple with so many female geniuses. Is this what you call cherishing the relationship between men and women? As expected, the female great saint from the Beidua Huangfeng clan frowned, and she did not dislike Jiang Hingyu's behavior at all. That's natural. My relationship with my fellow Taoists is as strong as gold. All of them are irreplaceable and unique in life. We are still happy and happy to this day. We have never favored one over another. Doesn't this mean we cherish the relationship between men and women? Jiang Hingyu refuted the female city lord's views with every word, as if he was truly a warrior of pure love, defending his love. Hearing this, the female city lord of Emperor Wa's lineage indeed had a disdainful smile on her face and coldly snorted. I heard that Jiang Qinjia's natal weapon is a sacred furnace, which breathes the supreme Tao fire and burns the sky. There is an obscene embryo on the Ziwei ancient star that everyone shouts and beats. It is called the master of human desire. He also refines a treasure furnace, named said goddess. I want to capture all the goddesses in the world and sleep with them. Speaking of this, the eyes of the female city lord named Feng suddenly became sharp. She looked directly at Jiang Hingyu and said, I have reason to suspect that the master of human desire is you. I wonder what little friend Jiang has to quibble about. Nonsense. Master Renyu Dao is just my friend. As soon as these words came out, Emperor Tianji Jiang Hingyu stood up immediately, like a tiger whose tail was caught, and the blazing Tao fire on the Tianyang god's robe became much more intense. Hearing the words, Feng Lai also made a questioning sound in his mouth. The sound was not loud, but it was mixed with a hint of imperial majesty, which still made Jiang Hingyu unable to resist. Senior, please be at ease. The way of human desire is definitely not an evil sect that harms the heaven and earth. It complies with human desires and practices both sentimental and ruthless ways. The women accepted by the goddess furnace are all of their own free will. Jiang Hingyu vowed to promise this. He knew that the practitioners of the imperial clan, there is a steelyard in my heart. If I get the reputation of causing trouble to the people, it will be a lifelong shadow. Everyone has feelings. Cultivating the 6 desires and 7 emotions is naturally the right way. However, cultivating and indulging desires is only a matter of thought. You can do it yourself. Feng Lai did not dwell on whether the way of human desires was created by Emperor Hingyu. He just patted this man. The young man's shoulder warned. Junior knows. Jiang Hengyu spoke solemnly, raised his head, and poured the hot divine tea from the blue jade cup into his mouth. Even the tea leaf that resembled the divine furnace of creation was swallowed by him. And he realized that tea is a treasure in any era. Even in ancient times. Even the great emperor can gain something from drinking it. Jiang Hengyu, a saint, will naturally not waste it. I see that your cultivation has gone quite far among saints. The 5 secret realms of the human body prefer the 4-pole secret realm. Since you and I are destined, I will give you a scripture, which is a method for a separate secret realm. I hope it will help you in the future. The road helps. Feng Lai also drank the divine tea in the jade cup, and a book made of entangled runes appeared in his hand. He handed it to Jiang Hengyu and said. Jiang Hengyu lowered his head, and saw that the thin book was densely intertwined with obscure Taoist patterns, turning into 2 extremely difficult to understand imperial inscriptions. He had to concentrate on observing and deducing before he recognized the meaning of the imperial inscriptions. 4 poles, Jiang Hengyu murmured. He raised his head, but there was no trace of Feng Lai in his eyes anymore. Only the female city lord of the great sage level lowered her head and knelt down in the direction where Feng Lai disappeared. Chapter 367, The Era of Hengyu. Jiang Hengyu has a profound knowledge of the 4 secret realms of the human body. This can be seen from the Hengyu Sutra that will be circulated in the world in the future. After all, the 4-pole secret scripture that Master Yi, the future Emperor of Heaven, practiced in his early days was the Hengyu Sutra, which is said to be the same as the Tao Jing Wheel and Sea Scroll, Western Emperor Sutra Tao Palace Scroll, and Taiwan Sutra. A top-level scripture is famous as the Dragon Scroll. It is extremely tyrannical. What Feng Lai gave to Jiang Hengyu was the scriptures on the secret realm of the human body that he had pondered in his spare time over the years. It was a scripture for cultivating a single secret realm of the human body alone and becoming the strongest. Feng Lai has always had a strong interest in the practice of single secret realms. As early as the chaotic ancient times, he had used the chaotic ancient methods as the basis to create single secrets such as blood moving, cave heaven, and transformation of spirits. The scriptures of the realm. Those are the scriptures that Feng Lai always perfected. They were polished even during the time of the immortal emperor. They are the cultivation methods that are enough to create the immortal king. The single secret realm law in this universe has obviously not evolved to that level yet. Relying on human practitioners to figure it out and practice it to the extreme, they can only create great saints. However, as a supreme skill written by Feng Lai himself, the 4 extremes he gave to Jiang Hengyu is just an essay in his spare time. But it definitely has the potential for people to practice from ordinary people to true immortals. Unfortunately, without becoming an emperor, all Jiang Hengyu can learn is only the most superficial knowledge of the 4 extremes. The most this scripture can do is to inspire inspiration and deepen his knowledge. This is Feng Lai's purpose. Of course, he doesn't mind making those human emperors in history more powerful. But this kind of power is definitely not obtained by trying to encourage others. It requires the efforts and talents of future generations. After all, even if he and Sure Hao, as immortal emperors, want to raise their descendants to the level of quasi-immortal emperors, the other party must at least have the qualifications of a burial master and a butcher. Those who can only barely reach the top in their lifetimes, this guy is not even qualified to be encouraged. Obviously, Jiang Hengyu did not disappoint Feng Lai. This young prodigy from Ziwei Emperor Star showed talents beyond imagination. From the first level of the human race to the 36th level, he never met an opponent. After obtaining the 4 extremes Immortal Sutra, he made rapid progress. And even until the last level of the human race, no strong person at the same level could withstand 100 moves under him. After that, Emperor Hengyu left his name in front of the Starry Sky Gate, boarded the most powerful ancient imperial road, and embarked on an even more vast journey. It has to be said that compared to the era of the Void Emperor, Jiang Hengyu's era was undoubtedly a more prosperous era. Just with Jiang Hengyu, there were 9 powerful geniuses, each of whom was a rare encounter in 10,000 years. He is an incredible strongman. Among them, there is a pair of tyrannical quasi-emperors who are extremely famous. They are a Baize and a Tao Thai. They are both the most powerful ancient beasts with great reputations in ancient history. They have real names in the midst of many ancient stars. What's even more shocking is that the 2 terrible quasi-emperors came from the same place. Faxian Ancient Star, the surviving family of Kunlun, including Jiang Hengyu and the 2 quasi-emperors from the Kunlun relics. A total of 10 powerful creatures fought with each other all the way. crushing all the strong men who dared to challenge them throughout the era, without any defeat, until they reached the 9th level of the Quasi-Emperor. Yes, in just one era, a grand scene of 10 enlightened beings coexisting was created. There were few such scenes in the entire ancient history. The tyrannical beings of the 10 Quasi-Emperors from the 9th level were flying across the sky, like 10 brilliant suns hanging high in the sky, shining so brightly that all living beings could not open their eyes. And Jiang Hingyu of Ziwei Ancient Star is the most dazzling sun among these 10 supreme suns. Martial, domineering, blazing, radiant. Almost all the words used to describe the most masculine and strong men can be applied to Jiang Hingyu. This unparalleled genius who practices the Sun Avenue has a suffocating and convincing magic power in him. Everyone thinks that he is the most powerful contender for the emperor in the world. Jiang Hingyu did not disappoint. When he was more than 1,200 years old, he set up a ring on a deserted battlefield at the edge of the universe, announced to the entire universe, and invited the enlightened people of this era who are aspiring to the imperial path to fight. Determine the only one who is the strongest. As soon as this statement came out, the world was in an uproar. 12 enlightened generals, who dominated the starry sky, responded to the challenge. 12 completely different, but majestic and vast auras came out from the major supergiant forces in the entire universe, and descended on the desolate ancient battlefield in mighty force. After that, there was an endless Quasi-Emperor war that lasted for 18 years. No one knows what kind of hard battle those 13 Quasi-Emperors, who are close to becoming emperors, have gone through beyond their limits. The imperial fire belonging to Jiang Hingyu has blocked everyone's gaze, and people can only occasionally hear the roars of those who will become emperors. It wasn't until a full 18 years later that the rioting atmosphere on that deserted battlefield gradually subsided. Jiang Hingyu reappeared, and the entire universe was in an uproar again, knowing that the supreme war had finally come to an end. Ziwei Jiang Hingyu is still so tall, handsome and eye-catching. 18 years of hard fighting with his life on the line has made his aura much deeper. He didn't look very excited. He just held 12 jars of broken bones and remnants of soldiers, and sent them back to their respective orthodoxy one by one, and buried them. Di Lu is the most ruthless. Sorry. Jiang Hingyu would say something like this every time he came to an orthodoxy. He naturally understood how important the enlightened people were to an orthodoxy. In the past 18 years, he had killed all 12 enlightened people in this era. This was enough. Let some orthodoxy decline forever. Jiang Hingyu himself knew all these 12 enlightened people, and some of them were even friends who could sit down and drink. However, the position of emperor was unique, and everyone had the consciousness to risk their lives. After this battle, the entire universe fell into silence. No one dared to question the strength of Ziwei Emperor Jiang Hingyu. He killed 12 generals and enlightened beings by himself. Such an unparalleled victory was enough to be sung for endless years. Jiang Hingyu, who was regarded as the strongest and the legend of the entire era, returned to the homeland of the Ziwei Emperor Star. He came to the Sun God sect and talked with the Sun Emperor Tower that suppressed Ziwei's luck. He also went deep into the Tying Fairyland and had an incomparable encounter with a certain person from the Tying God sect. The ancient Quasi-Emperor studied the Tying scripture, and then stayed in seclusion for 100 years before digesting all the results of the war. When Jiang Hingyu came out of seclusion, his whole body was like a fairy sun. Just a wisp of breath was enough to make all the creatures in Ziwei Emperor Star tremble slightly. And the secret realm of the 4 extremes of his human body was even more dazzling. Contains a breathtaking avenue. He walked in the starry sky, stepping on the ancient Beidou star, the ancient stars of the prehistoric times, the ancient road of the human race, and the ancient road of mythology. Savoring the path he had walked and savoring every inch of his life, then lead to disaster and achieve enlightenment. From that year on, the era belonging to the human race Emperor Hingyu began. Chapter 368 The Story of Heaven. Chapter 368 The Story of Heaven. Beyond the boundary sea and above all the realms, there is an even more magnificent infinite ancient realm. In the eyes of that supreme ancient world, countless large universes, including both sides of the boundary sea, are just one realm among the heavens and worlds. Even if the creatures in them are extremely powerful, they are still uncivilized fools in their eyes, and can only ups and downs in birth and death. Eternity is rare. It is so mysterious, so high above, overlooking the long river of time. Even with the vicissitudes of life and the many changes in the world, it is detached and can never be reached. Above God. This is the name given to that ancient world by billions of powerful people in all the worlds. Even those sages who overlook all sentient beings in all the worlds cannot even match it. And just in the past few million years, a powerful Taoist sect from all the heavens and all realms has ascended to the sky, conquering the 3,000 realms, and is invincible in all directions. That is a group of immortal beings, known as the Heaven, and it is difficult to find the second one in history. Now, Heaven. After millions of years, this fairy palace belonging to Heaven has expanded many times compared to the time when it first came to this great world. The huge palaces of hundreds of millions of miles are like clouds, with the surging aura of fairy spirits, shining brightly. How many billions of miles of emptiness? Around the giant palace of the Immortal Palace, there are even more massive achievements of evolutionary civilization, which also have splendid splendor. The Cosmic Annihilation Fortress of Technological Civilization, the ultimate training ground of body refining civilization, the realm of Symphony of Destiny of Dream Civilization, and the Infinite War Fortress of Titan Civilization. These are the supreme achievements of those powerful civilizations above God at this time, but it is like a satellite, hovering around the heaven. Cultivation and evolution are truly the most incredible things in the world. In the deepest part of the heaven, Shirhao still looked like a heroic young man, wearing the heroic robe of the Emperor of Heaven. His tiger eyes were deeper than the universe. At this time, he was looking at the terrible details of other cultivation civilizations, with a face full of vicissitudes and sighs. Over the years, he has never stopped moving forward. Even above the sky, he still shows unparalleled majesty and aura, making the reputation of Heaven shock everyone. This is a natural achievement, with the suppression of the two true emperors Feng Lai and Shirhao, plus Lucian, the infinitely talented quasi-immortal emperor, and so many immortal kings and true immortals who belong to Heaven. The legend of the immortal Heaven has long been known by countless creatures. Even above the heavens, the lineup of heavenly court can be called luxurious. Many Taoist ancestors of evolved civilizations were convinced, and had to lament, that there were actually living beings in the world who had walked out on the road to completeness. Wherever Heaven passes, all the splendid evolutionary civilizations are so bleak. There have been countless strong people who have tried to challenge Heaven and seize its supreme glory, but they have all been suppressed and succumbed to the glory of Heaven. After all, the immortal way we practice is just the more lush branches and leaves on the ancient evolutionary tree. The branches and leaves of other evolutionary civilizations also have endless possibilities. Beside Shirhao, Feng Lai was wearing a loose imperial robe, looking at Qiongqu with his old friend. He seemed casual, but he was filled with vast wisdom and majesty. His deep blue-gold eyes, it is like a precious mirror that penetrates all past, present and future. Extremely powerful. You are always more accepting of new things than me. Compared to you, I am more like a drunkard indulged in the glory of the immortal world and unwilling to look at the outside world. Shirhao sighed. He had indeed been shocked too much over the years. He also knew that there must be different cultivation civilizations above God. He could still accept traditional cultivation civilizations such as the body refining civilization, the martial arts civilization, and the supreme ancestor god civilization. But things like technological civilization and alchemical civilization are really deviating from Shirhao's worldview since he was a child. There's nothing wrong with indulging in immortality. At least it's dedicated enough. It's not like me, who occasionally gets distracted by other civilizations, Feng Lai said, raising a strange object in the shape of a silver flame in his hand and showing off to it. Shirhao shook his head. What is this? Something created by scientific and technological civilization? Shirhao raised his eyebrows. He could tell that this was a treasure at the level of a quasi-immortal emperor. But based on his understanding of the path of scientific and technological cultivation, he couldn't quite see that. The usefulness of things. A technologically advanced quasi-immortal emperor, who was originally transformed into metal fire after he failed to attain enlightenment, can activate all metal creations and essentially contaminate all devices with his own technological laws. It's quite evil. Lucian captured it, and I used it to play with. As he spoke, Feng Lai activated the power of the metal fire, causing a wisp of silver flame to fly to an ancient bronze lamp not far from the two of them. Crack! Click! Click! In an instant, the ancient bronze lamp made incredible changes. The immortal bronze at the immortal level twisted and reorganized under the eyes of the two immortal emperors, and finally turned into a small robot with a full sense of technology. And the quietly burning lights on its body also turned into a small track gun. #Yuan %& Yuan. In the mouth of the little robot, it hoarsely uttered obscure words. The voice contained strange fluctuations in the avenue of science and technology, like a language made up of a large paragraph of equations. Even Feng Lai and Shi Hao, as immortal emperors, could not speak, understand its rationale immediately. Interesting. Shi Hao squinted his eyes, wondering how there could be mortal objects in the palace of the Emperor of Heaven. That bronze lamp was no less powerful than the immortal king's weapon from the outside world. It actually twisted and channeled under the influence of metal fire and completely possessed its own will. I really like learning about these civilizations that are different from ours. At least after the war. It is a very good change. Feng Lai raised his hand, and the power of the immortal emperor was only slightly aroused. The small bronze robot froze in place. In just an instant, it was wiped out into nothingness. When we defeat the source of darkness, you will have plenty of time to study these civilizations. Shi Hao nodded. During these millions of years, heaven is not just developing leisurely. Those powerful evolutionary civilizations are not gathering around heaven for vacation. They are all resistors and fighters, willing to follow the two heavenly emperors and fight against darkness and darkness. A battle between the weird and the ominous. So, we need more helpers. The current power of heaven is no longer enough. We must need more quasi-mortal emperors, immortal emperors, and even more powerful creatures to resist our opponents. Feng Lai collected the burning silver metal fire. Get up and whisper. Lucian has the qualifications to stand side by side with us. If everything goes well, she will be able to stand side by side with us millions of years later. What other powerful people in the ancient history of the sea, Meng Tianzheng, Lei Di, etc., have the power of God? The guidance from above is definitely worthy of being a quasi-immortal emperor. When they grow up, we will become stronger. Over the years, Shi Hao has returned to the Boundary Sea more than once, laying out his plans for eternity and planting the seeds of resurrection for many ancient powerful men. He is only waiting for the changes of time to help them return. In comparison, the original Jiotian universe was not so smooth. The fact that there are no true immortals rushing out from that realm means that there is still no strong person who can satisfy us. Being able to become an immortal in such a harsh environment means that you at least have the qualifications of a quasi-immortal emperor. It has only been a few million years. How can it be so easy? Feng Lai shook his head. The only real red dust immortal in Jitian universe at this stage is Emperor Zun. That young man has very high qualifications. But unfortunately, he has a big problem with his character. Feng Lai is not prepared to spend too many resources on him. Their biggest enemy now, the strange forces, are not only powerful in battle, but also have endless methods of attacking the mind. Feng Lai will never cultivate a strong man with a problematic mind. The situation in that universe is special. I'm afraid there will be a lot of geniuses buried, if there are some qualified experts. They also need Brother Yolao's attention. Shi Hao said. I understand. That universe is very exciting, and my obsession has similar thoughts. Feng Lai nodded. Chapter 369 Big Move. In the original world line, Emperor Hengyu Jiang Hengyu was not very impressive in ancient times, or even in the entire history. He neither caught up with the strongest dark turmoil in history, nor was he famous for his longevity. He just became an emperor in an ordinary way, ended up peacefully. In the long river of history, he is like a bright meteor that rushes across the sky. He neither has the record of killing the supreme being before becoming a Taoist like the demon emperor, nor does he stop the biggest dark turmoil in ancient times like the void emperor. Not to mention the road to immortality. It seems to have no bright spots. But only by actually staying in the era of Emperor Hengyu and communicating with this emperor personally can we understand that this is a very wise and powerful emperor of the human race. He can see the evil hands of the immortal emperor in the clues of history. And he also dares to facing the Taichu ancient mind directly shows how extraordinary it is. However, with Feng Lai's small intervention, Emperor Hengyu's talents were much more powerful than in the original timeline. Not only was his combat power absolutely not weak, but he was also excellent in the development of the secret realm of the human body. Be unique. An emperor with the sun as the foundation of the Tao. The more he reaches the advanced stage of cultivation, the more he can understand the hardship of this fundamental Tao of heaven and earth. Those who can enter the Tao through this are basically very extraordinary. When Emperor Hengyu was more than 4,000 years old, Feng Lai suddenly came to the Immortal Mountain and chatted with Emperor Void and Mu Wudao. Inevitably, they talked about the current emperor. Mu Wudao had obviously understood the way of Emperor Hengyu from afar. Much praise to him. Tao gives birth to one, which gives birth to two. The Great Road is divided into two. which is yin and yang. The great road of the sun is extremely broad, enough to go very far. Feng nodded slightly. The Emperor's road has been unique since ancient times, and the direction will naturally have various characteristics. However, if one understands the extremely profound roads of time, sun, dragon transformation, etc., it is completely possible for two, or even several emperors to walk together. It's not a trick, but the path is too broad for an emperor to explain. A very powerful and thoughtful young man provoked the Taichu ancient mind and deduced the location of the forbidden area of God. If he were not afraid of the third generation of the Supreme being recorded on the inscription outside the mountain, I would be afraid that he would one day break into the mountain of immortality. The Void Emperor smiled. In this life, the traces of the immortal emperor have been completely silenced with the death of the immortal Taoist and the sealing of the heavenly sword. However, Emperor Hengyu still chooses an emperor to challenge the entire Taichu ancient mine. He not only refines weapons in Luowang Ridge near the ancient mining area. Moreover, the Jiang family's residence has been moved to Beidu. The consequences of doing so are undoubtedly very serious. Many restricted areas in this era are not too weak. There are at least 20 Supreme Dao Supremes in the Taichu mining area. Even if not many are sleeping at a shallow level, they are still being used by Emperor Hengyu in the era. A series of movements woke up several people. Just 500 years ago, there were 3 ancient mining area Supremes who took action in anger because of Emperor Hengyu's repeated provocations. Although they were not fully sublimated, the 3 of them joined forces and still made Emperor Hengyu very embarrassed. Due to the 2 unstable factors of the Immortal Mountain and the Forbidden City, the 3 supreme beings did not harm the foundation of Emperor Hengyu. They only gave him a lesson and warned him that they would disturb the supreme being's sleep, and then gave up. The new emperor still has a lot of origin to squander, and the Sea of Samsara is about to be destroyed. Naturally, he wants to calm down all the unstable factors, Feng said with a smile. At this stage, Hengyu should have been able to read the 4 Extreme Sutra given to him by Feng. This is the time when his strength is improving by leaps and bounds. Even if his path has already been set, he can definitely gain a lot by drawing inferences from one example. It's too simple to think. The Taichu ancient mind has existed forever, so it can be provoked casually. The Void Emperor shook his head. Feng chatted a lot with the 2 emperors. After 2 full days, he invited Emperor Void and Mu Wudao to come out of the mountain and come to the depths of the universe, into an empty and lonely starry sky. There, the 8 supreme gods of heaven, including the Brahma Ancient War Emperor, Kun Zun, Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor, Ling Emperor, and Xiao Tianzuan, all came. The 8 powerful men with deep auras lined up in a row, and they were worshipping together. Very mirrors of 3,000 colors, with serious eyes, as if facing a powerful enemy. Brother, do you really want to destroy the Taichu ancient mind? This lineup really shocked the 2 human emperors. They knew very well how powerful the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone were. Back then, the Golden Winged Dapeng Emperor and the Fangguor Emperor were able to crush the 4 Supreme Dao Supremes with ease. This way a total of 8 strong men came, and their combat prowess was simply unparalleled. It is said in the world that there are many supreme beings in the ancient minds of Taichu. But when it comes to the 8 supreme beings from heaven, it is hard to tell who will live and who will die. Destroy the Taichu ancient mind? Young man, let's relax a bit. We are going to make a big move today that will shock the universe. 3,000 Taoist mirrors hung in the sky, and 3,000 kinds of Taoist radiance flowed, which seemed to be pregnant with 3,000 worlds. Hearing this, he made a mocking smile and said to Mu Wudao, "What exactly is that?" The Emperor of the Void wondered. His 3rd life had reached the most powerful age. A cup of enlightenment immortal tea every day would give him a new understanding every day, and he was making rapid progress. Create a path to immortality and take you to the legendary fairyland. A faint smile appeared on Feng face. He stared at the starry sky, and there seemed to be chains of extremely complex and obscure rules flickering. Wow! As soon as the words fell, the 3,000 mirrors not far away suddenly became powerful. A great force burst out from the mirror that penetrated the sky, the earth, the past, present and future, causing the entire universe to shake slightly. Immediately afterwards, Feng clenched his fist and activated the Tai Tsong fist seal. A bright rune appeared on the back of his hand and completely merged with the 3,000 Dao mirrors, making all the avenues and all the great power belong to the supreme hand. Middle. The next moment. Punch. Boom. This punch which was far beyond the imagination limit of all humane practitioners, suddenly hit the void, causing all the ways here to collapse. Chaos was like sea water flowing backwards. In the blink of an eye, countless galaxies were submerged, and hundreds of thousands of barren stars exploded, open and be annihilated under this power. The power of the punch woke up many ancient supreme beings who were sleeping. Even Jiang Hengyu, who was concentrating on the phoenix blood red gold in the Beidou star, suddenly stood up, looking deeply at the starry sky in the extremely distant place. However, the power of Feng Lai's extremely terrifying imperial fist was far more than that. The fifth seal and the immortal mirror exerted their power together, and actually penetrated the barrier of another time and space, causing a strong cosmic energy to flow in. At this moment, all the cultivators, including Emperor Void and Mu Wudao, saw the scene of time and space on the opposite side. It was an almost perfect pure land, and the radiance of immortality filled the entire universe. It was an incredible power. The road to the immortal realm, that is the road to becoming an immortal. After the ancient war emperor stared at the pure land for a long time, he spoke softly like a sigh. Chapter 370, The Road to True Immortality. Is that the road to immortality? The fluctuations of Feng Lai's punch were so violent that they had already far exceeded the limits of all human beings in the past and present. The vast immortal power swept across every corner of the universe. I don't know how many powerful people hidden in the depths of history woke up and stared at the barren stars deep in the universe. There, thousands of paths tore apart. The sky exploded, and the universe and stars all returned to nothingness. There was only an illusory passage suppressing it. Even if the chaos was enough to obliterate everything, it could not cause any turmoil in that passage. In front of the passage, more than a dozen tall figures stood firm. Their auras were all powerful beyond imagination, and each of them was profound and boundless, comparable to ordinary extreme creatures. Those people were all looking at the world opposite their colleagues in the immortal realm. The sight of that vast pure land was really terrifying. It seemed to be a big city suspended in the center of the universe, with countless immortal dragon veins that were rare in the world rooted in it. And each dragon vein was rooted in it. It is deeper than the immortal mountain, and the level is obviously beyond human nature. Unexpected? How could the road to immortality begin in this era? This scene was completely absent from the deduction. The entire God's Forbidden Zone has been mobilized. Their immortal weapons are also there. Could it be that they used the power of the immortal mirror to forcefully open the passage to immortality? Can't get on? Such a celestial path that is suspected to help people become immortals naturally attracted the attention of many ancient supreme beings in the forbidden area of life. Pairs of eyes opened in the Shinshu, Xianling and Taichu ancient minds, staring at the passage. They are the supreme beings, the former enlightened ones. The reason why they cut themselves off and become a restricted area is to wait for the road to immortality to open, cross that avenue, and reach immortality in one step. Therefore, they often spend a lot of time and energy to deduce how many roads to immortality there have been throughout the ages, and they know when and where each road to immortality opened. Today, the ancient road to immortality opened by Feng Lai is certainly not in the deduction of the Supremes. Therefore, no matter how vast and majestic the immortal city on the other side of the void passage is, it is still likely to be a dream and a bubble, and it is difficult for them to make up their mind. Boom! But compared to those self-destruction Supremes, who are dormant in the depths of the restricted area and watch silently, the emperors in this life are more concerned about whether this road to immortality will pose a threat to the universe. A mighty sound of Daoming sounded in the Beidou ancient star. Accompanied by the burning sound of the emperor's fire suddenly reached the galaxy filled with chaos. Emperor Hengyu is here. Compared with when he was young, the majesty and handsomeness of this emperor have not diminished at all. He has a strong back and a sharp face, and his eyes and face have a bit more depth and stability that are unique to the years, which makes people lose their mind. He has been an emperor for nearly 5,000 years. It is the time when his bloodline and origin are at their peak. The sun way is extremely profound. His whole person is like a scorching sun that shines on the entire universe. He is the only one in the world and irreplaceable. Above his head, a mountain-like red furnace was rumbling. The entire furnace was made of pure phoenix blood red gold. The entire furnace was like a sacred and fiery phoenix. It could burn 3,000 worlds by spreading its wings. That is the imperial weapon that Emperor Hengyu has refined over the years. The Hengyu Imperial Furnace, made of phoenix blood red gold, is the only one in ancient and modern times and represents the ultimate path of the sun. This boy is powerful. If you give him time, he will definitely not be weaker than the holy emperor of the sun back then. When the great emperor came, The natural order attracted the attention of the 8 supreme beings in the restricted area of the sky. The oldest of them stared at Jiang Hengyu for a long time, before slowly speaking and giving the Sun Emperor a very high evaluation. Hearing the words, the other supreme beings present had thoughtful expressions on their faces. No one doubted the authenticity of the old supreme's words. They all knew that this old supreme was the oldest emperor in the entire God's Forbidden Zone. An ancient demon emperor who attained enlightenment as a heavenly wolf. The time of enlightenment was between the 2 great human emperors, Tianan's son. Snort. But in response to the many supreme beings in the sky, Emperor Hengyu snorted heavily. This young emperor obviously had no favor or trust in the restricted area. So naturally, he would not be polite to Supreme Sirius. Forbidden area. The emperor is here. What do you want to do? The voice of Emperor Hengyu was majestic and domineering. The fire phoenix transformed from the imperial furnace behind him suddenly flapped its wings. The vast imperial fire was like a vast ocean covering the starry sky. It carried the unrivaled aura of Tianqin's mark and pressed toward Feng Lai and Void. All the strong men including Mu Wudao. Obviously, Jiang Hengyu didn't have much interest in the road to immortality. In comparison, he was more concerned about the series of disasters brought about by the road to immortality. Especially the dark chaos, which was absolutely not allowed by the current emperor. Scold. The heavenly wolf supreme sneered, and took the initiative to block all Jiang Hengyu's attacks. He opened his mouth and spat out an order, and evolved a wolf claw that was bigger than the galaxy, and suddenly slapped it down, crushing Wan Dao. The wolf's claws collided with the imperial furnace. Even though the heavenly wolf supreme had not been fully sublimated at all, and even though Emperor Hengyu was blessed with the Tianqin mark, this blow still made the imperial furnace made a phoenix blood-red gold scream mournfully, and the sky exploded with imperial fire, the power that burned hundreds of millions of ancient worlds. The ultimate practitioners have practiced for millions of years, and the combat power accumulated in just a few years is far beyond everyone's imagination. It's just a way to become an immortal. Young man, you are too nervous. At this time, plain words came from behind many supremes. Feng Lai put a hand on the shoulder of Supreme Sirius to prevent him from taking action. He faced Emperor Hengyu directly and said with a smile, "Are you from the Wind Clan back then?" Emperor Tai Song. Emperor Hengyu looked directly at Feng Lai's face and instantly guessed the other party's identity. There were not many opportunities for powerful people in the humane field to come into contact with the Enlightenment Tea. Feng Lai gave Jiang Hengyu a piece of Enlightenment Tea as a gift back then, which really benefited Jiang Hengyu a lot. "It's me. How about the 4 extremes? Is your practice going well?" Feng Lai smiled and nodded. He was obviously very satisfied with Emperor Hengyu. Although this man had a very strange view on love. As the current emperor, no one could fault him. More than a dozen supreme beings moved together, but he still rushed forward without hesitation, obviously hugging him. Be determined to die. Determined not to back down. And protect all the spirits of the universe behind you. The road is profound, and I have not yet fully understood it. After recognizing Feng Lai clearly, the human emperor, who was tens of thousands of years away, Emperor Hengyu instantly relaxed a lot. He slightly bowed his hand to Feng Lai, and after looking at Emperor Void and Mu Wudao for a long time, he spoke, looking at what Senior Taizong did. Is the Forbidden Zone of God trying to forcibly break through the path to becoming an immortal? It's not an attempt. Feng Lai turned his head and looked at the boundless ancient world in the depths of the starry sky that reflected the great city of immortality, and said with a smile, "In fact, the road to becoming an immortal has been completely broken." After he finished speaking, he nodded to Ji Yukong and Mu Wudao. The 2 emperors without any hesitation stepped into the path to immortality, where they could not see the truth clearly. Immediately afterwards, the 8 supreme beings in the restricted area of the sky also took a step forward, and their figures instantly twisted like waterways in the light of time and space, and completely disappeared in place. "Come with me. As a human emperor, I will give you an opportunity to see the real fairyland." After everyone disappeared, the smile on Feng Lai's face became even brighter. He put his arm around Jiang Hengyu's shoulders and threw him directly into the path to immortality regardless of the current emperor's resistance. Chapter 371 Welcome to the Fairyland. Rumble. Including Feng Lai, Shukong, Mu Wudao, Hengyu, as well as the 8 supreme beings from the ancient restricted area. A group of 12 extreme creatures crossed the illusory path to immortality and disappeared in the universe in an instant. Middle. In the area where they were, all the Ji Dao aura had completely disappeared, and all the aura was gone. There was no decisive battle that destroyed the world. And there was no scene of the 12 supreme beings working together to open up the road to immortality. There was only endless chaos that overwhelmed everything. And it was so quiet that it was terrifying. Even the supreme beings in the forbidden area were silent, holding their breath, and waiting for the final result of the road to immortality. Brother Chansheng, what do you think? In the ancient restricted area of Xianling, a soft jade reappeared from above the deep and cold cemetery. The hoarse and low voice of the old woman was like the neighing of a night owl. She was seriously seeking advice and asking for the opinion of an ancient supreme being. The immortal Taoist brother she talks about is another supreme person in the immortal tomb. That person is not a simple person. He is a strong man who has lived from the mythical era to today. In his extremely glorious era, the emperor was not even born yet. He was simply alive in one step. The history books of the years. Hard to say. In the heart-stopping ancient restricted area of Xianling, only the vast breath of immortality was steaming. After a long time, an immortal sword flew out from a certain mausoleum cave, carrying the supreme will, and said, "The Emperor and the Hades have teamed up to personally deduce all the paths to becoming immortals laid out by Emperor Huantian. Not to mention all of them. At least I know about 7 or 10 of them. But there is absolutely no such path among them." The old voice and the immortal sword shook the Beidou ancient star. Not only the strongest in the immortal tomb, but also the supreme in the Taichu ancient mine, and the divine ruins looked at it, and listened carefully. They have all heard of the name of the immortal lord. He was an ancient supreme being who once had a drink with Emperor Zun and Emperor Hades. There is probably no one older than him in the major restricted areas today. In other words, at the wrong time, in the wrong place, a powerful restricted area wants to go against the will of the sky. It's so heroic. The immortal lord didn't say much, but the supreme lords understood what he meant. They all looked at the ancient road in the chaos and sighed. It is a restricted area in charge of a real immortal weapon. The supreme one may have gained immortality in some special way. It is normal to be ambitious. In the Taichu ancient mine, many supremes also woke up because of Feng Lai's punch. They thought of the ancient restricted area and the terrifyingly powerful supreme inside. And they sighed. In the battle with the immortal Taoist, as well as the battle between the Sea of Reincarnation and the Mountain of Immortality, all forbidden areas agreed that the god's forbidden area was the top of all life forbidden areas, and its combat power was not on the same level as other forbidden areas. Thinking of this, many supreme beings felt relieved. Throughout the ages, they had seen too many examples of emperors forcibly opening the way to immortality. The human emperor of Tain, the demon emperor, the Dozhan saint emperor, Emperor Fuxi, etc., are all examples of those who fell on the road to immortality in their later years. Their bones lie in the hearts of all supreme beings, warning them of the difficulty of becoming immortals. Wait a little longer. The right time is not now, and the right place is not there. After the immortal lord stared at the passage in the chaos for a long time, he still didn't move. The heavenly sword flashing with gleaming fairy light finally flew back to the cave of the immortal tomb, and fell into an endless sleep again. After all, you will kill yourself. You can't afford to gamble. Seeing this, the owner of the sacred jade Rui also let out a hoarse voice with a deep laugh. Rui flashed, and also disappeared from the place. Fairy, Beidou ancient star. In the deepest part of the ancient restricted area, in an ancient modeled bronze palace, there are also illusory female sighs coming from the depths of the palace. A certain emperor among them is also looking at the road to immortality, with twinkling eyes, a little sparkle. But in the end, the empress just shook her head slightly, and slowly closed her eyes, without making any unnecessary movements. She may have seen through the reality of the road to immortality, but she wanted something different. Even if the road to immortality was right in front of her, she was unwilling to leave this ancient world. Well, near the ancient star, in an ancient battlefield deep in the ancient star Yingluo, the same sigh came out. The creature that sighed was an enchanting and handsome man who was hard to find. He had a fair face and slender eyes. He was sitting cross-legged in a pool of blood made of emperor's blood, and deity's blood. He was naturally absorbing the blood, everything in the pool of blood. But he was also looking at the universe, staring at the shining passage, unwilling to leave. In this universe, the Emperor of Immortality is probably the only one who can definitely determine the road leading to the immortal realm, because he is a 5-color phoenix who fell from the immortal realm. No one in this world is more familiar with the immortal realm than him. Breath. But the immortal emperor is equally certain that as long as he dares to go up there, the fairy mirror that has existed since ancient times will dare to destroy him. because his faith has actually shown malice towards the forbidden area of God and that fairy mirror. His immortal heavenly sword is still sealed to this day. In the end, in this road to immortality initiated unilaterally by Feng Lai, only the supremes and emperors of Feng Lai, a major faction, participated. All the supremes in the restricted area chose to watch indifferently, and no one participated. As for the weaker human beings, the chaos that surges out on the road to immortality is too terrifying, and unenlightened people cannot cross it at all, so they can only watch from a distance. Crack! And deep in the ancient road to immortality, Feng Lai put his hands behind his back, leading the 8 supreme beings and the 3 flawless emperors along the way. Millions of years have passed, and the connection between the 9 heavens and 10 earths and the immortal realm universe has not changed at all. Even if Feng Lai's body is just a ray of obsession, it is still powerful enough to protect everyone from traveling through the immortal realm unimpeded. Well, as expected, there is a strange world that appears between the immortal realm and Jiuqian. It can be regarded as a pure land of immortality. Feng Lai was naturally aware of the existence of that strange world, in which there was an immortal with extraordinary strength, who also followed the path of becoming an immortal in the world of mortals. His combat prowess was no less than that of an ordinary quasi-immortal king. But Feng Lai ignored him. He just summoned Taizong's mighty power, punched again, shattered the boundary membrane of the strange world, and continued to move forward. Rumble. Finally, when all the episodes were over, the vast immortal city at the end of the passage became clearer and clearer. Even the rules of the 10,000 Tao were changing rapidly, which made all the supremes present feel a sense of discomfort, as if the soul is disintegrating and the Tao is dissipating. Especially Emperor Hengyu, whose true body was still in close contact with the Tianqin seal at this time, almost fell down from the Zhetian universe to the immortal realm. Such a change in rules made him almost cough up blood. Everyone, after a long time, when the Supremes finally fully adapted to the environment of this new universe, Feng Lai faced them and slowly opened his arms. Welcome to Fairyland. Chapter 372. Good Buddy Gu Tuo. How would they feel if those invincible emperors from the Zhetian era came to the immortal realm? What kind of expression will he show? When Feng Lai and his party of 12 extreme creatures broke through the barriers of the strange world and stepped into the Fairyland, whether it was the 8 supreme beings who had already killed themselves, the incompetent emperors such as Hengyu, Shukong and Mu Wudao, all fell into deep silence. In the immortal realm, whether it is the completeness of the laws or the depth and volume of time and space, it far exceeds the limit of the sky-covering universe. Immortal matter is filled in every corner of the universe like no money. Even if you just breathe normally, you can feel it. His own longevity is skyrocketing. Roar! After Mu Wudao was stunned for a long time, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and a clear whistle came from his mouth. He took a step forward and transformed into a holy body that was thousands of meters tall. He breathed in suddenly, and the vast energy of heaven and earth instantly gathered and poured into his mouth and nose. In the Zhetian universe, the supreme breathing with all his strength at one time would drain at least 1 or 2 galaxies. However, even if a powerful ultimate master like the Enlightenment Holy Body breathed with all his strength in the immortal realm, he would only drain out the entire galaxy within 100,000 miles. It's just the vitality of heaven and earth. The immortal realm is really stable beyond imagination. After a long time, the ancient emperor who lived from the Taizong era to the Hengyu era sighed. The expression on his face first showed sigh, and then quickly turned into almost crazy ecstasy. And he roared. Around him, other supremes and emperors were also realizing the immortal realm in their own ways. They cautiously unfolded their own imperial thoughts and tried to explore the boundaries of the immortal realm. However, they found that with the intensity of their divine thoughts, they could not completely understand the immortal realm. Explore this vast new world. You must know that in the Zhetian universe, the emperor can cover the entire universe with a single thought. Except for those extremely special areas, there is no place that the extreme creatures cannot reach within 9 steps. The rich vitality of heaven and earth, the perfect rules of the avenue, the abundant longevity substances, and the vast area far beyond imagination. The more the supremes and emperors explore, the more they can feel the vastness and boundlessness of the immortal realm from the bottom of their hearts. It is like an old farmer who has spent half his life in the mountains coming to a city. Even if this city is not the best in the world, it is still far away, far more than they imagined. The expressions on their faces were shocked at first, and then turned into surprise and expectation from the bottom of their hearts. Everything they saw and felt showed that the supreme level is far from the limit of this universe. In the immortal realm, You really have the chance to become an immortal. As strong men who have practiced hard on the extreme path for more than 1,000,000 years. The 8 supreme beings in the Forbidden City of God obviously have a better understanding of this universe than young people such as Ji Shukong. They can clearly feel the more profound avenue of the immortal realm, which is so perfect, so beautiful. Even the barriers to immortality are gradually becoming clearer in the eyes of the 8 supreme beings. Feng Lai stood in the starry sky, allowing these extreme practitioners to comprehend everything that belonged to the immortal realm. Each of these people was a successful person in the world. Their talent and understanding were all the best among the best. There was no need for him to explain too much. Many. Let's go and show you. It wasn't until the Supreme Being and the Emperors were briefly familiar with the rules of the immortal realm that his eyes regained focus. He looked at the great city of the immortal family in the distance and uttered a sound that shook the sky. Disciple. At this moment, his aura seemed to increase billions of times in an instant, and an upright and supreme majesty burst out from Feng Lai's body and soul. The power of heaven was unpredictable, and even the stable and abnormal origin of the universe in the immortal realm was unfathomable. Trembling and worshipping, the words shouted from Feng Lai's mouth made many supremes and emperors present freeze in place. They all realized that Feng Lai's heels might be more terrifying than they imagined. Boom! Just a moment later, in the distance, the towering fairy city, which was as huge as half the universe, slowly shook. The giant door, which was countless thousands of miles high and carved from 2 fairy mountains, opened, and densely packed soldiers appeared outside the fairy city. Those are all heavenly soldiers carefully selected in the immortal realm. Each of them has a cultivation level equivalent to the first level of escape. The armor and weapons on their bodies exude a cold light, and their combat power is extraordinary. Among the heavenly soldiers, there are many divine generals who sit astride precious beasts such as Pegasus, Pichio, and Bai Zhe. Each of them has a quasi-emperor level of cultivation. Many of them are powerful quasi-emperors with profound cultivation qualifications to touch the immortal realm. Further back, there is a group of immortal generals. They are all real immortal beings. Each one of them is filled with the aura of flawless and eternal life. They are shrouded in the depths of the faint fairy cloud. Even the supreme beings present can't even see clearly the faces of those powerful immortals. And in the center of those heavenly soldiers, divine generals and immortal generals, a young man in a blue robe was striding towards him. His face was resolute and cold, and his eyebrows were as long as a pair of slender ones. Fairy sword, extremely sharp. But when the man really saw Feng Lai's appearance, the coldness and solemnity on his face disappeared in an instant. In a blink of an eye, he came 10 feet away in front of Feng Lai, bowed his head and bowed. Disciple Gutuo, pay homage to Master. Meet the Emperor. Behind Gutuo, the dense crowd of heavenly soldiers and immortal generals also cowed out in the direction of Feng Lai without hesitation, calling for the Emperor in their mouths, with the piety of pilgrims in their eyes. The word Emperor is not used casually in the immortal realm. In recent eras, the only people who can add the word Emperor to their names are Huang Tian Emperor and Lu Shen, except for the ancient Taizong Emperor. Get up. This is just an obsession of mine. Don't be nervous. Feng Lai shook his head and waved his hand for Gutuo to stand up. More than 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and immortal generals behind him also stood up. The sound of the collision of armor made all the supreme masters of Feng Lai's deep and powerful extremes feel numb. Master is master. Even a ray of obsession is the manifestation of your will. Gutuo shook his head. He respectfully invited Feng Lai to the vast immortal king city, and found the most majestic immortal mountain to entertain his master, whom he had not seen for many years. Master, could it be that this person comes from the universe that you and Uncle Huang arranged? It was only then that Gutuo glanced at the few inconspicuous human beings behind Feng Lai, and found that all 11 of them were actually supreme human beings. And he was inevitably a little interested. A strong person at the level of the Supreme can still be regarded as a rare potential stock even in the fairyland. In the environment without Tianqin, there are only a few supreme in each era, and all of them can be called teenagers. Immortal King. Yes, on a whim, I brought the little guy from that universe to the fairyland to have a look. Feng Lai nodded slightly. Chapter 373, When the Great Emperor Comes to the Immortal Realm. I see. No wonder I see that several of my friends are extraordinary, and have made great achievements in humanity. Seeing Feng Lai's confirmation, 2 rays of immortality suddenly bloomed in Gutuo's eyes. He glanced at the 11 extreme creatures present with great interest and spoke out. At this moment, Both the 8 supreme beings and the 3 infallible emperors all felt the discomfort of having their bodies, souls, and avenues being spied on. They felt that they had turned into the most insignificant ants and were being watched by the giant dragon. Even though the dragon didn't have any ill intentions, it still made them feel deeply uneasy. It took a long time for this feeling to completely disappear. Gutuo withdrew his gaze under Feng Lai's gaze and nodded to the 11 supreme beings. My name is Gutuo, and I am the master of Fanxian King City. I also practiced in your universe when I was young and held the Tianqin seal. I am considered your senior. It turns out to be the ancient immortal king. Seeing this, the supreme and the emperors could only clasp their fists at Gutuo blankly. Even though they once ruled the universe and had endless pride in their hearts, they were still just human beings, facing Gutuo, a strong man who was obviously beyond the standard. He could only barely maintain his dignity. After all, their vision was limited. They couldn't even explain the concept of immortality clearly. And naturally they had never heard of the concept of immortal king. After all, this is the universe that you and Uncle Huang arranged. Everyone has the foundation of human body in their body, and they can practice the secret method of human body. Their potential is unlimited. Gutuo did not say much to a person who is at the pinnacle of humanity. Instead, he turned to Feng Lai and sighed. You can see the overall situation of the universe and the nature of practice. It seems that your practice for these millions of years has not been in vain. Feng Lai heard this, and patted Gutuo's shoulder with great satisfaction and nodded. The talent of his third disciple is actually much better than that of Chang Gongyan and Yin Ning. His achievements in the human realm were even more exaggerated than those of Meng Tianzheng. At that time, he had already become the immortal emperor and had personally guided him. Now Gutuo is already the peak combat power among the immortal king giants. Extremely tyrannical. I am ashamed that I cannot go to heaven to share my master's worries. Gutuo shook his head. Back then, Heavenly Court marched above the sky and took away a group of the most powerful immortal kings and burial kings in the entire realm sea at that time. Now he is already the strongest person in the entire immortal realm. Have this qualification. There must be a division of labor. If they all go to the front line of development, who will guard the rear, and who will handle these strongmen rising from the rear? Feng Lai was very open-minded. Gutuo was destined to be with Master Yi, and he don't be in a hurry to go to heaven. So, Master is going to put these dozen little friends here with me, and let them practice in the immortal realm from now on? Gutuo nodded, looked at everyone again, and asked softly, let these 8 stay in the immortal realm. They are all quite talented, and have a destiny with me. Please help them fill in the shortcomings of the immortal stage. They will also have the opportunity to become immortal kings in the future. Feng Lai pointed at the Supremes in the restricted area on the court. He spoke. Although the Forbidden City of Heaven is a place of eternal life, its area is too small after all. The 7 supreme beings have been cultivating in the Forbidden City of Heaven for too long. Xiaoyao Tianzuan also needs a broader stage to develop the way of time. Of course, staying in the immortal realm is the best option. Good. What's more, after the Sendai is completed, they will basically all have heaven-level combat power. This power has far exceeded the standard of becoming an immortal in the immortal realm. And it does not take too long to become an immortal. I understand. I just want to go to the Boundary Sea and kill a few crazy kings. The disciple will personally take action and complete the origin for a few friends. Of course Gutuo also knew that the 8 supreme immortal platforms were lacking. But he didn't care much about it. Injuries at the human level are not even a problem in his opinion. Thank you, Emperor. Thank you, ancient immortal king. Hearing that there was really a way to repair the dilapidated immortal platform, even though they had already prepared in their hearts, the 8 supreme beings still inevitably felt a tremor in their hearts. After entering the forbidden area of God, the lack of souls became an eternal pain in their hearts. Ming Ming realized it's really painful to feel that it's difficult to make any progress in cultivation while improving. As for these 3 perfect ones, just take them to see the world. The 3 of them practice the 9-generation immortality method on the immortal road in the world of mortals. Being in the immortal realm is not conducive to their growth. Feng Lai turned to those present. The Immaculate Emperor smiled. There is no need to question the power of this path to become an immortal in the 9th generation. Mu Wudao and Ji Shukong are now on the right track on this path. Jiang Hingyu has also been trained by Feng Lai and both have a chance. See the world. Master. I understand. Gutuo nodded, looking at Mu Wudao and others with a little more appreciation in his eyes. He is the descendant of the immortal emperor. And of course, he knows about Shi Hao's 9th life. How tyrannical and overbearing the road to immortality is. He weighed gently and summoned several powerful warriors at the peak level of the true immortal from the immortal city. After giving a few instructions, he asked them to leave with the 11 supremes and emperors to experience the vastness and power of the immortal realm. With a proud spirit and an unyielding fighting spirit, he is worthy of being the most powerful creature that came out of that universe. Not only is his cultivation very good, but the proud temperament in his bones is hard to find in the entire immortal realm. Staring at the 11 supreme beings and emperors after leaving, Gutua sighed again. He could see clearly that even when facing a king among immortals like himself, there was persistence and pride in the eyes of those supreme beings that could not be eliminated. That pride had nothing to do with respect, but a kind of self-cultivation that was cultivated in practice and fierce battles. Temperament is deeply imprinted in the bone marrow. That kind of pride is rarely possessed by Taoists even among the Immortal King clan, who are highly trained. The belief that I am invincible is really difficult to cultivate. After all, the universe is not particularly big, and the lifespan is limited. Not to mention the cultivation and combat power of those strong men who are in tune with Tianqin. At least, they have never had any problems with their Taoist heart. They are too determined. Feng Lai said with a smile. Whether this Taoist heart is good or bad, Feng Lai himself can't explain. His pride is a powerful driving force. But without the strength and insight corresponding to that pride, it can easily turn a practitioner into a frog in the well. If there is a chance, I hope that Master can send a few more strong men like this. Those young humane strongmen in the immortal realm need such opponents. If they sharpen each other, they may be able to create extremely strong creatures. Gutua rode. Don't worry. It's rare to come to the immortal realm once. There are many strong people I want to entrust to you, Feng Lai said with a smile. He raised his hand, and an illusory mirror of 3,000 paths appeared. The surface of the mirror was as deep as a deep pool. At the bottom, there were several illusory figures sleeping in it. The radiance of the immortal path protected their spiritual light, making them immortal. The rules set by Wang Bak then were too harsh and buried many talented people who were not good at life and suffered from insufficient training years. I collected their true spirits. Feng Lai stared at the floating figures in the Taoist mirror. They were the true spirits of Lingbao Tianzuan, Tine Human Emperor, Demon Emperor, and others in history. Most of them perished on the road to becoming immortals, but were saved by Feng Lai with the immortal mirror. Down. Today is the time for them to rebuild their true bodies and continue their glory. Chapter 374 Return of the Reborn God. Death is eternal silence, withering, and the fate of dust returning to dust, and dust returning to dust. All causes and effects and all ties will end with its arrival. This is not a good or bad experience. Dead creatures have no thoughts, no consciousness, no 6 desires and 7 emotions, no ties to the world, and only eternal silence and sleep. Ancient emperors such as Tine Human Emperor, Lingbao Tianzuan, Demon Emperor, etc., have been silent in this state for too long. They all had supreme glory in the past, but they all had to face the situation due to various reasons. Come to an end, either die in battle on the road to becoming an immortal, or fail in the process of becoming an immortal. These are a group of emperors with the most outstanding talents throughout the ages. They have left a more profound mark on history than other ancient emperors, even if they fell for various reasons. No one dares to question their power. Over the years, Feng Lai's 3,000 Tao mirrors have been paying attention to such emperors. When they fall, the immortal mirror will take action to absorb their broken true spirits and keep their essence immortal. From the age of mythology to the era of Hengyu, Dao Jing selected a total of 9 such deities, ancient emperors and emperors. Now, Feng Lai has brought these precious true spirits to the immortal realm, found the most majestic and magical dragon vein in the ancient immortal king city, planted these true spirits into the dragon vein, and nurtured them with the power of heaven and earth, the physical body and the soul. Master, are you going to let them follow the same path as you, to nourish the divine fetuses and transform into holy spirits? Gutua couldn't help but watch the wind stir the water in the sky, ignite the fairy fire, lift up the thick earth, and shape the bodies of those true spirits. Asked, as Feng Lai's direct disciple, he certainly knew his master's footsteps, and it was not surprising that Feng Lai forged the holy spirit bodies for these supreme beings. After all, they are all emperors who once ruled the world. It would be inappropriate to find biological parents for them. This innate body avoids the filth of acquired bodies and also breaks the ties of cause and effect. It is good. Feng Lai smiled and nodded. He did not give these emperors any deep support. He only used the earth, fire and feng shui of the immortal veins to shape their innate bodies. They were born without any cultivation, but their bodies were in line with the sky, and they were in tune with the heaven and earth. The affinity is extraordinary. If I had to compare them, the heels and feet of these emperors were almost the same as those of the spiritual emperor in the forbidden city of heaven. Let's start. After Feng Lai finished shaping the 9 and 8 flesh bodies, Gutuo nodded. His cultivation years were close to tens of millions of years. Hearing this, he held up the 9 weak true spirits and blew them gently. The true spirits were incorporated into their respective bodies. Return. Immediately afterwards, dense magical formations burst out from Feng Lai's eyes, and a drop of bright red Tao blood was sacrificed by Gutuo, which intersected with the origin of the immortal king's dragon veins and merged into the 9 new physical bodies. The power contained in a drop of the Tao blood of the giant immortal king was so vast that even if it was divided into 9 parts, it would still cause Gutuo's immortal king city to rumble and shake. All living beings in the city were horrified and marveled at Gutuo's supreme immortal king methods. This body, this thought, is reincarnation? After all the visions dissipated, the first person to regain consciousness was the famous Lingbao Tianzuan in the mythical age. This was definitely a powerful existence that could rank among the top 3 among the 9 Tianzuan in the mythological age. He had refined the immortal killing formation, forging 4 killing swords, regardless of formation path or killing path. Make sure to be at the forefront in the entire ancient history. Now, the ancient heavenly lord carefully inspected his body, and found that he had turned into a little child of 2 or 3 years old, without any cultivation, sitting naked on a fairy lotus leaf. Such an environment made the reborn Lingbao Tianzuan feel a sense of inner peace and harmony. And then a raging fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Lingbao Tianzuan had extensive experience in many fields back then. Sword formation and killing sword were just one of them. His corresponding composition secret was the ancestor of the world's formations. Even the emperor had to study it with humility, and study it deeply. The power of thinking about life and death is the result of the Sutra of saving people. Now, he is living a new life with all the memories and achievements of his previous life. Needless to say, this high-spirited sense of freshness goes without saying. Phew! Incredible! Suddenly, Lingbao Tianzuan heard a sigh not far away. The voice was childish, but it had a sense of vicissitudes that had gone through the years, making the newborn Lingbao Tianzuan alert. Looking closely, I saw a child on another lotus leaf not far away, who was also carefully checking himself and his environment. He was also 2 or 3 years old, without any cultivation, but his body was extremely strong. He jumped 2 or 3 feet away. My name is Lingbao. What should I call this fellow Taoist? Lingbao Tianzuan hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to show up. Although he only looked like a child of 2 or 3 years old, he stood on a fairy lotus leaf and bowed in a very formal and standard manner. Huh? Lingbao Tianzuan appeared, making the child stunned for a moment. But soon, he came back to his senses and nodded to the other person. My surname is Si. My Taoist name is Tain, and I have met Taoist fellow Lingbao. Hearing the name Lingbao, the child named Tain's pupils visibly trembled, but he still had a natural confidence and grandeur when the name was announced. Even if he had no cultivation, he still had the aura of a king in the world. Soon, in this small lotus pond, which was only a few hundred feet in size, 9 young figures woke up one by one. Most of them looked like human children, but there are also 3 or 4 creatures from other ethnic groups, such as a small ape with golden hair, a small silver dragon that is only more than 2 feet long, etc., all of which look like they have no cultivation at all. The 9 extremely powerful men who were famous in ancient history soon gathered together. After exchanging names one by one, they also realized their respective identities. After all, latecomers all know the names of forerunners. Although everyone present is young, they are all extraordinary. Their names are Lingnao, Tain, Shui Yuqing, etc., which are famous in history. If it is a coincidence, the emperor will not be killed. They didn't believe it. In other words, those of us who were lost in history have returned? Among the 9 emperors, and deities present, Emperor Fuxi was undoubtedly the youngest. He squatted on an 8th grade Taoist lotus and glanced at the young children. His names are definitely in the history books. I have heard that the name No God has shocked the past and present. I don't understand. Is this reincarnation or the world after death? Shui Yuqing's small dragon body was lying on a silver-white fairy lotus. He could clearly feel the ubiquitous vitality of heaven and earth. The 9 major while the ultimate master was chatting. He had already smoothed out his new body. Can't figure it out. The Taoist body of Emperor Fuxi was not completely human. There were 2 young dragon horns on the top of his head, and a golden dragon tail on his back. He dipped his hands in water, and carved the 8 diagrams pattern on the 8th grade immortal lotus, calculating silently for a long time. Finally, he sighed helplessly. Of course, it can't be calculated. This is Tuolwang Immortal City in the immortal realm. Do you still like this feeling of being born towards death? And the Taoist body that I have personally shaped for you? Suddenly, a clear voice with a bit of a smile came. Feng Lai walked slowly to the fairy lotus pond and nodded. Chapter 375 The Immortal Emperor's Means. Master, you just released those children with extraordinary talents? Just a few hours later, when Gu Tu came to the lotus pond in the immortal dragon vein again, he found that all 9 small figures beside the pond had disappeared. Only Feng Lai was holding an 8th grade Tao lotus in his hands. I don't know what I'm thinking about. As the city lord of this immortal king city, Gu Tu certainly knew what happened. Just now, Feng Lai personally took action and drove Ling Bao Tianzuan, Tine Human Emperor, Sun Sang Emperor and others into the space-time rift and teleported them to 9 different locations. Of course, they don't need too much deliberate guidance. As long as there is a broader stage, they will surely rise one day. Feng Lai nodded and casually threw the 8th grade Dalian into the pool, bringing up a faint splash of water. Whispered. He didn't tell the 9 newly reborn extreme Taoists much. He just gave each of them an immortal weapon and completely exiled them to the homeland of the immortal realm. Of course, the place of exile is not a Jedi place. It is just close to many large areas of influence in the immortal domain. Even though all the powerful immortal kings in this large area have left, there is still no shortage of immortal king-level powerhouses, such as Chi-Chi, who once met Feng Lai. King Yushan, that old giant, did not go to heaven. Feng Lai didn't have the slightest worry about them in his heart, even though those 9 people were seemingly ignorant children. In fact, they were once emperors who rose from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Their minds and actions were more mature than anyone else's, more decisive than anyone else, possessing the wisdom that truly belongs to the strong. As for the inheritance of scriptures and exercises required for their practice, just kidding. Those 9 people themselves are walking heritage treasures. Their imperial scriptures and imperial laws have been polished many times, and every smallest detail is perfectly adapted to their respective concepts. Absolutely one-to-one customization. Now that Master has spoken, I'll wait and see. Gu Tu nodded helplessly. In fact, he was also looking forward to the performance of those 9 strong men. Because according to Feng Lai's description, these people all have the qualifications of giant immortal kings. The best among them are even comparable to the butcher immortal king in his youth. They must be incomparable. Stunning. Alas, there are too many qualified little guys buried in that universe. Without me, those young people would have to completely disappear into history. It would be a pity. Feng Lai said. Uncle Huang has come back twice. He has been to many places where strong men fell in the past. He has also manifested the long river of time and brought back several former geniuses. It can be seen that the war in the sky is not what he said. So relaxed, Gu Tu stared at the endless void outside the immortal king city, with too much emotion in his words. Sure Hao returned twice, and both times he resurrected the dead through the passage of time, allowing him to truly see what the immortal emperor's methods are. That is the most powerful person who has completely surpassed the limit of the immortal king's understanding. He is the only one in history, no matter in the past, present or future. The immortal emperor at every time point is in an absolutely perfect and flawless state. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, it is absolutely impossible. Maybe go back in time and kill the immortal emperor in his childhood. And to the immortal king, the unfathomable long river of time is just something that can be rounded and flattened in the hands of the immortal emperor. With a casual grab, the dead creatures in the past can be picked up. With one hand, a living person can be lifted up. Immortal kings in the past or future will be completely wiped out. A picture scroll that lasts forever. This is the description of the realm of the immortal emperor by the powerful man in the sky. Which means that in the eyes of the immortal emperor, all eternity is just a picture scroll. Everything is the content of the picture scroll, and can be altered at will. Gu Tu walked with Feng Lai and brought him to the area where the ancient and modern place is located. To this day, this ancient and mysterious place is still a treasure that many practitioners in the fairyland yearn for. Uncle Huang asked me to protect this area. He said that many years later, a certain once powerful man would return and asked me to treat him well. Gu Tu invited Feng Lai to come to the small stone house. He spoke. Feng Lai squinted his eyes. Even though this body was just a wisp of obsession, the essence of the immortal emperor was still there. He could clearly see that in the upper reaches of the deep river of time, there was a tall figure who was navigating the river with his extremely keen sense of Taoism. Travel through and stride towards this node. That person is the nameless quasi-immortal emperor from the emperor's fall era. Didn't sure how directly resurrect him? Feng Lai saw the person's identity at a glance and said with some confusion, "It is difficult for the immortal emperor to resurrect a quasi-immortal emperor. But with the power of Shi Hao and himself, it is not impossible to pay some price to retrieve a quasi-immortal emperor." Uncle Master said that it was Senior Wuming's own choice. He only wanted a way to be resurrected and come back. And then he would go through all the tribulations and come back on his own strength. Gu Tuo said, "Then just stay safe. He and I are old friends who have never met each other. If we come back, we can have a good chat." Feng Lai said with a smile. When he became the quasi-immortal emperor, he had crossed the river of time with the unknown quasi-immortal emperor looked at each other. Although they did not communicate much, they could still be considered sympathetic to each other. "Master, can you tell me about the war in the sky?" Gu Tuo could see that Feng Lai's desire for the strong men of the same camp had never disappeared, and he was unavoidably worried in his heart. So he begged again. He felt inexplicably ashamed, because today's immortal realm can be called a pure land, and it was really inappropriate for him to huddle behind even though he knew that the battle ahead was difficult. Feng Lai nodded, no longer hiding anything, but evolved a Tao diagram to explain to Gu Tuo in detail the things above the sky, including the relationship between the heavens and the world, including the ultimate source of the darkness in the world sea, including the weirdness A family. The enemy is indeed very strong and the battle is difficult. Even if the heavenly court is powerful, Shi Hao and I are both true immortal emperors. But it is still far from enough. This is the purpose and reason for us to continue to cultivate and bring back the strong. In the end, Feng Lai patted Gu Tuo's shoulder and concluded. His third disciple is already qualified to know the battles above the heavens. He is already a powerful immortal king giant, and he has long been able to fight at the forefront. Is it the source of darkness? If necessary, the disciple is willing to hand over the immortal realm to other qualified people, and lead Tuo Wan to the immortal city to kill and meet the master. Gu Tuo said with a fist. Let's wait until you become the quasi-immortal emperor. That is a qualitative leap. We have you as the immortal king giant. The quasi-immortal emperor is what Huang and I need. Feng Lai shook his head. Gu Tuo's qualifications are extraordinary. In the original timeline, he was able to become a quasi-immortal emperor without anyone's guidance. It can be seen that he really has the qualifications to become a quasi-immortal emperor. In this life, Feng Lai personally guided him. As long as he does not die young, he will never touch the throne. Delusion. In your destiny, you still have 3 allies and comrades who have not yet been born. Wait. I hope you can become a quasi-immortal emperor, or even a true immortal emperor. At that time, you will be the real strong one on your own. Feng Long Island Expressway Road. 3 allies and colleagues. It seems that Master has seen my fate. Gu Tuo nodded. Chapter 376 Changes in the Immortal Realm. After not returning for 1,000,000 years, the many great realms on this side of the boundary sea have changed a lot compared to before. Compared with when the heavenly court came to the realms. Whether it is the immortal realm, the foreign realm, or the burial realm, they have all entered a new era. The most intuitive one is the shortage of strong people caused by the departure of most of the strong. After all, on the eve of the departure of heavenly court, most of the kings of darkness have been eliminated, and a large part of our own immortal kings and buried kings have been eliminated. He is also left with heaven, and there are far fewer strong ones. Up to now, the entire immortal realm, foreign realm and burial realm combined are only guarded by the combat power of 6 giant-level kings, and the total number of other supreme and ordinary immortal kings is only 70 or 80. In other words, it has not been easy for you to eliminate the remnants of darkness over the years. When Feng Lai was wandering around the worlds, he also met the immortal king Mu Lin. This Mu Qilin, who had followed Feng Lai for many thousands of years, had the personal guidance of the immortal emperor and became a giant-level immortal king. Originally, Feng Lai had left him behind. It was to protect Gu Tuo. But since Gu Tuo became a giant, the position of protector has become meaningless. Your Majesty is serious. The darkness has long lost its foundation, and the remaining remnants cannot make waves. With the means left by you and Emperor Huang Tian, we can definitely deal with it with ease. Immortal King Mulan lamented that, after not seeing it for millions of years, its majesty was much stronger than when he first followed Feng Lai. Now he is personally stationed in a foreign land to purify the small amount of darkness involved in that ancient world. It is worth mentioning that since the source of darkness was destroyed and the ancestral artifacts were shattered, the foreign land has experienced a long period of time. Under the intentional guidance of heaven, the new generation of strong men in the foreign land have gradually cut off the dark past. And now the mainstream immortality, the path of cultivation, and the path of cultivation in the immortal realm run parallel to each other, and they are considered part of the cultivation system of the immortal realm. Cherish this peaceful time. Gutua will definitely leave in the future, before the next supreme giant is born. You must protect the things I cherish on this side of the world. See, for me, it is undeniable that Feng Lai is indeed a person who misses old feelings. The few powerful people who have the closest relationship with him are at least the existences of the ultimate immortal king level. Even those holy spirits bred from the seeds of the great Tao are. It is more favored by the universe, and has a much deeper foundation. Your Majesty obeys the law and will defend it to the death. Immortal King Yulin bowed his head deeply. His strength and destiny have long been closely related to Taizong's lineage. As the closest follower of the current immortal emperor, his prestige on this side of the world sea has reached an exaggerated level, which naturally makes him more respected. His own emperor. Let's go. Take me to foreign lands and visit the burial realm. After the words fell, immortal King Mu Lin immediately transformed into a 100-foot-tall figure, allowing Feng Lai to sit cross-legged on his head, and then let out a deep and majestic roar. In an instant, billions of avenues trembled. The world turned upside down, and he strode towards the foreign land. Go. Feng Lai has never had any prejudice against the cultivation methods of foreign lands and burial realms. From the perspective of evolution from above, both the immortal cultivation method and the burial realm cultivation method can be regarded as an extension of the immortal cultivation system. Even the three emperors Song Yuhong and Old Man Mishi, who fought to the death with Feng Lai and the others back then, were also variants of the immortal cultivation system. Like Shihao's human body's secret realm method, they can be regarded as different branches on the same tree of evolutionary civilization. In the future, we will find a time point where we can pass on these four systems of cultivation. There is no need to be too rigid in the way of immortality. The path of the ancients is also very brilliant. If we can create more strong people, it will of course be the best. 100 years later, Feng Lai traveled to many places in the foreign realm and burial realm. While sighing a lot in his heart, he also passed on 4 sets of fairly complete cultivation systems to immortal King Yulin and gave instructions. There is no doubt that these are the cultivation methods that belong to the third emperor Song Yuhong and the old man of Miesher. The burial path cultivation method and the immortal cultivation method are both derived from them and are truly developed by the quasi-immortal emperor. Clear. Immortal King Yulin took it carefully. He understood that his master's level was too high, and the grudges, power, interests, etc. on this side of the boundary sea were no longer visible to him. Only the foundation of civilization and the system of practice can make Feng Lai understand. Care. This huge green unicorn carrying Feng Lai continued to run in the starry sky, and soon came to the fairyland again, and met with a group of supreme human beings brought by Feng Lai. It's a pity that there are no descendants of our Qilin clan. It seems that the Qilin clan is not doing well in the Jiotian universe. Immortal King Yulin obviously had little interest in these little humane supreme beings. He just took a look at it, and gave it a gentle slap. He snorted inside. It is now at the level of the immortal King Giant, and its bloodline is spread across several large universes. It can be called the Qilin ancestor god, common to both immortal and foreign lands. Naturally, it is willing to take care of the Qilin lineage. There is a line of blue unicorns over there who are quite talented. If you are interested, I will bring them to you in a few 100,000 years to have a look. Feng Lai patted the majestic horns of immortal King Mu Lin and said with a smile, the blue unicorn he is talking about is naturally the ancient unicorn emperor from the ancient times of the Jitian universe. The old emperor should still be sleeping deep in the ancient mines of Taichu at this stage. His talent is unclear, but he has the ability to become an emperor in the Jitian universe. He should not. How bad would it be? Thank you, sir. Immortal King Mu Lin's eyes lit up. He could see clearly that the emperors of Jitian universe were all geniuses in cultivating their bodies. If there really was such a Qilin supreme who used his body to breed, he might be able to become the leader of the Qilin clan in the immortal realm. Create a whole new line. Feng Lai settled down in Gutua's Tuolwang immortal city. On the one hand, he listened to immortal King Yulin detailing the major and minor events that had occurred on both sides of the boundary sea in recent years. On the other hand, he occasionally guided Hengyu, Shukong, Mu Wudao, and others to make these first-timers the emperor, who entered the immortal realm quickly cultivated and made gratifying progress. It was not until more than 20 years later that the blade of the emperor-killing spear broke through the boundary membrane of the universe, and Gu Tuo returned from the boundary sea. That Feng Lai finally stopped living this leisurely life. Yes, you are becoming more and more proficient in using this quasi-immortal emperor weapon. He was very satisfied with Gu Tuo's talent. He suppressed the emperor-killing war spear in Gu Tuo's body back then. He is now no more than a peak giant, and he can already do it in a short time. He was very pleased that he could use this weapon freely. After all, there are fewer and fewer crazy kings in the world. See, with the assistance of quasi-emperor weapons, the efficiency will be much higher. Gu Tuo put away the emperor-killing war spear with great care. This fierce weapon has been with him for many years. One life was enough for him. Then, he tore open the space and took out a giant beast's head that was bigger than a mountain. It was majestic and heavy. Even though it had been dead for decades, it still exuded a divine power that suppressed the world. It should be no problem for the essence of the soul at the Supreme King level to make up for the damaged sendai of those humane little guys, Gu Tuo said confidently as he looked at his trophies. Chapter 377 The Evolutionary Path Above God. 120 years after Feng Lai led a group of Supremes to the immortal realm, the top giant Gu Tuo opened a furnace in Tuowang Immortal City to refine the unparalleled elixir. The treasure furnace used by Gu Tuo was a Dao furnace that was personally refined by Feng Lai when he was a quasi-immortal emperor in the past. The material is extraordinary. Every time it is used, what is refined is an unimaginable elixir. Naturally, the one refined this time is also extraordinary. Its only raw material is the complete soul of an extremely immortal king-level creature. The nature of the Yuanshan at this level is so high that even the most powerful immortal king at the same level cannot completely destroy it. Only a giant-level existence like Gu Tuo can kill it and retain the most essential and precious essence of the Yuanshan. Come down. Gu Tuo refined the treasure elixir in the highest palace of Tuowang Immortal City. This process lasted for 2 years. It was not until the years left 2 deep marks on Jiang Hengyu's wheel of life that the magnificent sky light came from the treasure. The furnace bloomed, and the fairy light curled up, illuminating the entire fairy city. Rumble. There are a total of 108 round elixirs surrounded by white fairy clouds. Each one is the size of a dragon's eye. It is densely engraved with the bright immortal king runes. It can trigger the billions of avenues of the origin of the universe. Shake the sky. After all, it is a pill for human beings. The essence of the immortal king's soul is too strong. Even if it is divided into 108 parts, it is a bit reluctant. Gu Tuo put his hands behind his back and put away the 108 soul elixirs with great satisfaction. He could train the soul of a supreme immortal king into elixirs and then give them to human beings. At this stage, the entire immortal realm also only someone else could do it. Go! After saying that, he flicked his finger, and 8 of the 108 Yuanshan great pills immediately flew up and turned into 8 beams of light, which fell into the heavenly wolf supreme, Thanga War Emperor, Golden Winged Doping Emperor, etc. below, in the hands of the 8 great human beings. Just by breathing in the vast elixir flowing out of the great elixir, the 8 supreme beings can feel an unreal sense of the soul almost sublimating. The sendai, which has been withered and dilapidated for too long, is trembling, with the slightest sign of healing. Thank you, ancient immortal king. Thank you, emperor. Without hesitation, these 8 supreme human beings bowed deeply to Gu Tuo and Feng Lai together. After staying in the immortal realm for more than 100 years, they have realized what the concept of an immortal king is. Even if a true immortal is not a real immortal to them, it is within reach. But the road to the immortal king is still long and requires too much time. It's just a small matter. You are all the geniuses of the universe. Working hard to become stronger is the best reward. Gu Tuo played with the immortal king great pill in his hand, put it into a small clock, and said with a smile, Gu Tuo has seen the talents of the 8 supreme beings over the years. The road after the pinnacle of humanity in that world is almost blank. These people all have the ambition to overcome obstacles, practice for millions of years, and have already carved out a path that is unique to them. According to the consensus of the immortal realm, they have already reached the standard of becoming a true immortal. And once they become an immortal, all the accumulated experience so far will be unleashed, allowing them to go a long way on the road to becoming a true immortal. The path to immortality is very broad. Don't stick to the path you practice in the 9 heavens universe. You should open up and look at it. Whether it is the immortal realm dharma, the immortal path, or the burial realm dharma, I encourage you to walk and study it. to break down barriers. Feng spoke up. Considering that the method of cultivating one's body and becoming an immortal for 9 generations are the most difficult and profound ones on the path to immortality, anyone brought to the immortal realm by him is obviously a creature that has been eliminated on this path. Naturally, he encouraged them to explore other paths. I'll keep this in mind. The 8 supreme beings nodded. Feng nodded, turned to Hingyu, Shukong and Mu Wudao, and said, "We will stay in the immortal realm for 300 years. I don't need to tell you how precious these 300 years are. Just work hard to accumulate it. If you succeed on the road to immortality in the 9th life, you will get great benefits." He really wanted to create a few mortal immortals who would become immortals in 9 lifetimes. But even with his intervention, that path was still difficult. In the original timeline of the Zhetian universe, there were no more than 5 fingers of people who could completely complete that path. Understood. Jian Hingyu nodded deeply. Among the emperors and supremes present, he was the youngest and the weakest. But now, he has definitely surpassed most of the 2nd-generation supremes in ancient times. Even in the immortal realm, sitting there, the daily harvest still surprises him. In the next 100 years, Feng continued to meditate into a immortal city. He took the initiative to appeal to his true self, who was far away in infinite time and space, and wanted several types of evolutionary practice methods for the evolved civilization above God. In his impression, the practice methods of multiple different civilizations can be interoperable or even parallel. Among Shurhao's 800 disciples, there are some who are extremely talented. They have studied 9 completely different paths of evolutionary civilization, known as the 9 paths in one, and they have also succeeded. The path of the Taoist ancestors. When his obsession communicated with this deity, he naturally obtained a lot of information about other evolved civilizations. Martial arts evolution path, Pollen evolution path, Supreme Ancestral God evolution path, Stone Man King evolution path. Many of these are evolutionary methods that are very suitable for immortal Tao. After Feng sorted it out a little, he felt that these evolutionary methods are very analogous. The effect of it, when colliding with the immortal cultivation method, may create a different spark. Wei Xian. But at the same time, Feng also received the common will from Feng himself. Shurhao, Lucian and others. Both sides of the boundary sea are regarded as the foundation of the immortal cultivation system. They hope that the creatures on both sides of the boundary sea will go this way. The road makes the branches and leaves of the immortal cultivation system more lush. Feng naturally agreed with this. He carefully engraved the inheritance of these cultivation methods and handed them to Gu Tuo, allowing the strongest man in the immortal realm to take charge of these methods and control their inheritance. What does Master think will happen if a disciple practices the inheritance? Gu Tuo studied these practices and naturally developed a strong interest. He is a genius and is naturally compatible with many types of practices. Spend more time to make these avenues run parallel, and then bear the fruit of the path beyond them. Feng said without hesitation, I don't recommend you do this. These cultivation methods should play a role of drawing parallels. The path to immortality is far from over, so we shouldn't waste time on these methods. The path of several avenues running in parallel and then unifying them is, in Feng and Shurhao's view, a choice made after they are desperate. The immortal path is not weaker than any cultivation method, and the path of unifying all the paths is not completely suitable for practitioners of the immortal path. Feng did not interfere too much with Gu Tuo's future path. At this level, even he, the master, only needed to make suggestions. Gu Tuo's qualifications were not worthy of doubt. It was not a good thing to interfere too much in the path of his disciples. He picked out one of these evolutionary paths called the Supreme Ancestral God, and carefully explained to Gu Tuo the cultivation concepts and evolutionary views of this path, allowing him to choose whether to embark on such a completely different evolutionary path. Just like that, decades later, when the 300-year deadline came, Feng didn't say anything more. He just summoned Hingyu, Shukong and Mu Wudao to return to the Jiutian universe. Chapter 378 Return. Following the long passage of time, Feng and others pushed through the void, broke through the chaos, and strode towards the direction of the 9 heavens and 10 earths universe against the obstacle of an almost invisible but unusually powerful rule. In the past, Shurhao cut off the eternity with one sword. That sword created a barrier that separated the 9 heavens universe from all cause and effect, all years, and all rules, completely turning it into an independent pure land, just for cultivating talents. The most powerful person of body type, Under this barrier, if the creatures in the Geotian universe want to forcefully break out, they only need the combat power of a few red dust immortals. However, it is too difficult to forcefully break in from the outside in. To put it bluntly, a top-notch quasi-immortal emperor like the old man who destroyed the world might not be able to break even a corner of the barrier set up by Sure How, even if he blasted it for 10 or 20 epics. Fortunately, Fong Lai's essence is one of the two immortal emperors in this world alongside Sure How. His aura is the hardest pass. As long as he strides forward, he can pass through the barrier without any hindrance and set foot on it. In the Nine Heavens universe, they once again pass through that strange world that could make people live forever. Following the traces of their arrival and the aura of immortal soldiers exuded by the 3,000 mirrors as beacons, they soon came to the familiar Nine Heavens universe. Emperor, welcome back. When he returned to this universe, the first thing that reached Fong Lai's ears was the shouts of surprise from the 3,000 Taoist mirror gods. The Taoist mirrors had been guarding the starry sky for 300 years. Now that Fong Lai has returned, it means that in the future any surprises occur. Boom! On the other side, when Jiang Hingyu stepped into this familiar universe again, Dao Yun, who belonged to the Mark of Tianqin, returned in an instant. The powerful feeling of suppressing the universe and controlling all the ways emerged in this emperor of the world, making Hingyu, Wukong and Mu Wudao let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. 300 years of fairyland have been like a dream. As the oldest of the three emperors, 300 years is really not a long time for Mu Wudao. But this short 300 years seems like a dream. And every detail is shocking to Mu Wudao. An unjust worldview. There are immortals in the world. Ji Shukong raised his hand, and a piece of jet black metal the size of a human head emerged from his hand. It was obviously a piece of extraordinary fairy gold, but its color was completely different from the dragon-patterned black gold, which was also black. It did not have that dignified majesty. With domination, the whole piece of immortal gold exudes a sense of emptiness, like chaos returning to ruins. This was given to him by an immortal king who walked the Void Avenue during his 300 years in the immortal realm. That immortal king was a powerful king under the immortal king Gu Tuo. The name of this immortal gold is Void Immortal Gold, which is very consistent with Ji Wukong's name and path. So he simply gave it to Ji Wukong in the hope that Ji Wukong can go further. Void Immortal Gold. This thing is good. If you refine it into your mirror, it will definitely be enough to reach the immortal king level. Fong Lai took the piece of Void Immortal Gold and looked at it with great interest. He also felt that the quality of this piece of immortal gold was indeed good. Excellent. And indeed in line with the way of the Void Emperor. But longevity is still falling. As the ancient immortal king said, this universe still does not allow immortality. On the other side, Jiang Hingyu felt that the 10,000 rules of this universe were constantly falling down, wiping away the immortality substance on his body, cutting off the life essence he had gained in the fairyland over the years, and causing his body and soul to gradually return to their original state. This is a very obvious sense of gap. A humane supreme came to this universe, and was originally said to live for tens of millions of years. When he woke up the next day, he found that he only had 10,000 years of life left. It is really hard to accept. This environment is suitable for the 9th generation to become an immortal. This is why I have to bring you back to this universe, Fong Lai said, and a small jade bottle the size of a palm appeared in his hand. The vase was not big, but it seemed to be deeper than a universe. There were 3 pure white sacred fairy lights suspended in it. Even if the rules of 10,000 laws were constantly chopped down, it could not be shaken. Nature. Look! This immortal king level elixir will not lose its essence due to the rules of 10,000 ways. As long as you are strong enough, it is impossible for this universe to restrict you. You actually brought back that kind of immortal king's elixir? Mu Wudao was shocked. He recognized the essence of the elixir in the vial in Fong Lai's hand at a glance. It was exactly the elixir that Gu Tuo had refined to make the supreme immortal platform perfect again. Medicine. This thing is a dreamlike existence for any self-destruction supreme. A pill can make his soul return to flawlessness and return to its strongest state. The effect is more powerful than swallowing an entire universe. Gu Tuo asked me to taste it. If I have the chance, I can also help the supreme being to be reborn. Let's see. The supremes who are destined to me are only those 8 people. Others may not have this fate. Fong Lai shook his head. The soul of the supreme immortal king is so powerful that even if it is divided into 108 parts, it is far beyond the limit of many true immortal souls. Such an elixir can not only restore the self-destruction supreme to perfection, but also make him cultivate to great heights. It is almost a stable quota to become an immortal. I wonder who would be so lucky. Mu Wudao and Ji Shukong shook their heads. Over the years, they have also understood that Feng Lai's expectations for them are not just to become immortals, but to make achievements in the most difficult human body secret realm method and the 9 generations of immortality. As God, the above-mentioned evolved civilization is like a Taoist being, to open up a path to immortality. Hopefully I won't have to use this. Jiang Hingyu sighed softly, and after giving Feng Lai a little hand, he disappeared into the starry sky. Ji Yukong and Mu Wudao also returned to the Beidou Immortal Mountain. Well, there hasn't been any trouble in this world for 300 years. Right? After watching the 3 perfect emperors go away, Feng Lai patted his sleeves, dusted off the debris of time and space on his robes, and asked, facing his Taoist mirror. A few supreme beings had the idea of rushing forward to become immortals. But due to my power, they did not dare to take action. The god of the 3,000 Dao mirrors said, as one of the 4 most ancient immortal weapons in ancient history, along with the desolate tower, the immortal bell, and the green cauldron, the 3,000 Dao mirror is the one with the most record among them. It has such a record of killing the immortal Taoist and suppressing the Kunlun immortal bell. In the eyes of the Forbidden City Supremes, it was too terrifying, and no one dared to touch its majesty. A reasonable result. Feng Lai nodded, not surprised at all. Emperor, Fanggu, Golden Winged Daping and Spirit Emperor, are you staying in the immortal realm? 3,000 Dao mirrors looked behind Feng Lai, but did not find Fanggu or Emperor, Heavenly Wolf Supreme and others. The figure asked softly. After all, he has been getting along with these supreme beings in the Forbidden City of God for at least 1,000,000 years. It would be fake to have no feelings. He has lost several old friends with good relationships in the past 100 years. Even though the Dao Mirror is an immortal weapon, he looks a little disappointed. They stayed in the immortal realm. After all, they are not suitable for the path of cultivation in this universe. I asked Gutuo and Nilan to take care of them, and let them take more paths after becoming immortals. Although it will take more time to write, they will eventually become immortals. The king's hope. Feng Lai nodded. That is indeed a good thing. But it is a pity that the emperor has lost a few powerful combat forces, and it will be inconvenient to order things in the future. 3,000 Dao mirrors also thought of the forbidden area of the sky. The supreme emperor cleared the forbidden area overnight, which is a pity. The Deshang holy spirits are enough for me to give you orders. They are just doing errands, Feng Lai said with a smile. At any time, the Deshang holy spirits in the god's forbidden zone are Feng Lai's most solid followers. Feng Lai is known as the ancestor of the holy spirits in this world. This title is no joke. Chapter 379 Hingyu. They're back. After Feng Lai and other emperors returned, the current emperor Jiang Hingyu returned. The slight fluctuations in the Tianqin mark immediately attracted the attention of many supreme beings in the restricted areas of life. Many supreme beings in the restricted areas of Beta noticed this. 300 years after I left, I don't know what happened on the other side of the road. That fairy mirror is too powerful. It's really difficult to overcome its blockade without a fairy weapon. Just because they're back, doesn't it mean they failed to become immortals? There was naturally the most discussion in the Taichu ancient mining area, deep in the unfathomable depths of the mine. One after another supreme beings watched Ji Yukong and Mu Wudao return to the immortal mountain, and watched Feng Lai and the immortal mirror disappear into the starry sky, expressing their own conjectures. But all the supreme beings who killed themselves have disappeared. There are 8 of them. Each of them is a powerful supreme being who can fight the 2 great masters alone. But none of them have come back. This is very wrong. A certain supreme asked the most pointed question. They could see clearly that 12 people entered and 4 returned. And the 8 people who disappeared were all comrades who committed suicide. This was very strange. So strange that the supremes frowned. What happened to those 8 people? Did you really go to the legendary fairyland? Or did he fall on the road for some reason? The supreme beings are all unknown. Either he died in battle, or he became an immortal. The worst possibility is that there is something wrong with the immortal weapon, or the person holding the immortal weapon, and he plotted against the 8 fellow Taoists. Or there is something wrong with the road to becoming an immortal, and those who commit suicide are not allowed to enter it. After a long silence in the restricted areas, the supreme being from the divine ruins spoke up, proposing a possibility that many supreme beings did not want to hear. Then I would rather believe that there is something wrong with the forbidden area of God. If the road to immortality is blocked by those who commit suicide, what is the point of us suffering for so many years? I hope that the emperor of the Ziwei Emperor Star can kill himself. If he comes to the restricted area and shares what he sees and hears, it will be of great help to his future path to immortality. There are too few human emperors who kill themselves. The Supremes chatted one after another. They each put forward their own ideas. Some were very close to the truth, while others were far from the truth. The exchange of information was just conjecture. There is no way around this. From the perspective of becoming immortals, these humane supreme beings huddled in the restricted area of life have too little information. They can only rely on very limited information to find out the truth. Of course, these supreme beings were just discussing. After exchanging opinions, each of them fell into a deep sleep again. This era is still the era of Emperor Hengyu. It can only be said that the strength that Feng Lai brought to Jiang Hengyu is not small. Regardless of those immortal scriptures, the 300 years he spent in Tuowang Immortal City in the immortal realm were unprecedented in the history of this universe. Opportunity. Therefore, Jiang Hengyu has mastered all the secrets of the Tianqin Seal in just 1,000 years after returning from the immortal realm. Completing this step means that Hengyu's status as an emperor has been completely consolidated. Even if he is separated from the Tianqin Seal, he can ensure that your own combat power is not compromised. Then he analyzed and continued his Tao of the Sun step by step. This emperor deeply analyzed the sun, and when he was 10,000 years old, he found a piece of phoenix blood red gold and recast the Hengyu Imperial Furnace, further enhancing the essence of this Tao furnace. Improve. After that, Emperor Hengyu suppressed the Phoenix Blood Red Gold Emperor Furnace in the ancestral land of the Jiang clan in the eastern wasteland of Beidou. And he himself stepped into Beidou Zhongzhou and established an immortal dynasty on the land of Zhongzhou where hundreds of schools of thought contended, naming it Guhua. Carry forward humanity. At that time, there were many conjectures about Emperor Hengyu establishing the ancient Hua divine dynasty. Some people said that Emperor Hengyu swallowed up the mountains and rivers and fought the entire Taichu ancient mine alone. Unfortunately, he was defeated and had to flee to Zhongzhou. Some said that Emperor Hengyu wanted to leave another line of inheritance for the Jiang clan and protect the Jiang clan from extinction. Some people say that the emperor is ambitious and wants to inherit everything from the ancient Yuhua divine dynasty. Only Feng Lai, Ji Shukong and others knew the truth after asking Emperor Hengyu in person. It was purely because Jiang Hengyu fell in love with a young girl at first sight when he was more than 10,000 years old and wanted to create a separate dynasty for her. When love comes, it's hard to let go. My relationship with her is pure, just like the deep love we had in our 20s and 30s. This was Jiang Hengyu's own sigh. He was obviously a very mature and wise emperor. But at this time, he showed a very infatuated side, leaving Feng Lai and Ji Shukong speechless. But no one can change what the emperor wants. Emperor Hengyu? No. The divine dynasty of Emperor Guhua was established in Zhongzhou at an incredible speed. The emperor himself wrote a new imperial scripture for this new divine dynasty, refining it. The brand new imperial weapon condensed a lot of divine source liquid, leaving behind the foundation for the divine dynasty. In this way, in just 3,000 years, the ancient Hua divine dynasty rose from the ground at a speed beyond imagination. Its profound heritage allowed it to dominate Zhongzhou and stand side by side with the divine dynasty of China, overwhelming all the schools of thought. Angry. Since then, a pattern of suppression of the two major divine dynasties in Beidou Zhongzhou and the contention of hundreds of schools of thought has begun to take shape. It is worth mentioning that this pattern is obviously more stable and peaceful than the one where the Yuhua emperor and his family were the only ones hundreds of thousands of years ago. At the same time, Emperor Hengyu's lifespan was much longer than that of ordinary emperors. It was only in his first life. He only began to show his old age after more than 15,000 years. This lifespan exceeded that of most ancient emperors. The ancient emperor. After 18,400 years of Hengyu calendar, the first life of Emperor Hengyu finally came to an end. Many powerful people lamented that this third human being from the ancient star Ziwei was probably no less powerful than the one who protected humanity back then. Taiyin and Sun are the two great ancestors. In the year when Emperor Hengyu lived his second life, many people saw a seemingly ordinary man walking out of the immortal mountain in the restricted area of life, holding a small bell. He stepped straight into the deepest part of the ancient Hua dynasty. In Tiangong, he left after a long chat with Emperor Hengyu. It was that year that Emperor Hengyu finally left the ancient Hua divine dynasty. He left 2 pieces of imperial weapons in the Jiang clan in the East Wasteland and the ancient Hua divine dynasty in Zhongzhou. He stepped into the starry sky alone and disappeared from everyone's mind. In sight. In the following years, Emperor Hengyu spent nearly 1,000 years traveling the same path he had taken in the first half of his life. From the Ziwei Emperor's star to the ancient road in the human starry sky. From Feixinxing to Beidou. Going around and around. Savoring every moment. Footprints. He also went to the Taoist lineage, where the 12 generals, who had become Taoists he killed were present, but did not show up. He silently expressed his condolences to those once glorious geniuses and then left, never to look back on the past again. After that, no one in the world has seen the trace of Emperor Hengyu again. The emperor, who is known as no less than the ancient Sun Holy Emperor, took the initiative to retire, leaving a broader stage to the entire universe. 10,000 years later, the 10,000 suppressions of Tianqin's mark dispersed, which announced that the era of Emperor Hengyu was completely over, and a new era was approaching the dawn. Chapter 380. Your weapons are too traditional. If we were to summarize the most eye-catching characteristics of these heavenly lords, ancient emperors, and emperors of Zhetian universe, apart from their excessively short and splendid lives compared to those of the ancient supreme beings, it would probably be the unique weapons of these ultimate masters. The most important point in the concept of spiritual practice that Shirhao upholds is to walk your own path. Repeating the path of your predecessors will lead to destruction. Only by continuous progress and innovation can you have a chance to transcend. The Heavenly Lord, the Ancient Emperor, and the Great Emperor who cover the sky have all indeed gone their own way. This is not only reflected in their achievements, but also in their unique weapons. Killing weapons such as the Golden Winged Daping Emperor's Taoist Tribulation Whip, the Golden Ancient Emperor's Golden Mace, the Stone Emperor's Black Gold Halberd, and the Ancient Blood Phoenix Emperor's Gilded Phoenix Winged Hammer are naturally available. But they definitely don't count. Mainstream. For the Emperor, attacking and fighting are the process of cultivation rather than the goal. Therefore, in this universe, the mainstream Emperor's weapons are those strange and powerful tools that carry the path. West Emperor Pagoda, Sun Emperor Pagoda, Tai Chi Diagram, Tian Emperor Seal, Hengyu Furnace, Tao Aquarius, Sky Swallowing Jar, God Refining Pot, Yuan Wine Gourd, Wanon Bell, Fushi Dragon Steel, Nuwa Dao Stone. None of these weapons are capable of killing everyone on the battlefield, but they can perfectly carry and interpret the path of the Emperor. The weapons carry humanity, but they are inferior to those who insist on attacking. It is worth mentioning that due to the existence of the Kunlun Immortal Bell, the Wild Pagoda, the Green Cauldron, and the Fengli 3000 Dao Mirrors, the 4 shapes of bells, cauldrons, pagodas and mirrors are very popular and are loved by many practitioners as a tool. But after Emperor Hengyu, the newly rising emperor seemed very unconventional. His weapons were not decorated at all, but chose the most ordinary divine form, sword. And this emperor who used the sword as a weapon to prove, carry, and protect the Tao was the so-called first conqueror in ancient times, the founder of the great Xia dynasty in Beidou Zhongzhou, and the founder of the Dragon Qi of the Imperial Tao. The Emperor. This is not the Emperor from that ancient life star. His hometown is an ordinary life star near the ancient road of the human race. It is far from as gorgeous as Ziwei, Beidou, Hongwang and other ancient stars. At best, it is no more than the ancient heavenly soldiers. Quite the stars. But this young prodigy was born with the appearance of a true dragon, with a majestic head and a resolute face. When he was born, he caused shock in the ancient star road of life where he was, and directly attracted a great saint-level protector on the starry sky ancient road. The Taoist personally took action and led him to the path of spiritual practice. He was a born ruler. But when he was only in his 20s and 30s, he showed amazing charisma and the ability to control people. He was determined to establish a divine dynasty and protect the prosperity of humanity. Compared with the courage and power of his monarch, the young Tai Huang's talent in cultivation is even more amazing. When he was 200 or 300 years old, he had just achieved the immortal Sanjian Dao, and he had created the Dragon Qi of the Imperial Dao, cut through the sky. When Fenglai looked at the true Dragon Emperor, the Emperor had already swept across the starry sky, became a quasi-emperor in the midst of countless catastrophes, and had already established the great Xia dynasty in the starry sky. Without hesitation, Fenglai came to the Immortal Mountain and introduced the young man with extraordinary talent to Mu Wudao, Ji Shukong and Jiang Hengyu who were practicing here. The sword actually uses this kind of weapon to carry and protect the road. It seems that he is a very offensive young man. Mu Wudao was close to 100,000 years old. He had successfully lived out his 4th life. Now he was at the age when his blood was strong and his path was glorious. He noticed the Golden Dragon Emperor's sword at the first sight, and nodded slightly. In the traditional impression, the composition of weapons such as knives and swords is a bit too simple and thin. They only focus on killing, lack of foundation, and cannot carry the Tao of practitioners. Therefore, they are not popular in the circle of middle-level practitioners. But people who are truly at the top know that this statement is a misunderstanding. There are never any 3 or 6 or 9 level weapons. And swords and weapons can also carry the supreme way. The best example is the 5-colored heavenly sword of the immortal emperor. That weapon is in the form of a thin sword. But under the sacrifice of the immortal emperor, it can kill the gods and forms of true immortals, which is rare from ancient times to the present. And he attaches great importance to humanity. He is an emperor who is born qualified to rule all spirits. Ji Shukong and Jiang Hengyu paid more attention to the emperor's aura, which was a kind of majesty and domineering power that could naturally make all living beings bow their heads just by standing there. This kind of aura has nothing to do with qualifications, cultivation, etc. The aura of an emperor is more like a kind of personality charm, which takes a long time to cultivate, and can be copied by those who are unintentional. Ji Shukong obviously does not have such courage. He is the kind of person who silently protects hundreds of millions of creatures from behind when a powerful enemy comes, and does not hesitate to fight to the death. He does not have much desire to rule others. The ancient Western Emperor, Tang Emperor and many other great emperors and ancient emperors were such people. This is the reason why the Void Emperor left behind a bloodline family like the Ji clan. The Tang Human Emperor and the Western Emperor left behind a pure land of cultivation such as Yaoqi and the Tang Divine Sect. And the Taiwan left behind the Immortal Divine Dynasty. Since Senior Taizong values him, it seems that he wants to find an opportunity to train him properly. Jiang Hengyu nodded. He had been to the Immortal Realm, and naturally knew some of Feng Lai's details. This old man with unpredictable origins was very keen on cultivating future practitioners. So he spoke. Of course, the Taoist mirror is gone. At this stage, he must have been teaching the Dharma to that young man. Feng Lai nodded. Feng Lai naturally had some considerations for the Taiwan's training plan. This young man's imperial dragon energy was very strong, although the descendants of the great Xia dynasty were far from being able to exert its power. The first attack in ancient times was there is absolutely no water in the title. There is no problem that the Tai Huang in the original timeline can stand shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly lord of Nirvana in the mythical age. As for its avenue, Feng Lai also has many ways to make it stronger, such as the true dragon treasure technique, Feng Lai's self-created dragon transformation scripture, etc. Each of them can give the emperor the qualifications to become an immortal in this world. However, Sanjian Daojing, as an extension of Feng Lai's will, did not spread these powerful scriptures, but only spread one sword move. Looking at the long ancient history on both sides of the world sea, if we want to discuss who is the best swordsman in this world from ancient times to the present, any creature that has experienced the post-chaos ancient era, without even thinking about it, will inevitably choose the wilderness where no one can conquer the sky and the earth. Emperor, the great Luo immortal sword spans eternity, and each sword can cut down the river of time. The sword move that 3,000 down mirrors passed down to the emperor was the same sword move that Shi Hao used to cut off eternal kingdom in the last years of chaos. Of course, it is impossible for an immortal weapon to simulate the supreme sword technique executed by an immortal emperor. This sword move is the most powerful sword move that has been continuously deduced and confirmed by the 3,000 down mirrors for millions of years. Although this style is far less safe than Shi Hao's sword, its essence is extraordinary, enough for a little guy like the emperor, who is at the pinnacle of human nature, to comprehend it for countless years. Chapter 381 Prince Tain. The great emperor of Great Xia became enlightened when he was more than 1,200 years old. The emperor's dragon sword cut through hundreds of millions of catastrophes, and the dragon chi of the emperor's way overturned the immeasurable starry sky. The human race has truly ushered in its most glorious era. When this majestic human emperor achieved enlightenment, countless strong aliens wailed in every corner of the vast universe, lamenting the injustice of their fate. After all, from the Western Emperor of Yaoqi to the present, all the enlightened people are actually great emperors of the human race. This number is too exaggerated and simply unacceptable to the strong men of the foreign races. Everything is unpredictable. Among them, the strong men of the Fictions in Kunlun clan are the most uncomfortable. Since the Taizong era, their Kunlun clan has had quasi-emperors appear in almost every great world to fight for salvation. Unfortunately, they have failed every time and have to become the emperor's slaves. Run with you. They really need a Ji Daoist. Only with a creature of that level can they be qualified to talk to the restricted area of God. And can they possibly welcome back the fairy belle of their Kunlun tribe? Unfortunately, not in this life. When the emperor of the human race is in harmony with the heart of heaven, thousands of rules are suppressed in every corner of the universe. The emperor's power overturns the 3,000 worlds and makes countless living beings tremble. The great emperor's grace has benefited all souls. This is the oath and promise made by the emperor in the depths of the starry sky. Just like all the ancient emperors throughout the ages, protecting the universe and benefiting all living beings. As for bringing the entire universe under the control of the great Xia dynasty, to make all creatures in the entire universe bow down? Just kidding. That is an absolutely impossible undertaking. Even if you can barely maintain it while the emperor is alive. There will definitely be the most terrifying backlash after the emperor is enthroned. Even the most arrogant feathered divine dynasty in history has never had the luxury of asking the entire universe to surrender. As for the emperor himself, after taking the last step to reach the pinnacle of humanity, his figure gradually disappeared from people's eyes. After completing the imperial path, he completely experienced a whole new world. Feng Lai gave him very little help. From the beginning to the end, there was only one sword that cut across eternity. But to the emperor, this sword surpassed billions of ancient scriptures, and was enough to point him forward. Path of. As for the first real meeting between Feng Lai and the emperor, it was already when the emperor was more than 15,000 years old, and in his later years in the first life. That year, under the personal guidance of Sanqian Daojing, the Taiwan changed out of his true dragon emperor robe and put on ordinary clothes, leaving only the Taiwan sword in his hand, and came to the outside of the immortal mountain alone. There, under the ginseng fruit tree, the four perfect emperors Feng Lai, Mu Wudao, Ji Shikong, and Jiang Hingyu were sitting cross-legged, staring at the new human emperor, Tai Tsong, Shikong, Hongyu, and the seventh generation Deshang holy body. As expected, as recorded in the unofficial history, you never fell. You just lived in seclusion and disappeared from the eyes of the world. The emperor recognized the origins and identities of the four powerful men at a glance, and couldn't help but sigh, with a heartfelt smile on his face. The emperor is lonely. The more than 10,000 years that the emperor lived as emperor were not happy at all. Although it is wonderful to be invincible in the world, he was invincible for too long. The emperor was even confused. He could only keep searching for the Tao, hoping that he could break through the shackles of this universe. The emperor also asked, although the world of mortals is beautiful, if we don't hide in the world, how can our descendants have the chance to rule the world? Mu Wudao smiled back. The emperor was already 14,000 years old, and his fourth life was gradually approaching his twilight years. The dark eyes of the holy body were full of the depth and plainness accumulated by the years. In his eyes, this future emperor was like a humane dragon sword hanging high in the sky. It was so majestic that even just watching from a distance was enough to make any weak creature kneel down and have to surrender. That feeling is completely different from the imperial dragon avenue of the Fushi lineage of the Wind clan. To the Taiwan, dragon is just a way to carry the avenue. Its essence is an upright and domineering imperial way. It's true. When the emperor heard these words, he couldn't help but nodded heavily. Even though his first life was coming to an end, and he was already old, every word was still like a sword from heaven cutting down the stars. Sonorous and powerful. I want to join the immortal mountain. I dare to ask all the mountain owners. What price do I have to pay? As long as it's fate. Jiang Hengyu smiled and extended a palm to the emperor. Although he was the youngest emperor present, he was already close to 50,000 years old. He successfully lived in the third life thousands of years ago, and his body was full of Hengyu emperor fire, all over the universe. Snapped. Upon hearing this, the emperor stretched out a big hand without hesitation and struck Emperor Hengyu's palm. In an instant, a galaxy in the endless distance was cut into nothingness. The power belonging to Emperor Wuk shook, making thousands of people wail. Come when Tianqin is cut off. Ji Shukong handed the golden Kunlun immortal bell to the emperor. This thing was controlled by him most of the time, and every time it was specially used to suppress the Tianqin seal for the current emperor. As a result, history followed a similar trajectory. After the emperor successfully lived out his second life with the help of the elixir, he chose to place the dragon sword of the emperor in the ancestral hall of the divine dynasty. This ancient emperor took one last look at himself, the beloved great Xia dynasty, then turned around and disappeared into the dark depths of the immortal mountain. Since then, the entire vast universe fell into silence again, as the suppression of Tianqin's mark gradually disappeared. News of the Taiwan's retreat from the world, and even his death, continued to spread in the universe. The light of the great Xia dynasty also gradually converged. And finally its foundation was established. Enter the depths of Zhongzhou in the Beidou ancient star. From then on, Beidou Zhongzhou was an era when Xinzhou, Guhua, and Daxiao were suppressed in the center and jointly ruled Zhongzhou. At the same time, the strong men were gearing up again, one genius after another rising up, constantly accumulating strength, waiting for the day when the mark of Tianqin will be dissipated. Sure enough, 10,000 years later, the suppression of 10,000 ways brought by Tianqin's mark has completely dissipated, and the era has ushered in a new great struggle. And in this era, Feng Lai, a creature who has changed the direction of history time and time again, has finally had a profound impact on the details of certain eras. 3,000 years after the Emperor's Tianqin seal dissipated, Feng Lai, after watching the Ziwei Emperor star for a long time, finally took action himself, found a huge divine source on the Big Dipper star, and released the creature sealed in it. The Tianxi clan is about to face a great calamity. The calamity starts from within. After much thought, I still think it would be better for you, the direct descendant of Tian, to solve this problem yourself. This is what Feng Lai said to the man in the source of the gods, and then took action and sent it into the Ziwei Emperor star. Over the years, the Ziwei ancient star Tian god sect has long lost its power in the past. The Ziwei Duanmu clan wants to destroy the human emperor's orthodoxy and usurp the human emperor's inheritance. This major historical event happened in the original timeline, and now it is finally about to begin. Feng Lai naturally didn't want to let such a tragedy happen, and the person he chose to break the situation was the most qualified participant in this case, the son of the Tian human emperor, Xi of the Xi clan, who was sealed in the divine source. Chapter 382 Xi. True immortals and immortal kings who are proficient in the laws of time all know that the long river of time and time is a very incredible thing. Looking from the downstream to the upstream of the long river of time can be seen as standing in the present and looking at the past. This great river has only one direction, representing the uniqueness of history, and cannot be changed. But if you look from the upper reaches of this long river to the lower reaches, it is equivalent to standing in the present and looking into the future. There are countless tributaries spreading, and each tributary is equivalent to a direction of the future. Countless tributaries represent there are countless possibilities in the future. The youngest son of the Tian human emperor, the young man named Xi, is a possibility born in the countless tributaries of the long river of time. He is the youngest son born to the human emperor in his later years. He is born extraordinary, adhering to the will of the Tian human emperor, and repays his due diligence, bring glory to the human race. Feng Lai had paid attention to the fate of the human emperor's son. In a certain tributary of the long river of time, Xi Xian's fate had intersected with Yi Fan's, participating in the glorious struggle for hegemony in Yi Fan's era. And finally with Yi Fan's second generation, they walk side by side in heaven, step into the fairyland together, and travel across the sky. There is no doubt that Xi Xian in that timeline must be one of the protagonists of the era. Feng Lai saw Xi Xian's potential from his performance. That absolutely civilized Taoist-level creature, even without anyone's guidance, would not be less successful than his third disciple Gu Tuo, and he has great hope of stepping into the immortal emperor level on his own. Of course, Feng Lai didn't want to miss the genius of this level, but he did not let Xi Xian be born in the era of Yi Fan's rise. Instead, he took the initiative to let Xi Xian come to the world in the late ancient era. In the original timeline, the Ziwei Emperor star at this stage was going through a long period of weakness. The two major divine religions of Tian and Sun were in a stage of inactivity. There was a catastrophe brewing, and they were always ready to completely destroy the bloodline of the two human emperors. In history, the Duanmu clan occupied the Magpie Nest and cut off the inheritance of the Tianxi clan, and the underworld took action to massacre most of the creatures of the Sun lineage, all of which occurred during this time period. Understood? Whether it is my Tianxi clan or the Sunyao clan, I will protect it. His true body returned to Ziwei Emperor star. After briefly understanding the background of his era, Xi Xian's face immediately became serious, and he said in a deep voice. He spoke. As the human prince, he has an unparalleled aura that can conquer the world. This aura not only comes from the human emperor blood flowing in his body, but also comes from the instinctive strong heart in Xi Xian's body, which is fearless and powerful. Step forward. Moreover, the person who emerged from the divine source this time was not the weak Xi Xian in his childhood. Feng Lai intercepted some of his memories after becoming emperor from the timeline in which the Tian prince was the protagonist. making Xixian stronger and more mature. That's good. My emperor is very optimistic about you, and said that you are the same type of person as him. I hope that little friend C will not disappoint my emperor's expectations. Opposite him, Sanqian Daojing made a smiling voice. It didn't know what Feng Lai meant by the same kind of people, but it was still enough for Daojing to take it seriously. Emperor, that is truly an honor. Hearing the word emperor, Xixian couldn't help but smile on his face. The title of emperor is not small, except for a very few very inflated quasi-emperors. Other quasi-emperors do not dare to claim themselves like this. They understand what Daojing said. The emperor will not be simple. But he didn't say anything more. Just slightly cupped his hands. And then the whole person turned into a dark phoenix, and escaped into the divine land of Ziwei Ancient Star, which is the land where the foundation of Taiyin God sect is located. The son of the ancient Taiyin emperor. His talent is indeed as majestic as his father's. At the same time, in the dark and majestic immortal mountain, Jiang Hengyu looked like a majestic young man, with eyes like the scorching sun. He was gazing seriously at the young man with the blood of the human emperor, and the admiration in his eyes was not concealed at all. He was obviously very optimistic about Xixian, not only because that young man came from the Ziwei Emperor star like him, but also because of the aura in his body that was unified with yin and yang and in harmony with all the ways. The Ziwei Emperor star is really destined to the yin-yang avenue. After the Taiyin human emperor and the Sun Holy Emperor in ancient times, another Hengyu appeared in the ancient times. Now that there is another Taiyin emperor, it is truly a legend in the world. The Tai Huang also lamented that as a Taiyin human prince, Xixian is obviously more in line with the origin of the universe than a pure-blooded Taiyin body. This means that as long as the human prince can successfully escape from the path of his biological father, he has the qualifications to become an emperor. But in destiny, little friend C's path is far more than once. Suddenly, Feng Lai's smiling voice sounded from the void. He put his hands behind his back and appeared next to several emperors. He was also looking at the Emperor Ziwei star, and he was obviously very concerned about what happened on that ancient star thing. More than that, what do you mean? Mu Wudao held 2 black gold Dihai pearls in his hands. Hearing this, he showed some interest and asked, when yin and yang work together, the world becomes emperor. There is also a path to the origin of the universe, which is more comprehensive than imagined. Feng Lai said. He has seen Xixian's fate, compared with the Taiyin ancient emperor who specializes in working with Taiyin. His son is completely different. His path is all-encompassing. Not only the Taiyin and the sun, but also cultivates the original avenue of the 9 immortal golds in the universe at the same time. Emergence, eternity, divine mark, Tao calamity. Each of these laws evolved from the 9 divine golds represents the supreme law of the universe. Combining these Tao into one is the original path of the Taiyin prince. Of course, Feng Lai would not interfere with this. Going his own way was also the right path. His Taicang Avenue was the result of the unification of the origins of the 4 avenues. In contrast, the great avenues practiced by Xixian in the later period can be summarized into 2. One is the chaos of yin and yang, and the other is the origin of the universe formed by the union of the 9 great ways of gods and gold. As long as they are unified, they must be one. A road beyond imagination. Then it seems that we really have nothing to guide him. Ji Shukong frowned, obviously having difficulty understanding that one person could be proficient in so many laws at the same time. An overly complicated path is actually not good for practice. After all, he is the protagonist on another tributary of the river of time. Of course, he is far from being understood according to conventional rules. Feng Lai said with a smile. When he was practicing nirvana, creation and time in the early years, Xiaoyao Tianzuan also tried to persuade him. But he still stepped down and reached the level of the immortal emperor. Let me go and meet him. After all, he is a fellow villager of Emperor Ziwei and the son of the ancestor of the emperor. I, the later emperor, cannot just watch. In the end, it was Jiang Hengyu who stood up from the immortal mountain. There was a subtle Hengyu emperor fire rising in his hand. The sun Taoyun surged on his body and turned into a brilliant sun seed that appeared in his hand. Jiang Hengyu has spent thousands of years studying the yin-yang taiji phase of the moral heavenly lord, and has a very deep understanding of this divine form. He wanted to personally cultivate the Tao for Xixian, just like adding yang eyes to the yin fish in the lunar diagram, so that the ultimate lunar origin would bloom with the power of the sun. Chapter 383 The Era of Human Princes. Taiyin Prince Xixian was born in the early years of Taiyin, in the later years of the Taiyin Emperor's last life. He was born with a detached appearance. The emperor cherished his talent and sealed him in the divine source, hoping to make him break the seal in the great world, come out and realize the royal way. The era when he broke out of the seal this time was indeed in line with the requirements of the human emperor. The suppression of the emperor's Tianqin mark had completely dissipated, and Tianqin had no owner. It was an amazing and glorious era. When this son of the human emperor came to the Ziwei Emperor Star Taiyin divine sect, several quasi-emperor weapons in the entire divine sect felt the extremely pure breath of the human emperor's bloodline. The souls of the soldiers woke up and fought for the most original weapon in the world. The Taiyin bloodline cheered. Even the foundation-level existence hidden in the deepest part of the divine religion woke up from a long slumber. It was the extremely old Taiyin great sage. Even with gray hair, he shook his hands to pay homage to Si Xian and pay homage to the Shizu, who has high hopes from the emperor. Si Xian was also decisive enough to mobilize the power of the Taiyin Si clan on a large scale. He soon found evidence that the Duanmu clan under his command wanted to attack the master's family and had evil intentions, and directly dispatched several Holy King-level combat forces to destroy the Duanmu clan. In the original timeline, when Si Xianpa origin came out, the Taiyin Si clan had been destroyed for so long that the Duanmu clan had tampered with history, making the entire Ziwei ancient star believe that the orthodox surname of Taiyin was Duanmu. This was a major obsession in Si Xian's heart, so he acted decisively, directly using the quasi-emperor weapons left behind by the enlightened people through the Taiyin lineage, so that the Taiyin Duanmu clan would completely disappear from the universe, never to be seen again. There is no hope of return. But soon, Si Xian realized the problem, because at this stage, although the Si clan had gone through ancient divine wars, lost imperial soldiers, and lost a lot of heritage, it was still far from being a small clan of the Duanmu clan that relied on Taiyin. Comparable. I'm afraid that just like the decline of the Taiyan lineage in ancient historical records, it is related to the chaos monster plan of the madman in the underworld. As a strong man who knows part of the history of later generations, Si Xian quickly connected the destruction of the Taiyin and Taiyan lineages. Combining some ancient history, he had a guess in his mind, but he didn't say more or do more. He just started practicing more seriously. In Si Xian's timeline, he has experienced the cruelest dark turmoil, witnessed the disappearance of supreme beings one by one on the road to immortality, and understands how important power is. If you are weak, you will not even be qualified to know the truth. With the help of the Taiyin god religion, he quickly got in touch with the Sun Holy Emperor's orthodoxy. The Yin and Yang religion had been on good terms for countless years. Si Xian also successfully met with the Sun Emperor Pagoda and the Emperor Hengyu, who had been waiting for a long time. The foundation and seeds of the Sun Avenue are planted in the body. It's really interesting. According to the blood relationship between my emperor and empress, I should call him Prince Yuezu. During Jiang Hengyu's trip, he not only created the Sun Dao Foundation for Si Xian, but also personally brought back the Great Seal of the Human Emperor, which was lost by the Taiyin lineage on the battlefield of the ancient God War. This broken Great Seal was still possessed by the Kunlun survivors. But Jiang Hengyu personally came to Feishan Ancient Star, and even the surviving members of Kunlun had to offer the Human Emperor seal with both hands. He is naturally very good to Si Xian. His empress, who is now the female ancestor of the Beidou Hengyu Jiang clan, was the Taiyin goddess of Jiang Hengyu's time. The blood relationship is deep-rooted. This cause and effect is so deep that even Jiang Hengyu couldn't ignore it. There is a sequence of blood, but there is also a sequence of enlightenment. You can call him whatever you like. Emperor Hengyu. Of course, Si Xian didn't care about this. As the son of the human emperor, his seniority as an ancient man was ridiculously high. Even the most senior member of the Taiyin divine sect has to be respectfully called ancestor. Ha ha ha. It's easier to call him Prince Si. We are all part of the same family. When you achieve imperial status, you and I will be close friends. Jiang Hengyu laughed. That's okay, but there is one little thing. I would like to ask Emperor Hengyu for help. Si Xian looked directly at Jiang Hengyu, only to feel that this ancient and powerful emperor acted willfully, and he was indeed good to his old relative. After hesitating, he spoke. But it doesn't matter. Even if you ask me to penetrate the underworld for you, I dare to answer it. Jiang Hengyu smiled. He is a peerless emperor who has lived the third life in a dignified way. Of course, he also knows some of the underworld's shady tricks. Si Xian shook his head. He had a lot of connection with the underworld, but he was not in such a hurry that he had to ask Emperor Hengyu to take action. He just sighed in embarrassment and said with a smile, "No. It actually has something to do with a certain woman I love deeply." In the same year, Due to some force majeure factors, a massive earthquake occurred in the eastern wasteland and northern territory of the Beta star. The Earth Dragon turned over, and the 10,000 Dragons nest was born in this earthquake. A certain powerful and unparalleled creature from ancient times. The royal family manifests itself. But fortunately, the ancient royal family sealed in the Wanlong nest did not come out in full force. Only the ancient royal daughter of the Wanlong royal family was born with her guardian, and the ancient imperial soldier Wanlong Bell. And she came to this era with unparalleled divine power. A powerful and supreme great sage. A string of purple and gold imperial bells that can be passed down for eternity. And an extremely talented royal daughter. Although this lineup is sparse in number, it is enough to attract the attention of many people in the world. The Wanlong princess is very strong. As the imperial seed left by the Taiku purple gold Wanlong emperor. Her talent is considered top-notch even among the princes and daughters. Her talent easily overwhelms all the strong men in the Big Dipper star of this era. Even the Tai the Emperor's own grandsons all returned defeated, unable to compete with Princess Wanlong. For more than 100 years, Princess Wanlong has gone through great battles and won all the battles. She defeated all the opponents from the human race, demon race and foreign race. She has successfully entered the level of the three immortals and is proud of all the heroes in the world. Then, Princess Wanlong set foot in the starry sky and met the fateful man from the Ziwei Emperor star. You allowed the imperial seed left by the ancient Emperor Wanlong to be born early. This cause and effect is too great. In the future, if the road to immortality opens, and your daughter is found to have grown old in the world of mortals, the old emperor will most likely rush out to fight for you. That old dragon has never started any turmoil, and has been sleeping all the time. He is a rare supreme leader of the peaceful faction. He can be called a comrade. We should not show malice to our comrades. In the Immortal Mountain, several emperors obviously knew who was responsible for the unexpected birth of Wanlong's nest and Princess Wanlong. They looked at Jiang Hengyu together, and felt that Emperor Hengyu's behavior was a bit reckless. You don't understand the power of love. But as the initiator of everything, Emperor Hengyu was sitting cross-legged on the cliff of the Immortal Mountain, staring blankly at Xixian and Princess Wanlong who were walking side by side under the starry sky. The smile on his face could not be suppressed. My little Yuezu said that he and the Wanlong princess have a lifelong marriage. This should be true. What's more, if the human prince is married to the dragon princess, then the Wanlong nest will not be at a disadvantage. Chapter 384 Emperor Xian and Emperor Yinglong. Tai Yin and Sun. Whichever is weak is stronger. Yin and Yang complement each other, and the world becomes emperor. After the end of the Holy Emperor of the Sun, later generations expressed such emotion because of the supreme power of the two ancient human emperors who shook the world. This is natural. After all, the scriptures of the two ancient emperors of the human race are very huge in terms of the Taoist meaning and the scope of dissemination. I don't know how many ancient emperors in the human race have understood or even practiced the two emperors of Tai Yin and Sun. Through the elders of the human race also firmly believe that if someone can reach the supreme realm of Yin and Yang, he will be qualified to reach the realm of the two ancient emperors, and even make the ultimate leap to a higher level. The Prince of Tai Yin, Xixian, is the first strong person in this ancient history to truly achieve the harmony of Yin and Yang. The ultimate lunar charm nourishes the ultimate sun. Xixian's body is filled with the Tai Yin human emperor's blood and is the purest lunar body in the universe. When he practices Yin and Yang, his efficiency and achievements far exceed those of people. Imagine, from the creation of Yang from Yin, to the juxtaposition of Yin and Yang, and then to the coexistence of Yin and Yang, merging the two into one. This incredible process took Xixian more than 800 years. Not only did he find a new way from the lunar and sun, but it also made him transformed into a real chaotic body. Yes, it is the kind of chaotic body that is superior to the holy body and the hegemonic body, and is known as the first physique in the past and present. When the completely perfect chaotic body origin of Xixian, the quasi-emperor of the seventh heaven, was revealed in front of all the beings in the universe, not only the sentient beings in his world were shocked, but even the supreme beings in many restricted areas of life opened their eyes and stared. That legendary physique. After all, it was a body of chaos. There were only a handful of creatures with this kind of physique throughout the ages. The most famous one was known as the prodigy of the age of mythology. Even the most powerful supreme being had to risk his life to kill him. The ultimate physique. Sublimation beyond imagination. Worthy of being a chaotic body. The body and the Tao are in harmony. At least in this universe. It is definitely a dreamlike physique. Even the high-ranking Feng Lai was attracted by the Chaos Dao Yun. Looking at the new generation of Chaos body with a tall and straight figure carrying the immortal gold flag from a distance, he couldn't help feeling emotional inside. In Feng Lai's view, the power of the Constitution is a variant of the first generation during the chaotic ancient times. However, compared to the first generation, the power of the Constitution is undoubtedly more comprehensive. Even in the immortal realm, the bloodline of the Chaos body can be regarded as a top-notch existence in humanity. It is only weaker than those top true immortal bloodline and immortal king bloodline. But relatively speaking, the difficulty of becoming an immortal with a Chaos body is equivalent to that of becoming a Dao with a holy body. The difficulty is enough for this young man to endure. Beside Feng Lai, Sanqian Daojing had other ideas. In its view, it was too narrow-minded to only focus on the human level. From the perspective of immortal beings, all physiques and bloodlines have limits and must be transcended. Only when you come out can you be considered strong. Just like it is extremely difficult for humane princes, emperors and daughters to achieve enlightenment, it is extremely difficult for the children of immortal kings to become immortal kings. Sometimes blood is both a gift and an advantage. But after reaching a certain height, it will become a shackles. It is really difficult to drink and peck, judge. But even if there are no shackles, how much chance does an ordinary mortal body have of becoming a true immortal? Physique is the platform. In many small cultivating families, physique is the hope for everything to start. Feng Lai said with a smile. When he reaches the level of the immortal emperor, his physique and bloodline are nothing but nothingness. But even he, in the early stages of his cultivation, still has to be grateful for the emperor's blood in his body, and the emperor's scripture of his family. Otherwise, too much time will be wasted by working alone behind closed doors. Titan Prince Xixian, after attaining the body of chaos, did not rush to become enlightened. Instead, he stopped in front of the gate of the quasi-emperor Zhou Tianjue, as if waiting for a certain historical node. The chaotic body is difficult to find forever. To realize the Tao, you don't need the mark of Tianqin at all. It can integrate with all Taoism. Use your own heart to transform into Tianqin, and step into the realm of the ultimate realm. Xixian's purpose is very clear. That is, to wait for the times to determine a most powerful person. And then he will become enlightened, so that he can once again have the situation of two emperors in one life. This is not the discounted version of the Western Emperor's era in which the two great masters shared the same fighting power, but the real era of dual emperors. In this life, there are only 4 living beings competing for the throne of Godless. Sun Luo Emperor from one of the 10 major halls of the underworld. Tan Tian Xuanwu, who was born in Gaochen Ancient Star. The sky-swallowing giant Jian born in the starry sky Jedi. And the biological princess of the ancient 10,000 Dragons Emperor. These 4 most powerful geniuses competed in this life. They all fought in the realm of the quasi-emperor 9th level. They fought fiercely, and shed blood again and again, making the stars dim, and the void flow backwards. It's interesting. In just one era, there were actually 2 sons of the ancient emperor who transcended the constraints of their fathers. Such examples are rare. In the Immortal Mountain, the emperor watched the battle between the Wanlong princess and her opponent. He saw that the dragon emperor's daughter had a blue gold dragon umbrella on her head, standing tall in the world and suppressing all the ways. Unlike the Wanlong emperor, the dragon girl followed the path of Yinglong in this life. Behind the purple gold dragon body was a pair of huge wings that shone with the light of 3,000 avenues, covering the sky and making the sun and moon dim. The Titan Prince, who can trouble Senior Tai Song to personally guide him, must be the top of the entire universe in the past and present. His Taoist companions are naturally well taken care of. It is not surprising that he will become the emperor, Mu Wudao said with a smile. From the perspective of this ancient emperor, who has reached his twilight years in the 4th life, the original qualifications of the dragon girl are actually just barely enough to become an emperor. But Wujiwu, Sanqian Daojing has preached to the dragon girl several times, which makes Princess Wanlong's combat power even much higher than that of ordinary enlightened people. My old relative is really exciting. In contrast, the smile on Jiang Hengyu's face was even more obvious. There were few examples of him marrying his Taoist companion and becoming an emperor in ancient times. He was obviously very optimistic about this old relative of his. Under the attention of countless powerful people in the world, the era of great struggle for emperors in this world ended hundreds of years later. The Wanlong princess powerfully suppressed the 3 major opponents. Her body united with the world, and her heart united with the way of heaven. During the billions of catastrophes, prove the truth and become the emperor. The name Yinglong Emperor resounded throughout the entire universe in an instant. Then just 500 years later, the Tang human emperor's parent and son, the chaotic body Xian, transformed his heart into the heart of heaven, and also attained enlightenment in the starry sky. He was named Emperor Xian, and his power was immeasurable, even more powerful than the current Queen Yinglong. At this point, the tide of this splendid era finally settled down completely, and billions of creatures enshrined the statues of Emperor Xian and Queen Yinglong, worshipping them every day. Even the supreme beings in the restricted area of life couldn't help but sigh. 2 emperors in one life. The 2 emperors are still close Taoist couples. Such a good story will not be forgotten by the world even if it lasts forever. Chapter 385. Overthrowing the Underworld. Just like the era when the Western Emperor and the 6th generation Deshang Holy Body stood side by side, the era of Emperor Xian and Emperor Yinglong was also unimaginably stable and stable. Many supreme beings were originally afraid of the Forbidden Zone and the Mountain of Immortality. When the Emperor was still alive, they were even more reluctant to cause trouble. But Xian did not cherish this apparent peace. The 9-color Chaos War flag was roaring. As a member of the Tang tribe, he always had great malice towards a certain restricted area that was not a restricted area. Therefore, only 2,000 years after Emperor Xian and Emperor Yinglong became enlightened, after they became completely familiar with the power of the Supreme Imperial Way, the 2 emperors aimed their war at the underworld of this era. You must know that the underworld is full of desire for the Tao blood of the Tang and sun veins of the Ziwei Emperor star. This has never been concealed. This Taoism is very crazy. A certain supreme weapon in it is about to complete a major leap from mortal to immortal. It requires the essence and blood of all physiques in the past and present to create for itself the best Chaos Tao body in the world. If it weren't for Xian's presence, the butcher's knife of the underworld would have been swung towards the Ziwei Emperor star in the past few thousand years. Emperor Xian and Emperor Yinglong acted hand in hand. The 2 emperors with extremely strong blood took action together and seriously injured Emperor Yama in the underworld in a very short period of time. According to the faction of the underworld, it was an ancient emperor who firmly stood on the side of Tontian Mingbao. He firmly believed that the underworld needed a real immortal weapon in order to deeply implement its way of life and death that governs the universe. In that battle, Emperor Yama, Emperor Sunluo of the underworld, and another ancient supreme being from the mythological era took action together. They were all sublime, and they started an extremely fierce battle with Xian and his wife. They fought all the way from the underworld to the ancient mythical era. On the battlefield, countless stars exploded due to this power. In the end, the 9-color Chaos flag overturned the sky. Xian decisively took action and personally killed the 3 tyrannical emperors such as Yama Luo and Sun Luo, which greatly damaged the vitality of the entire underworld. The only remaining supreme emperor directly made the underworld disappear. Completely disappeared into the depths of the universe. It's a pity. This should have been an opportunity to completely destroy the underworld. After this battle, Xian personally found the 3,000 Dao Mirror, regretting not taking this immortal weapon with him. He was sure that if the Dao Mirror were there, the heaven-bearing underworld treasure in the underworld would never be able to escape. In today's era, there is still a gap between the Tontian Mingbao and the immortal weapon. It is still short of a major transformation. Such a transformation requires too many years of precipitation and is far from being achieved overnight. No, unless it is a matter of life and death, I will basically not participate in the battle of the Imperial Dao. The same is true for your grievances with the underworld. Even if you take my true body, you will not take action. Surprisingly, Sanqian Dao Jing shook his head slightly. To be honest, Deshang Holy Body Mu Wudao, who also had a close relationship with Feng Lai, had begged Xian Jing to take action and destroy the underworld with him much earlier. The grievances between the Deshang Holy Body and the underworld, and the Tontian Mingbao, are even deeper than Ziwei's lunar and sun veins. That Mingbao planted the most crazy and vicious curse in the deepest part of the bloodline of the Holy Body, causing almost everyone in ancient times to it is rare for a great saint to die well. But even so, Sanqian Dao Jing still rejected Mu Wudao's plea. Dao Jing clearly distinguishes the difference between helping and plundering the seedlings. It is more of a witness to history than a participant. It can help Princess Wanlong walk on the Yinglong road. This kindness is already the limit. If it wants to participate, it is somewhat inappropriate to enter into grievances and destroy certain traditions and restricted areas. Alright. Xian was helpless. He also knew that he also needed a process of growth. When everything was perfect, it would be a matter of course to destroy the underworld and destroy the treasure. As for now, He simply gave up the idea of destroying the underworld for the time being. After all, according to what he saw, there is only one prison-suppressing emperor left in the underworld at this stage. The master of the prison-suppressing palace is completely the guardian of the underworld. And he upholds although the original concept of the underworld was violent. It had no grudge against Xi. Time flies, and there are 3,000 Taoist mirrors to teach and teach. The former princess of Wanlong, now the first emperor of Yinglong, has lived for more than 15,000 years. After experiencing sunrise and sunset again and again, this former princess of Wanlong has lived for more than 15,000 years. The radiant princess grew old and ushered in the end of her first life in Yinglong Tiangong. This time, the Taiwang, who also practiced dragon aspects, personally sent the Kunlun fairy bell to help the Dragon King suppress her body and cut off her connection with the Tianqin seal. Afterwards, this peerless dragon Dao Queen gradually retired from the world, gradually reducing the frequency of her activities in the world of mortals, and downplaying her own existence. In contrast, Xi Xian's first life as a body of chaos was much longer than that of Dragon Girl. He did not accept anyone's guidance or help, but insisted on practicing his own path of chaos and the origin of the 9 immortal golds. The road has reached an extremely strong point. 26,000 years old. This was the age when Xi Xian's first life came to an end. In this year, the Dragon Girl's Tianqin mark suppression had been dissipated for more than 1,000 years, and Xi Xian's chaotic Tianqin began to shake violently. Aging and weakness made it was almost difficult for him to hold on, and even his cultivation was a little unsteady. Outrageous lifespan. The first life of Emperor Xian of Chaos ushered in his twilight years. Mu Wudao, Ji Shikong, Jian Hengyu, Tai Wang, and Long Nu all arrived. They surrounded Xi body, very amazed. My Dao is very strong. It is in line with chaos and the origin of the universe. It is reasonable to have a longer life. Xi Xian shook his head. Unknowingly, I have experienced the eras of 5 or 6 emperors. Except for Taitsong. Your first longevity is the only one I have seen in my life. It is indeed amazing. Mu Wudao said with emotion and a smile. The mortal world is gorgeous. But there is more hope in reincarnation. It's time to exit. Jiang Hengyu also nodded and said, as he watched Xi Xian's aura becoming weaker and dimmer like a candle that was about to be extinguished. When Xi Xian's life breath dropped to the limit, a Tao fruit that looked like a divine fetus appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it without hesitation. It was the supreme fruit of the ginseng fruit tree, the god of immortality. When Xi Xian swallowed it, his old body and soul immediately blossomed like an old tree, blooming with splendid vitality again. The chaotic body is still there, and the second life has begun. I understand that in the reincarnation of the world, every predecessor has the obligation to make way for those who come after. Taking a deep breath, Xi Xian briefly became familiar with the new vitality and vitality of his second life, then relaxed his whole body and nodded to the emperors and emperors around him. He could clearly see that a new generation of young and powerful geniuses had begun to rise. One after another, strong men from all races were constantly fighting and making progress, striding forward towards the only imperial way. In this life, the most outstanding genius is named Jiuli. Chapter 386, 9th Life Difficulty. Emperor Jiuli, or the emperor of the human race known as Emperor Li, had a fairly smooth life. He was born on an ancient and powerful ancient star of life. He showed extraordinary talents since he was a child, and then rose up like a shooting star, shining brightly. Universe. When he was more than 1,800 years old, he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor, defeated all opponents in the world, and surpassed the entire era. Then he single-handedly survived the heavenly tribulation of the Emperor, and achieved the status of the ultimate master. The new era belongs to King Le and his Jiu Le dynasty. But to be honest, this human emperor was not considered powerful in ancient history. He was born in an inconspicuous world, and ascended to the extreme realm at a passing age. He may have been extremely brilliant in his own era, but from a historical perspective, there is really nothing too eye-catching about it. But Emperor Jiuli's first life was still far more exciting than those emperors from the ancient times, because Emperor Chaos Xian was very friendly to Emperor Jiuli. He not only often discussed with him, but also personally guided him to evolve the future path of. As for the reason, Chaos Xian Wang was very vague. He only said that Jiuli's name was related to Taiyin, and was worthy of friendship. On a certain tributary of the long river of time, when Prince Taiyin was born, the Jiuli dynasty generously lent the imperial map and protected little friend Xi for many years. As far as the current Emperor Li is concerned, This has not happened yet. Fate. But to Emperor Xian, it is a real kindness. When Sanqian Daojing asked about this matter, Feng Lai gave such an answer. Just standing where he was, he seemed to see the future in all directions of the long river of time. There were so many possibilities and good things in it. There are bad things, but they can happen. Standing high above the long river of time, overlooking the struggling creatures in the long river at will, the immortal emperor is such a supreme existence. If Feng Lai is willing, he can even intertwine two originally unrelated timelines and merge them into one. So you said that Emperor Xian and you are the same kind of person. The protagonists of a certain tributary of a long river of time. I understand. Sanqian Daojing said with some understanding. As the emperor's guide appointed by Feng Lai, the 3,000 Dao Mirror also guided Emperor Jiu Li's path of cultivation. What it gave Emperor Li was the fundamental scriptures of a certain supreme immortal king in the immortal realm, leading the killing, consistent with Jiu Li Avenue, and with help from all sides. Emperor Jiu Li did not disappoint people. He lived for more than 14,000 years in his first life. It was not until he could no longer hold on in the years that he took the elixir of immortality and survived. Out of the second life. Then, Emperor Yinglong came in person and led Emperor Jiu Li to the Immortal Mountain. Since then, there have been close to 10 fellow Taoists in the Immortal Mountain. Thinking back when Brother Mu and I were first stationed in the Immortal Mountain, even if Taitsong was included, there were only 3 of them. Looking at the increasingly lively Immortal Mountain, Ji Shukong sighed a lot in his heart. He stood up in person, brewed a cup of enlightenment divine tea for each of the emperors of the Immortal Mountain, and said with a smile, "Up to now, this emperor has lived for nearly 100,000 years. He has aged and passed through nirvana again and again. He is now at the peak of his 4th life and is a veritable super-powerful emperor. In the future, the number of emperors will only increase. We will gradually become the guides and guides, leading one after another to follow the path together." Jiang Hingyu drank the hot tea in the cup in one gulp. He also spoke. Today, the Immortal Mountain has become the most powerful restricted area in this universe. The number of extremes is second only to the ancient and majestic Taiju ancient mine, and the quality of the extremes far exceeds it. After all, the supreme beings in other major restricted areas know well that each of those in the Immortal Mountain is suspected of being a true emperor of perfection. And just in terms of perfection, they are far superior to ordinary supreme beings. But no one, including the emperors in the Immortal Mountain, realized how difficult it was to become an immortal in the 9th life. Boom! More than 3,100 years after the end of Emperor Jiu Li's first life, the Immortal Mountain, one of the strongest life-restricted areas in history, suddenly heard a roar that shook the universe, and a blood energy thicker than the galaxy rose into the sky, like billowing smoke, attracting got everyone's attention. Deep in the Immortal Mountain, an old man with a broad frame was sitting quietly. His hair and beard were all pale, and had lost their life luster. It was as if all the vitality had been cut off by the years, and he was old and withered. Vicissitudes of life. Behind him, 6 Dehide Z beads with radiant fairy light were like 6 dying suns, burning and emitting their last light. Then they ended with the breath of the old man, sinking step by step into the abyss of death. Guzu. Such a desolate atmosphere woke up many tyrannical practitioners in the holy body ancestral star, and involuntarily shouted and cried towards the Immortal Mountain and in the direction of Mu Wudao. They did not know that there was an ancient ancestor of the Deshang holy body living in seclusion in the Immortal Mountain. But the familiarity and intimacy derived from blood, as well as the iconic Dehide bead, still told them the identity of the old man. Among them, the one with the most eye-catching aura is a man who is as tall and powerful as Mu Wudao. Shrouded in red blood, he is standing on an immortal silver-white ancient chariot. At this time, he also has tearful eyes. It was also a Deshang holy body with pure blood, also surnamed Mu, and was the descendant of Mu Wudao, who was unknown for many generations. The power of the holy body revived and returned in the reincarnation of blood. Very good. Hearing the shouts of the descendants of the Deshang holy body, Mu Wudao, who was almost dead, opened his eyes with some difficulty. But he only had time to say 2 words before his skinny body cracked like porcelain. And even the man behind him, the 6 Dehide Z beads made a dragon-patterned black gold exploded at the same time, turning into fragments and rushing into the universe. Guzu. The 8th generation Deshang holy body had tearful eyes. He also didn't know that his bloodline ancestor had lived for more than 100,000 years. And now that he had only seen him once, he had to separate himself from the yin and the yang. The Deshang holy body stood outside the immortal mountain for a long time. It was not until the sun rose and set for several reincarnations that he sighed, collected the fragments of the Mu Wudao Ding Haizi pearl throughout the universe, and returned to the holy body ancestor. Star. The fifth life is really dangerous. At the same time, deep in the immortal mountain, under the watchful eyes of Ji Shukong, Jiang Hengyu, Tai Wang, Xixian, and Jiuli, as the obscure red blood entangled and intertwined, Mu Wudao walked away from the ancient cave where he was in seclusion. Coming out, his physical body is filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his soul is quickly getting rid of weakness and becoming deeper and stronger. After the fifth life was completed, his voice was no longer as weak and desolate as it was just now. Instead, it was replaced by a strong-blooded calmness. Even if the years passed, it would be impossible to shake his original intention. But it's still a success. Congratulations. Xixian's pair of chaotic eyes were burning with gray flames. After staring at Mu Wudao for a long time, a smile appeared on his face, and he cupped his fists. What just happened was not Mu Wudao took his fault. It was a complete accident. It was just that something almost went wrong when he ended his nirvana in the fourth life, and he couldn't control his own blood, which was why he had to cause such a big commotion. I almost died suddenly. If I hadn't understood the origin of chaos from fellow Taoists over the years, I'm afraid there would have been a 40 to 50% chance that I would have melted away. Mu Wudao shook his head, sweating again as he spoke, and sighed. Unlike the third and fourth lives, which came naturally, the path to his fifth life was too dangerous. There were many obstacles on the road to nirvana. If it hadn't been for more than 100,000 years of practice that had given him a profound foundation, he would have already transformed into a Taoist. Now, even if he has successfully lived out his fifth life, he has paid a huge price. Not only was the Dinghaezu that he had dedicated to cultivating for more than 100,000 years shattered due to his death, but his own secret realms have also been affected to varying degrees. Injuries require a lot of time to repair. Becoming an immortal in the ninth life is an extremely difficult road to becoming an immortal. You are extraordinary, and have the guidance of the immortal level. So you can feel that the third and fourth lives do not take much effort. You know, even the ancient spiritual treasures Tianzuan, there is a high probability that he will only live until the end of his fourth life. Xixian shook his head. Over the years, he often chatted with the ancient Emperor Taizong in the Forbidden City of Heaven. The Emperor mentioned that Lingbao, Taiyin, Demon Emperor and others have all gone to the immortal realm. He also roughly described the situation of the ancient emperors of heaven in history. Have some understanding. The talent of practitioners should not be underestimated. Throughout the ages, there are definitely more than one deities, ancient emperors, and great emperors who have lived through the third life. It is not that the top ones among them have lived into the fourth life, or even become more powerful. It is just the wave of history, rolling, burying many truths under the dust. In other words, I can at least be on par with the Lingbao Tianzuan in ancient history, which is really gratifying, Mu Wudao said with a smile. Of course, he also knows the gap between practitioners. Lingbao, Taiyin Emperor and others have lived the fourth life on their own without any guidance. It is not an exaggeration to call them working behind closed doors. He and others have immortal ways. Guidance? This is not the same track at all. I don't know what happened to my father and the others in the immortal realm. Xixian put one hand behind his back and looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to penetrate endless time and space, and saw many things in the immortal realm. Up to now, tens of thousands of years have passed since Feng Lai and his party last went to the immortal realm. Emperor Fuxi, Sun Holy Emperor and others were left in the immortal realm to rebuild, and they may have returned to the supreme position of the supreme Tao long ago. No, with their talents, if they were no longer obsessed with the road to immortality in the ninth generation, they might have already become immortals at this stage. I'm curious, why hasn't Emperor Xian brought out your father-in-law? With your relationship with Senior Taizong, it doesn't seem difficult to send him to Shongsang Island. Hearing Xixian talk about his father, the Emperor of the Void suddenly thought of what? Asked. Emperor Xian's father-in-law and Queen Yinglong's biological father was the famous Wanlong Emperor in the ancient times, and the real owner of Wanlong's nest. The old emperor had been sleeping in the ancient mines of Taichu. This was very important to everyone in the Immortal Mountain. It's not a big secret. The old Dragon King wanted to become an immortal, but he didn't want to start a dark turmoil. And he didn't want to wake up again and again to waste his life. So he slept very deeply. Even if he knocked a purple gold dragon bell next to his ear, he wouldn't wake up. Forget it. Just wait until he wakes up. Xixian shook his head. There were many cruel emperors among the ancient emperors. And there were also emperors with benevolent hearts. Even if they committed suicide, they would insist on not launching a dark turmoil. This was the case with the Wanlong Emperor. And the same was the case with the ancient Emperor Qilin, the ancient Emperor Blood Phoenix, etc. Death is still calm and will not affect all beings in the universe. Without Tao, it seems difficult for him to take the path of becoming an immortal in the ninth life. At the same time, deep in the forbidden area of the sky, Feng Lai of course also noticed the huge commotion caused by Mu Wudao. Looking at the fragments of Dinghai Pearl scattered in every corner of the universe, the 3,000 Dao mirrors beside him sighed. Obviously a little lost. The road to immortality in the ninth life is very difficult. Even if Mu Wudao, who imitated Wudao in his previous life, was a true genius who could become an immortal under the background of the chaotic ancient times, he almost failed on the way to live the fifth life. This is enough. See how difficult it is to succeed on this road. Not necessarily. The calamity of nirvana is fierce. But as long as you can survive it again and again, you can become stronger step by step. Feng Lai shook his head and turned his gaze to the ancient restricted area in the Beidou ancient star. There was a majestic and sacred ancient bronze temple in the restricted area. A certain empress who had been hidden in the corner of history was practicing silently, undergoing arduous transformations again and again. Compared to Mu Wudao, the transformation of the 9 generations of the white-clothed empress was unimaginably difficult and cruel. Every time, she was dancing on the tip of a knife, finding a slim possibility of survival in the midst of hundreds of deaths. But every time, the extremely talented empress can surpass herself and complete the most sublime transformation. How far do you think the emperor can go with Wu Dao, Xukong, Heng Yu and others from Immortal Mountain? At this time, the voice of Sanqian Daojing rang from Feng Lai's ears. The fairy mirror obviously would not question Feng Lai's vision, but it was still curious about its master's expectations for everyone. With their talents and the immortal guidance we provide, the third and fourth lives are not a problem. As for the higher level, the emperor is also a human being, with talents and limits. Feng Lai thought of the many extreme practitioners in the Immortal Mountain today, and lightly said, "This is the truth. Emperors of the human race like Emperor Li and Emperor Tai have actually just reached the average of many emperors in history. It is the norm for emperors of this level to rule for an era, and then live for 2 generations. Even if the Wind Light provided guidance, and did not put too much expectations on a strongman of this level. In comparison, the abilities shown by Void and Heng Yu are above this average. They are very good, and have the qualifications to impact the 5th or even 6th life. As for higher, it is really a bit reluctant. As for Mu Wudao, Feng Lai currently values him second only to Xixian and the Ruthless Empress. After all, in his last life, he was a copycat who could become an immortal in the chaotic ancient times. In this life, he defied the will of heaven and broke the holy body to become an emperor. Barrier. Feng Lai hopes that he can match Meng Tianzheng and become a true Taoist ancestor. Needless to say, the Ruthless Empress and Xixian are 2 extraordinary people. Feng Lai has not given them any guidance so far. This is undoubtedly worth looking forward to. They are all seeds that are qualified to become immortals. Please pay attention to me. If they succeed, it is the best. If not, they can be stored in the forbidden area of God. After a moment, Feng Lai spoke again. Immortality is not an unsolvable problem. We need creatures with greater potential. But we also need a large number of powerful true immortals and immortal kings. Every emperor and emperor in this universe can be called a true immortal or even an immortal king. Very precious. Chapter 387. God's immortal power is like prison. God. How powerful is the heavenly court today? Billions of miles of immortal light are like the sea. Hundreds of thousands of ancient world avenues are endless. And the immeasurable sky tower carries the extremely glorious path of immortal cultivation. It suppresses all the evolved civilizations in the world and makes all the worlds tremble. Recite the heavenly name. This is the supreme glory that heaven will usher in under the leadership of the 2 immortal emperors. Today, outside the ultimate ancient palace, which represents the ultimate splendor of heaven, there are rays of extremely bright light rushing from all directions. Many ancient worlds, and many times and spaces. Each ray of light represents a statue that is unimaginably powerful. Life form, shaking the avenue. Outside, there are countless pairs of eyes staring at those terrifying life forms rushing into the ultimate ancient palace. Some of their eyes are full of joy and expectation. Some are full of fear and apprehension, and some are indifferent. Saran, keeping a distance from heaven. Some of these people are powerful people from the evolved civilization who have formed an alliance with heaven in recent millions of years. Some are neutral parties, and some are powerful people from the evolved civilization who are on the side of darkness, weirdness, and great sacrifices. They are all at least at the immortal king level. They all came to see the heaven from a distance, because this extremely glorious heaven is holding an unprecedented event. It is an ultimate event that only belongs to the immortal evolutionary civilization. The tyrannical life forms striding from all directions are at least high-level experts at the level of true immortals. They are the mainstay of heaven and the cornerstone of the glorious civilization of immortality. And now in heaven, the number of such true immortal-level creatures has definitely exceeded 1 million. And even the immortal king's life forms are in the thousands. Such a huge team of practitioners are all gathered in the ultimate palace in the deepest part of the heaven. They are sitting quietly in their respective positions. Even if they all restrain their aura, the power is enough to crush 10,000 ways. After a long time, those immortal practitioners from all the major ancient worlds, major time and space, major ancient countries and traditions finally gathered together. At a certain point in time, they all stood up in unusual tacit understanding and faced the two people at the top of the ultimate ancient palace. Worship the Supreme Being. Meet the Emperor of Heaven. Such a number of immortal beings chanting the name of the immortal emperor in unison not only stirs up the immortal rules of these powerful beings, but also communicates some rules that transcend time and space and transcend all laws, making an irresistible wave. The mighty force exploded and echoed in every corner of the heaven. The direction they worship is an indescribable void, where all the 5 elements, yin and yang, and time and space have lost their meaning. Only 2 thrones that are more majestic than the river of time stand, giving everyone the most stable sense of security. Get flat. After a long time, a low and plain voice came from the hard-to-see void, and a green gold Tao vase shook, rippling out a stream of Tao, making everyone stand up involuntarily. It is just a very small amount of Tao that is emitted during the shaking of the vase, which is enough to annihilate countless vast universes in an instant. All its past, present, and future will completely collapse under the true Tao of the immortal emperor. Thank you, Emperor Tian. All the immortals spoke out in unison. They were all practitioners of the immortal way. At this time, they were shouting to the 2 creatures with enthusiasm and reverence. There were even many beliefs belonging to true immortals, and even immortal kings rising to the sky and integrating into the avenue. In the vase, after the process of meeting the 2 supreme emperors was over, the atmosphere in the entire ultimate palace became much more relaxed. The real immortals walked out of this magnificent palace in groups. Above the auspicious clouds in the heaven, table after table of sumptuous banquets were served. It has been laid out for all the immortals to enjoy. In the ultimate hall, Shi Hao and Feng Lai, who were sitting high on the throne, did not pretend to be immortal emperors. Strong men of the same era, fellow students, disciples, acquaintances, etc., sat together, with hundreds of people forming a group. Now the most core high-level combat power of today's court. Our heaven is indeed much stronger than when we first came to heaven. As one of the oldest and highest cultivated immortal kings present, the burial master was undoubtedly sitting very close to the powerful emperor generation. His calm and powerful eyes swept over the many immortal kings present, and then stared at the outside world. The densely packed immortal creatures could not help but feel filled with emotion. He was one of the earliest cultivators in the burial domain during the emperor's fall era. He had lived for too many epochs, but he had watched the rise of the 2 immortal emperors Huang and Tai Tsung, and he had witnessed too many miracles in the past few years. So much has happened in millions of years. If it weren't for Tai Tsung and Huang Tian Emperor, I would probably still be in the depths of the sea, sitting next to the burial master. The butcher immortal king also sighed with emotion, his face full of sighs. In the Jiahai era, what do millions of years mean? It's only half an era. It would take such a long time for the burial master, the butcher, the seller of counterfeit medicine, and others to take a short nap. But in the past few million years, the burial master has not had the time to take a nap at all. The truth on both sides of the boundary sea, the terrifying end of darkness, a broader ancient world, a higher level of powerhouses, a completely different path of evolution. More importantly, Immortal Emperor Tai Tsung personally took action and killed the Emperor's light in the bodies of the burial master, and the butcher Immortal King made them reach nirvana and regain their qualifications to attack the quasi-immortal Emperor. A series of powerful stimulations revitalized the old and numbed souls of the burial master and others. He began to study the 4 dark quasi-immortal emperor cultivation methods and several other evolutionary paths, hoping to open up his own path, ascending to the quasi-immortal emperor in one step. Cherish it. The opportunity to attack the quasi-immortal emperor is rare. I can only get 2 chances for you at most. If you fail again, I'm afraid there will be no chance. Feng Lai glanced at the many sumptuous dishes at the banquet. They are all top-notch products from all heavens and worlds. From God. The worst ones are beyond human nature and are very difficult to find. Hearing this, the butcher, burial owner, chicken farmer, counterfeit medicine seller, and others all nodded with extremely serious expressions and responded seriously, not daring to be careless in the slightest. They were all Emperor Light Immortal Kings originally, although they were much more powerful than the Supreme Giants. They were losers on the road to the quasi-immortal Emperor. According to certain rules, they had completely lost the qualification to attack the quasi-immortal Emperor again. However, the Immortal Emperor's methods were invincible, and Feng Lai really cut off the Emperor's light from their bodies, giving these people the possibility of attacking the quasi-immortal Emperor again. You can try the paths taken by evolutionary civilizations, and evolve into one of them that suits you best. You can also practice to the level of the Supreme Giant, and then the 2 paths and fruits will become one, and the possibility of success will increase a lot. Suddenly, the 10-crown King Emperor, who had been silent until now, spoke up and talked about the possibility of such a spiritual path. Time flies by, and this young prodigy, who was once invincible at the end of the ancient times, has been practicing for more than tens of millions of years. Now he is at the pinnacle of the Immortal King Giant. Like Gutua, he is only 1 step away from entering the realm of infinity. Get to the level of giants. But obviously, there is still a gap between the qualifications of the Emperor and the Immortal Emperor's Gutua. He has been stuck at the top of the Immortal King Giants for many years. Just like the true dragon, Kundi, and 6 paths of reincarnation Immortal King back then. It is difficult to make progress in a short period of time. It is a waste of time to build another evolutionary path. But according to God's theory and history, it is indeed a completely feasible path. Beside the Emperor, Shuri also raised his hand, with a pair of pupils shining brightly, echoed. As a disciple of Tai Tsang Immortal Emperor, and one of the ancient F4S, Shuri's temperament has not changed much from when he was younger. He is still so calm and profound, and anyone who looks at him will be completely seen through. But those double pupils are even more transcendent. There are networks belonging to technological civilization and microtechnical data flows flowing in those double pupils, evolving an evolutionary path that is completely different from the immortal way. Obviously, Shuri has already embarked on the path of fellow practitioners. He has chosen the path of scientific and technological cultivation, and it is a branch of the path that is biased towards virtual reality and infinite microscopy. He wants to integrate it with his own path of double pupil immortality and find a better path, a broad avenue. Not only him, but at this stage, many elder immortal kings in the heaven who have been stuck in a certain realm for many years have embarked on other evolutionary paths of fellow practitioners. Some people even directly abandoned their immortal cultivation and chose to specialize in it. Their previous vision has been limited. In the immortal way, now we have a broader vision. So of course we must grasp it. In the early days of coming to heaven, there was a veteran true immortal who had been stuck at the true immortal level for more than an era. After being exposed to the evolutionary path of other civilizations, he changed cultivation. In less than 300,000 years, he broke through the shackles and successfully broke into the Immortal King domain, and now he has become the ultimate Immortal King. Such examples are not uncommon. Adaptability is a thing that is difficult to describe systematically. Neither Feng Lai nor Shi Hao have ever objected to the heavenly tribe's practice of other ways. The Emperor and the Horned Ants are practicing the mature path of body refining and evolving civilization, and the banished immortals are embarking on the path of cultivation of the Supreme Ancestor God. Everyone is exploring and looking for the enlightenment of the Great Road. Even Feng Lai occasionally has some free time. We'll study the path of pollen evolution and the path of technological evolution. But we were conservative. Butchers, counterfeit medicine sellers, chicken farmers, and others looked at each other. They had maintained the pattern of the Jia era over the years, repeating the cultivation path of the past behind closed doors. Now that they saw a feasible path, they were naturally very happy. Use the resources in front of you and practice as much as possible. Even if you take a few more paths, it doesn't matter, as long as the result is to become a quasi-immortal emperor. I support it, Feng Lai said with a smile. In his opinion, once the path of unifying all Tao, especially the unification of many evolutionary methods, is established, it will be a stable way to create Tao ancestors. Heavenly Court needs such a strongman very much. Ding! Let's stop this topic here first. Cultivation has a long way to go. We still have a lot of time to discuss the future path to heaven. Suddenly, with the sound of a fairy bell, Lucian, who had been sitting silently, raised his head and ended the current topic. I would like to ask Tai Tsung to have a good chat about something strange, ominous, dark, and our enemies. As the third powerful person in the Heavenly Court era to set foot on the path of the Emperor. Although Lucian is only a quasi-immortal Emperor now, he is also a powerful quasi-immortal Emperor who has followed the path of the Tao ancestor. He has great military exploits and has great majesty among the practitioners of the Heavenly Court. She knew that Shihao and Feng Lai had been the strongest fighting force against Weird's forces over the years. Shihao was the main battler, only responsible for killing and planning, while Feng Lai had been studying Weird and this seemingly terrifying enemy all these years. In particular, Feng Lai penetrated into the four-pole floating earth, one of the giant strongholds of the Weird lineage 100,000 years ago, and lurked there for thousands of years before returning. I knew you were going to ask. Feng Lai smiled at Lucian, not surprised by the quasi-immortal Emperor's question. After all, they followed the corpse of the immortal Emperor and entered the heaven. After groping for a long time, they determined that the strangeness of the heaven and the darkness and ominousness of the boundary sea came from the same source. They had been fighting for too long, but their foundation and origin were still unknown. Still don't know much. The so-called weirdness is a kind of power born out of extreme ominousness and malice. Its power is given to some of the first living beings, allowing them to reach a level beyond the immortal Emperor. They control the destiny of all heavens and worlds and are the ancestors of all weirdness in the world. Then, the ancestors caused blood sacrifices and catastrophes again and again, harvesting almost all living creatures in the heavens, and passed on the strange and ominous power. There were already 10 strange immortal emperors, and a large number of strange quasi-immortal emperors. Represents its philosophy. Then, the weird immortal emperor and the quasi-immortal emperor will continue to pass on their power level by level, form a civilization, form a Taoist tradition, and continue to harvest the heavens, worlds and God, which is the enemy we are facing now. Feng Lai didn't go into too much detail. After all, the concept of patient was so weird that even the immortal emperor couldn't understand it. Brush. After saying that, a piece of dark soil appeared in Feng Lai's hand. This soil was very different from ordinary soil. It did not have the rich feeling of life. It was like a ball of soil stained with blood and then heated by some kind of scorching heavenly fire. Years have gone through countless cycles before we came up with something like this. A few years ago, I went to the four-pole floating soil, killed a few monsters at the quasi-immortal emperor level, and had a fight with the weird immortal emperor who was guarding it. I took advantage of the chaos and dug up a large piece of floating soil. You can study it. He pointed at the blood-stained floating soil and said with a smile, "Those who cannot be buried in the sky should be buried among the floating earth at the four extremes. Cut down the two firewoods of yin and yang. Draw the fire of the sky. Absorb the flames of the ancient universe. And burn them." Staring at this mass of floating soil, many practitioners present, including Shihao and God Lu, seemed to hear such whispers in their ears, as if there were raging heavenly fires that were about to burn out all life in the universe. Did you hear that? Feng Lai smiled at Lucian, then looked at Shihao and said, "You and I are in the common sense. The immortal emperor is difficult to kill. You can understand that they have developed a complete set of means to kill the immortal emperor. So dangerous? And the 10 immortal emperors, as well as the ancestors who have transcended the level of immortal emperors, are really huge troubles." Listening to Feng Lai's words, Shihao couldn't help but look serious, and said, "Yes, even if we don't talk about their ancestors, Wei has 10 real immortal emperors. Although they are not the top experts in the immortal emperor field, the gap in levels is difficult to make up. The only ones who are qualified to fight with them are you and me. 2 people. Feng Lai nodded. Over millions of years, he and Shihao have certainly made great progress. According to the classification of the Holy Ruins era, he is in the realm of Tyrannosaurus level immortal emperor. Shihao is even more outrageous. Feng Lai feels that this guy may be close to the edge of sacrifice. Lucian is expected to be the immortal emperor. The unknown Taoist friend from his hometown should also be qualified to attack the immortal emperor. In addition, the young man named Gu Tuo, who is very optimistic about the Taoist brother, is not enough. 10 immortal emperors? Plus even sure Hao felt great pressure from the strange ancestor behind it. Wait a minute. At least we already know something about the enemy. When the seeds we planted in the past bloom and bear fruit, everything will be fine. Feng Lai said. Chapter 388 Chaos Ancient Times. The Big Dipper has always been one of the most brilliant and powerful life stars in the entire universe. Its area is so vast that even a powerful person would need a lot of time to cross the Big Dipper. Whenever the battle for the Imperial Road comes, Beidou, like Ziwei, Hongwang, Eternal, Gaochen and other stars, will have unparalleled geniuses rise up to participate in the extremely gorgeous and cruel battle for the Imperial Road. Hoo-ho! In the North Plains, under the huge scorching sun, on the endless Gobi Desert, the black and red wind brought up massive amounts of hot sand, roaring and roaring crazily under the vast sky, covering up the sky. This is a unique phenomenon of heaven and earth in Beiyuan. On this Gobi beach, which is larger than the surface area of the ordinary stars combined, the sharp wind mixed with the vitality of heaven and earth roars like a handle of sharp steel knives. Each handle is comparable to a weapon that is intertwined with Tao and reason, and can scratch the body of sea and air. I gotta go. And in a rare oasis in this boundless desert, a man in gray clothes was bowing towards a small lake deep in the oasis, and spoke in a low voice. He was a very tall man. Although his appearance could not be called majestic, the look between his brows was still eye-catching. But if you look closely, this man's eyes have nothing to do with the word Tianju. His angular face is lifeless, and even his eyes are slightly drooped, showing incomparable indifference and numbness. Do you understand? From the direction where the man in gray clothes bowed, a sigh with some emotion and helplessness came from the direction after a long time. The sound was not loud, but it clearly echoed in the oasis and the boundless Gobi Desert, among the green sacred trees, on a small blue lake as clear as a jade in the desert. An old man in plain robes was nodding slightly. His back was to the man in gray, as if he was a little regretful, but also a little sad, reluctant to give up. I figured it out. Hearing this, a trace of expression appeared on the numb and indifferent face of the man in gray. It was a look that was mixed with sadness, pain, unwillingness and hatred. It was so profound when it appeared on a man's face. I will embark on the path of spiritual practice again, rise again, re-establish my path, and then become invincible and overthrow all legends. As he spoke, the man in gray seemed to be remembering some desperate past, and even his hands were trembling slightly. But his voice was unimaginably firm. So firm that even Ji Wukong looked sideways. There has always been no emperor for losers in ancient times. Are you sure you want to embark on the imperial path of striving for hegemony again? Ji Wukong's voice gradually became deeper. He stared at the man in gray. This young man was not an invincible genius, but a struggling unknown on the imperial road. His life experience was quite miserable. In the battle for the Great Road, he does not have the invincible talent to overturn an era and dominate the starry sky. Instead, he appears to be quite mediocre, and is regarded as a stepping stone by many true geniuses, stepping on his face and dignity to move forward. Along the way, this young man has lost too much. His lover waited for him for many years, but could not see him for the last time when he was about to die. His relatives protected him from the wind and rain, but died tragically under the iron heel of orthodoxy. His friends walked side by side with him, but ended up dead in the wilderness. The ending. Even the master who preached and taught was angered by the enemy, and was crucified in his homeland. All of the above are just part of the man's miserable path of cultivation. He is like a lone star marked by destiny. Everyone who comes into contact with him will die in a miserable way. After practicing for hundreds of years, only the man himself knows all the desolations and ups and downs. We must go. What responded to Ji Wukong was the man's almost roaring roar. This roar contained too much pain, despair and sadness, but also had a strong unwillingness, like an evil ghost drowning in a river. Even if it was just a trace. Hope. Also want to live. The word 100 defeats is not as simple as it sounds. It contains too many painful pasts. Being surpassed again and again. Defeated again and again. And being trampled under the feet of others again and again. This is great for anyone's dignity. Insult is enough to break an ordinary person's Taoist heart. This is indeed the case. This man's Taoist heart has been trampled on too many times. Failure is very painful. His strong self-esteem makes it even more difficult to accept failure. Every time it is extremely painful. Then go. Go to nirvana. Go to transcendence. Go to rebirth. And when you come back, Defeat all your opponents? Seeing this, Ji Wukong nodded slightly, and knocked the wooden staff carved from the ancient branches of flat peach on the ground, instantly annihilating a barren galaxy outside the endless void. As far as this man's talent is concerned, he can't really appreciate it. After all, since he started practicing, he has already experienced hundreds of battles at the same level, large and small, and was defeated every time. His dignity was mercilessly trampled every time. It is completely inconsistent with the path of the Void Emperor himself. Among them, another group of geniuses, who rose up together, with the men were the most ferocious. They were known as the 7 heroes of Luan Tian. They seemed to regard Luan Gu as the most pathetic plaything in the dust. They defeated him again and again, humiliated him, and even trampled him to death with iron hooves. His most trusted friend crucified his most respected master. Murderous and heart-wrenching. Extremely cruel. But even so, the man remained unyielding and was defeated all the way from the Dao Palace level. But he could barely stand up every time, forcefully break through, and even set foot on the ancient road in the starry sky, becoming the Saint King. Thank you. In the future, if the seniors hear that a man named Luan Gu died in battle on the ancient road, it would be me. There is no need to collect my body. You just need to set up a tomb and bury me in this desert. Facing Ji Wukong's powerful low voice, the man's face gradually became firm and serious. He opened his mouth and left such a sentence, and never looked back. Luan Gu. This was the name of this man. His parents were dead, and his family was far away. He directly cut off his surname, leaving only the name Luan Gu. Goodbye. Ji Wukong nodded and spoke softly in the direction of the man's departure. And then the figure completely disappeared in the oasis, leaving only the green sacred trees and the small lake, rippling with a firm Taoist rhyme. The Luangdu Emperor was defeated in hundreds of battles, and survived humiliation and failure again and again. Later, he accidentally obtained the Void Emperor's Law and the Ruthless Emperor's Law, studied them carefully, and then achieved the Emperor's career. In the forbidden area of the sky, Feng Lai sat cross-legged under the ancient flat peach tree, staring at the cold man named Luan Gu who came to the starry sky, dug a big tomb for himself, and began the nirvana that changed his destiny. Ruthless man. Are you talking about the little girl who went through self-nirvana from the mortal body to the chaotic body? Her nirvana method is indeed extraordinary. 3,000 Taoist mirrors were also reflecting that area. He could feel that the heart of the young man named Luan Gu was beating slowly and powerfully, like a self-bound divine silkworm, with the foundation of hundreds of defeats. Yun raised the most powerful and cruel devil fetus of this era. With Wukong's personal guidance, I'm looking forward to the magic butterfly emerging from the cocoon. Feng Lai nodded slightly and said, the idea of Taoist heart, the idea of invincibility, is the deepest truth deeply engraved in the hearts of every Taoist in this universe. To become an emperor, one must have a perfect Taoist heart and overcome all difficulties along the way to achieve Taoism. Most of the facts also illustrate this truth, because throughout the ages, most of the human emperors, ancient emperors, demon emperors, etc., have come all the way invincible. And their Taoist hearts absolutely sweep across the sky and break through the void. This has nothing to do with strength or weakness. It is just a belief that dominates the world. This belief is too important and is related to the life of the practitioner. But this truth is not suitable for Emperor Luan Gu. This man can be called the most miserable, but also the most inspiring emperor in history. His heart was broken by every defeat, but he used it to temper the supreme demon child and start over again, including Ji Wukong, Xi Xian and the immortal Tears Green Golden Emperor, whose spiritual wisdom is not yet perfect. All the emperors in the Immortal Mountain are paying attention to Luan Gu's life, watching his failure and his nirvana. Watch him reborn and become invincible in the world. Luan Gu, who broke out of his cocoon into a butterfly and transformed into an unparalleled demon fetus, became extremely powerful. Starting from the Wheel and Sea realm, he quickly retraced his previous path of cultivation, evolved the secret realm of the human body with his own new understanding, and created a brand new path. In the eyes of the emperors, his path was no longer limited to his soul, body, and avenue, but was also blessed by the unyielding power of the Taoist heart, which made him unique and amazing. In just 100 years, Luan Gu reached the semi-saint level and set foot on the ancient road of the starry sky again. This time, he became cruel and silent. He held the ancient battle axe, stepped on the endless chariot, and ran over the ancient road of the starry sky with invincibility. All the opponents in the past became tissue paper, and it was difficult to stop him. Pace. Saints. Holy kings. Great saints. In front of this supreme demon child, the barriers of realms seem to become blurred. Yuan Gu's cultivation speed is so fast that he can even compete with the strongest group of Yuan Tian's 7 heroes at the same level at the same time. It was not only a battle between great avenues, but also involved hatred, beliefs and the past. When Yuan Gu was on an equal footing with Qixiong, he killed him without hesitation. His battle with the 7 heroes of chaotic sky was so intense that it was hard to find in ancient times. The battle between the 8 most powerful geniuses of an era attracted the attention of most of the starry sky ancient road. In the end, the battle ended with the disastrous defeat of Yuan Tian's 7 heroes. Yuan Gu attacked without mercy. All 7 geniuses were killed by Yuan Gu's battle axe. Their spirits were reduced to ashes, and they were all killed. Then, Yuan Gu seemed to have completely broken through all the unwillingness and inner demons in his heart, and continued to advance triumphantly, defeating all his opponents, becoming an emperor after attaining enlightenment. This is the era that belongs to the Yuan Gu Emperor. Hundreds of years later, when the Yuan Gu Emperor completely broke through the Emperor's tribulation and engraved his great path on the Tianqin seal, a quiet sigh came from the immortal mountain. Even though the emperors in the mountain had generally lived out their lives in the third life, everyone has to express this emotion. Old friend, you have a great disciple. Jiang Hengyu rubbed a round piece of phoenix blood red gold with a look of disbelief on his face. He could clearly see that Yuan Gu Emperor's path contained parts of the Void Emperor Sutra, which was the continuation and embodiment of the Void Tao. I just showed him the road for decades. Ji Shukong played with his flat peach staff and smiled. He and Yuan Gu were indeed masters and disciples. They had led Yuan Gu when he was young. It was not too much to call him a master. Now, the Emperor of the Void, who once suppressed an era, has lived in his 5th life. About 10,000 years ago, he underwent an equally thrilling nirvana. Although it was extremely dangerous, and he almost died, he had to live towards death and live out of the 5th life. This is undoubtedly a very profound nirvana. Ji Yukong directly enlightens the Tao, making his void way transcend the past. According to what 3,000 Tao mirrors said, based on this Tao alone, it is not too much for the great Emperor of the Void to add the word heaven in his title. That is a height that ordinary emperors cannot reach in their entire lives. In a different place, if I had experienced endless failures like this when I was young, not to mention conceiving a demon fetus, I would have struggled to get back on my feet. The emperor sat cross-legged on the cliff of the immortal mountain and fell into deep thought. He was confident that he was not afraid of failure. The emperor could face everything with a normal heart. However, if he failed miserably like in ancient times, even the emperor would be afraid of failure. The heart of the person cannot bear it. His path is completely different from ours. But it is undeniable that with that person's will, no matter what era, there is a chance to rise. Emperor Yinglong spoke. The former princess of 10,000 dragons firmly believed that she was not afraid of failure. But she also lamented that the ancient emperor's heart was too firm. The emperors expressed their opinions one by one. It was rare for a creature of the same level to arouse the common interest of so many emperors. After all, the case of Yuan Gu really subverted the perception, and was too different from them. Emotions, will and Tao, such a perfect fusion. The most powerful demon fetus obtained from nirvana. Even if it is only the 1st life, I am afraid it is more powerful than many 2nd-generation emperors. Emperor Li, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. He looked at the Yuan Gu Emperor, who was standing on the immortal chariot, and was getting familiar with the mark of Tianqin. He suddenly whispered like this. In this state, if he is allowed to taste the taste of disastrous defeat again, will his Taoist heart collapse again? He also admired the method of Emperor Yuan Gu, which was a kind of power that was completely different from the ordinary way of cultivation. This kind of power was close to physical strength. Although it was not as good as Chaos Xian Emperor's chaos body, it was still quite powerful. Of course not. Failure will help him practice, reach nirvana, and become stronger. Next to Emperor Li, Xi Xian just smiled and put his hands on his hips, with great chaotic flames rising in his eyes, and replied, what you need to know is that the demon fetus is a means, not the result. What is really powerful is that person's Taoist heart. It is indestructible for thousands of calamities, and survives all destruction. This has nothing to do with the level or the demon fetus. The more this happens, the more it highlights the value of this young friend from Yuan Gu. At this time, Feng Lai, with his hands behind his back, also appeared among the many emperors in the immortal mountain. He also looked at the Luangu Emperor in the infinite distance and said, in the past, he had only heard about the legendary experiences of the Luangu Emperor in ancient history. But after seeing it himself, he still had a lot of emotions. Even those strong men in the immortal realm don't care about being invincible all the way, but they still value being able to do everything in one go. The Tao heart is a very mysterious thing, and it has an impact on even true immortals. The future is bright. In the end, Feng Lai made this evaluation of Luangu. He felt that this young man might have the potential to be a quasi-immortal emperor. Although his talent was not that top-notch, his Taoist heart still made him look at him with suspicion. Chapter 389 Twist of Fate. Throughout the ages, the ancient emperors who became emperors followed the same path. They were invincible and conquered the world, then practiced silently. After the second life, they either killed themselves, died, or died in struggle and unwillingness, and were recorded by future generations. In ancient history, the Luangu Emperor should have been like this. In the first few hundred years of his life, this human emperor spent all his time on failures and hardships. The process of going through countless failures took him too long. But he was still not too old when he became emperor. He became enlightened at the age of more than 1,600 years old. This is already a very good achievement in ancient history, indicating that his talent is extraordinary and above the average. More than 2,000 years after he became emperor, Luangu the great emperor obtained a large piece of extremely divine gold and tempered his battle axe under the starry sky. It carried Luangu's great road and his indomitable will, and its sharp edge shone for 3,000 years. The ancient world is too extraordinary. He was alone, with no relatives or friends, and never married again in his life. People could only occasionally see his lonely figure in the starry sky Jedi and the desolate ancient world. Silent and plain, it seemed that all emotions had been wiped out. Originally, the Luangu Emperor was supposed to spend his life like this. When his first life ended, the Emperor of the Immortal Mountain came in person, lent him the Immortal Bell, suppressed his imperial power, and then entered the Dark Mountain. Practice in the middle. But there are too many possibilities in fate, and the fate of the Luangu Emperor is not as plain as everyone expected. The turning point occurred more than 6,000 years after the Luangu Emperor became emperor. In this year, the emperor, who was already very good at the Void Avenue, found the burial sky hidden in the very depths of time and space during an ordinary stroll. Island. The direction of the long river of time began to change the moment Emperor Luangu chose to set foot on this immortal path. The mountains are undulating. The rivers are rushing. The foxes and deers are leaping among the trees. The strange rocks and sacred rocks are independent on the dangerous peaks. And a small thatched house, stone pavilion, ferry, etc., are dotted among them, adding a bit of loneliness to the mountains and rivers. So far, 100,000 years have passed since Feng Lai personally opened the road to immortality and led the 8 supreme beings of heaven to enter the immortal realm. But the years have left no trace at all in this ancient restricted area. As worthy of God, under the guidance of a stone man's holy spirit, Luangu silently walked among the rolling mountains and felt the dragon veins hidden under the giant island. Even this taciturn emperor had to sigh like this. Of course he knows the name of the god's life forbidden zone. It is a forbidden zone that shakes the past, present and future. The immortal Taoist who once shook the ancient history with his fame fell here. The Kunlun Immortal Bell, one of the 4 ancient immortal weapons, was suppressed without any resistance. Ability. With such fear and expectation, Luangu would stop at those stone pavilions, ferries or boats from time to time. There were many profound and obscure Tao patterns engraved there. Each stroke seemed to outline the direction of Tao, its evolution to reason, and its transcendence. The current Luangu Emperor. They are all the engravings left by Senior Fanggu and Senior Tianlang when they were still there. More than 100,000 years have passed, and the things they used have almost become useful. Seeing Luangu staring at those things in a trance, the Holy Spirit, the Dzogchen stone man who guided him, had a plain smile on his face. He pointed at an ordinary boat on the river and said, the small boat was a place where the 8 supreme beings often used to chat and discuss the Tao. It was engraved with densely packed imperial runes, making it immortal. At the same time, the power of the small boat exceeded most of the quasi-emperor treasures in the outside world. The ancient war emperor Brahma, the supreme heavenly wolf, the golden-winged Dapeng emperor, these are all emperors with some reputation in ancient history, as ancient emperors who once belonged to God. Almost all of them have killed the supreme ones of the same level. The achievements and reputation are really not small. Have the forerunners all fallen? Luangu stared at the runes on the boat and suddenly felt a lot of emotion in his heart. Then he turned to the Holy Spirit of Great Perfection and asked. According to ancient historical records, the Forbidden City seemed to have been involved in a rather crazy historical event. All the emperors, including immortal weapons, were involved. But in the end they all fell. The Forbidden City was almost eliminated. Master Immortal Mirror said that those seniors followed the Emperor on the road to immortality and stayed in the immortal realm. They must have become immortals now. The Dzogchen Stone Man said softly. Luan Gu noticed that the temperament of this Holy Spirit was very different from that of the outside world. Compared with the inner pride and indifference of the Holy Spirit of the outside world, this Holy Spirit was extremely plain and easygoing. Like a giant sea. Plain and simple. The momentum is vast and profound. His momentum seems to be more powerful than that of Luan Gu, who is the great emperor. This feeling is simply unimaginable to Luan Gu. He is the great emperor of the world. Even if the other party is the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen, he does not have the aura of the Tianqin mark on his body, so he should not be so strong at all. The layman seems to be very strong? After a slight silence, Luan Gu still didn't test anything. He just opened his mouth and asked. The struggle of mediocre people is just the accumulation of years. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared on the face of the Holy Spirit of Great Perfection. And he said without hesitation, if the Emperor can achieve the same hard work for 2 million years, he will definitely surpass me in achievements. Time, even if it is a rare treasure for practitioners, is like the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen. His level is just another kind of praise. But after 2 million years of hard work, the rules of the Tao that he has evolved are far away. It doesn't stop there. In this pure land of eternal life, the Emperor should not think about things from the outside world. Soon, the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen brought Luan Gu to the bank of a vast lake. He simply left such a sentence, then turned around and disappeared into the clouds. Luan Gu wanted to say something, but his eyes were quickly attracted by a tall fairy tree by the fairy lake. Its strong branches and roots were like old dragons entrenched one after another, taking root in the fertile soil. Under the vigorous and powerful ancient peach tree, a man in loose imperial robes was looking at Luan Gu. His whole person was shrouded in the mist of chaos. Even though Luan Gu was the emperor, he couldn't clearly see the man's true appearance. Emperor Luan Gu, I didn't expect that the powerful person who is destined to my fairy island in this life is actually you. But Luan Gu could clearly feel that the illusory man was smiling at him. It was a smile that showed appreciation for the younger generation, full of easygoing and loving kindness. Your Excellency? Luan Gu frowned. He had already guessed that there was a real immortal weapon in the forbidden area of the sky. But he did not expect that there was also a living person suspected of being a real immortal. This kind of knowledge that subverted his 3 views made him have to reinvent himself as quickly as possible. Worldview. My name is Tai Song, and I am the owner of this heavenly burial island, which is also the forbidden area of God. Feng Lai obviously also admired Luan Gu. He smiled and said, since you are destined to me in my island, I can give you the opportunity to break the shackles and have the qualifications to directly practice higher levels. Chapter 390 Take a Weird Road. With the power of Feng Lai, Luan Gu was naturally able to easily understand many things about the restricted area of life in the heavens, regarding the past and present, and the personal preaching of the great Emperor of the Void. Luan Gu was a little stunned. Of course, he knew the name of Emperor Tai Song. He was a pioneer in ancient history. He had 2 sects and 3 emperors of the Wind clan. This was a glory that many Taoist clans could not achieve through the ages. The ancient emperor is saying that all the immortal emperors in the immortal mountain are perfect emperors. But when he knew the truth, Luan Gu still found it difficult to accept it. The water in this universe was too deep. Even as the current emperor, Luan Gu still had too many things he didn't know. Yes, the right path in this world is the road to immortality in 9 lives. They accumulate life after life, waiting for the opportunity to reach nirvana in 9 lives and transcend all realms. Feng Lai took out his jade tea set and brewed Luan Gu a cup of enlightenment tea to help the emperor digest the information that subverted his imagination. And you are qualified to embark on a path that is different from theirs and completely transcends this universe. What kind of way? Luan Gu frowned slightly. He didn't think that Feng Lai wanted to harm him. The bye-bye demon fetus gave him an insight beyond imagination, and he understood that there was an incomparable gap between himself and Feng Lai. This gap was too big. It's like a Taoist slayer facing the current emperor. Under such a gap, there is no need for the strong to show malice to the weak. Raging. As he finished speaking, the sound of steaming fire that was engulfing the world suddenly rang from Luan Gu's ears. A ball of flame burned from Feng Lai's hand without any warning. And its flame was so scorching that it melted 10,000 things. It was a flame that could not be described in the ancient and modern realm. It showed an illusory and desolate color. Time and space, the moon and the sun, all the original forces in the universe seemed to have turned into firewood to help it burn. Those who cannot be buried in the sky should be buried among the floating earth at the four extremes. Cut down the two firewoods of yin and yang. Draw the fire of the sky. Absorb the flames of the ancient universe. And burn them. In a daze, Luan Gu seemed to hear an illusory and distant roar. It seemed like hundreds of millions of ancestors were praying. It seemed like hundreds of millions of immortals and demons were wailing. And it was even more like billions of evil spirits struggling and roaring. Like demons. The sound penetrated my ears and echoed in front of my eyes. Luan Gu's eyes were fixed on the flame, which contained too many extremely terrifying principles. What exactly is that? He took a deep breath. Even if he was the current emperor, even if it was just a ball of fire, even if it was confined to a very small space, Luan Gu couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. The fire of the sky is one of the most powerful flames in history. What do you think? Seeing this, Feng Lai held it empty-handed with one hand, and the strange flame was directly held into nothingness. And its ashes also dissipated, as if it had never appeared. But in Feng Lai's eyes, it seemed to reflect a vast island hanging upside down in the universe, where the most blazing flames in the world were burning endlessly, burning the immeasurable floating soil that suppressed the four poles of the world. And it would never stop for billions of years. For poles of floating soil. The moment he saw that ancient place, Luan Gu knew its true name in his heart. It was like a demonic voice that suppressed the immeasurable heavens and worlds. Just by reciting its name, great power surged across the boundless territory, time and space, completely annihilating it. Ding! Just before Luan Gu's soul was about to sink completely in the shadow of the floating earth, a clear crashing sound suddenly sounded in Luan Gu's ears, saving his weak soul light and returning to his physical body. When consciousness returned, Luan Gu's whole body was covered in cold sweat, and his chest heaved involuntarily, as one of the outposts of the weird clan in the sky. Futu is as famous as the burial pit of the Emperor of Heaven, the River of Souls, and the ancient underworld. It is said to be the place where the bones of the immortal emperor can be buried. It contains too many secrets. Very powerful. The so-called fire of the sky is one of the important laws of the four-pole floating earth. It has been circulated in that proverb for a long time, and everyone who hears it is horrified. Even a true immortal would probably not be able to survive this flame. Luan Gu thought for a long time before slowly speaking. The flame and the four-pole floating soil behind the flame were too terrifying. Even though Luan Gu didn't think that the so-called true immortal was much stronger than himself, he still felt a little bit frightened. In fact, even if you find millions of true immortals, you will only add fuel to the fire of floating earth. Feng Lai shook his head, patted Luan Gu's shoulder lightly, and elaborated. What I provide you is to let you embark on a completely different path. A path that emerges from the floating soil of the four poles, among the deadly and strange outposts in the sky. Feng Lai undoubtedly has the deepest understanding of the four-pole floating earth. He has been lurking in it for many years, not only completely annihilating several quasi-immortal emperor monsters, but also fighting with the immortals suppressed in it. The emperor fought several times, standing at the level of a Tyrannosaurus-level immortal emperor. Feng Lai created such a brand new evolutionary path based on the power of the original laws of the four-pole floating earth. Those who practice this way should transform the four poles of floating earth. Cut down the two firewoods of yin and yang. Draw the fire of the sky. Absorb the flames of the ancient universe. And burn everything. This road was too dangerous. And Feng Lai felt that only a man like Luan Gu, who was extremely determined in his Taoism, was qualified to embark on this road. The ancient emperor is saying that this is a more advanced path than the secret realm cultivation method of the human body? Luan Gu hesitated for a moment, seeming to recall the fire of the sky, the flame of the ancient universe, etc. he had just seen. He frowned and asked, "That's not necessarily true. The height of the secret realm of the human body is far beyond your imagination. But the master of that method hopes that you can take a completely different path. You are the emperor, and the path has been made clear. I hope that you can practice two paths, transcending all." Feng Lai nodded. He didn't mind how much time Luan Gu would waste on this road, as long as the result was good. Even if Feng Lai personally took action and borrowed a few epochs for Luan Gu to practice, it would be nothing more than a trivial matter for him. Luan Gu himself was an outstanding figure. He used to analyze the floating soil of the four poles and study strange things. Gu Emperor has confidence in me. Luan Gu frowned slightly. There are very few people in this universe whose Taoist heart is as strong as yours. This road is very dangerous. Without a Taoist heart like yours, I would not be at ease. Feng Lai said. In that case, I agree. After Luan Gu hesitated for a moment, he still stretched out a hand, high-fived Feng Lai's big hand, and said firmly, the fire of the sky, the flame of the ancient universe. He had just experienced the horror of this flame. Luan Gu deeply understood that this was a broad road leading to a very high road. As long as he did not sink or get lost, he was destined to be able to step on it. Brilliant. The right choice. Feng Lai smiled. He knows the timeline of the Holy Ruins era and is ambitious. If Luan Gu can become a quasi-mortal emperor in the future, enter the four-pole floating earth and lurk, he may be able to climb to the top of the four-pole floating earth step by step. That will become a very important plan. Chapter 391 Dayu Level Life Form. Under Feng Lai's personal intervention, Luan Gu embarked on a completely different path. It is true that the evolutionary path of the strange clan is ominous. And it is true that it is dangerous. And it is also true that it is very easy to get completely lost on the path of cultivation. But no one can deny its power. After all, it is a terrifying existence that suppresses the sky and has harvested countless eras. The Weird Clan has absorbed the essence of too many civilizations, and has gone through countless optimizations and enhancements. Even if the Tao of the Four Poles is only a small part of it, it is still chaotic enough. In ancient times, this mere supreme being has been enlightened for hundreds of millions of years. Luan Gu has gone very far on the path of cultivation in the secret realm of the human body. But he still calms down very firmly, and embarks on this completely different evolutionary path starting from the original mystery. As the emperor of the human race who climbed from the bottom to the top step by step, he has never lacked pride and confidence. But he has also never lacked humility and calmness. He treats this completely different path of evolution with the most serious attitude. This should indeed be the case. The gap between the evolutionary path and the evolutionary path is very big. After all, they come from different quasi-immortal emperors, or even immortal emperors. Even if the paths are very similar, such as the martial arts evolution path and the body refining evolution path, the gap is also huge. Scary. The gap between the human body's secret realm cultivation method and the strange evolutionary path is even more difficult to bridge. Even if Feng Lai has made improvements, it is still very large. If we insist on making an analogy, it is like the gap between the cultivation method of immortality and the path of scientific and technological evolution. It is really difficult to interweave each other. But Luan Gu is not immortal after all. When he was young, he studied the transformation method of the ruthless empress, and was able to turn the impossible into possible and create a demon fetus in despair. Naturally, he is a person who is not afraid of hardships and obstacles. This time, he even obtained the nirvana method used by Liu Shan back then, and created a demonic fetus that specializes in the weird path of evolution, evolving that path full of danger and ominousness. Feng Lai naturally expressed his support for this behavior. He personally evolved an independent void on Burial Sky Island to create conditions for Luan Gu's practice. At the same time, he also paid close attention to the changes of this strange evolver. Roar! At sunrise 8,000 years later, a low, hoarse, and extremely ferocious roar suddenly sounded on the Burial Sky Island. It seemed to be coming from the farthest reaches of the sky. It was so majestic that it swirled around the entire burial ground. Above the island, this roar almost awakened all the intelligent creatures in the restricted area of the sky. Whether it was the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen, who had been practicing for a long time, or the gods of flowers and plants, who lived leisurely in the restricted area, they all opened their eyes and looked at the rising sun. Starting direction. In the sun star that is pregnant with the power of the extreme, there is an indescribably terrifying life form entrenched in it. It is raising its head and seems to be roaring in the direction of the origin of the universe. It was in existence like an ancient humanoid beast, with 6 ferocious beast heads, 8 arms and 1 leg. Every inch of rough and thick skin on the body was engraved with deep and constantly wriggling blue magic lines. And it carried 9. The broad sacred wings exude a dazzling light. Around him, there were indescribable and strange flames burning blazingly. The years, the void, the moon and the sun seemed to have turned into firewood, maintaining the extremely terrifying glory and blaze. There is an indescribable sacred charm in the fierce, huge, weird and inexplicable spirit, which makes the scalps of those Deshang holy spirits, who have practiced for millions of years, go numb. Diwu. After a long time, such a murmur came from the strange and sacred mouth. 6 heads twisted and appeared on its back, shoulders and chest respectively. The fire of the sky and the flame of the ancient universe burned, burning everything in the universe. Rumble. Soon, in the deepest part of the sacred mountain range in the center of the burial sky island, a green gold majestic hand was like a sky covering the sun. It instantly took the strange sacred thing into its hand, and then disappeared from the place. Dayu level, you have indeed embarked on such a path. This strange and sacred head, whose appearance alone is breathtaking, is naturally the Luangu Emperor, who has practiced a strange path of cultivation. In other words, this is his demon fetus clone. He has no immortal cultivation, and only follows a strange path. And the realm this monster is in is a very advanced level in the evolutionary path of God. It is called Dayu, and it is extremely terrifying. Practitioners on this road are constantly searching for the word change, exploring the evolutionary path and the possibilities in the deepest part of the bloodline. Regardless of the physical body or the soul, they will embark on a unique path. Just like the demon body of Luangu, it is in a state after undergoing various profound evolutions. Its shape is very strange, and it is far more than just changes in appearance. Feng Lai's eyes penetrated all things, and he could naturally see clearly. Luangu's chest seemed to have a golden sun beating around him. It was a golden heart, a rare bloodline even in the heavens. It was spewing out golden evolutionary blood every moment, which could provide endless mana. And the pupil of the head in the center of Luangu has turned into a faint blue cross. It is also a powerful mutation. Even for true immortals, it is a rare bloodline. Yes, this road is indeed difficult. Even though I kept suppressing it, I still couldn't help but embark on the road of Diwu. After Feng Lai finished speaking, Luangu's deep and calm voice sounded under the peach tree. His true form was still in human form. At this time, he was also staring at his distorted and indescribable body inside. I have to admit that the power of his physical body and soul is very powerful. The golden heart, blue eyes, and 9 sacred wings behind it are all very powerful. Each one of them is comparable to or even surpasses Luangu, today's Daogua. But what is frustrating is that the price for obtaining such benefits is also huge. Although Luangu's Dayu level body has only just completed 1,000 years of work, it is already showing signs of gradual decay. Distortion, madness, and decay are the price that a Diwu level life form has to pay. It must endure this indescribable pain in order to gain true immortality. It doesn't matter. Although it is a bit evil, it is still the right way. The Dayu level is very special, as long as it survives the decay stage and completely solves the distortion problem. It can be compared with those true immortals. Feng Lai put his hands behind his back, but he didn't mind Luangu's bizarre and twisted painting style. So he just said, "But in fact, I also want to take the ultimate path of evolution." Luangu frowned, looked at his own Dayu level life form transformed from a demon fetus, and said this. The evolutionary path in the Holy Ruins era is very special. The high-level levels can be divided into 2 paths, the Diwu and the ultimate. The Diwu level embraces distortion, mutation, madness and decay, while the ultimate is considered a normal extreme evolver. The two are juxtaposed and together form the entire practice system. And if the great universe and the ultimate path are unified in the same creature and turn into a universe-level creature, that will be the supreme transformation and nirvana, which will surely surpass all the past. Feng Lai remembers clearly that Yuju-level creatures are comparable to mortal immortals. Chapter 392. The future is promising. The first meeting between Emperor Luangu and the supremes of the immortal mountain such as Shukong, Hengyu, Si Xian and others was when Feng Lai and Luangu came to the immortal mountain together in Luangu's first life more than 19,000 years ago. At this time of chaos in ancient times, not only had the main body made considerable progress at the level of the great emperor, but the clone had also completely stabilized its cultivation when it first entered the universe. Its Dao fruit and combat power were both extremely powerful, and his true self is also practicing the evolutionary path of God. Now he is in the stage of great heavenly lord, moving steadily towards the ultimate life form. Since then, your path of cultivation has completely missed ours. Although there was only less than 100 years of master-disciple relationship with Luangu, Ji Shukong was still very proud of Emperor Luangu's achievements, especially after hearing that Luangu had embarked on a higher level of evolution. He felt deeply for him from the bottom of his heart. Happy, It's not really a skill. It's just a practice that transcends this universe. Luan Gu shook his head. He was a very ambitious and strong man. He wanted to take the path of Diwu and ultimate at the same time. He also wanted to integrate many concepts of the secret realm of the human body into a path that was entirely his own. For this reason, he discussed with Feng Lai and had completely given up on the path of becoming an immortal in the ninth life. After all, the path to becoming an immortal in the ninth life was difficult. In comparison, the path of weird evolution was more suitable for him. Great universe level. I am very interested in God's so-called evolutionary path of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Luan Gu, would you like to have a discussion with me? Xi Xian was watching the great universe demon fetus of Emperor Luan Gu with great interest. The power of this demon fetus was visible to the naked eye. Even though Xi Xian had already achieved profound results in his third life practice, he was still very interested. Behind him, Mu Wudao and Jiang Hingyu were also eager to try. For emperors like them, fighting was undoubtedly one of the best ways to get to know each other, especially this novel way that they had never seen before. Naturally, they were very curious. Yes, I also want to ask you about the strength of the Forerunners. Seeing this, the 6 heads of Luan Gu, the Dayu-level devil fetus, spoke at the same time, like an evil ghost who had suffered endless torture in the underworld, and spoke in a low voice. Around him, the fire of the sky and the flame of the ancient universe burned naturally. The lunar sun, the years, and the void were constantly distorted and broken with that flame as the source. Crash! Seeing this, Xi Xian nodded slightly, held his hand in the air, and the 9-color Chaos War flag appeared in his hand. This big flag automatically moved without wind in the depths of the immortal mountain, causing all the laws of the entire universe to shake. Crack! The next moment, the void in front of the 2 powerful emperors exploded. Xi Xian strode into the ancient battlefield of the mythical era, and the void around the ancient Dayu-level demon fetus also began to squirm. Carrying with it, he entered the battlefield. Roar! Soon, a long and crazy roar came from the mythical battlefield that had endured countless emperor wars throughout the ages. Time and space exploded. Yin and Yang flowed backwards. 9-color chaotic fairy light shone, and even 10,000 ways were destroyed in an instant. Obliterate. This was an imperial battle that far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. The slightly younger Emperor Yinglong and Emperor Li could only barely see clearly the battle between Xi Xian and Luan Gu. The Emperor had already lived his 4th life, and could fully keep up. Only veteran emperors such as Shukong, Hengyu and Mu Wudao, who have lived their 5th life, can truly understand the mystery. The Dayu level is indeed an incredible creature. Luan Gu's weird Tao body is really too almighty. Each of the Tao and Dharma represented by its golden heart, mysterious blue eyes, sacred wings, etc., are all extremely powerful. All Dharmas are unified and can resist Xi Xian, the full blow of the 3rd generation chaos body. The battle lasted for several hours, and Xi Xian and Luan Gu were barely separated. However, compared to Xi Xian Jin Dan Feng Qing, Luan Gu's already twisted Dayu-level demon fetus was much more embarrassed. Panting. Even its decay process seems to be accelerating. It's much worse than Xian Huang. In this regard, Emperor Luan Gu had to shake his head helplessly. Of course he knew how strong his Dayu-level demon fetus was, but compared to the 3rd generation Xi Xian, it was still far behind. It is already very strong. It has only been practiced for 19,000 years, and it is comparable to those great emperors who have completed the accumulation of the 3rd life. This path is very interesting. After Xi Xian briefly evaluated the power of Emperor Luan Gu, he had to admit the power of Dayu-level creatures. The Dayu class was originally such a creature. It gained quite tyrannical power at the cost of distortion, madness and decay. But with 1 drink and 1 peck, the corruption and madness brought about by this power are beyond imagination. Only Luan Gu Emperor, a genius with a strong Taoist heart beyond imagination, can control the body and soul of such a universe-level life form. Next, Luan Gu, the Dayu-level demon fetus, fought against Hingyu, Shukong and Mu Wudao. It was considered a competition and a mutual exchange of tricks. All parties gained a lot. In that place in the sky, does every great universe-level creature have such power? After fighting 800 moves with Luan Gu's Dayu-level demon fetus, Mu Wudao walked up to Feng Lai in a daze and asked softly, "That's not necessarily the case. In the circle of Diwu, Luan Gu is considered one of the very powerful ones. Diwu and Ultimate have gone through countless years of practice, and there are many strong ones." After thinking for a while, Feng Lai gave this answer. In our universe, there is only one person who has taken this path throughout the ages, working behind closed doors. I'm afraid he will go astray. On the other side, Xi Xian and Ji Shukong came side by side. As veteran emperors, they admired Luan Gu's new cultivation path. But they also had to express their concerns. After all, the indescribable corrosion brought by Di Wu is too strong. If given a choice, both Xi Xian and Void will try to avoid taking this path. I understand this. Feng Lai smiled, looking at Luan Gu, who was sitting cross-legged in the void and taking a deep breath, and nodded. For such a prodigy, I will personally take action and send him to a higher place. You mean what you said before? The ancient world that is loftier than the fairyland? Mu Wudao had a look of surprise on his face. He had been to the immortal realm and knew something about Feng Lai's foundation. After hearing this, he naturally guessed the place Feng Lai was referring to. Yes, compared to this universe based on immortals, God is the stage where he can run wildly. Feng Lai nodded slightly. After his active participation, the fate of Emperor Luan Gu has undergone an outrageous change. He practiced the weird evolution method and evolved into a rotten body. No matter how you look at it, Luan Gu is now the purest weird seedling. Such a seedling may be very unsocial in Jitian universe, but in God's strange circle, he is definitely a typical example of a promising future. Feng Lai very much hoped that Luan Gu would be able to blend into the floating soil of the four poles in the future, lurk like the God Emperor, and assist him ensure how in many of their plans in the sky. Chapter 393 sent to the other side of the boundary sea. Boom. Crack. One day 16,000 years later, a roar that shook the world suddenly erupted from the deepest part of the unfathomable universe. It was like a thunder of destruction that destroyed all souls, and like the original sound of the Tao that created the world, making all practitioners stunned. I felt something in my heart and couldn't help but stare in that direction. There, the most original rules of the universe are disintegrating and destroying in a strange way, and then reorganizing, turning into unspeakable and incomprehensible rules for practitioners, rioting crazily. In the center of the starry sky, the great universe-level demon fetus of the ancient emperor was trying its best to release its power. The indescribable twisted flames were burning the years, the void, the moon and the sun, and the stars were twisting and shaking. After more than 16,000 years of practice, Luan Gu, the demonic fetus, has advanced further to the universe level. He is like a strange alien god coming across infinite time and space, with 6 ferocious, deep, and rotten heads distributed irregularly all over the body. The 8 arms are like 8 twisted giant snakes, wrapped around the body. The 9 wings on the back stretch out, shining with a strange and sacred light. Emperor, Supreme God. When he saw the body of Dayu clearly, worship sounds rang out from every corner of the entire universe. But there was no love in the worship. There was only trembling and fear from the deepest part of the true spirit, for fear that the current emperor would go crazy and destroy the entire world. Universe. After all, even the most ferocious Ji Dao Dharma in ancient times is not as twisted, chaotic, crazy and disorderly as this Dayu demon fetus. Just one look at it is enough to make the Tao-killing king cough up blood. That's the current emperor? Even in the forbidden area of life, many ancient supreme beings were awakened. They were also paying attention to the movements of the ancient emperor. The image of that emperor was too terrifying and was incompatible with the mainstream rules of the universe. Is it similar to the path of the beast god? A supreme being looked at the divine ruins. In that forbidden area, there was an extremely powerful ancient emperor known as the beast god. He also followed the path of unity. He had Kunping wings, ox horns, Qilin armor, etc., and every part of his body was born to fight and survive. Nonsense! My way is to take the most powerful body and refine it into one body. Look at him. It's obvious that he has gone too far. Soon, there were dissatisfied snorts in the divine ruins. And the beast god also woke up. He did not see the slightest aura of comrades in Luan Gu's Dayu demon body. After all, the beast god Wei is the most important body, the Dayu demon body. But his whole body was rotting. And even though he was far away in the infinite void, he could still smell the smell of decay and death. They were all looking in the direction of Emperor Luan Gu, because that strange emperor had forcibly broken through the universe, and the passage shrouded in the light of chaos was looming, like the road to immortality, suppressed in the universe. But compared with the sacred and ethereal nature of the ordinary road to immortality, the road to immortality opened in the ancient times is somewhat different. It is like an ancient road running through the netherworld, and every corner exudes the atmosphere of decay, and death, shrouded in darkness, making people sink. Is this the path to the ultimate darkness and weirdness? In front of the dark road to immortality, the original body of Luan Gu Emperor stood side by side with his Diyu demon fetus, staring at the unique dark road ahead. The light in his eyes was shining. Today, he has been practicing the strange evolutionary path for many years. Not only has the demon fetus made great progress at the Diyu level, but even his true form is moving forward and becoming stronger. Now, the Luan Gu Emperor has completely eliminated all the cultivation of the secret realm of the human body and integrated it into the strange evolutionary path. He is now at the Great Han Yuan level, not far from the legendary ultimate realm. In other words, the current Luan Gu has completely abandoned the path of becoming an immortal in the 9th generation, and wants to follow the evolutionary method of heaven and embark on the road to achieve the Yucha level. Yes, strictly speaking, the immortal realm is just a big universe on this side of the boundary sea. The place I want to send you to is the other side of the boundary sea. There are supreme secrets there, and there are also roads to higher levels. In the invisible void, Feng Lai was also looking at the terrifying road to immortality that led to infinite darkness. After Feng Lai and Shihao's thorough cleaning, the foundation of darkness on the other side of the boundary sea had long been uprooted. But there were still many the traces of the dark past, like the Dharma of the three emperors San Yuhong, are very precious. Those dark methods are all treasures to the current Emperor Luan Gu. After all, even darkness is only a part of the strange evolutionary path. The darkness that has lost its foundation cannot corrode Luan Gu, but will become its nourishment. Luan Gu nodded. The practice method Feng Lai gave him was very profound. It was so profound that even the immortal path was within easy reach for him. This made him extremely eager for those more advanced fields. The Zhetian universe is still too small after all. Thank you. See you soon. After saying this, Luan Gu transformed all the achievements of the secret realm of the human body into a cave and handed them into Feng Lai's hands. Then, he no longer hesitated. The majestic and ferocious demonic body of Diyu suddenly opened its mouth between the eyebrows and took the self into it. The demonic body of Diyu jumped directly into the deep and dark road to immortality. Goodbye. Staring at Luan Gu's aura completely disappearing into the universe, Feng Lai put his hands behind his back and played with the battle axe and chariot he left behind, as well as the Luan Gu Emperor's scripture, which has extremely strict requirements on will and Taoist heart. He murmured. He had already told Luan Gu about his arrangements. When we meet again, the former Emperor Luan Gu should be already in the floating soil of the Four Poles, and he might become the leader of a strange party. The great Emperor of the ancient times, with a firm heart in the Tao, unyielding despite all defeats, transformed into a ferocious demon, slaughtered all the enemies in the past, proved the Tao and became an emperor, had a very ferocious appearance, lived for 25,000 years, and ended up on the road to become an immortal, without any descendants. Just 100 years later, a summary of the life of the ancient emperor was recorded by historians. Although his true appearance was shocking, this emperor indeed protected the universe for many years and left no descendants of his blood. History books are needed to extol the past of this emperor. In this regard, Feng Lai did not correct anything. He and Ji Viukong came to Beidou and walked on the vast Gobi Desert in Beiyuan. The oasis where he met Ji Viukong in the past was long gone. Feng Lai was there. An oasis was built on its original site, and the inheritance cave belonging to Emperor Luan Gu was planted in the oasis. Then, Ji Viukong randomly enlightened a nest of young red-crowned cranes, passed on their emperor scriptures, and ordered them to guard them in the oasis, waiting to pass on the inheritance of the ancient emperor. I always believe that Luan Gu is the only one. Later generations can learn from his scriptures and methods, but they can never learn from his experience. The Luan Gu Emperor's scripture will never be able to exert its power. This is Ji Shukong Sai. He has achieved enlightenment after many failures. Such an experience and such a path are almost impossible to replicate. But if someone really has such experience and Taoist heart, this scripture is the best reference. Feng Lai thought of Wang Tung in the later Yi Fan era and smiled. Chapter 394 Hope is here without beginning. One day 50,000 years later, Beidou East Wasteland, Yaoqi Holy Land, as one of the famous imperial traditions in the Eastern Wasteland. To this day, the ancient holy land of Yaoqi has been rooted in the Beidou ancient star for more than 200,000 years. It suppresses the world and is powerful in all directions. There are few people in the Bayou Ancient Star who do not know the green and gold of immortal tears, the prestige of the tower. On this day, Yaochi Holy Land welcomed two unique guests. They were two tall and upright men, one in the middle school and one in the youth. They did not hold any bows or followers. One of them carried a small bag of tea, and the other carried a wooden box as big as a man's head. And they came to the famous Yaochi Holy Land. As soon as they appeared, the ancient Shihuang Pagoda in the deepest part of the Yaochi Holy Land revived from its slumber. The contemporary Our Lady of the West King of Yaochi appeared in person. Even the old great sage in the green golden pagoda of immortal tears woke up, just for welcome these two distinguished guests from afar. The younger generation, please pay homage to the two ancestors. The old Queen Mother of the West, who lived hundreds of thousands of years ago, did not shy away from outsiders. A rickety old woman with gray hair and wrinkles on her face led the contemporary Queen Mother of the West to salute two tall men. This made Minnie, the female cultivator from Yaochi, came to visit, and the high-ranking cultivator was astonished. I have the impression that you should be the third-generation disciple of the Western Emperor. Right. In the past, the two of us expressed our condolences to the Western Emperor, but you seem to be still a young child. Feng Lai looked at the old woman, who was too old seriously, raised his hand slightly, and a weak imperial life essence merged into the old woman's body, and asked softly, "Thank you, Fengzhu. In the past, the two ancestors came to visit before they became enlightened. I have met them before." After the life essence entered his body, the spirit of the third-generation disciple of the Western Emperor instantly recovered a lot. Even the wrinkles on his face smoothed out, and he bowed with great ceremony. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the last time I came to Yaochi was hundreds of thousands of years ago. Beside Feng Lai, Mu Wudao also expressed sentiments. When he was young, the relationship between the Holy Body lineage and Yaochi was still very close. The two families often moved around, and even marriages were not uncommon. The two handed over the wooden box and small tea bag in their hands, and Queen Mother Shirshi immediately stepped forward to take it. She is the Holy Lord of Yaochi and a high-level cultivator at the pinnacle of saints. Naturally, she can see that the seemingly ordinary wood what's in the box and tea bag is definitely not ordinary. But the two ancestors are still the same as before. The old woman saluted again, and she and the Queen Mother of the West carefully welcomed Feng Lai and the two into the depths of Yaochi. However, their conversation just now was not soundproofed, and word by word reached the ears of all Yaochi disciples and visitors present. Staring at the disappearance of the backs of several powerful cultivators, they did not dare to take a breath, and the expressions they looked at Feng Lai and Mu Wudao were even more horrifying. The disciples and grandsons of the Western Emperor all call themselves juniors. What kind of existence are these two? That wooden box should be made from the trunk of the ancient flat peach tree in the elixir. Judging from its charm, it doesn't look like it can be possessed by a child, but it seems to come from the mother body of the ancient flat peach tree. After the figures of the four strong men completely disappeared, an old Saint King with white hair and beard lost his voice and murmured, "There are many substrains of the ancient flat peach tree in Yaochi Holy Land, but the wooden box just now is made of extraordinary material. Even the second-generation substrains that are closest to the mother plant are absolutely impossible to own. What kind of magical elixir would a gift be worthy of being packed in a wooden box like that? What's inside? Could it be a real flat peach immortal fruit?" They had to lament that the foundation of the Holy Land of the ultimate Tao was beyond the imagination of ordinary Taoists. Boy, long time no see. Under the leadership of Lao Shi Queen Mother, when Feng Lai and Mu Wudao came to the bank of the ancient Yaochi, the Shihuang Pagoda that had been suppressing the Yaochi for hundreds of thousands of years was shaking, and a man who seemed to be one with Wandao was shaking. The dignified woman appeared below the imperial tower and saluted them. The gods of the West Emperor Tower are extremely powerful weapons. Although it doesn't know how Feng Lai and Mu Wudao got here all these years, it senses clearly that these two people are far beyond the limits of ordinary extreme practitioners' imagination. The peach tree has produced fruit, and Lao Feng and I felt inspired, so we came to Yaochi to have a look. Mu Wudao's fifth life has lived for many thousands of years. His achievements in the field of humanity have undoubtedly surpassed that of the Western Emperor. However, facing the Western Emperor's tower, he still gave up to his old relatives of the Holy Body lineage. Show respect. You are serious. When you had an accident in your practice in the past, I thought I would lose an old friend forever. What the deity of the West Emperor Pagoda said was naturally referring to the time when Mu Wudao lived his fifth life. The world at that time, everyone thought that the 7th generation Deshang holy body had finally fallen. But to their surprise, he was still alive today. After all, it's difficult to live forever. Mu Wudo smiled casually, stared at the Shihuang Tower shrouded in the green divine flower, and guided the topic in another direction. A year ago, the East Wasteland Avenue was shaken, and a vision of thousands of Taos chiming together appeared. It disturbed many forbidden areas of life, but it was quickly covered by the light of the Jida. I wonder if the child of the Western Emperor and our ancestors was born. Although he was asking, his tone was very firm, as if he was stating a fact. Very calmly. As expected of you, I originally wanted the child to stay in Yaoqi for a few more years and consolidate our relationship, but I didn't expect that his family would find him so soon. Seeing this, the gods of the green golden pagoda of immortal tears seemed to smile bitterly. After all, Mu Wudo was an ancient emperor who was born in the Deshang holy body and lived to the 5th life. It was really difficult for certain bloodlines to hide him. So, is it really, as the record says, a perfect combination of the holy body and the innate Tao embryo? Mu Wudo naturally showed considerable interest in the child mentioned in the immortal tears green golden pagoda. The body of the Western Emperor of Yaoqi was an innate Taoist fetus, and his Taoist companion was the 6th generation Deshang holy body. These are all in the universe. A first-class physique. Very extraordinary. It is hard to imagine how powerful it would be if a physique could possess both the overbearing battle blood and physical body of the holy body, and the outrageous affinity for the myriad ways of the innate Tao fetus. The innate sacred physique Taoist fetus. When the Western Emperor and Deshang sacred physique were young, they gave that physique such a name. That child was born with the qualifications of a great emperor, and those two people did not want him to waste time under the suppression of the Tianqin seal. So he proclaimed himself and chose an outstanding person to enlighten the world. The god of the West Emperor Tower obviously knew a lot. It knew that it had nothing to hide from Feng Lai and Mu Wudo, and told everything it knew. It has been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Where is he now? The more immortal tears green golden pagoda said, the more brilliant the light in Mu Wudo's eyes became. He was obviously looking forward to the child, who was born with the innate holy body. He asked, like this road? Brush. Shihuang Tower was speechless, but after a few breaths of silence, he teleported a child to Feng Lai and the other two. It was a boy who looked to be 4 or 5 years old. His whole body looked like it was made of white jade, without any flaws. His big eyes were very bright and very radiant. He was wearing a green robe and looked upright, while meditating on the futon. There was a golden glow flowing in my lower abdomen, which showed that I was practicing deeply. What's his name? Mu Wudo was not in a hurry to wake up the child. He just stared at him for a long time before speaking softly. His name is Wu Shi. Chapter 395, The Relationship of Destiny. Innate Tao embryo. This is a miraculous physique that is in harmony with Tao from birth. Even if you don't practice, you can lead the Tao with every gesture. Once you practice, your body and mind will be in harmony with Tao, and you will always be in the unity of heaven and man. It is very powerful. Needless to say, there is no need to say much about the bloodline of the holy body. With Santian Bakshu, he is known as the absolute strongest physique under the enlightened person. When he reaches the 9th level, his physical body will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the current emperor who is in harmony with Tianqin. One can imagine how powerful it is. The innate holy body Tao fetus is the offspring of the perfect combination of the innate Tao fetus and the holy body. It not only has all the advantages of the two major physiques, but can also perfectly combine them to reach a new level, not inferior to the chaos body. Mu Wudo stared at Yunyan Wu Shi for a long time. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he spoke firmly. His words are of course justified. The Xian Wang of the Immortal Mountain is the chaos body that became the Taoist. Mu Wudo once personally explored the path of the chaos body, the supreme physique, through chaos blood, and has a very profound understanding of it. Feng Lai also nodded slightly, and placed a finger on Wu Shi's eyebrows, causing the child's eyes to open. For a moment, the avenues in a small area became much more active. They gathered together, trying to resist Feng Lai's aura field. This is the power of the innate Tao embryo. Child, do you know me? Of course Feng Lai wouldn't care about this little bit of power that Wu Shi mobilized. To him, the power of this Tao embryo was not even a breeze. He just looked into Wu Shi's eyes and said, childish Wu Shi is only 3 or 4 years old at this stage, but his eyes are obviously not of this age. There is a kind of plainness, maturity, and depth that transcends his age, and his temperament is very stable. I don't know him, but I am somewhat familiar with him. His dark eyes, shining with light, looked at Feng Lai for a long time. He hesitated for a moment, and seemed to consider his words carefully before he spoke. Have you ever seen this tree? Feng Lai turned his hand back, and the shadow of the ancient flat peach tree also appeared. The ancient branches were gnarled, but not tall, like a real dragon winding and climbing in the void. Flat peach tree. My father and mother often play the piano under the tree, but this flat peach tree seems to be different. Wu Shi frowned and looked at the shadow of the big tree in Feng Lai's hand, and said, his precocity is different from Shi Yi's. Both of them were precocious due to various reasons. However, Shi Yi saw a lot of people's emotions when he was young. When he was 1 or 2 years old, he was very thoughtful. Likewise, his parents were both emperor-level beings and had protected him very well when he was young. He was just a precocious child, and didn't have too many twists and turns. Ha ha ha. That's good. Seeing this, Feng Lai couldn't help but burst into laughter, and the sound of Taoism made Mu Wudao and the gods of Shihuang Pagoda look a little confused. What Feng Lai showed to Wu Shi was naturally not the current peach tree, but an old friend shared by Feng Lai and Wu Ji, immortal king. The true nature of King Pan in the ancient immortal era was something that neither Wu Ji Qing nor Li should recognize. Imperial Tower. When did this child start practicing? Which ancient scripture did he practice? He stood up, looked at the Western Emperor Tower floating in the void, and spoke again. Since I was born, I have never practiced cultivation. I have always watched the Western Emperor activate all the ways, witnessed the great holy body shaking the blood, and learned a few principles of the realm of suffering. In the past year since I was born, I have only told him the principles of nature. The god of the Western Emperor Pagoda said. As for the scriptures, the Western Emperor wants him to practice the Western Emperor Sutra. The innate holy body Taoist body has a very different physique. Whether he practices it consistently or cultivates hundreds of scriptures, his physique and talent can be brought into full play. It stares at Wu Shi, as if staring at a piece of jade. The amazing thing about this child is not just the innate holy body of the Tao. Others cannot learn the feeling of being born in harmony with the Tao. I heard that when this child was born, the essence of the starry sky was drained. He had a saint-level cultivation, and was later beheaded by the Western Emperor. But is it true? Mu Wudao suddenly said. When he was young, the Western Prince was still a very famous legend. Some said that he was born with knowledge and knew all things when he was born. Some said that he was gifted and intelligent. He had read hundreds of scriptures by heart soon after he became famous. Some practitioners also said that he was a wise man. The prince was born to be a saint, invincible in the world. I'm tired of hearing those rumors. Even the chaos body was just a mortal when it was born. The human race is acquired, not the Holy Spirit race. Being talented is not invincible. It also takes time to accumulate. Hearing this, the gods of the Western Emperor Pagoda held their foreheads and seemed to be very fed up with these rumors. As for saying that the Western Emperor had beheaded the child's origin, it is groundless. The Western Emperor only suppressed part of his bloodline power, and even the mark of the Western Emperor's bloodline in his body was not removed. These are all things that the Emperor's son must go through. Temper. My mother did say so. Both my father and mother hope that I will surpass the Western Emperor Tao and the great holy body. After the words of the god of the Western Emperor Pagoda fell, young child Wu Shi also raised his hands and agreed. When he said this, there was an indescribable sense of firmness in Wu Shi's words. Even though he was only 3 or 4 years old, his knowledge was not shallow at all. The cruel ruins of the battlefield in the mythical era, the cruel natural disasters of the collapse of the galaxy, the rise and fall of the stars of life, and the catastrophe of the quasi-emperor that transcends all realms. These are probably the supreme scenery that ordinary great sages would never see a few times in their lives. Wu Shi had seen almost all of them when he was young. His parents provided him with a high platform, which made his state of mind very different from that of his peers. Know the same. Then come with me, and I will take you to witness a broader world. Feng Lai nodded slightly and stretched out a big hand to the young boy Wu Shi. There seemed to be magic in his voice, which made Mu Wudao and Shihuang Towers the gods were stunned for a while. He is the holy body Taoist fetus. I still think he should practice the Western Emperor's innate Taoist fetus method and the ancient methods of the holy body lineage. Mu Wudao questioned that bloodline and physique are very fundamental things. Even though he has transcended from the bloodline of the holy body, he still insists on the importance of physique. But he should not be limited to a mere holy body Taoist fetus. Any physique will have limitations in the later stages of practice, and it is something that must be transcended. The same is true for the emperor's blood, and the same is true for the holy body Taoist fetus. Feng Lai shook his head and looked at it from the perspective of an immortal emperor. No, even from the perspective of an extremely powerful immortal king. The holy body and Taoist fetus are just a mere constitution. Not to mention that it can become an Taoist when it reaches its peak. Even if it can become an immortal when it reaches its peak, it will happen sooner or later. Cut off. How does Emperor Taizong plan to cultivate this child? The gods of the West Emperor Pagoda were slightly silent. It was just a weapon. But the other two were actual emperors, who had lived in the mortal world for more than 200,000 years. They could not compare with each other. Compare. His name is Wuxia. So he naturally wants to come out with his own power that belongs to Wuxia. Crash. Feng Lai spoke in a deep voice. And between his words, an illusory river of time seemed to appear. The majestic rushing sound from ancient times to the present made the young Wuxia feel a little dazed. After hesitating for a long time, he still held Feng Lai's big hand. Chapter 396, The Beginning Era. As my disciple, you must know that practitioners and physiques are mutually accomplished. First, you are Wuji. Then you are the son of the Western Emperor and the 6th generation Deshang Holy Physique. And finally you are the innate Holy Physique Taoist embryo. You can understand? Feng Lai didn't say anything more to Zawanta and Mu Wudao. He took Wuxia and strode across the vast grassland in the northern part of the eastern wilderness. He watched the wolf howl at the moon and the divine horse galloping, and finally counted in one direction. He stopped by the large lake with a diameter of thousands of miles and spoke. Although he was not a child with no experience in cultivation, Wu Xuan was only over 3 years old after all, which was too young. So Feng Lai sat down with him and explained the most basic state of mind in cultivation. I don't understand. The Queen Mother of the West in Yaoqi said that the innate holy body will be extremely glorious. She said that I have the possibility to surpass my father and mother and continue to be glorious. Although Wuxia was young, his mind was far more stable than his peers. He sat cross-legged across from Feng Lai and spoke. He has not yet engaged in spiritual practice, but the power of his body has already begun to appear. The power of the Tao fetus makes his spiritual platform clear, and the Tao within 3 feet of his body is active. The power of the holy body makes his body strong, and there is a golden glow looming in his lower abdomen. These are all opportunities for cultivation that are difficult for ordinary people to have access to. Wuxia was only 3 or 4 years old, and he could already rely on instinct to initially control these mysterious powers. Then let's put it another way. Do you think it was the innate Tao fetus that made your mother the Western Emperor? Or the Western Emperor made the innate Tao fetus the prestige? Feng Lai raised his hand, and a spiritual tree in the distance immediately swayed gently, and 2 red stars fell down. Zhugua flew into his and young Wuxia's hands respectively and asked, Ancient history says that there is no such thing as an innate Tao fetus, but the vast majority of possessors of that kind of physique are at the stage of a great sage. From this point of view, it is my mother who has achieved the innate Tao fetus. After thinking about it, he answered with reason. He just wiped the red fruit with his sleeve and took a big mouthful. For a mortal, a huge amount of life energy gathered in his body. Finally, it was all absorbed by the physical body and settled in the various secret realms of the human body. So, if you can transcend the limit of the innate holy body, your physique and bloodline will be different. Wherever you go, there will be the limit of your physique. Feng Lai also took a bite of the red fruit, chewed it twice, and then swallowed it. He smiled and said, If the limit of the sacred physique is to achieve enlightenment, then once you become an immortal, you will have raised the upper limit of this physique. If its limit is to become an immortal, then you should aspire to become an immortal king. His words were very soft, but every word echoed in Wuxia's heart. Only by standing at a certain height and planting the Tao for him, and establishing a Taoist heart that is firm and unyielding enough, can he truly walk on the right path. In Feng Lai's memory, the innate holy body Tao fetus is not only Wuji. When Yifan was about to end his 9th life as an immortal, he had given birth to a child with an innate holy body Tao fetus. The same was the innate holy body Tao fetus. At the human level, he showed unusually high talent and broke too many records in history. But such a gifted and powerful innate holy body was completely incomparable to Wuxia. After the potential of the body was exhausted, the descendant of Yifan had to calm down and move forward step by step. If we rely solely on physical fitness, everyone will reach their limit. Feng Lai was very serious about what he said. After all, what is beginningless now is just beginningless. Everything that belongs to the immortal King Winding has passed away in reincarnation. As an old friend across the ages, Feng Lai is very willing to help his reincarnation body establish a path. Wuxia had a serious face, listening carefully to every word Feng Lai said. He already had intelligence and maturity far beyond his peers. At this time, Feng Lai broadened his horizons for him, until Feng Lai stopped talking. He stood up, saluted seriously and said, "I understand, Master." Feng Lai nodded with satisfaction and said, "From now on, you will be my fourth disciple. The eldest is named Changdong Yin. The second is Yin Ning, who is born with double pupils. And the third is named Gu Tu. In the future, when you reach a certain height, you can meet them all." As he spoke, light flashed in Feng Lai's hand, and an ancient book with a shimmering light appeared in his hand and was handed into Wuxia's arms. "Neither the Western Emperor Sutra nor the scriptures from the holy body lineage are suitable for you. You can learn their methods, but you must insist on your own way." The scriptures he gave to Wuxia are just simple emperor scriptures. They have nothing to do with the past Wu Yin immortal king, have nothing to do with the future Wuxia quasi-immortal emperor, or even have anything to do with time or years. They only allow Wuxia to lay down the most solid foundation. After all, he still needs to find his own path. Following Feng Lai, Wuxia has been cultivating Xing for a total of 10 years. Feng Lai's disciples often take up the art as apprentices. This is the first time that he has trained his disciples from scratch. He has cultivated his mind for 7 years and cultivated his Tao for 2 years, explaining the evolution of spiritual practice. It was not until the 10th year that Wuxia finally embarked on the path of spiritual practice and opened up the secret realm of the Sea of Suffering. It was from that day that the powerful talent of the innate holy body in cultivation was revealed. In just 1 year, Wuxia completed his cultivation from a mortal to the secret realm of the 4 extremes, and entered the world of mortals to experience. From this year onwards, this universe has entered the beginningless era. Immortal Mountain looked at the young boy Wuxia heading north, and a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. And he said to himself, 50,000 years have passed in this universe since Emperor Luan Gu left. In Feng Lai's view, these 50,000 years have been really dull. No decent genius has been born. The only person who has become an emperor is a great achievement from the forbidden area of God. The Holy Spirit, which is the sacred form transformed from a ball of water, has ruled the world for more than 20,000 years, and is now practicing in the immortal mountain. Whoosh! In the majestic cave sky behind him, the ancient flat peach tree felt something in its heart and shook its branches and leaves, making a rustling sound, as if it was also agreeing with Feng Lai's words. The ancient tree has been rooted on Burial Island for hundreds of thousands of years. Although this ancient tree still cannot recover the old memories of the immortal king period on its own, some instinctive subconscious fragments have slowly awakened. This is a very precious process. Channeling elixirs requires too many conditions, including years of accumulation, one's own talent, and external opportunities. Otherwise, there would not be only one Chaos Qingyan channeling successfully in the past. Wait a little longer, old friend. When the wave of the times hits in the future, you will surely become a wave breaker. Upon seeing this, Feng Lai patted the shining trunk of the ancient flat peach tree and spoke softly. Rumble. In the distance, the sound of Daoming roared in the ancient holy land of Yaoqi. As if feeling the familiar energy, the immortal tier's green golden pagoda rose into the sky and submerged into an inconspicuous mountain range in the southern region of the eastern wasteland. It was obviously the emperor's soldiers from Yaoqi who wanted to personally protect the western prince. Feng Lai didn't say much. The emperor's soldiers protected the emperor's son. This was a rule throughout the ages. Even if Wuxia was destined to be extraordinary, there were times when he was weak. The emperor's soldiers were by his side, which can make his early path smoother. Chapter 397 Wuxia vs. Pan King. It has to be said that Emperor Luan Gu's inspiring life was just an example. Throughout the ages, the lives of most deities, emperors and emperors often have an extremely splendid beginning, a singing process, and a peak of supreme glory. The word invincible runs through an era, leaving only their backs in the history books. Middle. Wuxia, this young man with 2 great bloodlines and supreme talents, took this invincible process to the extreme. Even though he had the Western Emperor, the 6th generation to Shang holy body, and Feng Lai suppressing him when he was young, and he did not officially start practicing until he was 13 years old. The brilliance of this young man, who was destined to be extraordinary, was still splendid. He seems to be born to practice. When he was 13 years old, He joined the glorious world of Beidou ancient star with the body of the great perfection of the four extreme secret realm. With just one move, he suffocated all the geniuses in the entire eastern wasteland, whether they were the geniuses of the Ji clan or the saints of the Yaoguang Holy Land. It's hard for anyone to survive even 10 moves in his hands. His starting point is too high, not to mention his talents. Just looking at the innate affinity with all the ways, and the supreme blood and energy brought by the innate holy body, he is naturally far behind many practitioners. At this time, in the Big Dipper ancient star, the pattern of the imperial power has basically been set. The Ji clan, Jiang clan, Yaoqi Holy Land, Feng clan and other big forces in the Eastern Barrens suppressed Tianyu. The four great dynasties in Zhongzhou protected one side. And the Nanling people, the Demon Emperor's palace commands all demons. And the Buddhist sect in the Western Desert is also preaching the title of Emperor Amitabha. Now is the late ancient period, and the rules of heaven and earth are still active. The holy masters of this ancient star often have the cultivation of sages and sages. Naturally, it is not easy to train and handle disciples and successors. However, facing Wuxia, it is still difficult to find a unified enemy. In the first 100 years of his life, Wuxia strode along in such a lonely and invincible world. In order to hone his skills, he often took the initiative to suppress his cultivation and attracted many practitioners of the same level to besiege him to put pressure on himself. Supervised practice. At least a practitioner with the talent of an emperor is qualified to fight against a creature as naturally extraordinary as Wuxia. It is worth mentioning that in the years without beginning, a young man with extraordinary talents rose up. He was a genius of the demon clan who was born with the blood of the demon god. He came from the ancient demon emperor palace in Nanling and had more than one encounter with Wu. Start fighting. Although the heavenly demon body cannot be said to be weak, its essence is nothing more than a king's body. A highly accomplished person can only have the cultivation level of the Tao King. The upper limit is there. Compared with the Brahma battle body and the primitive body, the demonic body is too different. So naturally it cannot be compared with the innate holy body. But this young celestial demon is not simple. He has fought against Wuxia many times since he first debuted. From the four great perfections to the great king, he has been constantly squeezing his own strength under Wuxia's terrifying shadow. Potential. Continuous improvement. In the end, this heavenly demon was defeated in the battle between Zhan Dao Ninth Layer Heaven and Wuxia. Many ancient sages in Beidou ancient star sighed, lamenting that the physical gap still made it difficult to cross domains. It is too difficult to compare with Wuxia in his youth, and his talent and strength are second to none. The improvement of his cultivation realm alone is a big problem. For an innate holy body with full firepower, becoming a saint at the age of 100 is not something that can be achieved. Just saying that, walking side by side with him is an epic level of difficulty. In order to put pressure on the young Wuxia, Feng Lai thought for a long time and finally arranged a strong enough opponent for him when Wuxia became a saint. When Wuxia was 100 years old, he deduced the power of the innate holy body to an extremely high level. He stepped into the starry sky and survived the most powerful catastrophe that was unique in history in the lonely starry sky. He broke through the shackles and stood on the ground. Be sanctified. And in a year when Wuxia became a saint, the forbidden area of God's life that had been silent for countless years was opened. A tall and mighty young man with a body like a dragon walked out of the hometown of the immortal and descended on the Beidou ancient star. I am the king of Pans. Just after he was born, the young prodigy named Pan Wang made such a declaration. The ancient, majestic, and extremely domineering aura instantly enveloped the starry sky, causing all the saints to cast their gaze. A forbidden creature of extraordinary origin, born as a saint, unable to move, even in the high and high life forbidden zone. There are supreme beings who were awakened. Many people deduced a little and quickly guessed King Pan's heel. However, when they considered the relationship between King Pan and the forbidden zone of God, they still chose to remain silent. Yes, this King Pan is the Holy Spirit transformed by the ancient Pan-Ao tree after it awakened its spiritual wisdom. It was enlightened by Feng Lai. It is not a newly born personality, but belongs to the Supreme Immortal who suppressed one side in the immortal realm. King, although he is only a very small part of his memory, he has completely understood the rules of practice in this world in just over a year since he was born. Then, King Pan no longer hesitated and strode onto the ancient road of the starry sky, entering this beginningless era. 10 years later, Pan Wang and Wuxia met on the eternal ancient star. When the two met for the first time, a war broke out that could shock the world. The saint's magic power was so powerful that it shook the vast starry sky. The Pan King who fought against Wuxia was not the Qing Emperor Wan Qing, who was born in later generations. He was the real Pan King of the immortal realm. Even though he has very few awakened memories now, his instinctive talent still made the young Wuxia feel under great pressure. Young Wuxia versus young Pan King. This battle was the first time Wuxia had unleashed all his combat power since his debut. The holy body and Tao fetus were at full combat power. The realm of Tao was perfectly combined with the golden blood, together with the invincible method evolved by Wuxia himself. It overwhelmed the sky. King Pan, on the other hand, completely ignored the most powerful realm evolved from Wuxia's physique. He put in an immortal arrow feather and easily broke through the realm of Tao and golden blood. He fought with Wuxia's true body, all the way from eternity. Ancient stars hit the starry sky. That was a battle that could be recorded in the history of the eternal ancient star. Both sides of the war were only young saints, who had been saints for less than 20 years. However, the battle between the two had a permanent impact on the landscape of the eternal ancient star. More than a few saints, it was the holy king-level mechas, battleships, war fortresses, etc., that disintegrated and completely collapsed. At the end of the battle, the two geniuses were almost exhausted. The chaos bell and the Panlong staff dimmed. The two geniuses tacitly stopped their hands and escaped into the void. The prestige of this battle. Even though the information circle of Eternal Ancient Star is not very connected with the mainstream cultivation world, still spread throughout the vast universe in a short period of time. Many people were shocked and lamented the terrifying physique of the innate holy body. All met their opponents. At the same time, the geniuses of this era could not help but sigh with bitterness and helplessness. For a genius like Wuxia, anyone in the same era as him would be completely miserable. And they suddenly met too, which is undoubtedly twice as sad. After all, it is undoubtedly a bad feeling to suddenly change from a participant to a witness. Chapter 398. Seeing the beginningless way becomes empty. Old friend. How does it feel to have a fight with an old friend from thousands of years ago? Shortly after the battle between King Pan and Wuxia on the Eternal Ancient Star, deep in the restricted area of the sky, Feng Lai sat opposite the ancient king who had been active in the immortal realm for several eras and spoke. I can only say that it is worthy of being without beginning, and worthy of being without ending. Hearing this, King Pan's always gentle and calm face couldn't help but reveal a look of emotion. And he said, even though the aura is very different from the ancient times, the face, the temperament, and the familiar heart of seeking truth made me think that he was Wu Ending, my old friend. Several times, as one of the group of ancient immortal kings in the immortal realm who were most closely related to the old primitive ancient world, the relationship between King Pan and Wu Ending immortal king can be pushed forward for several eras. Even if the primitive ancient world later overturned, King Pan was still willing to help, and Wu Ending immortal king. Living things that are ultimately related. Reincarnation is really a process worth remembering. When he wakes up his old memories, he will definitely thank you as an old friend, Feng Lai said with a smile. This time, King Pan returned with the help of Feng Lai to sharpen the reincarnation of his old friend. Naturally, he could not use the power belonging to the immortal king. He only regarded himself as the reincarnation of the elixir of the same era to fight against Wuxia. There are enemies in the world, which is undoubtedly a good incentive for Wuxia. His original cultivation path was too smooth. Although he had cultivated an invincible mind, he still lacked something. It doesn't matter. Even if the old memories are awakened, they have no beginning, not no end. My real old friends have long been buried in the past forever. I will cultivate no beginning, but I will also respect the choice of no end. With that said, King Pan stood up and moved his muscles, causing all the joints in his body to make a crisp crackling sound. The saint's mighty power made his temperament become more and more otherworldly. Speaking of it, you and Huang have really created a harsh environment. Such a cruel reincarnation will bury the seeds of the immortal king. It can be seen that King Pan does not like the current era. The short-term lifespan has no chance for living beings to accumulate, even if he is as talented as him. If he cuts off the past and starts over, he may not be able to survive in such an environment. Become an immortal. If you want to cultivate fellow travelers, you have to pay a price. And I will try my best to make up for it. Feng Lai shook his head. King Pan didn't say a word. He just waved his hand to Feng Lai and tapped the dragon staff in the void, creating a flash of ink-colored door, and then stepped directly into it. The beginningless Imperial Road continues. After the battle on the Eternal Ancient Star, His reputation has now spread throughout the starry sky. Even though he only has a saint-level cultivation, he is still valued by many strong men on the entire ancient road and regard him as the master in the arena of this era. 1. Ever since he set foot on the ancient road in the starry sky, Wuxia has been constantly challenged by strong men from all sides on the ancient road. Every time he reaches a grand pass on the ancient road, challengers from all directions will come, eager to fight Wuxia. Their purpose is very simple and pure. That is, to completely defeat Wuxia, the legend that shook the ancient road in the starry sky, and to use his reputation to build his own imperial road. But the cruelty of reality is so sad that people are speechless. Wuxia has been walking alone on the ancient road in the starry sky for hundreds of years. No genius can defeat him. The legend of the innate holy body is getting better and better under the infiltration of the blood and bones of one genius after another. The hair is deep and strong. However, this honor did not belong to Wuxia alone. Since the emergence of the powerful King Pan, he had to face this powerful opponent on the imperial road. Starting from the eternal ancient star, the two geniuses would break out into a war in almost 10 years. They crossed the ancient road more than once, fighting from the saint to the great saint, fighting in a bloody battle, risking their lives. No one is qualified to join such a war. One of them is Wuxia, and the other is a truly rebuilt immortal king who is close to the giant level. This is too much for others. Looking at the years of the entire universe, in the history books, there are not many people who can fight with him. It was one earth-shaking peak showdown after another. They kept fighting, and making progress. When Wuxia was more than 200 years old, they both stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and created a world that could crush these people. A record of the ancient history of the universe. Over 200 years old. When powerful men of the same age were still on the level of Saint or even John Dao, Wuxia had already become a quasi-emperor. This was an absolute record that had never been achieved before in the entire universe. Not to mention Jitin universe. Even if we look at the primitive ancient world, fairyland and foreign lands in the chaotic ancient and immortal times, there are no more than 10 creatures who have achieved such an achievement. During this period, Wuxia and Pan Wang met in a battle. They did not become mortal enemies. Instead, they gradually became friends over the years, just like Pan Wang and Wu Zhongxian King back then. But this did not delay the duel between the two masters. After becoming quasi-emperors, they continued to fight almost crazily. From the first level of quasi-emperor to the 9th level of quasi-emperor, they fought for hundreds of years until all living creatures in the entire universe held their breath. Pay attention to the final result of the decisive battle between the two invincibles. When Wuxia was more than 500 years old, his and King Pan's cultivation levels once again made a huge improvement, and the great path was completed, and they entered the realm of alternative enlightenment. Over 500 years old, there is no doubt that he is the youngest alternative enlightenment person in history. He has the flawless red blood bonus exclusive to the Desheng holy body. Even the Supremes looked sideways, and had to admit that Wuxia and Pan at this time, the king is qualified to fight alone. After that, the two most powerful beings continued to fight on the ancient battlefield of the mythical era. The long battle lasted for hundreds of years, and even the Supremes couldn't see clearly what happened on the battlefield. People only know that after the war subsided, only Wuxia walked out of the dilapidated battlefield. He was so seriously injured that not only his body and spirit were covered with penetrating wounds, but even his chaos bell was cracked. It almost collapsed in place. But now that Wuxia has returned, people all understand deeply that Wuxia won the final victory in this long struggle. Decades later, Wuxi, who had regained his heyday, reappeared, and the mark of Tianqin began to tremble violently. The unprecedented catastrophe of becoming an emperor fell, carrying the mighty light of the years, and struck Wuxia's body and soul. But these were of no use to Wuxia. He sacrificed his chaos bell, fought an unprecedented catastrophe, broke all curses and legends, and ascended to the realm of the great emperor. Since then, the era of the past has ended, and this universe has ushered in the era of the beginningless emperor. I'm a little curious. Did you deliberately hold back then? Or were you really defeated by Wuxia? In the year when Wuxia became a Taoist, he felt that the 10,000 rules belonging to the Wuxia emperor were constantly suppressed. Deep in the forbidden area of the sky, Feng Lai sat opposite Pan Wang, staring at the tall figure with his back to the common people, and spoke to Pan Wang. At least, King Pan, who had not yet achieved the ultimate realm, was defeated by Wuxia. King Pan shook his head. Chapter 399: The possibility of the Chaos Holy Body Taoist Embryo. How powerful was the Emperor Wuxia? Ordinary practitioners in this world probably don't have a specific concept in their minds. After all, there is one emperor in one life. Every emperor is worthy of being invincible in their era. Wherever the emperor's power passes, even those who are not the ultimate will resist. No chance. But for those practitioners who are truly immortal and powerful enough, what the Wuxia Emperor possesses is a terrifying power that truly spans the world and is enough to rank at the forefront of the history books of the entire time. You must know that for a long time after enlightenment without beginning, the power and potential of the innate holy body have not been deduced to the limit. The blood power possessed by Tao Fei is pushing Wuxia forward. The innate holy body of Taoism is really a terrifying physique that can go against the will of heaven. It has only been a few thousand years since Wuxia began to practice Taoism, and it has reached a height that other emperors may not be able to reach in 2 lifetimes. More than 5,000 years after Wuxia attained enlightenment, in the forbidden area of life in the Immortal Mountain, a young man with a burly body and eyes as heavy and majestic as H.L. stood in the vast mountains, staring at a lonely place in the sky with his back to the common people. The young man murmured, "Today, Mu Wudao is close to 270,000 years old." As a struggler who has endured many thousands of years at an alternative level of enlightenment before finally becoming an emperor, he can see clearly the unimaginable power of Emperor Wuxia better than anyone else. The speed of progress, with the development of bloodline power, is really becoming more powerful every day. The first life is only over 5,000 years old, but the combat power is already comparable to that of my third life when I was in my prime. The gap between people and between physiques is really disappointing. Not far from Mu Wudao, Emperor Jiuli, the youngest person present, had a helpless smile on his face. He had rarely experienced this feeling of powerlessness since he became emperor. In fact, Li Huang has been practicing in the Immortal Mountain for more than 80,000 years. The total number of years of practice is about 100,000 years. He has successfully lived out the 4th life and gained powerful power through nirvana. But the more powerful it is, the more clearly it can be realized how irresistible the power of the innate holy body is. To put it bluntly, before Wuxia attained enlightenment, his actual combat power was probably no less than that of the great emperors in their first heyday. In the past, ancient Emperor Taizong said that the innate holy body Tao Fetus is the most powerful physique comparable to the chaos body. When that physique truly reaches its limit, I am afraid it will represent some kind of critical point in the human realm that is difficult to break through. Emperor Hingyu shook his head. Since Wuxia became emperor, the research directions of the emperors of Immortal Mountain have changed. Whether they are veteran emperors like Ji Wukong and Mu Wudao, or young emperors like Jiuli. Recently for 7 or 8,000 years, he has been obsessed with studying physical constitution. After all, at their current level, their physique, bloodline, etc., are still the right path worth spending a lot of time on. When they achieve success on each path, it can help them live a new life. Thinking of this, Jiang Hingyu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at a place not far away from him. There! Chaos Xian Emperor was also looking in the direction of Emperor Wuxia. He looked like a shaky old man, but his eyes were shining with the purest light. The chaotic light of all of certain supreme rules. Which one does Emperor Xian think is more powerful? The chaos body or the innate holy body? Seeing that Si Xian didn't speak, Emperor Li spoke up and asked the question that every emperor and emperor present was curious about. In their knowledge, I am afraid that no one is more qualified to answer this question than Si Xian. After all, Emperor Xian follows the right path of harmonizing yin and yang and incarnating chaos. As a rare owner of a chaotic body in ancient times, he has already lived with this physique. By the 3rd life, his understanding of chaos was unparalleled in the universe. As soon as this question came up, even Si Xian's face, which had been quiet for many years, showed an obvious tangled look. He seemed to have spent a lot of time thinking about his words, and finally shook his head and said with a smile, "They are both the strongest bloodline at the top of the human realm. Apart from their personal talents, if you look at the bloodline alone, they are actually about the same." Wuxia fought with King Pan for many years, often sacrificing life and forgetting to die. This led to the Immortal Mountain collecting a lot of true blood from the innate holy body and Tao Fetus. As true masters of blood and physique, Si Xian and Mu Wudao both went deep into after research. I believe that these two physiques can be juxtaposed, and it is impossible to tell which one is weak and which one is strong. The avenue is not unique. Just like the Brahma war body, the original demonic body, and the supreme immortal body are juxtaposed. The holy body competes with the celestial hegemony. The power of the physical field is never limited to a certain bloodline. There are many examples of going hand in hand. But in fact, regardless of the owner of the bloodline, G's statement about the strength of the bloodline is a false proposition. The stronger the bloodline, the more important it is to the talent of its owner. Just like the parent-child of Wu Shi and Yi Fan, or the ruthless person, the gap in talents between the Empress and Wang Bo is sometimes difficult to bridge due to physical constitution. I'm actually a little concerned. If the two major constitutions of lunar and sun meet, they can turn into a chaotic body. If the holy body and the innate holy body are combined, they can evolve into the innate holy body. Then if the chaotic body and the innate holy body are combined, can we create something? A stronger physique? Mu Wudao glanced at Xi Xian and suddenly said in a low voice, "Every great emperor has his own understanding and system of Tao. Just like Mu Wudao, who is a holy body. His understanding of physique is quite unique and alternative. In Mu Wudao's theory, there is no constitution in this world. It is just that many fragments of laws are continuously passed down in the blood of living beings, and they are constantly accumulated due to the improvement of cultivation, and then continue to precipitate, accumulate, and intersect in the way of the reproduction of living beings. Form those famous physiques. Chaos holy body Taoist embryo?" After the words fell, many emperors present were all surprised and inexplicable. Jiang Hengyu even spoke up and proposed a brand new vocabulary, which was a very tyrannical physique. As soon as these 6 words came out, the emperor, who had been drinking tea silently in the distance, turned his head and said in shock, "You mean, you want the chaos body to marry an innate holy body Taoist fetus as a Taoist companion, and then give birth to a powerful heir?" As soon as these words came out, several emperors present were all surprised, and their eyes looked at Xi Xian intentionally or unintentionally. After years of accumulation, they can now really put together a pair of chaos body and innate holy body. The only pity is that these two people don't look like they can combine blood at all. If you dare to have similar thoughts, you might as well think about combining the holy body and the hegemonic body to give birth to a heavenly holy body. Xi Xian looked scornful at Mu Wudao's idea and shook his head. That's what he said. But he has also been deducing the possibility of the birth of the chaos holy body in recent years. After all, he himself is a typical example of the etheric body reversing the chaotic body. This evolution path contains too many things. Possibility. Theoretically, this chaotic holy body Tao embryo that exists in theory has the possibility of becoming an immortal. Chapter 400, Ninth Life Difficulty. Horror. Time flies. 3,000 years later. 1 year when the first Emperor Wu Shi was more than 8,000 years old. A long and mighty dragon roar came from the depths of the immortal mountain in the eastern wasteland, accompanied by a soul-stirring sound. The sound of the sword spread throughout the entire universe. Chang! At the same time, in Zhongzhou, in the deepest part of the sacred heavenly palace of the great Xia dynasty, the same loud and high-pitched dragon roar sounded, and a dazzling golden dragon rose into the sky, flying towards the immortal mountain with the glorious majesty of the imperial way. Go! The true dragon's appearance was astonishing, and every dragon scale on it was filled with vitality and majesty. It had both a dragon body and a sword appearance. It cut through time and space in an instant, and fell into the top of the immortal mountain, on the man with deep eyes. He is a pale old man who looks to be in his 70s or 80s. He is wearing a large golden imperial dragon robe, with a straight waist and deep and powerful eyes. Even though his blood has been weakened to the extreme, he still has the power to make billions of living beings surrender in his every move. Of domineering. Such a man stands silently on top of the frighteningly silent and dark immortal mountain. The two echo each other, making the man even more profound and terrifying. The Emperor, seeing that person clearly, seeing that sword clearly, seeing clearly the mighty imperial dragon energy in the entire immortal mountain. Countless powerful people in the universe opened their eyes. In the great Xia dynasty, there were even more massive creatures, kowtow, and worshipped the truly supreme and glorious ancestors of their divine dynasty. When, along with the long ringing of the bell, Emperor Wu Shi also came. At this time, Wu Shi was more than 8,000 years old. In the prime of his first life, he was sitting cross-legged under the majestic chaos bell. Billions of heavy rays of light fell down, making him his figure became more ethereal and distant. The emperor of the human race more than 100,000 years ago has been living in seclusion in the immortal mountain just like the 7th-generation great saint. At this moment, I don't know how many people thought of Mu Wudao, who also defied the will of the past. and looked at the immortal mountain thoughtfully. Clang. But standing in the surging imperial dragon energy, the Taiwan completely ignored all the sounds from the outside world. He caressed every inch of the Taiwan sword in his hand, and the golden emperor's light flowed on the thin and thick knuckles. And the flesh and blood, little by little it becomes fuller and fuller. When the emperor's big hand completely touched the sword body, the dying old man had transformed into a tall and mighty young man. His majestic flesh and blood completely held up the large golden emperor's dragon robe. His eyes were stern, as if the emperor, who had just become enlightened, showed his domineering attitude and looked down upon the heavens. Daxia. The fire will never be extinguished. His eyes swept across the great Xia dynasty in the distance and the descendants who inherited his heritage and bloodline. The emperor's eyes became more determined. He gently waved the imperial sword in his hand and spoke sonorously to cut off everything. Distractions. Counting from the time when he retreated from the world, more than 100,000 years have passed, and the current emperor is close to 170,000 years old. With the communication and guidance of the emperors of the immortal mountain, plus the arbitrary sword that evolved from the immortal mirror, the emperor moved forward step by step. And now he has lived in his fourth life. These hundreds of thousands of years have been enough for the outside world to experience too many reincarnations of life and death. The world has changed batch after batch. But what makes the emperor happy is that his orthodoxy, his bloodline have been perfectly passed down. Nowadays, the emperor has lived into the twilight years of his fourth life. Even with the help of immortal magic and immortal scriptures, he still reached his limit and had to do his best to achieve nirvana and find a way to become immortal in the ninth life. Ascend to immortality. Immediately afterwards, the emperor no longer hesitated. He stepped into the vast depths of the universe, held the golden dragon sword in front of him, mobilized all the cultivation power of his fourth life, and then suddenly slashed it down. Crack! At this moment, cause and effect collapsed. Everything was in chaos. The world was reversed, and the chaotic light rain exploded, turning into endless yin and yang, 4 images and 5 elements of light, blocking everyone's sight. This is a sword that the Tai Huang devoted his 4 lifetimes of practice to slash out. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation, tempering and brilliance, it does not kill living beings or the universe, but only cuts forward to carve out a path to nirvana and immortality. Among the living beings in this life, no one knows what happened to the Tai Huang. After all the light dissipated, only the Tai Huang sword flashing with the imperial sword intention flew back to the deepest part of the great Xia dynasty. As for the starry sky, it was completely the figure of the emperor was lost. It's a pity that after trying my best and risking everything, I failed in the end. 15 years later, in the forbidden area of God, the new emperor has changed from the golden emperor dragon robe to a plain white robe. He is surrounded by a group of perfect beings, large and small, telling them his story. Past? It doesn't matter. The emperor said that becoming an immortal in the ninth life is just one of the ways. The ancient emperor, who was called the evil god back then, was like this. Even if he has not become an immortal in the ninth life, he still has the supreme qualification, a Holy Spirit, who was surrounded by immortal light and looked easygoing and leisurely. Spoke, looking at the human emperor with a lot of regret in his eyes, and advised. Around him, many Holy Spirits of perfection who have been cultivating for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years are also admonishing him, very enthusiastically, for fear that the emperor will not be able to think about it. After 4 lifetimes, I have no regrets in my heart. The identity of this human emperor is naturally the Tai Huang. His body and soul are obviously injured, but he is no longer as old as he was in the mountain of the immortal more than 10 years ago. The immortal substance is like a haze, making his energy and spirit more perfect. It seems that you have completely thought about it. After the words fell, a calm voice sounded from behind the Tai Huang. Phone Light put his hands behind his back, came with King Pan, and greeted the Tai Huang. The sword that struck back then did not help the emperor to escape his 5th life. Instead, his physical body and soul were almost destroyed. If it had not been for the immortal mirror's action, the emperor would not even be able to survive. It's useless not to think about it. I have won the destiny of immortality, and have been working hard for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if I fall on the road, I have no regrets. It can be seen that the emperor is unwilling to give up, but he is still quite free and easy. After all, he is the emperor who has conquered the universe, is not someone who cannot afford to lose. How difficult is it to become an immortal in the ninth life? Those who have survived the 6th and 7th lives can become immortal kings in just a matter of seconds. Those who have been in the 8th and 9th world have been hard to find since ancient times. When you reach the immortal realm like you have the qualifications to become a hero. King Pan smiled. He didn't think it was a shame for the emperor to end his life for the 4th time. In the ancient immortal era, when he was the strongest true immortal at the peak of humanity, he probably couldn't compare with the emperor. Practice with peace of mind. Since becoming an immortal in the 9th life is not your path, you can choose other paths and methods. If you succeed, you will have a chance to surpass others. Fonlai also said. He sighed in his heart. Even with his guidance, it would be difficult to cultivate people who would become immortals in the 9th life. In the immortal mountain today, Mu Wudao, Jiang Hengyu and Ji Shukong were still making solid progress in the 5th life. But he and Pan Wang analyzed that. I'm afraid the end will be reached in the 6th or 7th life. Chapter 401 The Immortal Road Without Beginning. Tianqin Seal has always been a very fundamental thing. In an era when the emperor does not exist, and the mark of the heart of heaven is ownerless, there is no single most powerful avenue to suppress all rules. The vitality and laws of heaven and earth will become active. There are no shackles in the cultivation of living beings, and they can stride forward without any scruples. The strongest in the humanitarian field. But when there is an emperor in the world and there is a master of the Tianqin Seal, the supreme and only law that belongs to the emperor will suppress all the ways. The operation of the avenues seems to be suppressed under the immortal peak. Not only is it difficult to practice, becoming an emperor is even more difficult. An almost impossible luxury. Beidou East Wasteland. In the vast land tens of millions of miles away from the ancient holy land of Yachi. The sky is boundless. The rivers are boundless. And among the undulating mountains and rivers, there are black wand birds soaring in the sky. And there are also red dragons and carps spitting out orbs. And the vitality of heaven and earth transpiration is like a peaceful pure land that only belongs to practicing souls. How many years have we not seen each other? Old friend? I have imagined the scene when you have fully grown up. And now it has finally come true. And in the depths of such a pure land, a vicissitudes of life man was sitting cross-legged on an old tree that was 10,000 feet high. He was looking at this wonderful scene from a distance, and comprehending every trace of Taoyuan in this pure land. After a long time, then he sighed, and spoke softly. This is a middle-aged man with a tall and straight body, and a body like a dragon. He looks like he is in his 30s or 40s. His face is solemn and solemn. He is wearing a dark green divine robe. He looks like a majestic fairy mountain, flowing with deep vitality and majesty. In his hand, a dragon staff that resembles a real dragon is shining with fairy light. The ancient staff, which is as tall as a person, just stands there. And it has a Taoyuan that makes thousands of living beings surrender. Especially those psychic plants and trees. All of them are faintly radiating vitality and vitality. As if they are worshipping their only god. This man with extraordinary bearing is naturally King Pan, who channeled the ancient peach tree in the 36 immortal medicines, and regained his true will. To put it into detail, this man is definitely one of the best botanical cultivators in the universe. After all, there is no plant in this world whose essence can surpass the elixir. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years. It wasn't until we met again that I realized the deep connection between you and me. King Pan, ancient flat peach tree. Where have you been in these years? Opposite King Pan, a man shrouded in the mist of chaos shook his head. He sat cross-legged there, feeling a strange illusion. His true body seemed to stand in the past, present and future, and the power of the years made people tremble. This pure land is where he practices cultivation. And the two people in front of him are the guests he has never had in more than 10,000 years. Needless to say, his relationship with King Pan goes without saying. From the realm of saints to the alternative level of enlightenment. Wuxia fought fiercely with him for hundreds of years. They are undoubtedly the closest friends in the world. After the final battle, King Pan disappeared. It really made Wuxia regret it for a long time. Lord Pan Wang woke up in the restricted area of my heaven. Naturally, he has been in heaven these years. Behind King Pan, a dark purple mysterious fairy butterfly flapped its wings gently, scattering starry tassels. After hearing what Wuxia said, it immediately let out an ethereal female voice. It was a dark purple demon butterfly covered in dark purple, and densely covered with dark and obscure Dao patterns. Its race was called the sky-splitting demon butterfly. It had a glorious past in the immortal realm and the primitive ancient world. But it was very rare in the current era. But with Wuxia's height, he could naturally see clearly. The one in front of him was not the real sky-splitting demonic butterfly, but the Holy Spirit transformed from innate essence. He had practiced hard so far, and his cultivation level was definitely at the pinnacle of humanity. Peak. This is indeed the case. When this demon butterfly was not fully conceived, Kai Shizhong often listened to the sermons of Emperor Tai's song, and gradually transformed into the appearance of the sky-splitting demon butterfly. Now he is at an alternative level of enlightenment, which is rare among alternative enlightened persons. Good hands. This fellow Holy Spirit Taoist must be a friend from the ancient restricted area of God. I heard that my master is related to God. So I think you, King Pan, are also related to my mysterious master, the current Wuji. The first life has not yet come to an end, and has not developed the momentum to turn its back on the common people and suppress the eternity. But the power of connecting the past, present and future years is enough to shock the world, surpassing most people in ancient times. Emperor. He has been exposed to many of the origin secrets of this universe. For example, the ancient Emperor Tai's song. An emperor can live for more than 200,000 years, which is obviously abnormal. The world is impermanent. Your master and I are very optimistic about you. All the past experiences you have experienced have been tempered by me and your master. King Pan shook his head and just held the Panlong staff gently in his hand, carefully comprehending the deep and far-reaching obscure Tao Yuan around Wusher's body. That Tao Yuan was somewhat similar to the Dao Yuan he was familiar with, and belonged to the immortal King Wu ending, but completely different. But it was this difference that made the smile on King Pan's face grow brighter. He understood deeply that that kind of Tao Yuan was the path that the former immortal King Wuzu had dreamed of. That was the supreme nirvana, and that the everlasting immortal king would rather reincarnate for hundreds of lives to pursue the great road. There is no beginning, no end. Congratulations. There were thousands of words in his heart, but King Pan couldn't say them out. He just slapped Wusher on the shoulder with great strength and emotion. The slap made Wusher's body, which was capable of tearing apart the Emperor's soldiers, ache. Wu Ji, this name is indeed a bit familiar. He didn't understand the reason why King Pan congratulated him, but when he heard the word Wu Ji, he instinctively felt familiar and cordial, and nodded. You in the future will know everything. It was only at this moment that King Pan calmed down his emotions slightly and nodded. There is a long way to go without beginning, and if everything goes well, this will definitely be a road that surpasses the immortal king without ending. But the current Emperor Wusher is too young, only 20,000 years old, which is too short for the immortal king whose longevity is often recorded in epics. It was too short to allow Emperor Wusher to grow up. Then why did you come here this time? Wusher sighed. With his talent and cultivation so far, he naturally gradually felt the difference in himself. That difference did not come from blood, but from something deeper. He understood that as long as he kept making progress, he would go further and further on the beginningless path, and he would know everything. I just miss my old friend in my free time. Come and have a look. Your master also asked me to explain to you that the first life is coming to an end. You can go to the immortal mountain to find the way to the ninth life. Or you can go to heaven to find the way to ascend to immortality. Or, work hard in the world of mortals, and find your own path. As he spoke, the immortal light flashed in King Pan's hand, and the Kunlun immortal bell with bright golden light appeared and was handed to Wusher. The immortal mountain is the pure land of emperors, where immortality is rare, and it is the best place to live out the ninth life. The forbidden area of the sky is rich in immortality, and it is a good place for those who do not follow the path of the ninth life to become immortals. As Feng Lai, Wusher, it won't be a problem no matter where you go. I chose to stay and find my own way. Surprisingly, Wusher did not hesitate. He just took the Kunlun immortal bell and did not choose to go to the immortal mountain. He also rejected the invitation to go to heaven. He has no beginning and is unwilling to accept the path that has been arranged. Only by exploring it on his own is his own path to becoming an immortal. Okay, I look forward to the day when you become an immortal. King Pan nodded, turned around with the holy spirit of the sky-splitting demonic butterfly girl, and disappeared into the void in an instant. Chapter 402. The End of Ancient Times. The Mark of Tianqin. The pinnacle of humanity. The only emperor. The suppression of 10,000 ways. The fundamental rules of this universe are really cruel. After leaving the pure land where Wusher was, King Pan did not rush back to the restricted area of life. Instead, he strode across the land of the eastern wasteland with a dragon staff as tall as a person. He was appreciating the fundamentals of this universe, rules, and appreciate the many differences between it and the old primitive world. In the ancient immortal era where he lived, whether in the immortal realm or the old primitive ancient realm, there was no such thing as the Tianqin seal that could suppress all the worlds. However, there were also those who had the supreme Tao. Very few. But they could coexist. Far from what they are now. Same limit. Nature is cruel. The way of heaven is at war. And only the only winner can win everything. This belief has been in my heart since I gave birth to my sanity from the stone. Hearing this, the holy spirit of the demonic butterfly girl fluttered the butterfly gently. Wing, said aloud, wouldn't it be better if all the great emperors stood together? And there were multiple great emperors in one life, not interfering with each other, and standing side by side fairly? King Pan shook his head. If you cannot be invincible and become the only one of the era, becoming an emperor will lose its meaning. The voice of the holy spirit of the demon butterfly was gentle and firm. Although it was a female voice, it revealed considerable confidence and pride. King Pan was speechless. He suddenly understood that the cultivators in this universe were very different from the immortal realm and the strong men in the old primitive world. They had a very deep obsession with the Taoist heart and the word invincibility. Thousands of powerful enemies are just floating clouds. Too much is not enough. Invincibility is important. But if you are distracted by the word invincible, you will become a frog in the well. As a former unparalleled immortal king, he understands that the competition mechanism of this universe does make the quality of practitioners in this world very high. But this emperor's heart may not be entirely a good thing, and will be backlashed after reaching a certain key point in practice. Maybe, he called on the demonic butterfly holy spirit to go forward with him. The two creatures with extremely profound cultivation passed through the void. Wherever they passed, the world was reversed. In 1 or 2 steps, they came to the north of the eastern wasteland, overlooking the various places in this world. Great and high orthodoxy. In this era, the major structures of the eastern wilderness are not much different from the era of Yi Fan in the future. Needless to say, the Jiang clan, Qi clan, Yao Qi, Tianxian and other extreme holy bodies, aristocratic families, and orthodoxy have been suppressed in the East Wasteland. It has been idle for too long. And it is an old and wealthy family. The Feng clan is also a famous Jidao clan in the Eastern Wasteland because of the existence of Feng Lai. The Beidu Feng clan is suppressed by Nua Dao's stone. It is an imperial clan older than the Void Ji clan and the Hengyu Jiang clan. It is worth mentioning that the Yogwang Holy Land has also moved the heavens with its piety and worship for tens of thousands of years. After a rainy night with thunder and thunder, it proposed the black gold cauldron with dragon patterns, and became the only one in Beidu with imperial weapons. A holy place without emperor scriptures. This is actually quite embarrassing. Most of the Ji Dao traditions have had real emperors. The combination of the imperial scriptures, the imperial arms, and the foundation of the imperial clan to suppress the fundamentals can protect the prosperity of the tracts. But the holy land of Shake Light throughout the ages, there have only been 1 or 2 quasi-emperors, with only imperial soldiers in their hands. However, due to some reasons, and the support of ancient sage Tianxian, the major orthodox traditions, dynasties, and aristocratic families finally recognized Yogwang as the top orthodoxy. Although it was slightly embarrassing, they still suppressed it in the most fertile land of the eastern wasteland. Worshipped by all spirits. In the past 20,000 years, the most glorious and splendid Taoist tradition is undoubtedly the Yaoqi Holy Land in the eastern wasteland. Almost every 5 or 6,000 years, a powerful quasi-emperor will be born and suppressed in the Yaoqi as a quasi-emperor. After all, Emperor Wushur devoted himself to pursuing the Tao and had no children or disciples. So there was no Taoism. As the mother clan, the Yaoqi Holy Land naturally received a lot of glory. Nowadays, Wushur will carefully train 1 or 2 descendants for Yaoqi every few thousand years. Although they are only half of the emperor's disciples, few of these people will not become quasi-emperors. Under these most powerful supreme sects, another tyrannical sect is also rising rapidly. Even in the Beidu ancient star where many great emperor sects are like a forest, it can bloom with splendid brilliance. Heavenly Demon Palace. This is the orthodoxy established by the genius of the demon race, who rose at the same time as Wushur. His body is just a little-known demon body, but he was able to walk side by side with the young emperor Wushur for 100 years when he was young. He is quite qualified. Master, it is said that this heavenly demon body with unparalleled cultivation has already surpassed the limits of his physique and reached an astonishingly profound realm. After his cultivation reached its peak, he challenged the Emperor Wushur, who became emperor. There is no need to question the outcome of that battle. The Emperor Wushur defeated the celestial demon body with a thorough crushing force. However, the emperor thought of his old feelings. So not only did he not kill the celestial demon body, but he also healed the celestial demon body, preaching, helping the master of Tian'ao Palace to improve his cultivation, hoping that he can go further. I would rather fight to achieve the holy body and never see Wu Bei. This is the evaluation of Wu Shi by the founder of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Many people speculate that Emperor Wu Shi may not have used his imperial power at all back then, and only used part of his power before he became enlightened to be able to destroy the ancient demon body. It was so heavy that I couldn't even lift my head. But this sentence also shows the tyranny of the founder of Tian'ao Palace. He is confident that he can fight against the Deshang holy body, which is known as the unrivaled one under the extreme path, before he attains enlightenment. This is enough to illustrate his extraordinary talent. According to this, even if there is an emperor in this world, the creatures under the starry sky are not as weak as you think. The demonic butterfly Holy Spirit has a general understanding of the current situation of the Big Dipper star, and it is inevitable that he is a little surprised. All the ways in his imagination are withered. The scene does not seem to have happened. So far, Wu Shi has been emperor for nearly 20,000 years, and there are still many strong men. It's just an appearance. With King Pan's eyesight, the entire Big Dipper star can be easily seen. In his eyes, there are not only strong people, but also more weak practitioners. They are the key to reflecting reality. I remember when I competed with Wu Shi, the Tao masters of those aristocratic families, Taoist traditions, and dynasties all still had the cultivation of saints. Nowadays, it is difficult to see sages. The saint masters only have the power of the three immortals to cut the Tao. This explains very well problem. Is the Emperor's great road causing the cultivation path to wither? The demonic butterfly Holy Spirit gently flapped its wings and asked. It's not just the Emperor's suppression. The world itself is also gradually declining. King Pan thought carefully for a long time before shaking his head and said, Tai Tsong said that the ancient era is about to end. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it is indeed the case. Ancient times? Demonic butterfly Holy Spirit expressed that he didn't quite understand. The only time periods that exist now are mythology and ancient times. No one has yet proposed the theory of ancient times. The rise and fall alternate, and the avenue from its peak to decline will always go through one node after another, from the myth to the ancient times, and the current era after the ancient times. Tai Tsong named it Huanggu, with the fall of the Dozhan Saint Emperor as the node, and the era after the ancient times. The disappearance of the great Emperor Wu Shi is the end. King Pan said. Chapter 403, Changing Times. In the great world of Madam, people often prosper and then decline, and then reverse the decline and move towards the peak. This is the rise and fall of humanity. And the same is true of the general trend of heaven and earth. If you look vertically at the entire ancient history of the sky-covering universe from the perspective of the long river of time, you will find that the heaven and earth have always been going through such a cycle of prosperity and decline. The age of mythology and the ancient era represent the prosperous aspect of this universe. The heaven and earth are prosperous. All things are active. Saints and even higher-level practitioners are constantly born and dying like mushrooms after a rain, consuming the vitality of the world. But he is also feeding back to the heaven, and his practice is prosperous. The 9 heavenly gods, the Kunlun immortal clan, the underworld, and the legendary first-generation heaven in this universe that are well known to the world were all born and reached their peak in the age of myth. Even most of the 9-turn gods passed down to later generations the elixir, the unparalleled divine liquid, etc. all come from this era. These Taoist traditions, ancient deities, and the things they left behind had a profound impact on the history books of the entire time. One can imagine the prosperity of the spiritual practice world in that era. Relatively speaking, in the ancient times, the prosperous years belonging to the emperors were a completely different situation. The history of a brand new period of time starting with the immortal emperor, the god of all races, was equally splendid. It was an era that truly belonged to all races. Whenever the emperor of the current generation passed away, the tyrannical creatures of the younger generation would start a cruel competition, using the most primitive and cruel way to determine the strongest one, and then let him ascend to the throne. Ascend to the throne. Those were the years when the forbidden area of life developed most rapidly. The ancient emperors longed for the path to immortality. Some were willing to seal themselves in the deepest part of the forbidden area of life forever, while others were willing to cut off all their pasts and beliefs and regard the world as a garden of medicine to extend his life. White Tiger Taoist in the Xianling Life Forbidden Zone. Immortal Grandma, the Lord of Reincarnation in the Old Reincarnation Seed Forbidden Zone. the Stone Emperor of the Immortal Mountain, the Immortal Taoist, and most of the supreme beings in the Taichu ancient mine, the largest life-restricted zone in history. All lived in that era. They have different beliefs about becoming emperor, but because of immortality and the road to immortality, they came to the restricted area of life, incarnated as supreme, and waited for the last hope of sublimation. Then, after the death of the last fighting saint emperor in ancient times, there was a short window period. The rules of the universe and the vitality of heaven and earth declined from prosperity. Cultivation gradually became difficult. All races in ancient times retreated from the world, came to a new ancient era. In this era, that has become barren and dry compared to the ancient times. As the ancient races self-proclaimed themselves, the self-improving ancestors of the human race spread their footsteps and blood on most ancient stars in the universe. And a prosperous era belonging to the human race has arrived. From King Pan's height, his eyes are certainly not limited to just one ancient star, the Big Dipper. He has wandered in the universe for thousands of years and passed many ancient stars, including unknown small life stars, and some that shocked ancient history. As Big Star, almost every star has the footsteps of the human race. Compared to the ancient times and the mythical era, although the ancient era did not last long, it produced quite a few human emperors. Prehistoric, Ziwei, Gaochen, Eternity, and the hometowns of emperors such as Taiwan and Xinzhou on the Starry Sky Ancient Road. These ancient stars have been deeply imprinted with the symbols of the human race because of the existence of the ancient emperors. Another imperial weapon appeared in the sky, writing a history book unique to them. Although it doesn't belong to the human race alone, it seems to be close. The sky-splitting demon butterfly girl's holy spirit fluttered her wings and had to lament the great achievements of the human race. She and King Pan were one born as a holy spirit and the other an ancient plant-based immortal king. Neither of them favored the human race. They just lamented the fact. In these nearly 1,000,000 years, the number of human emperors far exceeded the number of two palms, except for a very small number of demon emperors, holy spirit emperors, and alien emperors. The rest were almost all human emperors. There is no telling what the next era will be like. But after all, the human race has accumulated too much foundation. Even if the world changes drastically, the dignity of a powerful race will not be lost. King Pan shook his head. He was holding a pan-long staff that was as tall as a person. His Pantao immortal clan was not a large ethnic group. From the perspective of the immortal king, he did not care about any racial justice. He just looked down at the world of mortals and saw no joy or sorrow. Finally, King Pan returned to the Beidou ancient star again, standing on the land of the eastern wasteland and looking at the ancient restricted area. In a sense, this restricted area can be regarded as one of the symbols of the ancient era. According to legend, this place was once a vast teleportation array, and the human race, the ancestors of Beta, came from here. Now, this restricted area of life has been transformed into a restricted area where all living beings can stop. Although it is silent and almost never makes any movements, the power of the living beings contained in it is enough to make any restricted area of life go all out. In the ancient Forbidden Zone, when Senior Golden Wing Doping and the others were still there, the Emperor once talked about this place, saying that there were real immortal weapons and near-immortal creatures in it. Even if I became the Emperor in the future, he would ask me to conflict with this place. After the holy spirit of the sky-splitting devil butterfly closed her eyes for a moment, she seemed to realize the vast power in the ancient restricted area and spoke. Well, it should be a few immortal relationships in the ancient times. Interestingly, almost all of them were won by that person in the ancient restricted area. It is indeed a good chance. King Pan nodded. From the perspective of the immortal king, he saw the bronze immortal palace deep in the ancient restricted area. He saw the bright patina on the bronze temple. In addition, there was a dazzling immortal sword. Those were real immortal weapons. They were Feng Lai, the chance of immortality left behind by Shi Hao. In this way, you, Xiao Dai, are also ambitious and enlightened. Which period of time did Taitsong promise you? Before leaving, the ancient immortal king looked at the Holy Spirit, the sky-splitting devil butterfly girl beside him, and asked softly, after the beginningless heart of heaven is gone, I will be born, defeat all the opponents of the era, and ascend to the throne of the Holy Spirit Emperor. Hearing this, the voice of the Holy Spirit of the demon butterfly girl became firm, and the dark tassels behind her back flickered like phoenix feathers, bursting out the majesty of the imperial creatures. When Taitsong was young, he had deeply studied the dharma of many immortal clans. The sky-splitting devil butterfly is one of them. You are a member of the Holy Spirit clan and practice this dharma. Don't lose the reputation of the ancient Tai Tsong Emperor. King Pan stared at the female Holy Spirit. In his impression, when Feng Lai was at the true immortal level, he liked to transform into the demon butterfly form and dance gracefully in the mortal world, with him personally evolving it. This demon butterfly form must be an extremely powerful immortal form. The Emperor enlightened me. It won't be like this, the Holy Spirit of the demonic butterfly girl said. In fact, she was transformed by the essence of heaven and earth bred from the forbidden zone of God itself. She was indeed one of Feng Lai's favorite Holy Spirits over the years. Tai Tsong had been preaching for hundreds of thousands of years, and her talent was indeed extremely intelligent. If the first emperor of the post-desperate ancient era was born from a Holy Spirit like you, it would be good. It can be regarded as the end of the ancient human race era. It is always a good thing to have more colorful races. In the end, King Pan and the Holy Spirit of the demon butterfly girl were in the void. Turning around, he disappeared into this universe in an instant. Chapter 404, the post-ancient era begins. As time went by, not long after King Pan sent the Kunlun immortal bell to Wu Shi, this amazingly talented human emperor activated the power of the immortal bell to suppress himself and cut off his connection with the Tianqin seal. But as many people expected, as the suppression of the Tianqin seal slowly dissipated, the rules of heaven and earth did not become too active. It was like the universe itself was entering its twilight years, and the whole was irreversibly declining. And the practice became it's getting harder and harder. Heaven wants to destroy our path of cultivation. The rules of heaven and earth change, and the more powerful practitioners feel it more clearly, which makes many powerful sages sigh and start to prepare for the practice of future generations. The ancient times were an era when the rules of heaven and earth flourished. The reserves of divine source liquid in that era were exaggerated. It was so exaggerated that even if DK, who was in the last years of the ancient times, found a place to lay down his body, he would be flooded by the divine source liquid. It was so exaggerated that one after another ancient clans would raise their families. Self-importance and wanton squandering are difficult to exhaust. Relatively speaking, practitioners in the ancient times did not lack divine source. The reserves of divine source produced in the major dragon veins were enough to support the practice of too many living beings. However, as the laws of heaven and earth fell silent, the state of the divine source liquid gradually became difficult to maintain. Except for the ancient emperors, there are really not many people who can rely on the divine source liquid to proclaim themselves. In these years, the output of the divine source has been decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Changes in the rules of heaven and earth have made the gestation of the divine source more and more difficult. The divine source liquid can only be maintained in certain specially developed pure lands. State. If this continues, it is conceivable that low-level practitioners in the future may regard the ubiquitous source stones as strategic cultivation materials, and even mid-level practitioners will fight to the death for a mere piece of divine source that is the size of a human head. This is of course not a good thing. The decrease in resources also indicates a decrease in the overall quality of practitioners. An old saint said frankly that in the future, monks from the second heaven of Sendai may become the saints and patriarchs of a holy land. And saints will be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The world is like this, and no one can change it. From a certain point in time, all the great sects suddenly began to hoard cultivation resources like crazy. Xin Yuan, Wang Yu, Yao Wang, etc. all have the value of collecting. In fact, there are many ancient monks at the level of old monsters who want to fight for the dragon veins and the pure land of cultivation, so as to create a prosperous environment for future generations and in exchange for the immortality of the Taoism. It is against this background that the Forbidden City of Heaven welcomes its 10th destined person after the 8 supreme beings in mythology, the ancient times, and the ancient emperors. It's you, the celestial demon body, who competed with Wu Shi's contemporaries. You actually survived to this day? This destined person was a skinny old man. Even though his blood was withered, he still exuded a surging demonic light. As soon as he arrived in the forbidden area of the sky, he was discovered by 5 or 6 Dzogchen holy spirits and surrounded him in the center. These Dzogchen holy spirits have lived in the restricted area for at least hundreds of thousands of years, and all of them have the ability to overlook the world of mortals. In the past few years, even their emperors paid attention to the innate holy body. Naturally, many holy spirits paid attention to Wu Shi. Know the identity of the founder of Tian'ao Palace. With the grace of the great emperor, I learned the method of immortality. I happened to encounter the elixir in my later life, and I am alive now. The old founder of Tianyao Palace had never imagined that there would be such a place for eternal life in the world. Nor did he expect that he would meet so many perfect holy spirits, forced by many people who were obviously more powerful than himself to pressure the enlightened people. He could only honestly say, this person's life can be regarded as a legend. He was just a celestial demon. He was forced to reach an alternative realm of enlightenment. He was also the same as the one without beginning. He lived for more than 20,000 years due to various chances and coincidences. Since we are destined to burial Heaven Island, let's stay. The arrival of this celestial demon body made Feng Lai a little surprised. He didn't mind that the other party stayed. He was just an alternative enlightened person, and was not a burden to Tian Island. After that, another 10,000 years passed, when the rule of the Wuxia Emperor completely disappeared in this universe. The Tianqin seal was completely released, and this universe once again ushered in the era when he could become an emperor. But as expected by many ancient sages, the great Tao has indeed not improved at all. Not only has there been no sign of the coming of a great age, but practice has become increasingly difficult. With this, the era called the Ancient Times has completely ended. This year, Feng Lai left the Canggu Forbidden Zone for the first time in a long time, and sighed, as he felt the rules of heaven and earth in this world that were gradually becoming barren. It's just a short time of less than 1,000,000 years. It's a bit reluctant to call it the ancient name. King Pan stood beside him, leaning on the dragon staff, and shook his head after hearing this. The time of an era can often be measured in tens of millions of years. In just 1,000,000 years, in the chaotic ancient times, it was enough to cultivate a few true immortal seeds in the immortal realm. After all, life is short. 1,000,000 years is short in the immortal realm. But it is enough to make this world go through hundreds of reincarnations. People change from generation to generation, so it feels naturally long. Feng Lai said, you seem to attach great importance to this era? With King Pan's eyes, it was natural to see Feng Lai's absence. He was staring into the distance, but he seemed to be looking through the long river of time at some distant past and future. All my efforts will bear fruit. I am naturally happy that such a note is coming. After hearing this, Feng Lai came back to his senses, and said with a smile, in the post-desolate ancient era, that is, the era of the rise of Master Yi, the future Emperor of Heaven, as the founder of the second generation of Heavenly Court, and the last person to rise among the trio, Yi Fan's existence plays an important role in the succession, and also makes sure Hao's influence on the future. The ambitions of the fellow travelers finally made substantial progress. Fruit. King Pan sighed, but didn't say much. As a veteran immortal king who had lived for several epochs, he didn't want to know too many things. Some secrets were too deep, and would involve the past and the future. The two came to the Beidou ancient star again. Wuxia had already lived his second life. His first life lived for more than 28,000 years. This long lifespan not only came from the innate holy body, but also from his Wuxia avenue. He didn't go to the Immortal Mountain or Burial Sky Island. Where did he go? Did he really find his own way? In the pure land that belonged to Wuxia, King Pan found that Wuxia was not here, which did not make him feel unexpectedly. I was somewhat relieved and supported the beginningless path. I don't know, but there's no need to worry. The immortal bell is at hand, and few people in this universe have the ability to fight with him. Feng Lai shook his head indifferently and said, in the original timeline, Wuxia's path was not the traditional one of becoming an immortal in the ninth life. He had a grudge against the immortal emperor. In his later years in the second life, he entered that strange world, gained immortality, and then became a mortal immortal. From the perspective of the beginningless origin, 9 lives are not a process that does not matter at all. As long as the beginningless path is continued all the way, its rise will become inevitable. Chapter 405 Expand. Time flies by. More than 3,000 years after the suppression of the beginningless heavenly heart dissipated, 10,000 paths exploded. The heavenly heart trembled, and the unparalleled light of the law illuminated the entire universe. Countless practitioners trembled, horrified by the power of this law. They could vaguely see a demonic shadow emerging from the depths of the sea of stars, blocking the sun and covering the starry sky. The dark purple demonic light surged, as if it was pressing on the hearts of all practitioners. That was the holy spirit of the sky-splitting demon butterfly who followed Pan King in the past. Her dark purple butterfly wings were densely covered with obscure pitch-black magic patterns, whiter than any galaxy. The 9 tassels on her back were like the tail feathers of a black phoenix, cold, transcendent and priceless. Since the birth of the demonic butterfly holy spirit, she has shown unbelievable tyrannical fighting power. The generals and enlightened beings in the world are simply unable to compete with her. Even if they fight hard, they can only be defeated one by one. A powerful Dzogchen Holy Spirit. During this period, many people saw the identity of the demonic butterfly Holy Spirit and had to lament that in such a great world, only a powerful person like the Holy Spirit of Dzogchen, who was blessed by nature, could stand alone and become invincible in such a short period of time. This female Holy Spirit calls herself the Sky-Splitting Demon Emperor. She has ruled the universe for more than 15,000 years, leaving no orthodoxy or descendants. She only left inheritance and imperial weapons on the Big Dipper star, waiting for the arrival of the destined person. Many people understand that compared to the Wuxia Emperor, the Butterfly Emperor is not the kind of emperor who can compete for the most powerful positions. However, as the first extreme person in the post-ancient era, her birth and glory represent the ancient times. History has completely gone away, and the splendid history books belonging to the great emperors of the human race have come to an end. The cold winter that buries mediocrity belongs to the paradise of genius. After the end of the ancient era, the heaven and earth withered, and the great avenues and gods disappeared. The rich vitality of heaven and earth that was originally dense in every corner of the universe seemed to be exhausted, becoming thin and dim, and would never regain its past glory. Naturally, those who are most harmed are those ordinary practitioners who are neither high nor low. In the original prosperous world, they might be like most ancestors in the ancient times, and they could accumulate life and death to reach the level of saints with a lifespan of 6,000 to 7,000 years, become a famous person. But in the post-desolate ancient era, such ordinary practitioners can only achieve perfection and become kings even if they risk their lives. The lack of level can only make them grow old and waste, without even a chance to proclaim themselves. On the other hand, for those truly qualified geniuses who are not restricted by the rules, no matter what kind of depleted life they have, they can break through the barriers of rules and achieve sainthood in just a snap of the fingers. This is why the saints of Yifan's era can generally defeat the ancient ancestor kings of the same level, and it is not impossible to fight across the ranks. Those geniuses who are not at the same level at all, the gap in talent is really not small. Even in such a cold winter, those practitioners who truly have talents are still singing loudly, breaking through the shackles of the stars, setting foot on the universe, and releasing their talents to the fullest. Thousands of years after the rules of the sky-splitting butterfly emperor dissipated, there was such a genius who rose from the ancient fire mulberry star in the depths of the universe. The flames of burning immortals burned billions of miles of sky, pressing down on the heaven and earth. All whined. It was a golden crow with exceptionally pure and noble blood, with golden feathers like rainbows. The fire between its spread wings was more dazzling than the sun. It only took more than 1,000 years for it to go from being a saint to a quasi-emperor. The 9 heavens has attracted the worship of countless creatures from all over the universe. You must know that in today's universe, even if it is an imperial star like Ziwei and Beidou, the leader of a Taoist lineage is only a middle-level monk from the 2nd heaven of Sendai. The saint is already a rare master in the world. Facing a person who will become a Taoist was crushed on too many levels, as expected of the bloodline of an unparalleled royal family. Even after countless generations of reincarnations, it can still give birth to such outstanding heirs. On Burial Island, even King Pan opened his eyes, attracted by the familiar light of the sun, and sighed like this. He is an ancient immortal king in the immortal realm, so he is naturally very familiar with the Golden Crow ethnic group. In the past countless years ago, he also had friendship with the 2 generations of immortal King Golden Crow in the immortal realm. After one of them died in battle, he once took care of him. Their tribe, the Golden Crow clan, is an extremely glorious clan since the Emperor Luo era. In the known ancient history, there have been at least 3 immortal king-level creatures. The oldest of them, the Golden Crow Heaven and Earth, is the real elder of the immortal realm and the ancient cultivation method of the immortal. One of the founders is most likely an Emperor Light immortal king who is not weaker than the Butcher, even if such a descendant of a wealthy family is not very powerful and stunning. The origin of his bloodline alone is enough to attract the attention of the immortal king. There will always be people to inherit the glory of the Golden Crow. Unfortunately, it is difficult for another Golden Crow heavenly emperor to emerge in the world. Feng Lai sighed. He was also gazing at the Golden Crow flying in the firelight, from the fire shadows in the sky. He thought of many past events. The ancestor of the Golden Crow tribe is one of the old strong men that both he and Shi Hao value. Like the ancestor of the Butcher immortal king back then, he is the most promising seed of the quasi-immortal emperor in this ancient history. In these long years, Sure Hao came to the Boundary Sea many times. The Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor, the ancestors of the Butcher Immortal King, and others have been resurrected, and are now fighting on the front line of the war with strange forces. At the pinnacle of the Supreme Giant. Work hard and look for the next opportunity to break through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor. As for the identity of the Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor who has risen in this life, it is the Golden Crow Emperor who will succeed in becoming an emperor in the future Yifan era through calculation. In the original timeline, he was targeted by the Supreme Being in the restricted area when he became enlightened. So he had no choice but to kill himself on the immortal platform. He relied on the immortal platform liquid of Lingbao Tianzuan to achieve nirvana and be reborn, hoping to become an emperor in his second life. The opponent in this life has obviously not reached this stage yet. Now he is in his glorious and powerful years, with surging self-confidence and unparalleled domineering power. He aspires to become a generation of demon emperors, and pave the way for the glory of the Golden Crow tribe in this universe. It is indeed difficult to find an expert like the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor. There may not be one or two in several epochs. But if I can cultivate a Golden Crow Immortal King, my old friends in the immortal realm will definitely be very happy. King Pan looked at the Golden Crow sitting cross-legged in the depths of Wusong Ancient Star, with a smile on his face, as if Ao Sheng, Taisher and Yuan Chu had a good relationship. King Pan had a good relationship with Hun Yuan Immortal King, and 2 generations of Golden Crow Immortal King, they all maintain a good friendship. If there is another Golden Crow King, he will naturally be King Pan's ally. Random. Phone line nodded. As long as the result was to cultivate a strong man, he didn't mind that King Pan would train the future Golden Crow Emperor. In fact, he also had a very good impression of the Golden Crow clan. When he was in the immortal realm, he also met a Golden Crow. The relationship with the quasi-immortal king of the clan is very good. And now the other party is the youngest immortal king of the Golden Crow clan. Then I'll go and have a look. That little Golden Crow does have the talent to become an emperor. If he is trained, it should be possible to become a king. King Pan nodded, leaning on a dragon staff as tall as a person, took 1 step forward, and appeared in Wusong Ancient Star. In his hands, the Golden Crow fire burned blazingly, turning into a thick ancient book. On it were sealed characters that looked like golden crows spreading their wings, telling the story of the prosperous past of this ethnic group. The great method of burning immortals in the sky. Chapter 406 Old Jinwu. This is my world. According to ancient history, when the Golden Crow Emperor was more than 2,000 years old, an ancient creature with a staff appeared from the restricted area of life, entered the Wusong Ancient Star, and discussed the Tao with the Golden Crow Emperor, who was still the quasi-emperor of the 9th level at that time. No one knows what mysteries they discussed. People know that the ancient creature stayed on the mulberry star for hundreds of years. During those 100 years, the mulberry forest on this ancient star completed a large-scale transformation. A fire mulberry tree, or even nirvana, is only 1 step away from becoming the sun god tree. What shocked the Wusong Star Golden Crow clan even more was that just a short time after the ancient creatures left, their great emperor cultivation had made rapid progress. In just 10 years, they had broken through themselves and reached an alternative level of enlightenment, different from the stereotypes of many practitioners in later generations. Lao Jinwu has never been a weak and unbearable emperor. He was able to reach this point in the post-desolate ancient era when the rules of heaven and earth were so thin. There is no need to doubt his qualifications and talents. He is definitely in ancient times. Many emperors and emperors are above the average line. Now, with King Pan, the immortal king who has good intentions towards the Golden Crow tribe, leading the way and giving him the Dotian burning immortal technique cast by the immortal king of the immortal domain. Golden Crow. The old Jinwu's bloodline and talent have been greatly improved. Improvement. So, 100 years after the old Golden Crow became an alternative, he rose up powerfully, crushing all the geniuses of his generation with his absolute strength, causing immeasurable imperial tribulations in the depths of the starry sky. And the Golden Crow's fairy fire burned the universe, making all souls tremble. It is worth noting that Lao Jinwu's Ji Dao Emperor tribulation is different from ordinary emperors, who fight against 10,000 ways and face many great catastrophes. His tribulation light turned into 4 golden figures, each of which was wrapped with a red gold Golden Crow. The immortal flame so suppressed old Jinwu, who was at an alternative level of enlightenment, that he was suffocated. Sure enough, the immortal sutra given attracted the perception of heaven and brought about an unparalleled catastrophe unique to the Golden Crow clan. As soon as such a catastrophe occurred, King Pan, who was far away in the infinite void, immediately stopped what he was doing and stared into the sea of tribulation. The monstrous golden crow immortal flame and figure sighed softly. As an ancient, he certainly recognized the origins of the four figures in the realm sea of the Golden Crow Emperor. They were the immortal kings of the Golden Crow ethnic group throughout the ages. From near to far, they were Immortal King Jin Sheng and Immortal King Jin Sheng, who had a close relationship with Feng Lai in the chaotic ancient times. The two Golden Crow immortal kings who rose up in ancient times, and the source of the Golden Crow clan's glory. The Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor in the era of Emperor's fall. Those are the symbols of the supreme glory of the Golden Crow tribe. Each of the four immortal kings of the same line is strong enough to allow the Golden Crow tribe to dominate the immortal realm. Such achievements and heritage have far surpassed most races in the immortal realm. You must know that even within King Pan's lineage, there are only two immortal kings recorded. This disaster is difficult to overcome. Opposite King Pan, Wuxia had round talon flowing in his eyes. After silently deducing the power of the four figures in the Emperor's tribulation, he commented, "Tens of thousands of years have passed, and Wuxia has come a long way in his second life. His Taoism has improved a lot compared to his later years in the first life. The great bell of chaos is roaring above his head, and the years are running fast. There have been several the deep Taoyuan that faces the common people." While the two were talking, the four majestic figures in the Golden Crow Emperor's tribulation had already begun to take action. 3 of them were striding forward, some in human form leading to the ancient fire that burns the sky, and some manifested the true form of the Golden Crow with 3 legs. Chi Tian grabbed the center of Lao Jinwu's eyebrows. Every movement was mysterious to the extreme, making his soul tremble. As for the farthest and oldest supreme ancient Golden Crow, he did not take action. He seemed to have his own will, with his arms folded across his chest, looking at and overlooking his descendants. But there is a way to survive. King Pan shook his head. What the heavenly tribulation evolved was the appearance of those Golden Crow immortal kings at their peak human state. With their past supreme heavenly skills, they used the roughest and cruelest methods to hone the old Golden Crow. As a person who has experienced tribulation, Lao Jinwu's goal has never been to defeat these ancestors of the bloodline. He only needs to survive, and withstand the attacks of these young immortal kings to survive this imperial tribulation. But this is still a very difficult task to complete. The young immortal kings of the 3 major Golden Crow tribes are all very powerful. Every seemingly mediocre attack is enough to punch a deep hole in the golden bell of the Tao tribulation of the old Golden Crow. But after all, old Jinwu also raised a creature with an emperor's heart and invincibility. With the supreme immortal sutra of the Golden Crow tribe, he has become much stronger than the original timeline. Facing the phantoms of these ancient immortal kings, he fell into it was a hard fight. But there were no signs of defeat. Cha-cha. For a moment, the long cry of the Golden Crow resounded throughout the entire universe. In the tribulation fire that filled the sky, it seemed that millions of suns were exploding every moment. The rules of the entire universe were briefly rewritten under such tribulation light. The stars, the pure land, and the small world all usher in the nightless day. Even the quasi-emperor did not dare to look directly at the figure in the calamity light. He could only faintly see several majestic golden crows flapping their wings, and every move carried world-destroying power. This situation lasted for 10 days. During these 10 days, the crow of the Golden Crow in the sea of tribulation faded again and again, and rose again and again. Each change caused the crows of the entire universe to sing in unison, and the whole body was filled with excitement, all trembling. It wasn't until the end of the 10th day that the golden fairy fire that could overturn the world showed signs of dissipating. Deep in the calamity fire, the 4 majestic tribulation shadow golden crows also stopped. Their figures became illusory and seemed to be completed. All missions. In the middle of them, the old golden crow had turned into a pile of golden bones and flesh, and the Daojiao golden bell had also been smashed and scattered everywhere. When all the calamity fires dissipated, the broken flesh, bones, and remaining soldiers slowly ignited with the golden crow fire. The old golden crow's soul was the first to reorganize. With the remaining strength, he made his own broken bones. It flowed backwards, gathered together, and once again took on the appearance of a blond young man. Boom! Feeling that after experiencing the immortal fire emperor tribulation, his body and soul had achieved complete nirvana. Old Jinwu just thought about it, and all the original rules of the law were overturned under his will. He felt carefully that his golden crow fire Tao had long been it is deeply imprinted in the mark of Tianqin and inseparable. I am the Golden Crow Emperor. This exhilaration and joy of dominating the universe made Lao Jinwu couldn't help but open his hands. and the aura of galloping laws instantly enveloped the universe. It was a profound Taoyuan of the sun, similar to the Holy Emperor of the Sun, Emperor Hingyu and others, but completely different. Quack! Emperor, Supreme Demon Emperor. At this moment, the vast universe was boiling, and trillions of creatures knelt down to worship and pray to the great Emperor of this life. The most exciting thing is the Golden Crow and Fire Crow Demon Clan, which are the same clan as the Golden Crow Emperor. This kind of fire bird is a very important lineage in the Demon Clan. However, on any ancient planet with life in the world of cultivation, there will be no shortage of Golden Crow and Fire Crow, the strong men of the Fire Crow clan. Now, these Fire Crows and Golden Crows finally have the Emperor of their own clan, which is a supreme honor and glory. Chapter 407 Sun Immortal Crow and Chaos Green Lotus. If you want to find a group that best represents the path of the sun, the Golden Crow is undoubtedly the top choice. This group has evolved the word sun to the extreme. It is born in the fire of the sky, eats the essence of the sun, and finally transforms into the sun and shines. Universe. Under every starry sky, in every ancient star of life, there is no shortage of figures of the Golden Crow and the Fire Crow. The changes of the years have spread the blood of this demon clan to every corner of the universe, transforming it into the complex universe. Part of the rules. As the ultimate evolver among the countless Fire Crows and Golden Crow demon clan in the universe, the Golden Crow Emperor naturally became the supreme god in the hearts of hundreds of millions of Golden Crows in the universe once he imprinted his great path on the Tianqin seal. Ga! As the well-deserved protagonist of this great era, the Golden Crow Emperor's crow echoed throughout the universe instantly. At this moment, every sun star seemed to have turned into his dependents. The Sun Emperor was blazing with fire and evolved into the immortal crow treasure. It never lacks strength and courage. It finds the elixir of the ancient Fusong tree and always keeps it by its side. It builds the Sun Demon Court on the Huisong planet to protect the Golden Crow and Fire Crow tribes. It also uses this demon court as an ancient temple to preach to all living beings. Explain the true meaning of the sun. In this universe, the sun has long been a prosperous avenue. In the ancient times, the human race's Sun Emperor and Hengyu Emperor appeared. In the mythical era, there were also Sun Supremes from other ethnic groups. Each emperor explained your own Sun Avenue. Extremely brilliant, the Golden Crow Emperor established the Sun Demon Court and passed down his Sun Fire Way. He somewhat imitated the Sun Holy Emperor back then and preached it through the ages. This was his unspoken self-confidence. He was confident that he was not weaker than any Sun Emperor in ancient times. Such a high-profile approach not only attracted the worship of the infinite demon clan in the universe, but also attracted the attention of the extremely powerful people who walked on the path of the sun in the restricted areas. In the 7,000 years after the Golden Crow became the emperor, all the rules in the Immortal Mountain were shaken, and a weak fire rose into the sky, transforming into a tall man holding an illusory imperial furnace, and stepped into the ancient star of Huisong. Half a month later, the ancient battlefield of the mythical era on the edge of the universe was submerged by the Sun Emperor's fire without any warning. The sun's rules in the entire starry sky suddenly violently righted, trembling, resisting, and evolving some kind of power beyond the limit. The strong men who have a deep understanding of the Sun Avenue can vaguely see two figures fighting in the air. The two are fighting in the air. The power of the imperial way that shocks the past and the present is reflected in every gesture. The red gold imperial furnace and the golden imperial bell. The fire phoenix and golden crow evolved respectively, burning to the point where the ancient battlefields in the mythical era were drying up and collapsing. This terrifying emperor's fire burned for more than a month. In the end, people only saw the two fighting parties saying goodbye to each other. One stepped into the demon court of Huisong Ancient Star, and the other disappeared in Beidou Ancient Star, in a certain restricted area of life. There is no doubt that this was a battle at the imperial level, and the outcome was unclear. However, after that battle, the Golden Crow Emperor went into seclusion for more than 2,000 years. One can imagine how intense and profound that battle was. What a great Golden Crow Emperor. What a wonderful Do Tian burning immortal. I will definitely visit the Golden Crow Immortal Clan personally when I go to the Immortal Realm in the future. In the Immortal Mountain, Jiang Hengyu undoubtedly spoke highly of the Golden Crow Emperor and the Golden Crow Immortal Clan. After fighting against the Demon Emperor, he experienced a completely different way of the sun, which obviously broadened his path of cultivation a lot. He was a strong man who had followed Feng Lai to the Immortal Realm, and he had extensive knowledge. He had also heard of the name of the Golden Crow Heavenly Emperor during the Emperor's fall. It is indeed a very interesting Tao of the Sun. Although the current level is not very high, its essence is far beyond the current state of you and me. Xixian, who came after hearing the news, watched Jiang Hengyu evolve the immortal burning emperor fire of the Golden Crow Emperor with great interest. He was a chaos body and had practiced the ancient Sun Sutra, so he was naturally interested in it. Of course, the Golden Crow Emperor, whose first life has only passed 7 or 8,000 years, cannot be the opponent of Jiang Hengyu, who is now far away in the 5th life. But from him, he can glimpse the original power of the Golden Crow clan in the fairyland, which is enough to make Jiang Hengyu so much to gain. The first life of the Golden Crow Emperor lived for 17,000 years. The Dotian burning immortal technique unique to the Golden Crow clan allowed him to stand on the shoulders of a tall enough giant, which made his cultivation path better than that of many emperors. It will be smoother, and your life will be much longer. In the year when his first life came to an end, Jiang Hengyu appeared in person to lead the Golden Crow Emperor to the Immortal Mountain. This demon emperor was a strong man who was led by King Pan himself. Although he was a demon clan, he also gained the power of all the emperors. Recognition. Even Feng Lai had looked at the Golden Crow Emperor from a distance. In the original timeline, this emperor's life was not very smooth. When he reached the limit of his cultivation in his first life, he was targeted by the Supreme. He had no choice but to cut through the immortal platform. He gave up, and it was worth fighting to the death. The earthly emperor finally became emperor in his second life, catching up with the era of Emperor Yitian. It was full of ups and downs, and he never experienced the true feeling of being worshipped by all spirits until his death. Relatively speaking, the Golden Crow Emperor in this timeline appears to be much more normal. He became emperor in one life, although there was not such a magnificent world battle, and too many hard struggles and nirvana were eliminated. In fact, people like old Jinwu are not the material to compete in the great world. Even the great emperor never pursues exactly the same things. Just like the Golden Crow Emperor, he only wants to lead the Golden Crow tribe for the first time as the Demon Emperor. Just brilliant. How many lives does King Pen think this young man can live? Thinking of this, Feng Lai shook his head, turned to King Pan not far away, and spoke softly. With an extremely high starting point, a flawless Taoist mind, and his own relatively excellent talent, there is hope for the 5th or even 6th life. Hearing this, King Pan also withdrew his gaze from the direction of the Immortal Mountain. After thinking for a moment, he spoke like this. The Immortal Sutra is of course helpful to the 9th generation on the road to immortality. But in the later stages, this help will become less and less. Even if the Dotian burning immortal technique was born out of the fundamental method of Emperor Guang, immortal king of the Jinwu tribe, it will not. There is no ability to cultivate a 9th generation mortal immortal. We'll see. At the end of the sentence, King Pan stood up. On his pan-long staff, which was as tall as a person, there was a copper-green metal piece that was shining brightly. The metal piece was very extraordinary, with the gleaming glow of the immortal path flowing on it, soft and bland. What's even more surprising is that there is a small green lotus blooming on the metal piece. The green lotus is lingering in the mist like chaotic light. Reasonable. People can't take their eyes away. Huh? You actually found the green lotus that Shihao left behind? Feng Lai was a little surprised. Even he didn't expect that this chaos green lotus was found by King Pan and brought to the restricted area before it was born. After all, I am the elixir. He is also the elixir. And he is the immortal king in the past. We have a deep fate. King Pan smiled as he fiddled with a small chaos green lotus. Chapter 408, The Qing Emperor's Birth. A lotus in the sky forever. This is a name that transcends eras. Whether it is the immortal ancient era, the chaos ancient era, or the post-desolate ancient era that covers the universe. Just mentioning this name can shock all living beings. That was once an extremely powerful immortal king-level creature in the immortal realm. He had already risen before the ancient immortal era and stood at the pinnacle of the immortal king giants. He had almost become a supreme giant, comparable to the former true dragon and Wu ending. 6 paths of reincarnation and others are in the same realm. But even such an unparalleled immortal king has also fallen into the years, and his form and spirit have been extinguished, leaving only a lotus seed and a wisp of residual thoughts, constantly struggling in nirvana. But the path to nirvana for the chaos green lotus immortal king was not smooth at all. In ancient history, he was reborn and was glorious for a period of time. But he was robbed again soon and slept for countless years. But he still has not been resurrected. Until the end of the chaos. Hao formed a good relationship with this green lotus and gave him a piece of the blood of the quasi-mortal emperor, allowing him to reach nirvana and fade away all the pain of the past. Then, when they jointly established this universe, Hao and Feng Lai took 18 kinds of things related to the immortal king and turned them into 36 immortal elixirs. The Nirvana Chaos Green Lotus also among them. Therefore, in this era, in the post-desolate ancient era, Chaos Qinglian has almost completed nirvana with that drop of blood of the quasi-immortal emperor in the past, and is about to return as a spirit with the help of the power of the immortal weapon. After all these years, I don't know how far it can achieve nirvana. King Pan communicated with Feng Lai, and gradually came to know the extraordinary nature of this Chaos Green Lotus. The other party's essence was actually more powerful than his own. He was once a real giant, and thanks to the great favor of Emperor Huantian, he was resurrected today. After all, it is the nirvana of a giant. For it should not be difficult to become a supreme giant. As for the quasi-immortal emperor, it can only depend on its ability. Feng Lai stared at the third great Chaos Green Lotus on the green bronze piece. After all, it was a giant in the past. This Green Lotus treasure was not complicated and mysterious at all. Instead, it was simple and evolved to the highest state. He believes that this Chaos Green Lotus Immortal King still has some hope of becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. His willpower is strong and has survived countless calamities. He has also analyzed the essence and blood of the real quasi-immortal emperor and has been exposed to the powerful laws of that level. Ha! Then from now on, one more of the 36 elixirs will be eliminated. King Pan laughed, and with a flick of his hand, the green copper piece flowing with the brilliance of the immortal path was thrown from Burial Sky Island and fell into a mysterious and brilliant immortal pond in the eastern wasteland of Beidou. 800 years after the Golden Crow Emperor's 10,000 rules were completely dissipated, another powerful monster genius emerged from the humble beginnings in Beidou Ancient Star and Dongwang. He pushed all the way and suppressed all practitioners in the entire world. Get started. Wanqing is taken from a lotus in the eternal blue sky. This lotus-enlightened demon god has shown invincible talent since his birth. He was born outside the chaos and is independent of the eternal blue sky. Against the background of the decline of the avenue, Beidou in this era has already entered a stage where the entire ancient star is playing with mud. The power of the second heaven of Sendai is enough to control this star. The practitioners of the Xianzhen Dao are known as the masters of a domain. Wanqing rose up in this era. The demon emperor cut off the heavens with his 9 slashes. In just over 100 years, he slashed through the most difficult years, and then borrowed the 5-color altar to set foot in the starry sky. That was the starting point of Wanqing's wonderful life. In the star space, he met the eternal ancient star where the great road and technological cultivation were combined. On that ancient star, he not only obtained the evolutionary fluid passed down by the ancient emperor Daoyan, but also met the most important opponent in his life. That man named Gu Xianao. Rival, close friend, enemy, lover. On that gorgeous ancient starry sky, Wanqing strode forward and gained too many valuable people and things. Although he had an extraordinary origin, he was not as dedicated to seeking the truth as Wuxia was, are also experiencing the human world and savoring the value of every relationship. In the end, amidst the expectations of the public, Wanqing ascended to the 9th level of the quasi-emperor at the age of more than 900, defeated Gu Xianao, defeated all opponents on the road, became invincible in the world, and successfully became enlightened. From then on, the first half of Qinglian Demon Emperor Wanqing's life was completely complete. The name of Qingdi resounded throughout the universe, and all living beings were shocked to worship this powerful plant-based emperor. The role of this fragment of the immortal cauldron in history is really extraordinary. On the day Wanqing became emperor, the figures of Feng Lai and Pan Wan appeared in the Beidou Ancient Star, in a certain mysterious pure land. While looking at Wanqing in the starry sky, who was concentrating on overcoming the calamity, they put their hands into the fairy pool. He fished out a piece of green copper that shone with gleaming light, and said loudly, "This is of course the fragment of Emperor Zun's immortal cauldron." Since Emperor Zun's plan was exposed in the mythical age and heaven collapsed, these things have been scattered everywhere in the universe. More than one big force has collected them. It's a pity that they gathered together and dispersed, and couldn't get it together at all. The Qing Emperor's smooth channeling of immortal medicine in this life actually relied on a small amount of spiritual light provided by the fragments of the immortal cauldron. Although in terms of the nature of evergreen chaos green lotus, this little bit of immortal spiritual light was nothing at all. But for him now, the situation is still a great help. It's a pity that the young man named Emperor Zun obviously had evil intentions, and was ruthless and selfish. So he died in the age of mythology. King Pan nodded and talked about the owner of the immortal cauldron. He was the ultimate immortal king, although he did not have the ability to cross the long river of time. It was not difficult to look back at history, and he also knew the truth about the destruction of heaven in the mythical age. Death? That young man has the ability to become an immortal in the mortal world. But he may not necessarily die in that era. Hearing this, Feng Lai gently threw up the piece of green copper, then grabbed it in his hand and shook his head. Emperor Zun has never died. Even the immortal emperor, who was close to Emperor Zun as master and disciple, does not know this fact. However, Feng Lai knows that when he led the emperor to break through the barrier of the immortal realm, he had a glimpse of it, passing the trace of Emperor Zun. That was a very powerful Hanshin immortal. To be fair, that person's talent was enough to rank among the top 5 in the entire Zetian era. Now he has lived for less than an era, but his combat power is comparable to the Qingyu fairy from the immortal ancient era. If he were brought to heaven, he would definitely become an immortal emperor, not to mention a quasi-immortal emperor. Really? Since he is not dead, do you want to bring him to our side? King Pan was surprised. Not only was he surprised that he had looked away, he was also surprised that Feng Lai seemed to have the intention to guide Emperor Zun. I don't expect it. As you said, that young man has evil intentions. The situation in the universe is very bad and complicated. Such a person cannot be a helper at all. Feng Lai shook his head. Emperor Zun, a man with extraordinary talent and forbearance, planned for half an era and deceived everyone in the mythical era. If not for the Mingzuan, the immortal emperor, and the Kunlun relics at the end of the mythology, who were willing to risk their lives, I am afraid that the era would have ended long ago. There is no doubt that if a person like Emperor Zun goes to heaven, he will definitely be qualified to be the chief sacrificer of the weird side. And there is a high probability that he will sacrifice the entire world sea without hesitation. Chapter 409, Wan Qing's story of becoming an immortal. Something went wrong as expected. More than 17,000 years later, Beidou, Eastern Wasteland, baptized by the aura of the great Tao of the current emperor. Compared to the era of the Golden Crow Emperor, Beidou ancient stars training conditions, and the number of strong men are still acceptable. The dragon veins are full of vitality under the grace of the Demon Emperor, nourishing countless mountains and rivers, as a legacy left by the Demon Emperor himself to his descendants. The holy land of the Demon Clan in the Eastern Wilderness has now reached its peak of prosperity. As one of the only Demon Clan Emperor cults in the Beidou Star, it looms large in the Eastern Wasteland, even if other Emperor cults don't want to provoke either. On this day, in the deepest part of the holy land of the Monster Clan, beside a fairy pond shrouded in illusory mist, there was a thin old man standing on a lotus leaf. Standing alone. He was an old man who looked quite ordinary and thin. He had a tall figure and a pale face. He looked like a down-and-out scholar in the countryside. There was an unyielding look between his brows. But at this moment, the old man is reaching into the depths of the starry sky again and again, fishing out one barren ancient star after another. He seems to be crushing the stars into stardust at will, and scattering them in front of him like fertilizer in the fairy pond. Wow! The essence of the stars is sprinkled into this sacred pool, making the glow in it even more dazzling. The stunning lotus flowers in the pool are gently shaking, absorbing the essence of these stars, and also worshipping the old man. The old man stared at the treasure lotuses in the pool, his face full of love and reluctance. Even though he was fundamentally different from the lotus demons in the pool, it still did not affect him from regarding these demon lotuses as members of his clan and allowed them to treat them as his own. Called himself the Demon Emperor. This old man is naturally the Qing Emperor Wan Qing. As the great emperor who illuminated the entire era more than 10,000 years ago, he has inevitably grown old and his blood has dried up, making it difficult for him to regain his former glory. But everyone understands that compared to the emperor in his youth, the Qing Emperor of this era is undoubtedly more terrifying. His knowledge, experience and state of mind have already undergone transformation due to the long accumulation of life. Even if the universe collapses in the next moment, he will not blink. You don't have much time. A lot has been done. Suddenly, a low and distant voice sounded from the Qing Emperor's ears, like someone striking a fairy bell from the upper reaches of the river of time, giving the sound a strong aura of time. After saying these words, the Qing Emperor paused, and the sun star in his hand was immediately crushed into nothingness. The infinite sun fire essence was crushed into powder by the Emperor's breath. The divine breath surged, and the power contained in it was enough to make any saint's heart trembling. He looked in the direction where the sound came from. In the hazy mist, a dazzling 9-story tower was gently shaking. It was made of unknown immortal bronze, but it was as warm and clear as jade, and full of the vitality of immortality. I know. It was not until a long time later that the face of this eternally famous emperor returned to normal, and he nodded to Huang Ta. He raised it gently, and the concentrated sun fire essence in his hand turned into fine gravel, and sank to the bottom of the fairy pool. Ever since 100 years ago, Emperor Qing has made up his mind to bid farewell to this beautiful world and pursue his own path. For this reason, he appeared in front of future generations for the first time in a long time. He found several young people with great potential in the holy land of the monster clan, and passed down the emperor's insights and told the truth. As a divine being channeled through the elixir, Wan Qing's origin is not like the demon clan, but more like the Holy Spirit. Throughout the ages, he has been alone and lacked companionship, but he still established the orthodoxy and raised his descendants, just like ordinary sentient beings, passing on the scriptures and bloodline. In the past 100 years, Wan Qing has personally traveled to many places, including the Qinling Mountains in Zhongzhou, to guide the way for the Holy Spirit transformed from one of the dream-level dragon marrows. He also built a Yang tomb and a Yin tomb for himself, turning them into Taoist treasures, leaving a legacy for those who came after him. The possibility of rising. My road to becoming an immortal is long, and when I wake up again, I'm afraid it will be after countless reincarnations. After carefully recalling his splendid life of 10,000 years, Qing sighed deeply. The worldly affairs were over, and it was time to leave. With the talent of a lotus in the eternal blue sky, in just over 17 years, he has already planned his own path to immortality, which is to use his own power to create the world, from scratch, from ordinary to immortal, and open up a splendid world, the fairyland. To be honest, he has absolute confidence in his path to becoming an immortal. After all, he is still young and has just reached his old age in his first life. With the help of Huang Ta, one of the 4 ancient immortal weapons, he will definitely be able to go against the will of heaven, create a fairyland from the universe. For this reason, he did not hesitate to dismember his own body, turning the chaotic green lotus body that was the foundation of the elixir into an emperor's weapon, and also suppressed the demon emperor's heart into the tomb, leaving only the soul to escape into the desolate tower to carry out an unprecedented plan. Crash! But just when the Qing emperor was about to dismember his body according to his own ideas, suddenly there was the sound of a distant and majestic rushing river. It seemed that endless time was flowing past him. Among them, there was a pair of objects that were more vast than the universe, eyes staring at himself. At this moment, even though he was in the supreme realm of the supreme realm, Wan Qing felt a sense of unreality rising from his heart. At this moment, he felt as if he had had a dream, an extremely long and extremely real dream. In the dream, Wan Qing did not hear the sound of the rushing river. He was extremely decisive and successfully dismembered his body, turning it into an imperial soldier in the holy land of the monster clan, suppressing the tribe and oppressing the universe. As for Wan Qing himself, he stepped into the desolate tower as a soul. While suppressing his own body, he studied the path to becoming an immortal by opening up the immortal realm. The Huang Ta is magical. The power of the fairy weapon helped Wan Qing successfully cut off the connection between himself and the Tianqin mark, and perfectly suppressed his own aura, making his life flow extremely slowly. This discovery made Wan Qing very happy, because after thousands of years of deduction, he found that establishing the immortal realm is not as simple as theory. It is not only necessary to create an unbreakable universe, but also to have real immortal rules in this universe, making the creatures in it live forever. For Wan Qing, who is at the pinnacle of human nature, it is really a very, very difficult goal. But as the emperor of the Zhetian era and the most powerful demon emperor in the post-desolate ancient era, Wan Qing did not give up because of this small setback. He firmly chose to continue, hoping to leverage the power of immortality with his human body, evolved into the fairyland little by little. In this way, Wan Qing seemed to be possessed by a demon, constantly using his human body to deduce the essence of the power of immortality, starting from the most basic structure of the universe, and creating the immortal realm. With such a huge evolution, even with Huang Ta suppressing his body, Qingdi's soul essence was rapidly consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye, like water dripping from the blazing sun, and he could not achieve any real results at all. Just like this, 10,000 years after Wan Qing entered the desolate tower, He could no longer hold on. Looking back, he had already stuck himself in a dead end. There was no way forward, and retreat would lead to death. As a last resort, he could only choose to sleep. After that, Wan Qing slept for an unknown number of years until one day, a bloodline carrying great power and great cause and effect went against the chaotic Azure Lotus Emperor soldiers from the outside world and fed back Wan Qing's soul. This sleeping person, the Longhua soul, revived again and found itself. But that was of no use. Both the way forward and the way back were cut off. And there was no other way before Wan Qing. He was like a traveler trapped on the island of Palm. No matter which way he went, it was a dead end. Is my path wrong? It was only then that Wan Qing woke up from the dream of becoming an immortal, sighed quietly, and had to admit his failure. Crash! The familiar sound of the rushing river of time sounded again from Wan Qing's ears. And everything he experienced turned into dreamy bubbles and dissipated in his eyes. Chapter 410, Leading the Way. Is my path wrong? When he woke up from the dream, Wan Qing found that he had not yet cut off the key to dismembering his body. All time seemed to flow back at this moment, returning to the historical note of that year. Crash! At this moment, in Wan Qing's ears, only the sound of the rushing river was so delicate and real, and his shadows seemed to be reflected in the rushing turbid current. Hundreds of thousands of years have been like a dream, and it seems that he has not woken up, immersed in despair and helplessness, that the road to immortality has been cut off. A dream for eternity. But it is not false. On a certain tributary of the long river of time. That is your future. In the distance, there was a vague figure of a man striding towards him, making an easygoing sound from his mouth, calling for the true spirit to help the eternal soul return to his era. He was standing under the soft sunshine, but he seemed to come from the past, present and future. Every step he took made Wan Qing feel like he had experienced endless years. This person is none other than Feng Lai. He just pulled Wan Qing's entire soul out of his physical body and made him move forward in the long river of time, experiencing everything that is real and illusory. Verbal preaching may not be able to impress such a stubborn Wan Qing. Only personal experience can make him feel the despair of a broken road and admit his failure. Since the immortal realm does not exist, and the road to open up the immortal realm is blocked. Where is the road to becoming an immortal? Feng Lai's words were not loud, but every word echoed in Wan Qing's ears, which made him stand there blankly. After a long time, he let out a long sigh, and his voice was somewhat dull and sad. Who said that the immortal realm does not exist? And who said that the road to open the immortal realm is impassable? Feng Lai looked down at Wan Qing and did not answer his question, but just said, "Boom." As he spoke, Feng Lai's Tao thoughts moved slightly, and the void where he and Wan Qing were suddenly shook violently. Yin and Yang were reversed. The 5 elements were disintegrated, and everything returned to the state of nothing. Then, under Wan Qing's incredible eyes, the 10,000 rules in this area were reversed, and chains of infinite rules emerged from the void, densely packed, intertwining the most basic rules of time and space, Yin and Yang, and the 5 elements. Then, those most basic rules collided and sublimated in a way that Wan Qing could not understand, turning into the starry sky, turning into all things, turning into real immortal matter and immortal rules, taking root in this small piece of time and space. The rules of immortality appear, and all things can live forever. You see, this is the immortal realm you are pursuing. After this small fairyland, which was no more than 100 feet long and wide, was completely stabilized, Feng Lai raised his head, looked at Wan Qing, and smiled. Controlling rules and shaping the universe from scratch is a method that at least only immortal kings are qualified to touch. Human beings cannot even grasp the essence of immortality, and are not even qualified to reach out. Is this an immortal? Wan Qing was shocked. His nirvana was similar to Wu Ending's situation back then. If he cut off everything in the past and started over, he would naturally not remember the past. In other words, this is Wan Qing's first contact with things related to immortality. Yes, a toddler can't even stand firmly on the ground under his feet, so he wants to jump into the starry sky. It's too early for you. What Feng Lai said was not pleasant, but he warned Wan Qing at this time. But it's just right. If you want to move forward, you must be down to earth. Wan Qing is a master of magical powers, feeling every detail of this fairyland. Wan Qing's face was more serious than ever before, and he said seriously to Feng Lai. He did not think that what Feng Lai did just now was a trick to deceive him, because everything he experienced in the dream just now was acted out by his own will, and every movement and trace could not be faked. And even the desolate tower in the dream is no different from the real one. The immortal realm in front of him was extremely real. Huan Qing could truly feel the origin of the universe. It was continuously maintaining the rules of the immortal way and producing immortal matter. That kind of vitality could not be faked at all. What's more, for such a creature that can easily make the current emperor fall into such a deep illusion and create a fairyland at will, there is probably no need to specifically deceive him. Meet the emperor. After the conversation between Feng Lai and Huan Qing ended, the Huangta that had been suspended in the void also showed its true form. The 9-story tower was slightly bent, as if it was paying homage to Feng Lai. Facing Feng Lai, Huangta didn't dare to be as calm as when facing Huan Qing. This terrifying creature in front of him was a terrifying creature who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Emperor Huang Tian. Even if it was just a ray of obsession, he had the power to reshape the universe in an instant. It's rare. The most mysterious Huangta among the 4 immortal weapons. I haven't seen it for a long time. Feng Lai nodded, just glanced at Huangta, and chuckled. In ancient history, the Huangta was undoubtedly the least appeared immortal weapon. Throughout the entire Zetian era, there were only 3 or 5 people in charge of it. The Emperor is laughing at me, and I have a close relationship. Little friend Huan Qing is the destined person of the Emperor of Heaven in my family. And naturally he is also the destined person of me. Huangta spoke out. When this universe first opened in the past, it knew a lot of things. It also knew part of the past between Shihao and the ancient immortal king of chaos Qinglian. As an immortal weapon that Shihao modeled after the 9-story bone tower of the past, the immortal king tower paid the most attention to cause and effect in fate. And Huang Tower obviously inherited this instinct. Follow him if you want. Feng Lai didn't mind the desolate tower. It was just an immortal weapon. This was far from Huan Qing's limit. He quickly turned his attention back to Qingdi. With a move of faith, Feng Lai picked a leaf from the mountain forest in the eastern wilderness of Beidou, blended the miniature fairyland he had just opened into the leaf, threw it into Huan Qing's hand, and said, "How is your path to becoming an immortal? Come to Burial Island to find me in your later years in your second life. I look forward to your answer." Originally, on the world line, Huan Qing had taken the wrong path and was stuck at the pinnacle of the supreme realm. Regarding his limits, Feng Lai actually had expectations. "Thank you." Qingdi nodded again, carefully put away the seemingly ordinary leaf, and nodded, feeling the incomparable reality of the universe in his hands. Huan Qing felt a huge amount of inspiration emerging. In the last days of his first life, his life path had indeed undergone a major turning point, which made his energy surge naturally, breaking through certain barriers. Since then, the old state has faded away, and a new life has been born in the old body. Huan Qing has successfully lived a second life with his own body. Congratulations. If everything goes well, within a few epochs, you will probably have another quasi-immortal emperor under your seat. After Huan Qing left with Huangta, King Pan also tore the void and his true body appeared. He was still holding the dragon staff as tall as a man. Looking at the plant genius, who was also the ancient immortal king, said with a smile, "The premise is that everything goes well, and he has to truly find a path that shines in my eyes." Feng Lai put his hands behind his back and shook his head. Chapter 411, Premonition of the Great World. Although he never embarked on the road of becoming an immortal by dismembering his body and escaping behind closed doors in a desolate tower, the Qing Emperor still chose to suppress his body and sever the relationship with the Tianqin seal. With Huang Tower in hand, this was not difficult for him. Before completely hiding from the world, Huan Qing borrowed the power of the immortal weapon and used the Chaos Green Lotus as its form to refine a Ji Dao Lotus soldier and left it in the holy land of the demon clan in the eastern wasteland. One of the emperors of weapons. He needs to specialize in refining Ji Dao weapons and leave them to future generations. 50 years after the Qing Emperor left, the Lotus Emperor's weapon naturally bloomed with a soft and magnificent fairy light. Only then did the Qing Emperor's descendants and many demon cultivators from the eastern wasteland monster clan's holy land find the Qing Emperor's secluded place and bring this Duoyan soldiers regarded him as the true form of the emperor and worshipped him devoutly. That year, countless monks from all races in the entire universe came from all star regions to mourn the death of Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor. There is a lotus in the eternal blue sky. That third-grade Taoist lotus looks a bit familiar. Sure enough, it is it. Chaos Green Lotus. One of the original 36 elixirs. It did not die with the dissipation of the heaven in the mythical era. Terrible. The elixir of immortality is a channeling spirit. He really has the qualities of an emperor. Different from other eras. The connection between the Qing Emperor and the Tianqin seal was severed, which actually attracted the attention of many forbidden areas of life in this era. Many beings paid attention to the chaotic green light, and even the Supreme One's eyes were like a torch, and he saw through the Qing Emperor's heel and legs. After all, no one can guess how ancient the most powerful people in the restricted area of life are. Some of them have experienced the unparalleled divine wars in the ancient times. Some have witnessed the glory of the two ancient emperors of the human race, Tian and Sun. And some have even participated in the age of mythology. The rise of ancient heaven is a walking history book. Of course, the awakening of the supreme beings cannot be accidental. In most cases, these creatures sleep deeply in the deepest part of the restricted area, suppressing their bodies with immortal sources, extending their lifespans with immortality methods, and enduring the years after their suicide. There are too few reasons for them to wake up on their own initiative. The road to immortality is definitely one of the reasons why so many supreme beings woke up in similar eras. Sure enough, as Tianji deduced, the road to becoming an immortal is coming. Deep in the immortal mountain, a middle-aged man wearing Nine Lights Immortal's black robe stood in the dark and deep mountains. He was also gazing at the third great emperor Lotus Soldier in the sky, which was more majestic than the sky, and felt the many extremes lingering around it. The will of the Tao speaks out. There is no doubt that he is the Golden Crow Emperor of the Huisong Star. 30,000 years have passed, and this emperor has been practicing in the immortal mountain, step by step, to discover the secret of becoming an immortal in the 9th generation. Today's Golden Crow Emperor has lived his third life 1,000 years ago, and his vitality is at its peak. Looking at the Ji Dao aura rising from the Big Dipper star in the distance, he sighs with emotion. After all, the Qing Emperor's heals were so extraordinary that they caused at least a dozen supreme beings to wake up and look at the Qing Lotus Emperor soldiers in the eastern wasteland. This is obviously abnormal. In the ancient times, even if someone triggered the Great Emperor's tribulation, it would be rare to attract the attention of 2 or 3 supreme beings. To wake up so many supreme beings at once can only mean that something big will happen. The emperors are fighting for the most precious spot to become an immortal. Of course, they have to wake up from the deepest slumber and understand the times. Next to the Golden Crow Emperor, Xi Xian flicked the golden bell of the Golden Crow Emperor, causing the Sun Emperor's fire to surge in the fire bell. He shook his head when he heard this. As the inexhaustible emperor, they naturally have a very deep grasp of the secrets of heaven and the future, and can feel the arrival of an extremely important era node. It was like a specially marked page in the history book, like the most ups and downs turning point in the long river of time. Even if the emperors could not see the future, they could still feel its existence. It's at least 10,000 years. It's too anxious. When the Golden Crow Emperor heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With the skills of the Imperial Light Immortal King level guiding him, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he could feel many deep things in this lonely world. The group of people in the restricted area cannot be measured by common sense. Many of them have waited for millions of years for that day, and now they wake up 10,000 years early. It is not too much, Xi Xian said with a smile. The great age in the next 10,000 years will not be simple. In just 500 years, the real road to immortality has been opened twice. Such historical nodes may only occur once or twice in the entire era. Brother Xian Wang also thinks that someone will become an immortal in 10,000 years? Will the immortal mountain be involved? Xi Xian's attitude made the expression on the Golden Crow Emperor's face become more serious, and also made the Demon Emperor look forward to the road to immortality even more. Having stayed in the immortal mountain for nearly 30,000 years, he has a deep understanding of how terrifying this restricted area is. Although the number of people in it is not as good as that of the Taichu ancient mine, the path of every extreme practitioner is perfect, integrated, and in excellent condition. Amazing. To put it bluntly, ancient emperors such as Void, Hengyu, and Wudao are all entities that can wipe out a restricted area. Seeing that the expression on Emperor Jinwu's face really attached great importance to the road to immortality, Xi Xian shook his head gently and said, "My ambition is to become an immortal, not to embark on some path to immortality. Naturally, I will not participate in it. Most of my friends in the Immortal Mountain have similar ideas. Rather than seeking the path to immortality outside of myself, it is better to pursue my own life. For the emperors of the Immortal Mountain, time represents not only aging and decay, but also honing their path to immortality and making them reach nirvana again and again. In these years, Mu Wudao, Ji Vukong and Jiang Hengyu have all gone a long way in their 5th life. Especially Mu Wudao, the eldest, who has already entered his old age in his 5th life, and is now struggling with the years, waiting for inspiration to hit the sixth life. In terms of combat power, they can theoretically fight against the weaker true immortals, and even have a good chance of winning. Xi Xian's condition is similar. His lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary emperors. He has now lived his fourth life, and his combat power is comparable to theirs. The emperor at the back. Emperor Li failed to survive the fifth life in his later years in the fourth life. He had no choice but to give up the road to immortality in the ninth life and throw himself into the forbidden area of God. Xi Xian's Taoist companion, the former Wanlong princess, is now in a similar state to Yinglong Emperor. Her fourth life has reached its limit a few years ago, and now she is in nirvana, trying to transform from Yinglong's body into a real dragon. Phase. Live out the fifth life. Seek one's own body. Is this the same path that Emperor Wuxia took? Emperor Jinwu nodded thoughtfully, and then spoke after a moment. The year he stepped into the Immortal Mountain, Emperor Wuxia, the last emperor in ancient times, was visiting friends in the Immortal Mountain. That emperor left a deep impression on the Golden Crow Emperor. Even though they were only tens of thousands of years apart in age, they still impressed him. The Golden Crow Emperor felt great pressure. The same is naturally true for Wuxia. He has found a different path to becoming an immortal a few years ago. At this stage, I am afraid that he is facing the Immortal Emperor, Xi Xian said with a smile. As if destined by fate, Wuxia and the Immortal Emperor faced each other in his second life. The two had dueled on the mythical battlefield of the ancient planet Yingnan. And then, they were wary of each other. After many years, they finally met by chance. They broke through another ancient immortal road and rushed in together. The ancient immortal road connected to that strange world. Chapter 412. Before Master Yi's arrival, the Qing Emperor disappeared from ancient history, and the entire universe became calm and indifferent again after experiencing a brief period of sorrow and panic. The world is rushing. The mortal world is ups and downs. The monks continue to suffer in the cold winter of practitioners, and the geniuses are also dormant, waiting for the next great world to begin. But in this calm period, many major events have begun in the universe, which herald many extraordinary things in this era. More than 800 years after the Qing Emperor became a Taoist, the ancient Beidu star, in the ancient restricted area that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years, a majestic figure shrouded in blood appeared in the depths of the morning glow. It was the red power of blood that was like a divine diamond. Even if it was far away, looking at it is enough to scare the great sage-level practitioners. According to ancient legend, there is a supreme being in the ancient restricted area. That unparalleled creature is nameless, and is only called the Lord of the Desert. He has been watching for a long time, overlooking the world of mortals. Fortunately, the legendary Lord of the Wild didn't seem to have the slightest interest in the creatures of the Big Dipper. He just put his big hands into the starry sky and made adjustments to the direction of some stars. No one knows the reason why he moved these stars. They can only watch the sky change under the supreme power. Many stars are shattered, and many stars change their paths and merge into new trajectories. It was not until 3 days later that all the actions of the Lord of Desolation came to an end. He still did not say a word. He just sighed lightly, collected his energy, and escaped into the forbidden area of the ancient times again. At the same time, more than a dozen galaxies away from Facian ancient star, a huge ancient coffin floating in the starry sky lay across the dark universe. In front of it, there were 9 real-life cold dragon bodies wrapped in chains. Pull the ancient coffin and fly slowly in a certain direction. As the Lord of Desolation took action, some changes occurred in the trajectory of the galaxy. The direction of the 9 dragon law coffin was affected, and it also changed direction, flying towards a certain blue ancient star countless light years away. However, compared to the infinite distance in the universe, the speed of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin is still too slow. It will take at least nearly 10,000 years to reach the blue ancient star. Reincarnation, waiting for you to come back. As if seeing the change in the trajectory of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, deep in the ancient restricted area, a sigh like this suddenly sounded in an ancient bronze palace as towering as a mountain. A tall and slender woman touched a rough ancient ring and seemed to have thought of it. Some past that is difficult to let go of. More than 2,000 years after the Qing Emperor became a Taoist, there was an uproar on the ancient Beta star. A certain extremely powerful genius turned out to be born, and the immortal song of transcendence and tribulation cleansed the ancient star, becoming a profound memory that a generation cannot shake off. That year, Na Qin, the man named Gaijioyo, rose up. Starting from a small sect, he gradually shook the great states, the eastern wasteland, Beidou, and finally the entire universe. He seemed to be born for cultivation. And he has shown unimaginable talent since he was 14 or 15 years old. Even those prodigies, who have become famous over the years, can hardly have an enemy at the same level. The first person in Beidou after Qingdi. Some people put such a name on Gai Jiuyo's head, thinking that this man really has the qualifications to become an emperor and has awe-inspiring talents. If he was not born at the wrong time, he would definitely be able to rule an era like the Qing Emperor. After all, the era of Gai Jiuyo's rise was only more than 2,000 years after the Qing Emperor's sitting. Many people in the world are still living in the shadow of the Qing Emperor. And even powerful men at the quasi-emperor level have met him. The Qing Emperor knows his invincibility. But as a generation of genius, Gai Jiuyo obviously doesn't like to put his name after the Qing Emperor. He can rise abruptly in the suppressed environment of the Emperor's avenue, and even rush all the way to the quasi-emperor 9th level. His talent is amazing. Just imagine. He was extremely talented and arrogant, but he was helpless in his heart. Unfortunately, he was not born in the same era as the Qing Emperor, so he could only live in the shadow of the other party. Even if he had all kinds of abilities, it would be difficult to make up for it. Thus, Gai Jiuyo began his life that could be described as extremely crazy and sad. 3,000 years after the Qing Emperor's incarnation, Gai Jiuyo was less than 1,000 years old, but he had already honed his Tao to the limit. He used the body of an enlightened person to induce the Emperor's tribulation. He wanted to use his own body to fight against the 10,000 Tao. He went against the will of heaven and forcibly become enlightened. That was the first time such a large-scale imperial catastrophe occurred after the Qing Emperor was enthroned. Gai Jiuyo played a fairy song in a desperate situation, hoping to break the world and become the emperor. Unfortunately, that massive tribulation ended in Gai Jiuyo's disastrous defeat. The power of 10,000 ways directly severed his physical body, soul, and natal Emperor Qin, causing him to almost die. Such a tragic situation has caused the world to lament, saying that Gai Jiuyo is easily broken and will surely fall because of his arrogance. But Gai Jiuyo himself didn't think so. He understood Dafa in the state of death, attained nirvana, and was reborn. After 2,000 years, he returned successfully and entered an alternative realm of enlightenment. He caused the emperor's calamity and once again collided with the rules of 10,000 ways. That catastrophe was more grand and tragic than Gai Jiuyo's first imperial tribulation, even though Gai Jiuyo was much stronger than when he first transcended the tribulation. And the immortal song of transcending the tribulation led directly to the avenue of the immortal family. It was still ineffective. The immortal Qin collapsed again, and Jiuyo's Taoist body was pierced by 10,000 rules, almost dying on the spot. Gai Jiuyo was indomitable. More than 2,000 years later, he healed all his wounds again, fought against the will of heaven, and caused the emperor's calamity for the third time, colliding with the Qing emperor's great rules. There is no doubt about the result. Still a disastrous defeat and near death. In the years that followed, Gai Jiuyo seemed to be possessed by a demon. Every 1,000 years, he would trigger the emperor's tribulation to confront Wan Dao and the Qing emperor's Tianqin seal. What has to be said is that every time Gai Jiuyo suffers a calamity, he will be stronger than the last time. Failure is nothing to him. It is like sharpening a fairy sword, which will only make the light on him sharper. But the results never changed each time. Gai Jiuyo only faced failure again and again. Even though he became stronger every time, he still couldn't resist the Qing emperor's great rules, and all his efforts were shattered. Some people say that if he had been replaced by a more ordinary emperor, Gai Jiuyo might have accomplished something extraordinary. But the emperor before him was named Wan Qing, a lotus in the sky forever, and his majesty was world-shaking, like a mantis using his arms as a chariot, like a moth flying into a flame. It's a pity that this person is considered to be the bravest in the world, but he has such a stubborn character. Even King Pan, who was sitting cross-legged in the forbidden area of the sky, had heard about Gai Jiuyo's deeds. He inquired about Gai Jiuyo's life in detail, and felt helpless and regretful in his heart. With an invincible heart and repeated defeats, if it were not limited by the times, he could become a great talent. Feng Lai was naturally also paying attention to Gai Jiuyo. Seeing King Pan's comments, he smiled. So, Emperor Taizong is willing to give guidance to that ignorant boy. Hearing this, King Pan's eyes flickered slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, "After all, he is indeed very talented. If he can survive a second life under such circumstances, his achievements may not be weaker than Wan Qing," Feng Lai said with a smile. Chapter 413 Yi Fan. Feng Lai did not interfere in Gai Jiuyo's first life journey, allowing him to be defeated time and time again, and then reborn again and again, constantly clashing and struggling, trying to completely suppress the Qing Emperor's great down mark and fight for the throne for the first life. What is gratifying is that Gai Jiuyo has indeed continued to grow stronger through repeated defeats and battles. The 10,000 rules of the Qing Emperor's mark that has not yet dissipated is like a forging hammer cast in the sky, constantly beating Gai Jiuyo's peace. The embryo of a great instrument makes it clean and complex, becoming purer and sharper. But as he continued to grow stronger, Gai Jiuyo's physical body and soul also suffered serious damage. Although the tempering of one Dao is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, every heavy blow will challenge Gai Jiuyo's limits, laying hidden wounds, waiting to be completely detonated one day. In this way, Gai Jiuyo caused the great emperor's calamity 6 times in 7,000 years. Each time, he did not flinch, and openly confronted and fought hard with the 10,000 rules left by the Qing emperor, even though his whole body was stained every time. Blood, even after returning from a great defeat, never slacked off. Many people lamented that Gai Jiuyo, the peerless genius, probably no longer wanted to achieve enlightenment in the ordinary world, but wanted to directly suppress the rules of the road left by the Qing emperor and fight for a bright future for himself. But his opponent is Qing emperor after all. Even if it is just the rules of the great road imprinted in Tianqin's mark, it is still far beyond what Gai Jiuyo, who has not yet become enlightened, can shake. It was not until the 8th millennium after Gai Jiuyo was born that no one in the world rushed out to cause the emperor's calamity. People suddenly discovered that even an outstanding person like Gai Jiuyo would one day have his blood exhausted and become old. The next step is to wait for time to test his qualifications. From the beginning to the end, Feng Lai did not give Gai Jiuyo the slightest help. He just murmured to himself when Gai Jiuyo was 9,000 years old. In the original timeline, the aging Gai Jiuyo did not want to watch the common people being robbed, nor did he want to die silently in the years. So he took the initiative to seek death, and after the road to immortality ended, he died together with a certain Forbidden City Supreme who launched a dark turmoil, which can be considered brilliant. But in this life, the Supreme should not have the courage to initiate turmoil. Under the vibration of too many butterfly wings, Gai Jiuyo's fate may have some fundamental changes. He is very extraordinary. If he can become an emperor in the realm of humanity, he will be liking you, Void and Wu Dao. He will have the qualities of an unparalleled immortal king. King Pan looked at Gai Jiuyo, who was aging in a small town in the Beidou ancient star, reminded, if you can get over such a failure, even Daozi will have a possible future. Feng Lai did not look back. He just waved and said goodbye to King Pan. Where are you going, Emperor? King Pan asked. In his opinion, in this era, Gai Jiuyo is the worthy protagonist. Most of the others are poor people in the sea of suffering and reincarnation, and it is difficult to escape. Let's go and see the future that will rise after us. Feng Lai's voice was filled with a bit of expectation and leisure, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from King Pan's sight. This year, Earth, the ancient Chinese country, City B, in a slightly remote street on the outskirts of the city, a medium-sized idol store was taken over. In just a few days, a traditional Chinese cultural and toy store opened. The store is open. At the time of the millennium, whether it is material or ideological, the tide of the times is violently washing away everyone's cognition. Only this ordinary antique store stands there like a rock, unimpeded by wind and frost. Gradually, people around also noticed this small store. The owner of this store was very charming. There were only all kinds of bottles and mirrors in the store, including porcelain bottles, jade bottles, glass bottles, bronze mirrors, gold mirrors, etc. Mirrors, dioramas, etc. are all included. With this single and rich feature, coupled with unusually high quality, Master Feng's antique shop quickly made a name in the circle and became very popular in the first decade of the 21st century. Feng Lai enjoys the feeling that this era brings to him. Before traveling to the Jitian universe, he was once a person on the modern Earth. The memory of this era is like an old man recalling the best childhood, full of precious things. Remember, he was immersed in such a time, and 8 years passed unknowingly. 8 years ago, he seemed to have abandoned everything in the past and concentrated on enjoying his current life. Not only did he feel much better, but he also made many friends. One day 8 years later, Feng Lai was lying on a recliner listening to the radio as usual, when a male voice suddenly woke him up. Boss Feng, this bottle of yours is so beautifully made. Is it made of some brand new synthetic material? It's completely integrated. Just like ancient jade. It was a clear and gentle young man's voice. With a clear Beijing flavor. Which echoed in Feng Lai's small shop. Making this lonely store seem a little livelier. Feng Lai looked up, and saw in the corner of his vision a young man, who looked to be in his 20s. His body looked a little thin. But he was very handsome. There was a bit of resoluteness between his brows. At this time, he was carefully looking at the display cabinet. The red vial said casually. It's He Fan. It's made of authentic 9-day red light jade. If you like it, for the sake of an old friend, I'll take it home immediately with 360,000 yuan. It was a red and translucent vase. More than a foot tall. With a crystal clear and warm body. As smooth as a silk ribbon. Even if you look at it with the naked eye, you can feel a sense of warmth. Which makes people feel calm. 360,000? How do you think this is done? How many pieces of ruby that big can be found in China? Maybe you can get the new material as a decoration. Hearing this, even Yifan felt speechless. He rolled his eyes at Feng Lai and complained. In another 20 years. 360,000. You can't find such a cheap price all over the world. Feng Lai glanced at Yifan and said casually. He and Yifan have known each other for 4 years. When Yifan was still a college student, he had come to Feng Lai's antique store to buy gifts for his girlfriend. After going back and forth, the two gradually became familiar with each other. I don't believe it. I won't spend 360,000 yuan to buy this bottle from you in another 80 years. Yifan complained. Although Feng Lai's words sounded like nonsense. Inexplicably, he still seemed very calm. Instinctively, he could feel the extraordinariness of the small red bottle that was about a foot tall. As if the bottle itself was worth the price. Then just wait until you regret it. Feng Lai shook his head and said. The Olympics are coming. It's been almost a year since you graduated from college. And it's been a year since you broke up with that Li Xiaoman. Do you regret it? I don't regret it. Looking back, Li Xiaoman and I are not suitable at all. Yifan heard this, and moved his eyes away from Feng Lai's divine jade vase. He casually sat on another recliner next to Feng Lai inside. I recently met a girl who is virtuous and virtuous. I think she is the one for me. I think you can think about it for another 2 years. Feng Lai glanced at the calendar on the table, and shook his head. Chapter 414 The Earth in this era. The young man named Yifan had a good relationship with Master Feng of the antique shop, and often visited the antique shop. Not only because Feng Lai's bottles and mirrors were very beautiful and exquisite, but also because Feng Lai had an extraordinary conversation and a sexy personality. Refined temperament. Feng Lai had been friends with Yifan for 2 years. And he gradually realized that this Master Yi was probably a rich second generation. Not only was he a native of City B, he bought a Mercedes-Benz just 2 or 3 years after graduating from college. And he still had money to drive with Feng Lai. Going to Shanghai to watch the World Expo is obviously not something that ordinary college graduates should be comfortable with. And Yifan never imagined that just 2 months after returning from the Magic City, he and his old college classmates would casually gather together and casually climb Mount Tai. And they would encounter a fantasy event that he had never dared to imagine in his life. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin into the sky and flew towards the vast and boundless universe. The gears of fate began to turn slowly after the extremely unlucky or lucky group of people were included in the Kowloon coffin. Not to mention what fate will await Yifan and others. Just in terms of the circle of earthly practitioners in this era, the appearance of the 9-dragon coffin is enough to cause huge waves. Grandpa, do you know the origin of the 9-dragon coffin? Half a month after the sudden change in Mount Tai, the coffin in Kowloon, and the emergence of the human world. In City B, 2 old men dressed in ancient style came to this old porcelain shop in Feng Lai. Although they both looked gray-haired, still respectfully saluting Feng Lai, he asked about Jiolong's coffin pulling. They are the actual people in power of the contemporary Fushi Feng clan. And they are also one of the very few Feng clan people in this era who know Feng Lai. When Feng Lai opened this porcelain shop in City B, he used the power of the Fushi Feng clan. Today's Wen clan has been rooted in the ancient star for hundreds of thousands of years. Even in the past 1,000 years, the Wen clan has been tested by the times. However, as a Ji Dao family, they have still maintained considerable dignity, although only a few part of it remains in the mortal world. But it still has huge assets and energy. What? Are you all still thinking about it? But also want to look at the stars? Feng Lai casually played with the treasure vase made of 9 heavens divine jade. The light of the avenue was dazzling. Even though the 2 Feng tribe members in front of him were half a step away, The level of strength is very dazzling. Grandpa is serious about what he said. In the age of ending Dharma, we are no more than the second heaven of Siantai. We will be beaten by any star. We are just a little concerned about the 9-dragon coffin. Feng Lai's attitude made one of the white-haired old men look more respectful, which made all the younger practitioners standing behind him look a little strange. Because this old man is the real veteran strongman of the Feng clan. The second in Sendai, Shongtian, a powerful master, faced a young man as if he were facing an old monster. But the old man of the Feng clan didn't care about this. He became more and more certain that Feng Lai's identity was extraordinary. He might be one of the several ancient sages of the Feng clan who were famous in ancient times. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to survive through the years in the age of ending Dharma and live to this point. Era. The Kowloon coffin pulling coffin can be understood as a big ship of fate, sending the right people to the right place at the right time and the right place. That's all. Feng Lai glanced at these practitioners. In the age of Dharma ending, even the Feng clan, as a member of the Ji Dao family, felt helpless. The practitioners were inferior to Baidu at the same time. And even the young cultivators at the 4 extremes level were considered masters. You mean? There is something special about those people who were taken away. The people in the Feng clan were thoughtful about what they said. They also knew the list of Yifan and others. Not to mention their family members. Even Yifan's name back then. The counselor had a thorough understanding of the teachers in each subject. Hearing Feng Lai speak like this, he quickly said, "Yes, some of them will come back. You can take care of their families. And there will be unexpected gains." Of course Feng Lai would not condescend to take care of Yifan's family. But just mentioning it casually was considered a good cause. "Thank you, Grandpa, for your advice." The old talker of the Wind clan bowed. Today's Eastern cultivation world is biased. And the Western cultivation world is eyeing our ancestral weapons and rare treasures. If there is an opportunity, we also hope that you can come out of the mountain, take charge of the Fushi Dragon Monument, and suppress Xiao Xiao, another old man from the Wind clan. After a little hesitation, he spoke. This is the main purpose of their coming this time. If they can invite a sage to move and increase the power of the divine army, no matter how strong the Western cultivation community is, they will not be able to move the Eastern soil at all. No need. She too is far from as powerful as you think. If I take action, it will be too bullying. Feng Lai naturally had no intention of taking action, and just flicked his sleeves to sweep all these young practitioners out of the house. He is not at all eager to return to the forbidden area of God or go to any spiritual realm. He just lives quietly as a mortal on earth, guarding his porcelain shop every day, occasionally going out, traveling to various parts of the world by car, ferry or plane, and witnessing the wonders of this remembered planet. This was Feng Lai's wish when he was still a mortal in his last life. He had some free time and some money, so he could go where he wanted to go and live a simple life. Such a peaceful life passed quietly like clouds and smoke. Feng Lai stayed on this familiar yet unfamiliar star for a total of 16 years. During these years, he did not live like the unparalleled immortal emperor who spanned all the heavens and worlds. He lived a plain and ordinary life, laid back. In the year 2016 of the Christian era, the year when the ancient Chinese country fully relaxed its policy of allowing 2 children, Feng Lai once again embarked on a journey through the Tianshan Mountains, followed the vast dragon veins, and arrived at Hangu Pass. As the only formation in the great ancient star formation set up by the emperor, Hangu Pass is still so vicissitudes and majestic. It has experienced many personal blessings from the emperor over the years. And even Feng Lai once again imprinted Tai's song. Even if the true supreme comes, it will take a lot of time to break through the array pattern. I never thought that in such an apocalyptic world, there would be such an expert as a layman. It's really gratifying. The arrival of Feng Lai naturally attracted the attention of the gatekeeper. The man was so shocked by Feng Lai's unfathomable strength that he met him in person and respectfully introduced him into the gate. The contemporary gatekeeper of Hangu Pass is a great demon, who can be regarded as the descendant of Yin Shi, a disciple of Lao Tzu Li Er. He follows the path of absorbing blood and mind cultivation, and is at the level of Daozhan. Are Sakyamuni and Li Er at Hangu Pass? Feng Lai casually pointed at the demon king, and then asked about the 2 true enlightened beings of the earth's lineage. They are the soul body of the ancient Buddha Amitabha and the spiritual body of the moral God. They are not affected by Feng Lai. Naturally, still exists. Both venerables went to visit friends in the stars. Li Zun may have gone to Baidu and Ziwei, and Shizhuan may have gone to Feishian ancient star. They will return in 100 years or 1,000 years. The demon exclaimed in amazement. Feng Lai spoke respectfully. Well, have a good time practicing. In the future, a young man will bring prosperity to this ancient star. When practitioners become prosperous, I hope you will not forget your true intentions and guard Hangtianguan. Feng Lai patted his head. The big demon said with a smile on his shoulder. Chapter 415 Technological Civilization and Immortal Civilization. For a race or a civilization, there is always more than one path of evolution. When a traditional evolutionary path is closed, it often promotes the rise of another evolutionary path. Just like the people who stayed on Earth in the age of ending Dharma. In the years when the rules of the Great Road have dried up and the traditional path of cultivation is difficult to follow, they have developed a new and highly efficient path. Science and technology. In the eyes of the vast majority of traditional practitioners on the planet today, this system that is popular in the secular world is completely a side path that abandons one's own body and focuses on external objects. It cannot be compared with the mainstream spiritual path at all. The fact is indeed true. The level of the Earth's technological side is too low. It will only take a few hundred years to develop at all costs. The creation of civilization still remains on the surface, and the use of energy is too superficial. But Feng Lai knew very well that regardless of the Earth's technological creations, there was absolutely no problem with the evolutionary path of technology itself. In the sky where he currently resides, technology is a very advanced evolutionary path. Latitude energy technology, infinite microtechnology, ultra-quantum network technology, multidimensional spacetime transition technology. Behind these supreme achievements of scientific and technological civilization, there is almost always at least one quasi-immortal emperor-level creature. They are entrenched in the infinite time and space of heaven, and their inheritance showing the unparalleled splendid fireworks of scientific and technological civilization. Feng Lai's memory can occasionally be connected with the original body of God. Heaven once faced a certain great technological civilization that fell into weirdness. There were several supreme giants in it who had practiced the path of science and technology to the extreme. Among them, the strongest with just a few movements of his hands, he can create countless war fortresses. His body is unparalleled, and he can even fight hundreds of moves with the burial master. Obviously, the Earth's technology is far from being on par with the immortals, born in this universe belonging to immortal practitioners. It is like a tender seedling standing in the blizzard. Even if it is just a second-level fairy in Sendai, even powerful people can easily subvert its fundamentals. Feng Lai has no interest in helping the Earth's scientific and technological civilization rise. This universe is the back garden of the immortal cultivation civilization. What is needed is the seeds of the immortal path. Leaving the seeds of a high-level evolutionary civilization too early will most likely lead to division and war. Destroy. As for the path that Eternal Ancient Star is currently taking to integrate technological civilization and immortal civilization, it is indeed a path that has the opportunity to cultivate Taoist ancestors. But if it starts from the human level, the chance is too slim. Since the beginning of the millennium, Feng Lai has witnessed the progress of Earth's technological civilization. From simple information technology to the network covering every corner of the world. From limited surface civilization to the underground, the seabed and the starry sky. Breaking through the shackles of technology again and again. 20 years after Yi Fan and others left the Earth, with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. That is, around 2030 AD. European and American countries, and a certain Eastern power have mastered relatively mature celestial technology, and can send people to the moon. Start building an ecological capsule on the moon. Although the moon is not far from the Earth, making full use of this planet is still a big step in the development of science and technology. The mortal realm of the entire planet is excited about the vigorous development of science and technology, and regards Mars as the next goal. Spread the fire of civilization there. At the same time, the world of ancient star cultivation hidden behind technological civilization is also very exciting. Since the Taishan incident, the united orthodoxy with religion as the core in the Western Territory has been ready to move. It regards the 9 dragons coffin lamination as a historical node for plundering the resources of the Eastern Territory's spiritual practice world, and completely confronts the Eastern Territory. Perhaps because Feng Lai changed history on a large scale. The supreme god worshipped by the Western cultivation world in this timeline actually became an enlightened general of the ancient race with powerful cultivation. He died in the ancient times, but leaving behind a quasi-imperial weapon became Shi Tu's real confidence. 10 years after Jiolong pulled the coffin and left, Shi Tu sent more than a dozen practitioners from the second level of Sendai, led by a Taoist slayer, to sacrifice the weapons of enlightened people to plunder many ancestral weapons and scriptures from Dongtu. Due to the endless supply of faith in literature and history books, the power of the Western Territory is much greater than that of the Eastern Territory, and it has indeed been crushed in this regard. But the response of these ancient traditions in Dongtu was also very simple. In the 13th year after Jiolong Lakofan left, the Fushifeng clan, Longhu Mountain, Tibetan monks, Shushan sword sect, and Kunlun demon clan each produced an immortal. The two great powers jointly worshipped the Fushi dragon monument, and a great battle broke out with the powerful men from the western land in the ancient Shida kingdom. In that battle, the Fushi dragon monument only shook once, and a certain holy land in the Shidu ancient kingdom was reduced to the ground. All the high-ranking cultivators who came from the western lands for the expedition were reduced to blood mist, and even the artifact that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was reduced to a bloody mist. The Enlightenment's weapon, the Bible, was beaten to pieces, and he fled back to the western land. That battle was cruel. The 5 great masters who mobilized the emperor's soldiers were squeezed to the point where they almost became Taoists. They never came out after returning to the eastern land. However, from that day on, the practice community in the western land completely lost their voice. They were deeply moved, realizing the terror of the imperial soldiers. He had no choice but to temporarily give up his plan to invade the eastern territory. While all of this was happening, Feng Lai almost always stayed in City B, hiding in his antique store, becoming a bystander of the historical process, paying attention to everything that happened in the era, but never taking action. It wasn't until the autumn of 2035 AD that a familiar young man stepped into Feng Lai's antique store again after 25 years, causing a slight disturbance in Feng Lai's leisurely and ordinary life. Sages live in the marketplace, and unicorns hide in the fields. Boss Feng, you're welcome and safe. It was a young man dressed in red ancient clothes, with a full head of black hair pulled back casually. His body was like a dragon, slender and powerful. He stood at the door of the art store, looking quite emotional. When he came to Feng Lai's antique store again after more than 20 years, his vision had changed dramatically, because a considerable part of the dazzling array of treasure vases and ancient mirrors in the store were magical artifacts. Tao Yun Tianqing. It was obviously the work of an extraordinary practitioner. Oh! It turns out to be Xieya. Sit down. Are you okay with Beidou and his party? Seeing the arrival of this young man, a smile appeared on Feng Lai's face. He asked the young man to sit down on the familiar sofa, took out a tea set with a green fairy light, and started to make tea. After staring at Feng Lai's tea set for a long time, Yi Fan sat down. He recalled that he and Feng Lai traveled to Fushi's former residence and went to Shanghai to see the World Expo. After a long time, he spoke softly. The journey has been bumpy, and I have lost a lot and gained a lot. After the words fell, Yi Fan waved. Gentle footsteps sounded again outside the door of Feng Lai's antique store. A woman in a purple dress also walked into Feng Lai's antique store. She moved lightly. He stood behind Yi Fan and saluted Feng Lai. Ji Ziyue of the Void Ji clan has met the ancient sage of the Wind clan. Well, sit down. Feng Lai glanced at Ji Ziyue with interest, and understood in his heart that there had indeed been a small fluctuation in Yi Fan's fate. Chapter 416 The Rise of Master Yi. Yi Fan's fate did not change much because of Feng Lai's existence. In the past, he rode the Kowloon coffin in the starry sky and experienced the transfer station of Inghua Ancient Star, and finally arrived in the ancient forbidden area of Beta Star. There were no dangers along the way. Although he lost several college classmates, he successfully embarked on the journey that belongs to the cultivator. Road. His first stop was still the Lingshu cave, where he breathed out for the first time, listened to the scriptures for the first time, entered the Taoism for the first time, practiced the Taoism, and merged into the cruel and gorgeous stage of the Big Dipper. Since the holy body ancestral star has never perished, and the Yaoqi Holy Land has always been on good terms with the holy body lineage, the ancient holy body's physique did not bring much hardship to Yi Fan, but instead made his cultivation path much smoother. But because the holy body lineage did not have a systematic inheritance in Beidou Ancient Star, in this life, he still followed the general direction of cultivating hundreds of scriptures, using many imperial scriptures to understand the major secrets of the human body. After practicing like this all the way, Yi Fan traveled to Beidou, Ziwei, Inghua, and other ancient stars. After a full 25 years, he went through hardships and reached the great perfection of the second heaven in Sendai, side by side with Ji Ziyue. He successfully returned native land. Have you never been to the Immortal Mountain? Have you never met an old man with red blood? Have you never obtained the exclusive ancient scripture of the holy body? Staring at Yifan's Taoist body, Feng Lai discovered that Yifan still practiced many ancient scriptures in this life, in addition to the Tao Jing, Shi Huang Jing, Heng Yu Jing, etc., that were originally related to him. There were also Li Huang Jing, Hua Huang Jing. There are traces of the Tai Tsong Sutra and the Golden Crow Ancestral Sutra, and it is obvious that they have tried to practice it. I have been to the Immortal Mountain and met a senior Mu outside the Immortal Mountain. He taught me the 6 paths of reincarnation. But at that time, I had already studied the Tao Sutra and the Western Emperor Sutra. Senior Mu said that I had a deep foundation, and it would be difficult to return. It was not suitable for him to follow his path. So he gave me many classics. As he spoke, he activated the tea in the cup in front of him, causing it to fly into the air and swim between him and Feng Lai, turning into 6 rounds of ancient and vast universe. Although it was only a prototype, it still represented extremely powerful power. His Li Huang Sutra, Tai Tsong Sutra, Golden Crow Ancestral Sutra, etc., were all passed down by the old man named Mu, with many references. Yifan's cultivation and combat power are undoubtedly the most profound among the immortals. Well, you are Yifan, not any of the 9 great saints in ancient times. It is naturally a good thing to go your own way. Feng Lai nodded. Yifan now has the scriptures of more than a dozen emperors, among which he has there are 7 or 8 sets that are complete. So it would be difficult for Master Yi to make a single step if it were anyone else. Boss Feng? You seem to know a lot about Big Dipper and me? Feng Lai's praise made Yifan couldn't help but sit up straighter. Even though not many people in Beidou knew about his visit to the Immortal Mountain, Feng Lai seemed to have known about it for a long time, which made him even more suspicious of the whereabouts of this old friend. Level. Don't forget, my surname is Feng. Our tribe is everywhere in the Beidou Ancient Star, and the Ancient Star. I have been paying attention to the news about the ancient holy body Yifan, Feng Lai said casually. That legendary Feng clan that had 3 ancient emperors? Sure enough, as recorded in history books, the Huahuang Feng clan and the Fushi Feng clan are real siblings. Yifan nodded. He first heard about the Huahuang Feng in Beidou. I had this feeling when I was talking to Noah about the stone. But I didn't expect that all the guesses were true. The 2 sects and 3 emperors, Beidou's Wind clan and Honghuang's Wind clan, are indeed my juniors, Feng Lai said with a smile. Senior Feng, I'm reporting this. Little Yezi hooked up with Princess Feng Huang of the Emperor was Wind clan in Beidou. Their relationship has been unclear for more than 10 years. It's simply unforgivable. At this time, Ji Ziyue, who had been silent, her eyes flashed. Turn around, raise a plain hand slightly, and whisper, is there such a thing? Feng Lai raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Master Yi in this timeline would actually interact with the Feng clan people, and said unexpectedly, it's absolutely true. Ji Ziyue rolled her eyes at Yifan. As Master Yi's official companion, she would occasionally show a little temper, such as complaining in front of the sage of the Wind clan, who was Yifan's old friend. Boom! What responded to Ji Ziyue was Yifan's chestnut, and his fingers filled with golden blood hit Ji Ziyue's head, which made her eyes filled with tears, and she wanted to bite Yifan on the spot. Princess Feng Huang and I met because of the Taishu God King of the Jiang clan, and we did have a good relationship. However, our personalities were not compatible, and breaking up amicably is not as outrageous as she said. At this time, Yifan Kai sighed softly and shook his head. In this timeline, he also met Feng Huang of the Wind clan because of the relationship between the God King Jiang Taishu. In this life, Feng Huang, as a descendant of the imperial clan, is much more humble and calm. Yifan has discussed Taoism with her for more than 10 years. It's a pity that Feng Huang wanted to imitate the ruthless empress of the past and refused to marry for the rest of her life. So she took the initiative to alienate her emotional relationship with Yifan. In Yifan's heart, Feng Huang's identity is similar to that of the Dozhan Holy Prince. While he is a friend, he is also an opponent on the road of cultivation. I don't care about the junior's affairs, even if he marries 7 or 8 wives. It's because Ji Yaji is incompetent. Feng Lai naturally didn't bother to interfere in Master Yi's relationship history. Even if Yifan married a congenital Taoist child next year, he wouldn't say more. Yifan obviously didn't want to talk about this. He drank all the tea in Feng Lai's cup, and a light appeared on his forehead. A source god's eye shining with colorful light opened and scanned all the treasure vases and ancient mirrors in the store. whispered Boss Feng. Back then you said this divine jade vase cost more than 300,000 yuan. At the same price. Now I want to clear out all the magic weapons in your store. How about that? According to his guess, Feng Lai, an old monster from the Wind Clan, is probably stronger than the old lunatic from the ancient Tianxian Holy Land. It is not very profitable to buy such a weapon forged by a strong man himself with ordinary coins. That's a special price. If you want to take away all the gadgets in my store, it won't be enough even for you and your mother Chisor's cauldron. Feng Lai stood up with a smile, walked to the door of the art store, picked up a green vase for flower arrangements, and brought it to Yi Fan. But we are old friends after all. This bottle is very nice. I give it to you as a gift from our long-standing acquaintance. This is, at first glance, it was just a porcelain vase with daffodils in it. But when Yi Fan took the vase, he instinctively felt an irresistible power rising. As he injected a little bit of holy body mana, there was a brilliant. The laws of the Imperial Way rise from it. Immortal tears green and gold. Jiziyu on the side also recognized the material of this vase. She is a descendant of the ancient Imperial clan. She had seen the immortal tears green golden pagoda in Yaoqi with her own eyes, and was very impressed by this material. The ultimate weapon. Boss Feng. This. Yi Fan was also a little shocked. After spending so many years in Beidou, no one understood the power of the Jidao weapons better than him. At this time, Feng Lai delivered them to his hands, and he was at a loss for a moment. My old friend Xian left the ultimate weapon before he passed away. His lineage was broken. This bottle has always been kept with me. Now it is given to you to protect your path. I hope you will not disgrace it. This treasure bottle is naturally Xiao Tianzuan. No. It is the weapon of the ancient emperor that was fused by Xiao Tianzuan. Xiaoyao did not take this bottle with him after he went to the fairyland, and stayed in the restricted area of the sky for more than 200,000 years. Senior, may I ask, which ancient emperor's weapon is this? Ji Ziyue looked at the green golden bottle of fairy tears, and asked after a moment. Yunjin. Feng Lai said. Chapter 417 The Golden Age. Boss Feng will give me a weapon of this level directly. Carefully looking at this great avenue vase made of fairy gold, and feeling the laws of the Imperial Way, and the vast power flowing on it, Yi Fan couldn't put it down more and more. Born in Beidou, he knew the intimidating power of the Imperial soldiers better than any other living being. It only takes a little mobilization of power to make one super orthodox despair. In particular, just a few years ago, he followed the example of Emperor Zun from the mythical age and created his own Taoist tradition on Beidou Ancient Star. He named it Heavenly Court and had the ambition to suppress the past, present and future. Although he is still in the growth stage, the future is destined to be a supreme weapon is needed to suppress luck. Miss Ziyue should know about the situation of the Feng clan. There are 2 lineages and 3 emperors. Our lineage does not lack imperial soldiers. Instead of leaving them here to eat dust, it is better to use them on you. Feng Lai shook his head indifferently, gifting Xiaoyao Tianzuan's immortal tears green gold vase to Yi Fan to protect the Dao. This was actually Feng Lai's act after careful consideration. As Yi Fan reached the peak of the second heaven of immortal stage, and was about to approach the Dao beheading, a great emperor-level treasure was very important, which can make him more confident when facing stronger ones. That really helped. Yi Fan seriously raised his hand, and asked Feng Lai what he needed. Even except for the 7 or 8 sets of emperor scriptures given by Mu Wudao, Yi Fan was still a walking Taoist treasure. The source book, the law of the killer dynasty, the red gold of phoenix blood, there are elixir seeds, etc., and even a map of opportunities to become an immortal, which are huge treasures in the mortal world. Among them, the immortal scroll obtained from the Chaos Dragon's nest is the most precious. It is the map and token that truly leads to the immortal land at the deepest point of 99 Dragon Mountain. Those who obtain it can gain 1/3 of the reward. The mouth becomes a fairy cauldron. Let's wait until you reach the completion of the holy body. You can go to 99 Dragon Mountain. Don't pay too much attention to the immortal land itself, and study more about the ground there. It is the supreme work of your Yuandao ancestors in their lifetime. Feng Lai naturally looked down upon these gadgets, and asked Ji Ziyue, who had a Yuanling body, to pick out a magic weapon at random. Then saw off the guests, and sent both Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue to the outside world. Master Yi's rise continues. Feng Lai's presence and interference allowed Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue to first pay homage to the Wind Clan's orthodoxy in the Ancient Star, with their special identities, and the peak cultivation level of the second immortal, who was enough to rule the roost in this era. They naturally obtained the Wind Clan status, with courtesy. I was even able to view the Fushi Dragon Monument and witness the way of Emperor Fushi with my own eyes. Soon, Yi Fan became the most popular genius in the entire Eastern cultivation world. He spent time not only visiting many sects on the earth, but also enlightening many young people from each sect, leading them to join the Western expedition, completely destroying the great sect of the Western Territory, which had great ambitions in the cultivation world of the Eastern Territory. From then on, it was about exploring Guling Mountain, seeking the secret of becoming an immortal in 99 Dragon Mountain, riding a horse on Penglai Immortal Mountain, and then killing the Tao in the years. The whole process went smoothly, almost the same as the original timeline that Feng Lai knew. The journey to the earth is a very important part of Yi Fan's cultivation path. Before Yi Fan cut off the Tao, he had always been practicing other people's methods and referring to other people's paths, until he succeeded in cutting the Tao. Yi Fan's general direction of cultivating hundreds of scriptures once again. He has the majesty and courage of the Emperor of Heaven in his every move. He stayed on Earth for a total of 12 years. During these years, Yi Fan came to City B to visit Feng Lai 3 times, and each time he gained a lot. In 2049 AD, Yi Fan from Heaven crossed Hanggu Pass, left the ancient star, and returned to Beidu as the top genius to welcome the coming Golden Age. It was also this year that the Feng clan people who had been stationed in City B discovered that a certain antique store rooted here had also closed. A certain Feng clan ancestor who had lived in seclusion in the city left without saying goodbye, which made the Feng clan people in this life quite confused. Some regret and helplessness. After all, the world is as precious as gold. With all the ways revived and vitality awakened, it will probably only take 100 or 200 years for the vitality of heaven and earth to be restored to the level of its ancient heyday. This year, in the Big Dipper, in a large city suspended thousands of feet high in the sky, a pair of extremely elegant men and women held hands and walked among the bustling crowds of the city. Talking softly, the man among the two is majestic, tall and powerful, with 9-color fairy light flowing in his eyes. The woman has long purple hair as smooth as stars, with deep majesty flowing in her eyes, and a pair of hairs. The dragon horns are crystal clear and sparkle with the light of the dragon path. They were all wearing purple robes, like heavy treasures woven from purple and gold with divine marks. Every step they took to raise their robes could cause waves on the avenue. These two people are none other than Emperor Xian Si Xian and Emperor Ying Long. They walked out of the Immortal Mountain after a long absence and breathed in the worldly atmosphere of the outside world. The place where they are located is the sacred city of all races built by the ancient race over the years. It is a big city built for the ancestors and kings to imitate the glory of the ancient race. Nowadays, although this big city is still a bit crude, it has been recognized by all races. Many creatures of all races with different appearances, bodies, and bloodlines coexist harmoniously in the city and communicate with each other. According to my father's expectations, I should have woken up in this era, joined this world, and participated in this struggle. You think so? Xianluan, Emperor Yinglong, the former princess of Wanlong, stared at the big city with some emotion, and suddenly looked behind her and Sichuan. There was a man with great purple hair shawl and a pair of dragon horns on his head. The old sage followed step by step. This is the great sage Qianluan, who was the great sage-level protector of the ancient 10,000 dragons' nest back then. He was gifted by the emperor and relied on self-proclaimed power to survive until now. When Princess Wanlong was born and became enlightened, the tribesmen of Wanlongkeo naturally woke up with their princess and multiplied for many years. Today, Wanlongkeo is already an ancient race with the blood of 2 imperial dragons, and has already been completely integrated into it. The situation in Big Dipper. You are right. But the old servant believes that there will never be a better situation in the world than now. What Yinglong Wang said made the great Saint Qianluan reveal a happy and enthusiastic smile. Under his protection, the princess with unlimited potential in the past has become the empress. This is unprecedented for him. Seek the glory? In recent years, all the ancient races have awakened, and the great sage Qianluan has a kind of aloofness and pride from the heart when facing the ancient royal families such as the Qilin tribe, the Golden tribe, and the Blood Phoenix tribe, while the great sages of other families were arguing about which prince and daughter were more powerful. Their own prince and daughter had become enlightened many years ago and had lived until now. There was indeed no better situation than this. My father is not that obsessed. He just wants to find a free era for me to give full play to my talents. That's all. Looking at the creatures of all races bustling in the divine city, Si Xian next to Emperor Yinglong, There was also a hint of emotion on his face. And he whispered, "In this life, the Titan human emperor was sent to the immortal realm by Feng Lai. And the Ziwei clan was not robbed." Xi Xian's mentality was very stable. He just wanted to stay in the immortal mountain with his wife, practice quietly, and occasionally go to the mortal world to see. Chapter 418 Before the road to immortality begins. Although Princess Wanlong is not involved, there is no doubt that Yi Fan's golden life is still quite splendid. Needless to say, there are already existing emperors such as Wichizi, Hualiner, Wang Shidao, Golden Goddess, and Prince Dozhan. Under certain influences, several people such as the Golden Crow Emperor and Prince Jiuli were not included in their original existence. The existing royal parents and children also came to this world. At the same time, the Emperor's disciples, the Emperor Zhongbaran, the Nirvana-reconstructed Holy Spirit of the First, the ancient Emperor Guangming, and others were also born in this era, roaming across the infinite vast starry sky, spreading their war will. To be honest, if I were really born in this era, I might not be able to suppress everyone and become enlightened. Emperor Yinglong felt the aura of these emperor-level geniuses like Beidou Ancient Star. Without the Yinglong immortal technique passed down by 3,000 Dao mirrors, she would have been average among these emperors and princesses who had high hopes for her at the same age. A slightly higher standard. Not too outstanding. By now, she has also realized the gap between herself and those famous godless people. Even with the guidance of immortality, she has only barely survived the fifth life, which has reached her limit. This is the cruelty of the Golden Age. Some people may have the opportunity to attain enlightenment in another era, but in this life, they may become blood and bones at the feet of others. Xi Xian nodded. He looked into the distance in a certain direction billions of miles away, where the Holy Land of Shaking Light was located. It is worth mentioning that the fate of the Holy Land of Shaking Light has not changed at all from the original timeline. A certain immortal orthodoxy obtained everything in the Holy Land of Shaking Light as early as the early post-desert ancient era, and wrapped it under 108 sacred halos, passed down for many years. It can only be said that the immortal heaven technique and the heaven-swallowing demon technique are quite suitable for the dragon pattern Emperor Cauldron. In comparison, the techniques of the Shaking Light Holy Land are too weak and powerless, and are really nothing. Both of them have not been in the world of mortals for at least 70,000 to 80,000 years. They are both ancient people. They roam freely in the divine city of all races. Occasionally they will stop in front of a restaurant or vendor owned by a strong ancient man to savor that era. Features. Everything is for the sake of becoming an immortal. Emperor Yinglong sighed. Over the years, nearly half of the supreme experts in Taichu ancient mind were awakening from their slumber of millions of years or more, moving their bodies, waiting for a new and promising road to immortality. In fact, those non-royal ancient beings sealed into this era also have similar ambitions. Becoming an immortal and living forever are two words that carry the obsessions of too many people. Well, according to the calculation of heaven, it will take more than 300 years for the first road to become an immortal, and it will probably take about 1,000 years for the second time. The 9 colors of light flowed in Xi Xian's eyes. Looking at the starry sky, this year, Yi Fan had just embarked on the ancient road to the starry sky. His cultivation was definitely a master at the level of cutting the path, but he was still too immature and needed time to hone. Beidou Ancient Star and Faxian Ancient Star. My father should have chosen Faxian Ancient Star back then. It's time for you to meet your father, Emperor Yinglong said with a smile. Don't worry. It has been decided a few years ago. You, me, and the Golden Crow Emperor will deal with the aftermath and turmoil on the road to becoming an immortal. When the ancient star of Fexian comes, I will also take action to help the old Dragon Emperor win his first life, the attainment of immortality. When talking about his father-in-law, Xi Xian said without hesitation, the Golden Crow Emperor has now entered his third life, and his Taoist companion is in the fifth life, although he is still far behind Mu Wudao, Emperor Void and others. It is already difficult for the ancient emperor in his second life to understand him, too concerned about possible turmoil and war in the future. Behind the two of them, the great sage Qinluan stood silently. What Xi Xian and Emperor Yinglong said about the road to immortality, turmoil, restricted areas, etc., were not things that a mere great sage like him should know. Pretend not to hear. He swore that if everything he heard now were spread, it would definitely cause a huge sensation in the world. But the great sage Qinluan would definitely not dare to spread it to the outside world. He could only swallow all the secrets he heard and seal them deep in his memory. At At the same time, Feng Lai had also returned. He descended to the Immortal Mountain and came to a very deep black mountain. There, a figure with the emerald green imperial light all over his body was sitting cross-legged in front of a fairy mirror, the appearance of focusing on practice. At first glance, it seems to be a man shrouded in green blood. He is tall and burly, with an aura of immortality. But if you look closer, you will find that it is actually a statue-like metal man, whose whole body is made of green immortal gold. It is as tall as an ordinary person. Ancestor Holy Spirit. Seeing Feng Lai's arrival, the immortal tears green gold man immediately turned his head, rolled his green gold eyes, and bowed to Feng Lai. After hundreds of thousands of years of gestation, coupled with Feng Lai and several other emperors' frequent sermons, the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit has grown at a gratifying rate. The internal organs, limbs, bones, immortal platform and other secret realms of the human body are all being perfected at an extremely fast speed. How is Gai Jiuyo? Feng Lai nodded to the green gold Holy Spirit of immortal tears. He did not overly catalyze the growth of the green gold Holy Spirit, but only nourished it with a great Tao to make its foundation deeper. He is old. His blood is withered. His soul is exhausted. And the old injuries that have been suppressed on his body exploded. Although he endured it, his realm fell, and he was close to death. After hearing this, the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit immediately spoke. His spiritual intelligence is now very clear, and his level of magic power is also very high. It is not a problem for Tao thoughts to cover the entire Beidou ancient star. Just like when the ancient tribe and the human race were in conflict a few years ago, the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit saw Gai Jiuyo take action. His temperament did not look like an alternative enlightened person at all, and he was a bit weak in beating two great sages holding imperial weapons. Hard work. Do you think he still has a chance to survive? Feng Lai came to the side of the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit. If this Holy Spirit is fully conceived, he may be able to become an immortal immediately, although there is a slight gap between him and Qingdao, his old friend from the ancient times. He is still the #1 Holy Spirit in the universe. If it were anyone else, he would die 10 times but not live. But he is Gai Jiuyo, so he will die 99 times. The immortal tears green gold Emperor Holy Spirit said this after thinking for a moment. Undoubtedly, this immortal gold Holy Spirit also admired Gai Jiuyo very much. He thought that he might not have the courage to attack the great Emperor Seal repeatedly, and it would be even more difficult to survive like Gai Jiuyo, without losing his pride. Then let's wait and see, waiting for him to find a way out. Feng Lai nodded, gently knocked twice on the body of the green gold Holy Spirit of immortal tears, and said with a smile, "In the future, you are destined to be a strong man who breaks the shackles and achieves the Emperor's way. You can imagine, have you decided on your name? Emperor. If nothing else, just call him the Emperor." Hearing this, the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, including Feng Lai, "All the powerful men so far are conveying a belief to the immortal tears green gold Holy Spirit. He is the strongest Holy Spirit Emperor in the history of this universe. He is immortal, guided by Tai Song, and is almost destined to reverse the world. The potential becomes immortal. It's too big and lacks personal characteristics. Let's add another name." After thinking for a moment, Feng Lai shook his head and said, "Then call him Immortal. Immortal Emperor." After all, it was the request of the Holy Spirit of the Ancestor. After a moment's hesitation, the Holy Spirit of Immortal Tears Green Gold spoke. Chapter 419, Master Zai in the Ancient Forbidden Zone. As the process of the Golden Age advances step by step, one emperor's orthodoxy wakes up from a long sleep. These knowledgeable and powerful orthodoxy meet and collide in every corner of the entire universe, blooming with bright light. Even the usually high-ranking life-restricted areas have become active, although the most terrifying supremes have not moved. In the years since Yifan has been killing Dao, many supreme parents and children in the restricted areas have come out and also participated in the battle. Middle, as a gathering place for the inexhaustible emperors. The emperors of the Immortal Mountain are all attracted by this splendid world. They basically have no lifespan limit. They occasionally step into the mortal world, experience the long-lost aura of the mortal world, and also look at their own descendants. Of course, even in restricted areas, there will occasionally be some hiccups. In the second year after Yifan entered the universe as Dao Zhan, that is, around 2052 AD, Master Yi transformed into the ultimate leader and led a group of starship carriers that covered the sky to arrive in Beidou. Ancient Star. It is the cross-star colonial fleet of the eternal ancient star territory. The path taken by that star domain civilization can be regarded as a different path. It combines the path of spiritual cultivation with the path of technological evolution and creates a brand new path. The tyrannical individual warfare of the existing path of spiritual cultivation power, but also the convenience and efficiency of technological evolution. Of course, the above evaluation only applies to those below the realm of saints, because the technology of eternal ancient star cannot yet support them to achieve large-scale replication of saints' combat power. Each saint, saint king, and great saint-level mechas and battleships are unique, unable to be mass-produced. Even so, a total of 12 royal fleets came, including more than 50 super starship carriers at the saint and saint king levels, more than 100 saints and above in combat power, and fleets that could not be seen to the edge, forming an unparalleled torrent of steel, rushing into the Big Dipper, under the careful deception of Yifan and others. The benevolent colonists of the eternal ancient star regard Beidou as a primitive treasure that has yet to be discovered. They want to sweep Beidou with absolute power and bring the absolute baptism of civilization to the natives of this star. On that day, at least 30 space carriers rushed into the restricted areas of the Big Dipper star. They were full of desire and greed, and wanted to carve up the supreme minerals. Even the long-dormant Mountain of Immortality has 7 Holy King-class warships approaching. According to Yifan's intelligence, Mountain of Immortality is one of the largest minerals in the Beta Star, rich in fairy gold and immortality medicine. Boom! However, those super battleships had just entered the vast black mountains, and a green glow emerged from the depths of the mountains. An illusory big hand was thousands of miles wide, as if it was made of real fairy tears green gold. Fiercely the ground slapped on the dense fleet group, crushed by the absolute power. The fleets from the eternal ancient star turned into iron filings all over the sky in an instant. Even the 2 Saint Kings who opened the way were wearing the great Saint Mecha, and they could only barely hear the sound of the machine before they died. It's just the wail of the various instruments being overwhelmed. Where did the fly come from? The one who takes action is naturally the immortal Tears green golden emperor deep in the immortal mountain, as the holy spirit of this mountain. Even though he is still far from perfection, he can still exert an alternative level of enlightenment within the law of the immortal mountain. His eyes were like lightning, although he had never left the place where he was born. At his current level, he could already see through a large swath of the starry sky. With a little deduction, he found the culprit that caused this chaos. Huh? The initiator is the young man that Lao Mu is optimistic about. The ancient holy body from the ancient star. The small disturbance caused by the eternal ancient star fleet, coupled with the discovery of the immortal Tears green gold holy spirit, made several emperors of Immortal Mountain interested. They all looked at Beidou and found that the technological side fleets were all targeting the ancient royal family. With the restricted area of life, rush forward without hesitation. In the meantime, there were several inconspicuous figures wandering between the battlefields, specializing in collecting and intercepting the lone Saint Mechas and starship carriers. Mu Wuda was very familiar with one of the young men whose whole body was filled with golden blood. It was Yifan, the holy body whom he had favored a few years ago. What a good boy. He is good at killing people with a borrowed knife. The forbidden area of life and the ancient royal family have become knives in his hands. He has a bright future. After seeing everything clearly, Mu Wuda laughed out loud. He was not a person who cared about minutiae. He only felt that Yifan's mind was very active, and his mobility was extraordinary. Is he the young man who hopes to become the 10th great saint in ancient times? It seems that he has practiced some of my scriptures. Jiang Hengyu carefully observed Yifan, and found that this young man seemed to be somewhat related to his own lineage. He had inherited part of the Hengyu Sutra, and had briefly been in charge of the Hengyu Imperial Furnace. And that young man obviously has a good relationship with my youngest son. Ji Shukong swept his eyes, and saw many secrets about Yifan. What made him even more concerned was that his youngest son, who was born in this era, was also in Yifan's team, and was using the Void Emperor method. Seize a Saint Mecha. Let them make trouble about the affairs of young people. They are all good at cultivation, and have their own heritage and background. This is the time to show off their talents. Mu Wudo is obviously very optimistic about Yifan. From the day Yifan came to Beidou, the wave of bloodline made him notice this young pure-blood saint, regardless of his Taoist heart, luck, means, and background. He is among the top in this era. He has a lot of good things. Brother Xiaoya's treasure vase, the source of mother energy of all things, and the half-immortal cauldron were arranged by Yu Lao Mu. For him? Ji Shukong stared at Yifan. Slightly surprised, Mu Wudao gave this the configuration of the descendants of the holy body is indeed a bit high. I only passed on a few of his emperor's scriptures. Brother Xiaoya's treasure vase was obtained from the ancient star of the ancient times. It may have been arranged by Tai Tsong. The source of the mother energy of all things comes from the person in the ancient bronze palace in the ancient restricted area. The immortal cauldron also seems to be related to the ancient. It's related to the restricted area. Mu Wudao shook his head. That empress in the ancient forbidden zone? It turns out to be her. Hearing this, Ji Vyukong and Jiang Hengyu looked at each other, and they both saw some clarity in each other's eyes. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, these people can be called ancient emperors. They also know that there is an older and more powerful empress than them in the ancient restricted area. She has been practicing in the bronze immortal palace. The strong Mu Wudao is even stronger. It's a pity that the empress is really lonely. Mu Wudao and the other two people have visited her in person, and they haven't had a few serious conversations with her. It seems that he has a very close relationship with her. In the early years of his practice, Xiuya went to the ancient forbidden zone more than a dozen times, and took the 9 wonderful Dao fruit and the divine spring of creation many times. But everything was fine every time. Mu Wudao sighed, wondering what the relationship between the lonely empress and Yi Fan was. They seemed to have nothing to do with each other. But Yi Fan was able to enter the ancient restricted area, pick the 9 wonders divine fruits, and drink the divine springs that will just by brushing his face. The small copper coffin inside the Kowloon coffin was carried out, and no one showed up in the ancient restricted area. Yi Fan's opportunity to become an immortal and the source of the maternal energy of all things are also derived from these coincidences related to the empress. A certain little girl who has always been with Yi Fan seems to have a great relationship with the empress. All in all, in Mu Wudao's eyes, Yi Fan was like an ancient restricted area. Whoever said that he had nothing to do with the empress? Mu Wudao was the first to stand up and not believe it. Maybe it has something to do with reincarnation and the so-called similar flowers. Ji Shukong guessed. Chapter 420. Promotion of the Great World. The invasion of the eternal ancient star naturally triggered crazy revenge from all the Beta clans, which involved a battle between a large ancient royal family and the Daoyan imperial clan of the eternal ancient star, which was taken seriously by many people. But for the entire Baidu situation, this is just the beginning. As the Baidu ancient star's road to becoming an immortal approaches, some kind of invisible secret is reverberating in the star space at an extremely fast speed. Many powerful families, too many ancient emperors, great emperors, and the supreme orthodoxy collide, making this ancient star. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. Less than 100 years have passed since the eternal ancient star incident. The Golden Crow tribe from Wasong Star came from the sky with the Sun Emperor Bel, the most talented child left by the Golden Crow Emperor in the past. The Golden Crow Emperor's daughter has reached the level of the Saint King and has the ambition to achieve enlightenment. In the same year, a war broke out between this talented emperor's daughter and the Golden Ancient Princess in the Eastern Wasteland. The two strange women traveled all the way from the northern territory of the Eastern Wasteland to the starry sky. The Golden Divine Treasure and the Doting Lihua roared, and the Great Sun Emperor Bel and the Golden Ancient Mace fought. The roar shocked an era. In the next 100 years, ancient emperors such as the Imperial Clan of Gaochen Ancient Star, the Guangming Imperial Clan known as the Bloodline of the Evil God, and the relics of Kunlun on the Flying Immortal Star came to Baidu Ancient Star. There were also countless other forces, large and small, who also came on the road to immortality. When Yi Fan first formed the Heavenly Emperor's fist and returned to the Baidu Ancient Star in the form of the 9 Heavenly Saint King, the situation on this star had already undergone tremendous changes. Saints were like clouds. Saint Kings were common. And even great saint-level powerhouses were there. Quite often, imperial weapons often rush into the void and collide, tearing apart a galaxy. The road to becoming an immortal once open requires too many years of tedious waiting. Not only the supreme, many ancient emperors, and even many ordinary traditions have ambitions and want to compete for supremacy in the most glorious era and fight for eternity. Under the influence of many historical factors, DK and the Guangming Ancient Emperor from the Dozhan Sage Emperor era were also born in this era. These two had already possessed the cultivation of the ultimate great sage in the past, and were a bit higher than Yi Fan. But they still have opponents. Jian Taishu, the white-clothed god king of the Jiang clan, and Dozhan Xingfua are also unparalleled powerhouses in the realm of the great saint. The 4 powerful creatures met in Baidu, and an extremely fierce battle broke out immediately, and exploded countless ancient stars. The strong men and geniuses at every level have fought hard over the years, honing themselves in the fiercest battles, in order to become the strongest and step into the supreme realm. 200 or 300 years later, when the road to immortality is about to begin, the geniuses at Yifan's level have already reached the realm of the great sage, the White God King. DK, the Emperor Guangming and others have even reached the second level of the Quasi-Emperor God. The fighting power is unlimited. But when a terrible time comes, these geniuses fighting on the imperial road have to stop. They all understand that the real war that can overturn the era is coming. Crash. One day more than 200 years after Yifan became a great sage, under the witness of countless ancient sages, quasi-emperors and supreme beings inside and outside this ancient star, the ancient restricted area of the eastern wasteland collapsed, and a certain empress slept deep in the restricted area, breaking free from the chains that bound him. He turned around with the ancient bronze palace and left this place. Then, an ancient and vicissitudes of stone tablet appeared in the chaotic light of the sky, standing firm, and the three characters on it made all living beings tremble. The road to immortality. The three big characters drawn with silver hooks and iron do not belong to any era recorded in ancient history, but the distant, heavy and ancient vicissitudes of life are imprinted between heaven and earth. Even ordinary people with no foundation can recognize those three characters. The meaning of rumble. Ho! The true path left by Emperor Huang Tian is finally here. Before many of the watching creatures could calm down, they heard an ancient hoarse laughter coming from the immortal tomb life restricted area of the Beidou ancient star. A sacred white immortal sword rose into the sky, sweeping across with unparalleled powerful spiritual thoughts. Heaven. Behind the fairy sword, an immortal bronze ancient chariot broke through the chaotic void and arrived outside the ancient restricted area. The creature on the chariot has a head full of dry hair without any luster. Its eyes are hollow and numb. Its body is thin, but its aura is as deep and terrifying as the starry sky and the abyss. It is the immortal lord, one of the 9 most powerful gods in the mythical era. Boom! 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 The appearance of the immortal lord was like the beginning, causing several roars to be heard in the immortal mausoleum. Shinshu and Taichu ancient mine. Huge fairy sources exploded one after another, and the chaotic light filled the air like mist, drowning the tall people. Sky. The supreme beings who cover the sky and the universe are the creatures transformed from the gods, ancient emperors, and even the emperors who killed themselves in mythology. Ancient times and ancient times. Each one of them could once be the most powerful person who ruled the universe and was invincible in the world. Although the sea of reincarnation has long been destroyed, most of the supremes of the old immortal mountain have been killed, and the fate of Burial Sky Island has been completely rewritten. The number of supremes on the road to immortality in this life is no less than in the original timeline. With a total of 8, the supreme walked out of the 3 restricted areas of life and came to the road to immortality. These supreme beings with infinite aura stood side by side in front of the huge monument engraved with the road to immortality, forming a magic wall. In the eyes of all living beings, they looked like one continuous immortal mountain after another, which was impossible to climb over. Boom! Without waiting for these powerful men from different restricted areas of life to say anything, 3 mighty auras rose into the sky from the immortal mountains in the distance, like 3 rounds of unreachable suns, illuminating the entire universe. The 3 auras belong to 2 men and 1 woman respectively. The men are all tall and mighty, with eyes as heavy as mountains. The women are aloof and almost immortal, with an aura that dominates the 3,000 realms. Emperor Xian, Emperor Yingwang, Emperor Jinwu, and our friends from the immortal mountain also want to compete with us to become immortals? Seeing the faces of the 3 people clearly, the 8 supreme beings in front of the road to immortality all looked solemn. One of them looked at the 3 people from a distance and said coldly, "I'm not interested. I'm just afraid that fellow Taoists will change their minds and block your way back." Xi Xian was dressed in a simple gray robe and carried a Chaos War flag on his shoulder. The flag had 9 colors, which were the brilliance of the 9 immortal golds in the world. At this moment, he looked down at the 8 supreme beings with unlimited killing intent. Beside him, Emperor Yinglong and Emperor Jinwu said nothing. They just raised their hands and summoned their own imperial weapons. They stood side by side with Xi Xian, suppressing the 8 supreme beings with their aura. Among these 8 people, except for 2 or 3, they are all supreme beings who have launched dark turmoil. Since the middle and late ancient times, Burial Island and the Immortal Mountain have become the absolute enemies of dark turmoil. Under the crushing power, these turbulent people have the Supreme has no way to replenish his life force. Now, They have to bet on the road to becoming immortals for the rest of their lives. Of course they came here to become immortals, but also because they don't want to stay in this universe anymore. After all, the power of the immortal mountain is terrifying to the naked eye. If the Supreme Being is liquidated one day, these people will not one can survive. Mountain of the Immortal. You have done an incredible job. The gray eyes of the Immortal Lord glanced at the three Xixian lords. The weakest among them, the Golden Crow Emperor, was the third-generation demon emperor with strong blood. Even if the Changsheng Emperor tried his best, he can't take more than a few moves under his hands. It is necessary to clean up the turmoil and kill all the supreme beings who have caused turmoil. Xixian looked down at the Immortal Lord. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised, and he said coldly,